The man was once a top student at a prestigious high school. He almost always got full marks in every exam and consistently ranked first in his grade. But starting 2 years ago, he seemed to have become a different person. On tests with a maximum score of 750, he only scored 100 every time. Once or twice could be considered an exception, but for 2 whole years, he got the same score in every single test. The teacher shook his head as he looked at the report card and couldn't help but sigh. You get up so early every day to study. Who are you fooling? Are you fooling your teacher? Or are you fooling yourself? The students were even more merciless. With scores like this, what's the point of studying? You might as well go to a factory and start screwing in screws. Exactly, don't waste the school's resources. Ironically, even the school beauty who once adored him has completely changed her attitude. She looked at Jiang Fan with disdain in her voice. I was so blind before to actually like a piece of trash like you. But what they didn't know was that the man everyone was mocking was named Jiang Fan. He wasn't fallen, nor was he useless. He was a reincarnated individual, and he was even bound to a technological system. In his previous life, Jiang Fan was a top-tier scientific researcher. After his rebirth, he learned from the system's introduction that it stored all the technological achievements of the next 500 years. If he successfully unlocked it, he would gain control of a technological civilization that would be ahead of the entire planet. The problem is that the unlocking conditions for this system are extremely absurd. Jiang Fan must take the exam 9 times in a row, and each time his total score must be kept at 100 points. At this moment, after the college entrance examination, Jiang Fan finally completed the system unlocking. Ding! System binding successful. Newbie gift pack received. The notification sounded, and Jiang Fan was overjoyed. The long-awaited cheat code had finally arrived. Open the newbie gift pack. He issued the command almost without hesitation. Ding! The gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the formula principle of controlled nuclear fusion. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Fan was stunned. He never expected that the system would give him such a high-level reward. He was no stranger to controlled nuclear fusion. It is a way to release enormous energy through nuclear reactions, which is more efficient than traditional energy sources. Hydrogen bombs are a type of nuclear fusion, but that energy is uncontrollable. What this system provides is sustainable and controllable fusion technology. The oil and coal that humanity relies on today will eventually run out. While controlled nuclear fusion is not only more energy efficient and fuel-rich, but also virtually pollution-free, and is considered the ultimate energy source. Once realized, it will inevitably lead to a leap forward in human technology. Jiang Fan grew increasingly excited, even feeling that mastering this technology would make future spaceships and deep space exploration much more attainable. Staring at the formulas in his mind, he couldn't help but clench his fist. That's fantastic. However, his reaction startled his parents. Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin exchanged a glance, their expressions immediately changing. Li Guiqin's eyes reddened on the spot, her voice trembling slightly. Son, it's okay if you don't go to school, as long as you're all right. Jiang Fan then realized that he had acted too strangely and quickly composed himself, saying reassuringly, Mom, I'm fine, really fine. Li Guiqin was still worried and wanted to ask more questions, so he had to change the subject. I'm a little hungry. Can you make me something to eat? Hearing this, Li Guiqin felt a little relieved and readily agreed as she went into the kitchen. In her view, as long as her son was in good condition, it didn't matter whether he went to university or not. Jiang Jinghua patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder and whispered, It's good that you're all right. Jiang Fan, however, noticed a hint of undisguised disappointment in his father's eyes. Over the past year, his parents had borne too much pressure and ridicule for him, which inevitably made him feel a little guilty. Just then, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Mission issued. You have been admitted to Lonka University. Reward. Introduction to Blue Star Supermathematics. No penalty for failure. Jiang Fan was stunned on the spot. Lonka University was a top-tier research university. While he only scored 300 points on the college entrance examination, which was difficult to even get into an ordinary university, let alone a place like that. This mission was almost impossible to complete. But he also knew that to truly engage in scientific research, he needed to enter a top-tier platform. Controlled nuclear fusion was not just theoretical. It required massive resources and environmental support. Jiang Fan returned to his bedroom, took out his phone, and typed an utterly absurd question into his browser. How can I get into Lonka University with a score of 300 on the college entrance exam? He scrolled through the results, finding only ridiculous answers, advertisements and jokes alike, leaving him utterly bewildered. He couldn't find any valuable information. He became increasingly speechless as he read on. This was a question that probably no one had ever seriously asked before. Someone who only scored 300 points wanted to get into Lonka University. It sounded like a joke. Frustrated, he closed the webpage and instead posted a request for help on Jihu. When posting the question, he hesitated for a moment, staring at the reward amount. He had originally planned to give only 100, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and filled in 10,000. He thought that with such a generous reward, perhaps someone could really come up with a solution. As long as he could get into Lonka University, this amount of money was nothing. Just then, his mother, Li Guiqing's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Fan, dinner's ready. Jiang Fan responded and went out of the room, where he saw his father, Jiang Jinghua, standing on the balcony smoking. Li Xiaoyi urged him to put out his cigarette and return to the dining table. The atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat tense, and the family barely spoke. Jiang Fan was still thinking about how to complete the system task and enter Lonka University. Jiang Jinghua was worried about his son's future. Li Xiaoyi had only one thought in her mind: as long as her child was safe. After a moment of silence, Jiang Jinghua finally asked, Xiao Fan, what are your plans for the future? Jiang Fan shook his head, saying he hadn't decided yet. His father sighed and tentatively suggested using connections to get into a junior college. But Jiang Fan just gave a perfunctory reply that he'd think about it in a few days. After finishing his meal, Jiang Fan returned to his room and opened Jihu to check the posts. Sure enough, the comments section had exploded, flooded with all sorts of mockery and ridicule. Some said he was dreaming, some recommended all sorts of ridiculous methods, and some even offered to guarantee admission. Some even gave him the terrible idea of kneeling and begging at the gates of Lonka University, which made Jiang Fan so angry he almost smashed his phone. Just as he was about to give up, a comment caught his attention. Unless he could build a spaceship, he shouldn't even think about getting into Lonka University. These words, however, gave Jiang Fan a wake-up call. He couldn't actually build a spaceship, but the controlled nuclear fusion technology rewarded by the system was right there in his mind. If he could present some of his findings, it might actually impress Lonka University. With that in mind, he didn't hesitate to click accept, even giving a reward of 10,000 yuan, then turned off his phone and immediately began taking action. Meanwhile, in another internet cafe, a teenager had just finished playing a game. He casually opened Jihu, a Chinese QA website, and saw the post offering a 10,000 yuan reward. He couldn't help but mutter, outrageous. He then casually wrote a sarcastic comment, saying that unless the poster could build a spaceship, he would have to go back to playing his game. When he checked his phone again, the system notified him that his answer had been accepted and he had received a reward of 10,000 yuan. He was stunned on the spot, and his companion next to him was also dumbfounded, only able to sigh, this guy is really willing to spend money. In the afternoon, Jiang Fan organized the controlled nuclear fusion formula in his mind, selected some key data, and packaged it into a compressed file. He then logged into the Lonka University website, found a research submission email address open to the public, sent the file, and attached a sentence. I hope to gain admission to your esteemed university. After successfully sending the email, he let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that he had finally taken a crucial step. Then he opened WeChat and found that he had been added to the class group, with messages scrolling by rapidly. It turned out that the homeroom teacher had announced the class's scores. Among the 56 students, Chu Ruashi had the highest score of 708. 10 students scored above 600, while Jiang Fan was the only exception, coming in last with 300. All the flowers and applause in the group were given to Chu Ruashi, and everyone congratulated her. However, in other smaller groups, Jiang Fan became the object of ridicule and fodder for others to gloat over. Jiang Fan didn't speak in the group. He felt it was meaningless and simply left. Soon, classmates discovered he had left the group chat, and the group erupted in discussion. Tian Xiaohua mocked. The last-ranked student actually left the group? Lu Xiao sneered. Too ashamed to stay, huh? Niu Fei was even more sarcastic. If I were him, I would have dropped out long ago. He's dragging the whole class down in the college entrance exam. Zhang Xiaodong chimed in. I thought he could turn things around and get a 400, but he only got 300. It must be a problem with his intelligence. Li Lily added sarcastically. He almost went crazy last time. I guess he really can't hold on this time. Li Peng added, 300 points. He might not even get into a vocational college. Someone joked that Li Lily had a crush on Jiang Fan, to which she immediately denied it. I was blind back then. Amidst the laughter, Chu Ruashi couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. We're all classmates. Is it appropriate to say that? No one paid any attention to her rebuttal. Chu Ruashi was so angry that she left the group and muttered to herself. They have no humanity at all. It's better not to contact classmates like this in the future. Thinking of Jiang Fan, she couldn't help but sigh. She remembered how Jiang Fan had worked incredibly hard during the final sprint, yet his results were still poor, which inevitably made her feel bad. She worried he wouldn't be able to handle it and wanted to contact him to comfort him, but she couldn't find him on WeChat. Never mind, I'll go to his house tomorrow, Chu Ruashi decided. Meanwhile, at the Private Science and Technology Project Review Office of Kyoto Ryuko University, Wu Jiming, who had been busy all day, was about to leave work when he suddenly received an email titled Some Formulas and Data for Controlled Nuclear Fusion. The title immediately put him on alert. As a former researcher in nuclear fusion, he was extremely familiar with the field. Although he had now transitioned to a reviewer, he remained committed to staying abreast of cutting-edge technologies. He downloaded the attachment and was about to view it. A colleague reminded him not to work too hard after get off work, but he just smiled and didn't respond. Once the file opened, he was immediately captivated by its contents. The first part was about understanding controlled nuclear fusion. Wu Jiming nodded after reading it, impressed by the other person's highly professional knowledge, even on par with his own. He then opened the second part. The second part contained specific data and formulas, which shocked him more and more. The data was incredibly precise, almost like the result of a successful experiment. He immediately pulled out his experimental notes, accumulated over the years, to compare them. The results gave him a jolt. The verified data were almost identical, while the data provided by the other party for the unconfirmed data was actually more reasonable. He became more and more excited as he looked at it, and continued to study it in depth. The formulas that followed were so complex that they were beyond his knowledge, but he did not give up. He kept looking up information and working through the problems, and time flew by without him realizing it. He only came to his senses when his phone alarm rang. He looked up and saw that the office was completely dark, with only the computer screen still lit. He rubbed his sore eyes, turned on the light, and sat back down at the computer. At that moment, a strong sense of urgency began to rise within him. This document was very likely genuine and of extremely high value, perhaps even classified as a state secret. He realized the seriousness of the problem. If the content was true, the country could save at least 10 years of time, or even tens of billions of dollars in investment in the field of nuclear fusion, and more importantly, the precious energy of countless researchers. Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine, and he immediately decided to report it. He picked up his phone and dialed Director Ma's number in the review office. After the call connected, he said urgently, "Director Ma, I received a submission about controlled nuclear fusion and the data and formulas in it." He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. "Let's talk about the project tomorrow. I'm not available right now." The other party's tone was perfunctory, and then they hung up the phone abruptly. Wu Jiming angrily threw his phone on the table, his chest heaving. He looked at the computer screen again, the document seeming to weigh him down, making it hard to breathe. He dared not delay and dialed the number again, his tone even more urgent. "Director Ma, this document is really important." The other party was clearly impatient. "What time is it now? Can't we talk about it tomorrow?" Director Ma's tone was irritated. Wu Jiming insisted, "I really can't wait." The other party angrily retorted, "Are you the director, or am I the director?" and then hung up the phone. A moment later, Wu Jiming gritted his teeth and dialed another number. The call was quickly answered, and he said directly, "Dean Li, this is Wu Jiming from the Research Project Review Office of Lonka University. Sorry to bother you so late." Dean Li responded calmly. "Auditor Wu, what's the matter?" Wu Jiming quickly explained the situation. Dean Li was visibly surprised after listening and immediately asked, "Where are you now?" Upon learning that he was still in his office, he immediately said, "Wait here. I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Dean Li changed into a white shirt and prepared to leave. Seeing this, his wife couldn't help but ask, "You're about to go to bed. What are you going out for?" He simply replied that there was an urgent research matter, told the other person to rest first, and then hurriedly left. Wu Jiming was anxiously waiting in his office. According to procedure, his review results should first be reported to Director Ma, who would then submit them to the research group for a decision on whether to approve the project. However, his direct contact with Dean Li, bypassing the proper channels, was a violation of regulations and could potentially lead to disciplinary action if problems arose. But the situation was urgent, and given Director Ma's usual inaction, he was worried the project would be buried, so he had no choice but to take the risk. More than 10 minutes later, Dean Li pushed open the door and, without any pleasantries, asked directly, "Where are the documents? Let me take a look." Wu Jiming stepped aside, revealing the document on the computer desktop. Dean Li put on his glasses and began to browse it. He only glanced at the first part briefly before quickly moving on to the second part, his expression gradually becoming serious. The further he read, the more astonished he became. The formulas and data were accurate to more than 10 decimal places. If they were all true, it would mean that the submitter's research in the field of controlled nuclear fusion was extremely mature, a level that was almost unimaginable. He could understand the first half, but the later parts became difficult. Dean Li looked up and asked, "What's your name?" After Wu Jiming gave his name, he asked again, "How much of the formulas at the end can you understand?" Wu Jiming admitted that he only understood about a third of them. Dean Li then pointed to one of the formulas and asked about its meaning, which Wu Jiming explained one by one. The two continued their discussion until they could no longer understand the remaining content, at which point they temporarily stopped. Dean Li was somewhat curious. "How do you know all this?" Wu Jiming explained that he had previously worked on controlled nuclear fusion research, but later switched to another position due to health reasons. Dean Li then understood and sighed, realizing that if this document had fallen into the wrong hands, it would probably have been discarded long ago. He then inquired about Director Ma's situation and, upon learning what had happened, became enraged. He immediately dialed the number, but found the phone was switched off. Wu Jiming reminded him that it was late, and only then did Dean Li realize it was past midnight. He then suppressed his emotions and decided to deal with the documents first. He pressed for the source, and Wu Jiming deduced it was likely a personal submission. This answer shocked Dean Li even more. Such a massive research achievement could possibly have come from one person. Wu Jiming then showed the email body, in which the sender made only one request: to gain admission to Longyan University of Science and Technology. This made Dean Li even more incredulous. Such an achievement would be highly sought after by any top university. After a brief moment of deliberation, Dean Li decided to conduct further verification. He contacted experts in plasma physics and magnetism, and soon a series of phone calls were made. An hour later, more than 10 top experts gathered in the research project review office. Wu Jiming had printed out the materials in advance, and although it was nearly 3 a.m., everyone remained highly focused. The experts flipped through the document page by page, growing increasingly excited with each reading. Once they had finished, Dean Li spoke up, "You're all top experts in the field. Share your judgments." Soon, someone stated, "Judging from these formulas and data, the credibility is extremely high. Even with minor errors, it's enough to propel breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion." Another magnetic materials expert also gave a positive assessment. He pointed out that the design of the tokamak magnetic confinement device in the document had no obvious problems. Compared with the current level of developed countries, the plasma temperature described in the article has reached 600 million degrees Celsius, and the output power exceeds 20 megawatts, which is a significant advancement. Everyone analyzed the proposal from their respective professional perspectives, and ultimately, about 90% of the experts agreed on its feasibility. The discussion continued until 6 a.m., when a professor specializing in superconductivity suggested using Tsinghua University's supercomputer to further verify all the formulas and data. The proposal was quickly and unanimously approved by everyone present, and they decided to use a supercomputer to verify the key data in the document. A supercomputer is far superior to an ordinary computer. Its processing speed can reach trillions of operations per second. It is primarily used for national-level scientific research and cutting-edge technology fields, and is also an important symbol of comprehensive national strength. Tsinghua University's supercomputer is one of the most advanced pieces of equipment in China. It not only undertakes scientific research tasks, but also takes on some large-scale commercial computing projects to supplement research funding. Longyan University of Science and Technology, LUST, is not far from Huaqing University, about a 20-minute drive. Dean Li quickly contacted LUS President Liu Yongxiang, and after briefly explaining the situation, the president immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. If that document is indeed valid, it means that China could save at least 10 years of research time in the field of controlled nuclear fusion, and its value is immeasurable. Time was of the essence, so Principal Liu immediately arranged for a vehicle to pick them up, and he himself rushed from his home to Tsinghua University. Even though he didn't have time for breakfast, he specially asked his assistant to buy steamed buns and soy milk on the way to help everyone replenish their energy. After all, everyone had been working all night and was already exhausted. The group arrived at the supercomputer center but were stopped at the gate. The person in charge, Wang Hongba, was not yet present, and without authorization, the security guards wouldn't allow anyone to enter. Dean Li had to contact Wang Hongba again, who said he would be arriving in another 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Principal Liu also arrived, and everyone could only wait anxiously in the lobby. The atmosphere was tense, but everyone was filled with anticipation for the upcoming verification results. Once these formulas and data were confirmed to be correct, China would take a leading position in the field of controlled nuclear fusion. Distinguished experts and professors, I brought some steamed buns and soy milk. Please have something to eat first, Principal Liu said. Everyone readily accepted the offer. After all, they had stayed up all night and were indeed starving. They quickly began eating without any airs. Taking advantage of this break, Principal Liu pulled Dean Li aside and asked in a low voice, "Such an important document. Does the other party really only want one admission qualification?" "That's right. I personally saw the original email." Dean Li nodded in confirmation. President Liu immediately began to calculate in his mind that, once verified, recruiting such talent into Lonka University would undoubtedly be a great achievement, of great significance to the future development of the university. Not long after, Wang Hongba rushed over. When he saw more than 10 top experts gathered together, he was clearly stunned, completely unexpected such a large gathering. "Experts, I'm so sorry to have kept you all waiting," he quickly apologized. "It's all right, we just had breakfast," someone replied with a smile. Principal Liu, however, didn't want to waste any more time and said directly, "Don't be so polite, just take us inside." Before entering, Wang Hongba hesitated. Regulations stipulated that only 5 people could enter the control room at a time, but he couldn't refuse any of these people. Seeing his hesitation, Principal Liu's face darkened. "Xiao Wang, do you know what project this is? You can't afford the consequences of delays. Open the door. I'll take responsibility if there are any problems." Wang Hongba could only nod in agreement and reluctantly let them pass. After changing into their dust-proof suits, everyone quickly entered the control room. Dean Li didn't say much, directly inserting the USB drive into the device, and then said, "Chief Engineer Wang, stop all currently running programs and begin calculations." "What? Shut it all down." Wang Hongba was shocked on the spot. There are national projects and several commercial projects worth hundreds of millions of yuan on the machine right now. This is no small matter. He tried to compromise. "This machine has very strong performance. I can free up 1/10 of its computing power for you to use." But the proposal was immediately rejected. Running controlled nuclear fusion data with only 1/10 of the computing power was far too inefficient and simply unacceptable. Principal Liu said in a deep voice, "Do you know what we're trying to run? Controlled nuclear fusion. Don't you understand the scale of this?" Wang Hongba's expression changed. He knew, of course, that these kinds of calculations usually took a whole day. "If we have to stop the entire project, I really can't make that decision," he replied helplessly. Principal Liu didn't press the matter further and directly called Zhou Huai to the National Institute of Controlled Nuclear Fusion to explain the situation. Upon hearing that there was new, crucial information, Zhou immediately became excited and said he would come right away. His project had been stalled for over a year without any progress. After the call ended, the news was quickly reported to the national authorities. Not long after, Wang Hongba received orders to immediately halt all projects and fully cooperate with this computational task. At 9:30 a.m., the atmosphere in the Non-Governmental Science and Technology Project Review Office of Lonka University was heavy and oppressive. Wu Jiming had stayed up all night because of Jiang Fan's report on controlled nuclear fusion, without eating or drinking a drop of water, and could only barely keep going by constantly drinking water. Before leaving, Dean Li specifically instructed him to stay close to the computer at all times. Once this information was verified, it would be classified as a top-secret national document, and there could be no leaks whatsoever. Wu Jiming understood its importance, and therefore dared not relax his vigilance in the slightest. The office starts at 9, but my colleagues are still lazy and haven't arrived yet. After a while, Xiao Lu strolled in, casually reciting a limerick to mock Wu Jiming for being punctual and hardworking, but only receiving minimum wage, his tone clearly sarcastic. It wasn't until after 10 p.m. that Director Ma finally appeared, albeit slowly. He chatted and laughed with the others, but his expression darkened when he looked at Wu Jiming. He had been simmering with anger from the frequent phone calls he received the previous night. In reality, Wu Jiming was just doing his job diligently, but Director Ma had always been used to slacking off. He had been resentful when his invitation to go out was rejected before, and this was a perfect opportunity to vent his anger and establish his authority. "Reviewer Wu, come to my office," Director Ma said coldly, turning and walking into the inner room. But Wu Jiming didn't move, still staring at the computer screen, because he had to stay with that document. After waiting for a long time without anyone coming over, Director Ma's anger intensified. He walked out and slammed his fist on the table. "Didn't you hear me calling you?" The others lowered their heads and chuckled, waiting to see what would happen. Wu Jiming calmly replied, "Director Ma, if you have something to say, say it here. I can't leave." Upon hearing this, Director Ma immediately sneered, mocking him as if he were nailed to his chair. He then seized the opportunity to accuse Wu Jiming of talking back to his superiors and being inactive, and belittled his abilities, his words becoming increasingly harsh. The surrounding colleagues felt uncomfortable, but no one said a word. After being reprimanded for over 10 minutes, Wu Jiming remained silent. He had only one thing on his mind: to protect the computer. Director Ma, somewhat surprised by his silence, had to find another reason to continue his attack. "Disrespecting your boss? You're punished by cleaning the restrooms for a week," he ordered directly. Wu Jiming knew in his heart that the other party was deliberately picking a fight, but at this moment he could only endure it, and had even prepared for the worst, to resign. "What are you all standing there for? Get going!" Just as Director Ma was shouting again, the sound of orderly footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The next moment, the office door was pushed open, and a team of heavily armed SWAT officers rushed in and subdued everyone. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and they all nervously recalled whether they had done anything wrong. Director Ma was extremely nervous. He had recently opened a bar in secret, which was illegal, but shouldn't have warranted the attention of the special police. Just as he was lost in thought, Principal Liu walked in with an officer. "That's Wu Jiming." After Principal Liu identified him, the officer asked directly, "Has anyone touched anything?" Wu Jiming immediately stood up, his tone firm. "No." "Move it." At the order, the special police quickly sealed the computer and took it away, then emptied the entire office of all its equipment. In a short while, only empty tables and chairs remained in the room. After everyone left, Director Ma still looked bewildered and couldn't help but ask, "Principal Liu, our department won't be shut down, will it?" His tone was tinged with unease. Principal Liu gave him a cold look and said directly, "The department won't be shut down. You're the one who will be shut down. From now on, Wu Jiming will be the director of the audit office, and you, get ready to be investigated." Lingzhou City, Xingfu Residential Building No. 3. The day after checking his scores, Jiang Fan only scored 300 points. His parents took time off work to stay home with him, fearing he might do something rash. But to their surprise, Jiang Fan went for a run early in the morning and ate his usual meal when he returned, showing no signs of depression. During dinner, he even told a corny joke, which was unusual for him. Although it wasn't funny, it made his parents even more worried. At that moment, he was rummaging through drawers in his room, looking for something. Li Guiqin couldn't help but whisper to her husband if their son was pretending to be relaxed but was actually feeling very uncomfortable. Jiang Jingwa sighed, saying that his son had hardly smiled during his senior year of high school, but after checking his grades, he started laughing from time to time, which was indeed unusual. Li Guiqin felt more and more distressed, feeling heartbroken that her son had studied so hard but only scored 300 points, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Jiang Jingwa quickly comforted her, telling her not to cry so that her son wouldn't see and be upset. He also told her to act relaxed. Just as they finished speaking, Jiang Fan called for someone from the living room. Jiang Jingwa responded and, before leaving, specifically reminded his wife not to show her emotions. Upon entering the living room, Jiang Jinghua saw Jiang Fan waiting for him with a game controller from their childhood. "Dad, want to play a couple of rounds?" Jiang Fan said with a smile, his tone relaxed. Jiang Jinghua was taken aback, then laughed. "What? Try to get revenge for losing to me when we were kids?" The two sat down and started playing King of Fighters. Jiang Jinghua held the controller a little awkwardly, but couldn't help but recall the days when he bought his son a game console. Back then, Jiang Fan was an excellent student and self-disciplined. He would play for a while and then go back to studying, something Jiang Jinghua had always been proud of. "You still chose Yagami?" Jiang Fan teased. "Scared now?" Jiang Jinghua replied smugly. Jiang Fan then chose the Fong Blade, and the two officially began their battle. As soon as the game started, moves clashed back and forth, and the father and son shouted out the skill names as they operated, instantly creating a lively atmosphere. The living room was filled with their laughter and shouts. Li Guiqin watched from the side, a long-lost smile appearing on her face, as if she had returned to Jiang Fan's childhood. As the battle entered its crucial stage, Jiang Jinghua unleashed his ultimate move, seemingly on the verge of victory. Jiang Fan dodged the attack with a nimble maneuver and followed up with a combo, Heavenly Dragon Fierce Fong. The screen instantly displayed KO, and Jiang Jinghua was defeated. He shouted defiantly, "I let you win. Let's play another round." Jiang Fan replied with a smile, saying that his skills had deteriorated. The two continued choosing people while bickering, the atmosphere relaxed and warm. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Fan reminded her, and Li Guiqin got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she was slightly taken aback. The person who entered was none other than Chu Ruashi. "Hello, Auntie," the girl greeted politely. Li Guiqin immediately and warmly welcomed her in, even calling her by her name correctly, which surprised Chu Ruashi. Upon entering the living room, Chu Ruashi was stunned by the scene before her. She had come to comfort Jiang Fan and had prepared many encouraging words, but instead, she saw him playing games with his father with great enthusiasm, showing no sign of sadness whatsoever. She wondered if the grades had been misremembered or if Jiang Fan had been too traumatized. She couldn't help but ask Li Guiqin about Jiang Fan's situation, but the other party just laughed and said that he played games better than his father, which left her even more speechless. Just then, the TV screen popped up with KO again, and Jiang Jinghua angrily put down the controller. "I'm not playing anymore, I lost again." Li Guiqin smiled and reminded Jiang Fan that guests had arrived. Jiang Fan then turned his head and looked at Chu Ruashi. She was wearing a white dress, with a fresh and elegant demeanor and long, fair legs. He was slightly taken aback, realizing that he hadn't really paid attention to his deskmate before. With clear eyes, delicate features, and a fair complexion tinged with a faint blush, she resembled a pristine painting, captivating the eye. Chu Ruashi felt a little embarrassed by Jiang Fan's gaze, her face flushing slightly, while he remained oblivious, his eyes still fixed on her. Li Guiqin, who was standing nearby, saw through her son's thoughts at a glance and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She quickly smoothed things over, saying, "Xiao Fan, go get some fruit for Ruashi." Jiang Fan then came to his senses and hurriedly ran into the kitchen. A moment later, he came out carrying half a large watermelon, placed it directly on the coffee table, and said somewhat nervously, Chu Ruashi, have some watermelon." Seeing this, Li Guiqin's forehead immediately creased with annoyance. This silly boy couldn't even cut a watermelon. However, mindful of the situation, she didn't point it out on the spot, only feeling helpless inwardly. The more she looked at Chu Ruashi, the more satisfied she became, even unable to resist imagining the two of them together in the future, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Jiang Fan asked, puzzled, "Mom, what's wrong?" Li Guiqin quickly waved her hand. Nothing, I'll go cut the watermelon." She then hurried into the kitchen. Jiang Fan realized his embarrassment, scratched his head, and grinned sheepishly. Chu Ruashi looked at him and couldn't help but smile, finding him rather cute. The atmosphere became somewhat quiet for a moment, and Chu Ruashi couldn't find the words of comfort she had prepared, so she changed the subject. "Jiang Fan, are you very good at playing games?" Jiang Fan answered truthfully, "I used to play with my dad when I was a kid, but I haven't touched it much in the last 10 years. I'm just relaxing today." His change surprised Chu Ruashi. Just then, Li Guiqin came out with a knife and cut the watermelon. Jiang Fan quickly handed her a slice. Chu Ruashi, have some watermelon. She thanked her softly and began to eat it in small bites. Li Guiqin was an outgoing person, and soon she was chatting with Chu Ruashi about TV dramas, clothes, and food. The atmosphere was as close as that of a mother and daughter, leaving Jiang Fan standing aside. Jiang Jinghua, watching anxiously from the side, coughed a few times to signal, but was completely ignored. Finally, he couldn't help but speak up. Guiqin, didn't you say you were going to buy clothes? Li Guiqin was taken aback at first, but after his prompting look, she realized and immediately replied. Right, I almost forgot. Ruashi, you and Xiaofan talk first, we'll go out for a bit. She even emphasized that she wouldn't be back until evening, clearly creating an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. Chu Ruashi responded politely, but still said she would leave soon. Before leaving, Li Guiqin pulled Jiang Fan aside and stuffed 1,000 yuan into his hand. Take your classmates out for a nice lunch. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Jiang Jinghua patted him on the shoulder with a meaningful expression, and the two left. But Jiang Fan completely failed to understand their intentions. In his previous life, he had devoted himself to scientific research and had never been in a relationship. Now, suddenly facing Chu Ruashi alone, he felt a little nervous, and his palms were slightly sweaty. After a brief chat, Chu Ruashi finally asked the crucial question. Jiang Fan, what are your plans next? Jiang Fan already had a target in mind, Lonka University. However, he hadn't received a reply to his submitted article yet, so he could only say, I should hear back in a couple of days. What news? Chu Ruashi asked Yi Huodi. Jiang Fan calmly replied, the news of my admission to Lonka University. Chu Ruashi was stunned on the spot and stood up in shock. Lonka University? You applied to Lonka University. She couldn't believe it. After all, his grades were far from good enough. Meanwhile, inside the control room of the Huaqing supercomputer in Kyoto, a group of top experts were intently watching the screen, which displayed 4 words, program correct. This result sent everyone's hearts racing. Zhou Huaid immediately ordered, no one is allowed to leave. Surrender all communication equipment. Anyone who disobeys will be punished for treason. No one objected. This was controlled nuclear fusion, a technology capable of changing the world. The situation was quickly reported to the government. Soon, thousands of special police officers and multiple helicopters were on standby. All participants signed confidentiality agreements, and some were even quarantined. After everything was arranged, Zhou Huaid picked up the submission materials and flipped through them. When he saw the information on the first page, his gaze sharpened slightly. Jiang Fan, male, 18 years old. A military jeep sped up in front of the Penguin headquarters building in Kyoto and came to a smooth stop. The door opened, and 2 people quickly got out and rushed into the lobby, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. They approached the reception desk, flashed their badges, and asked, This is the National Security Bureau. Where is your highest-ranking official? The receptionist's expression changed upon seeing the badges, and she immediately made a phone call, receiving a quick reply. General Manager Gao is in the General Manager's office on the 21st floor. Without further ado, the 2 men took the elevator upstairs, heading straight for their target, their actions swift and decisive. Inside the office, Gao Jiwei warmly greeted them and prepared tea, saying, Please have a seat, both of you. The other party, however, immediately showed his identification, his tone cold and firm. No need. We are from the National Security Bureau. We need your cooperation. After confirming that everything was correct, Gao Jiwei nodded. I am now the head of the group. Please speak if you have anything to say. He knew in his heart that the boss was away during this period, which was precisely his opportunity to prove himself. The other party cut to the chase. We need you to delete the data of an account, as well as all sending records. Upon hearing this, Gao Jiwei refused on the spot without hesitation. He explained that this was the company's bottom line. Deleting user data would cause the trust system to collapse and could even lead to a massive loss of users, with serious consequences. But the other party clearly had no intention of negotiating. One of them slammed his hand on the table and said coldly, This isn't a discussion, it's a notification. The atmosphere instantly tensed, but Gao Jiwei remained steadfast in his principles, his attitude unyielding. Deleting the data is absolutely impossible. Please leave. The other person had already dialed a number and then sat quietly on the sofa, seemingly waiting for the outcome. Less than 2 minutes later, Gao Jiwei's phone rang. It was his boss, General Manager Ma. As soon as he answered, he was met with a barrage of angry words, the tone extremely harsh. Do you want to ruin the company? Cooperate with me, or you'll face the consequences. After the call ended, Gao Jiwei's face changed drastically, and he dared not say another word. He immediately led the two to the database department, his tone becoming respectful. Gentlemen, what data do you need processed? The contrast in his attitude was striking. The other party reported the information. Lingzhou City, Jiangfan, 18 years old. The technicians quickly retrieved the data, soon identified the target, and confirmed that the email was only sent to Lonka University. After confirming the scope, the security personnel ordered, delete all his data, including all associated records. Within 2 minutes, Jiangfan's email account was completely wiped clean. Afterward, the two left. Gao Jiwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. If he had persisted any longer, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was equally tense in the president's office at Kyoto Ryuko University. President Liu kept urging, an admission letter, why isn't it ready yet? The director of the admissions office looked helpless, explaining that it was being produced separately and needed time. But in just over 10 minutes, he had been urged more than 10 times and was starting to feel overwhelmed. Principal Liu was extremely anxious because top universities like Tsinghua and Peking University had already received the news and might try to poach him at any moment. He had to be the first to act. He turned to Dean Li to inquire about the helicopter arrangements and learned that it would depart in an hour. He felt slightly relieved but still emphasized, this time, no matter what, we must get Jiangfan. Everyone was thrilled. This wasn't just about recruiting a student. It could potentially change the school's future resources and standing. Someone suggested asking Elder Long to oversee the process to increase the chances of success. Principal Liu pondered for a moment, about to make a call, when the office door was suddenly pushed open. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face walked in, exuding an imposing aura. Xiao Liu, why didn't you tell me about such a promising talent? Old Master Long questioned him bluntly. Principal Liu quickly stepped forward, smiling and explaining, I was just about to contact you. Old Master Long waved his hand. Enough talk, bring me the information. His attitude was decisive and straightforward, without a trace of politeness. Principal Liu immediately handed over the materials. Elder Long glanced through a few pages, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, and immediately concluded, not bad. I'll take this kid. Upon hearing this, Principal Liu breathed a sigh of relief. With Elder Long personally involved, Lonka University had gained a decisive advantage in this competition for talent. At midday in summer, the scorching sun beat down relentlessly, baking the earth and making the entire city of Lingzhou feel like it was in a sauna. The streets were almost deserted, with only the occasional stray cat hurrying by, merely seeking shade from the heat. At the mall entrance, a girl in a white dress frowned as she looked at the blazing sun outside. With such a scorching sun, I'm sure I'll get sunburned when I get back. Jiangfan, who was also driven back by the heat, said, Chu Ruashi, let's wait until it cools down a bit before we go. She nodded in agreement, and the two retreated back into the mall. As soon as she entered, Chu Ruashi said with some dissatisfaction, just call me Chu Ruashi or Ruashi, don't always add classmate, it's too formal. Jiangfan hesitated for a moment, but still insisted, I'll still call you Chu Ruashi, classmate. I can't bring myself to call you anything else. She waved her hand helplessly. Fine, whatever you say. This shopping mall is a complex. The first floor sells jewelry and cosmetics, the second floor sells clothing, and the third floor has restaurants and entertainment. The two had originally planned to go home after finishing their meal, but were trapped by the scorching sun and had to change their plans at the last minute. Chu Ruashi suggested, since we have nothing else to do, let's go play on the third floor. Jiangfan nodded in agreement. He still had more than 900 yuan in his pocket, which was funding given to him by his parents. Thinking of his father's words, you must spend it all, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The two took the elevator to the third floor, and as soon as they stepped out, they were surrounded by the sounds of the arcade. Chu Ruashi's eyes lit up, and she excitedly ran inside. Jiangfan, come quick, let's play this. Jiangfan responded and went to exchange 200 yuan for game tokens. So much. You're going to spend a lot today, Chu Ruashi said with a smile. Jiangfan replied seriously. It's nothing, my mom gave me the funds. She wanted to ask more, but he quickly changed the subject and brought over the game coins. The two started by playing a two-player shooting game. Churuashi excitedly fired her gun, shouting, "Follow me and shoot." Jiang Fan calmly aimed, and almost every shot was a precise headshot, taking down the monsters one by one. "Wow, I hit so many," Churuashi boasted happily, unaware that most of the shots were Jiang Fan's. Jiang Fan didn't expose her, just watch her laugh happily. After playing a few rounds, she ran to the basketball shooting machine. "This is my best shot. I'm a sharpshooter." At first, she made several baskets in a row and was very proud of herself, but when she got to the second level, the basket started to move and she made frequent mistakes. She pouted and was a little unconvinced. Jiang Fan took the basketball and said, "Let me try." He casually tossed it, and the ball swished through the net. Churuashi exclaimed in surprise, "You're amazing." Jiang Fan said seriously, "The basket moves in a predictable pattern. If you shoot the moment it changes direction, your accuracy will be higher." Churuashi was skeptical, but she tried his method and made the shot on her first try. Goal! She instantly became excited, and then made several more shots, almost all of them, advancing directly to the third round. Overjoyed, she hugged Jiang Fan tightly. "You're amazing." Jiang Fan was startled by the sudden hug and froze on the spot, not even knowing where to put his hands. After regaining her senses, Churuashi's face flushed instantly. She quickly let go of Jiang Fan, took 2 steps back, and said somewhat flusteredly, "Jiang Fan, I'm sorry, I was too excited just now." It turned out that she had a habit since she was a child of hugging people when she was happy, and she hadn't been able to control herself just now. Jiang Fan remained rooted to the spot, completely bewildered by the first time a girl had hugged him like this. Seeing his delayed reaction, Churuashi gently touched his arm. "Are you all right?" Jiang Fan finally snapped out his daze, his face flushing red. The fleeting touch made Jiang Fan's heart race, and he even felt a little flustered. Churuashi, seeing his blushing face, couldn't help but secretly smile. She hadn't expected him to be so easily embarrassed. The atmosphere between them became slightly more subtle as a result. Afterwards, the two played all their game tokens before leaving the arcade. Churuashi walked ahead, and Jiang Fan followed behind, unable to resist secretly watching her back. Her long hair swayed gently with her steps, making Jiang Fan momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, Churuashi turned around, and their eyes met. Jiang Fan quickly looked away. She glanced at him, then smiled and walked up to him. "Tell me honestly, were you peeking at me just now?" Caught off guard, Jiang Fan quickly explained, I was looking at the movie theater in front." This lame excuse immediately made Churuashi laugh. The movie theater was clearly on the side, but he insisted it was in front. "How about we go see a movie?" Churuashi suggested. Jiang Fan immediately agreed, and the two quickly went into the theater and chose a campus romance film. "You are the apple of my eye." When Jiang Fan returned with the tickets, Churuashi asked with some confusion, "Just tickets?" He nodded seriously, and she couldn't help but smile and remind him, "You need popcorn to watch a movie." Jiang Fan then realized and quickly went to buy more. When he returned, he brought not only a large bucket of popcorn, but also drinks. Upon entering, they found the audience small and the surroundings quiet. With nowhere to put the popcorn, Jiang Fan had to keep holding it, while Churuashi occasionally reached out to grab some. The movie was lighthearted and tinged with the sweet scent of first love. Churuashi watched it intently, often laughing. Jiang Fan, however, was somewhat distracted, constantly using the excuse of eating popcorn to steal glances at her, a tactic he himself couldn't understand. Before long, the whole bucket of popcorn was gone, most of it eaten by Jiang Fan to cover up his peeking. "It's all gone. Jujusi Wheatspa." Jiang Fan immediately got up and ran out again. A moment later, he returned carrying 2 large buckets of popcorn. Churuashi asked in surprise, "Weren't we not allowed to go in?" Jiang Fan calmly replied, "I bought another ticket." "You're awesome." She immediately gave him a thumbs up. Jiang Fan thought they would each have their own bucket, but he ended up putting the popcorn in the middle to eat together. Before long, he had almost finished both buckets of popcorn. Just as he was about to go buy more, Churuashi quickly stopped him. "It's almost over, don't go." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Fan couldn't help but let out a burp and could only awkwardly explain that he had drunk too much beverage. In reality, he was already stuffed. He had eaten more than half of the 3 buckets of popcorn by himself. The rest of the movie ended amidst Jiang Fan's intermittent hiccups. Ruashi, however, felt a pang of disappointment after watching. Why didn't the male lead when the female lead back? Jiang Fan was momentarily speechless because he hadn't paid attention to the plot at all. If I were in a relationship, I wouldn't break up for any reason, Ruashi said softly. When the two walked out of the mall, it was already 5 in the afternoon. The sunlight had softened, and she stretched, looking exceptionally relaxed. Along the way, Ruashi did most of the talking, with Jiang Fan occasionally responding. He wasn't quite used to chatting with girls. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the school gate. Why don't we go in and take a look around? We might not have time to come back after we go to university, Ruashi suggested. Jiang Fan nodded, but suddenly remembered the email he had sent to Lonka University, so he took out his phone to check it. When Jiang Fan tried to log into his email, the page displayed that the account did not exist. He thought he had entered it incorrectly and tried again, but the result was the same. Jiang Fan stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowed, and his heart sank. Jiang Fan never expected that the controlled nuclear fusion data he sent to Lonka University's email address had been classified as a top-secret national secret, and his email account had been directly deleted without his knowledge. He stared at his phone, his brow furrowed. Ruashi noticed this and felt a little puzzled. Just moments ago, the two of them were perfectly fine, but then Jiang Fan suddenly became downcast. She couldn't help but ask him about it, but he only gave a curt reply, saying it was nothing. Jiang Fan figured that a platform as large as Tencent Mail wouldn't be easily hacked. It was probably just system maintenance or an upgrade. He planned to check again later, and if all else failed, contact customer service to confirm the situation. Ruashi mistakenly thought he was being nostalgic, since school might be a place Jiang Fan didn't want to remember. After a year of hard work, only scoring 300 points was something no one wanted to relive. So she softly suggested they leave. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fan smiled and insisted on walking a little further, saying that he might not have the chance to come back again. Ruashi asked him about his condition with some concern, but he said he was fine and even glanced into her clear eyes. That one glance left Jiang Fan momentarily stunned. He had always been engrossed in his studies and had never paid much attention to girls before, but now he realized that Ruashi was actually so beautiful that it made his heart flutter. Seeing that Jiang Fan had returned to normal, the two continued their slow walk on campus. Ruashi took a deep breath, looking at the familiar campus, and couldn't help but sigh. The pressure of senior year was so great, but now that it was over, she felt a little reluctant to leave. Jiang Fan followed her gaze and saw sunlight filtering through the leaves on the tree-lined avenue, creating a play of light and shadow like a flowing galaxy. He suddenly realized that a school campus could be so beautiful, just like the people around him. The two walked side by side, their shadows stretched long and gradually overlapped. A sweet feeling welled up in Ruashi's heart, but it was quickly washed away by reality. She knew that the 300-point difference was destined to lead them down different paths in life. Thinking of this, Ruashi suddenly turned around and suggested with a smile, "Jiang Fan, why don't you repeat a year?" She even joked that maybe Jiang Fan could get into Tsinghua University and then become her junior. Jiang Fan remained silent after hearing this. He had never considered repeating a year of high school. Time was too precious for him. He was more concerned with completing the system's mission, getting admitted to Lonka University, and opening up new paths with controlled nuclear fusion. He knew very well that a year was enough time to change many things, and might even allow the technology to truly be implemented. Therefore, Jiang Fan quickly gave his answer. "I don't plan to repeat a year." These words made Ruashi's heart sink, as if the distance between them that had just been closed had been widened again in an instant. She understood that if Jiang Fan didn't repeat a year of high school, they would almost certainly never cross paths again in the future. Just as the atmosphere was getting a little somber, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Class teacher Ms. Wang walked over with several students, and upon seeing Ruashi, immediately greeted her with a smile and inquired about her acceptance letter. Upon learning that Huaqing University had already sent out the acceptance letter, Teacher Wang was beaming with pride, praising Ruashi repeatedly and saying that she was also benefiting from it. The surrounding classmates looked at Ruashi with envy. Ruashi responded modestly, attributing the credit to the teacher, which made Teacher Wang even happier. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the students nearby also came forward to greet her, creating a lively atmosphere. At this moment, Someone noticed Jiang Fan and recognized him in surprise. Everyone then realized that he was completely different from before. He was clean-cut, sharp, and even somewhat handsome. However, Teacher Wang didn't pay much attention. He just said a few words as a formality, advising Jiang Fan to find a vocational school to learn a trade so that he could have a foothold in society in the future. As soon as he said this, several classmates next to him couldn't help but laugh and even joked that Lanxiang Vocational School was good and that you could earn several thousand a month learning to operate an excavator. The group got more and more excited as they talked, their laughter rising and falling, clearly making fun of Jiang Fan. Hearing her classmates continue to mock Jiang Fan, Churuashi's face immediately turned cold, and she directly called out Lu Ji. You usually get over 600 on mock exams. How come you only got 498 on the actual college entrance exam? Lu Ji, who had been smiling, froze on the spot. This lapse in performance was already a sore point for him, and now that it had been exposed in public, his face turned ugly, and he could only offer a weak explanation. I didn't perform well. His classmate next to him tried to smooth things over. No matter what, it's close to 500 points, which is 200 points higher than Jiang Fan's. After hearing this, Lu Ji's expression softened a little, and he even regained some confidence. Churuashi, however, had no intention of letting him off so easily. Her tone was sarcastic. You were number 1 at the beginning of your senior year, right? After a year, you got 498, and I got 708. There's a difference of 210 points between us. How many people are in between? How come you're getting worse as you study? These words were like daggers to Lu Ji's heart, his face flushing red and then turning pale, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Churuashi, seeing his reaction, felt a surge of satisfaction. Jiang Fan was also somewhat surprised. Such sharp words coming from Churuashi were completely different from her usual image. He understood she was standing up for him and couldn't help but want to laugh. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Teacher Wang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Lu Ji is planning to repeat a year. As long as he adjusts his mindset, scoring 700 points next year shouldn't be a problem. Lu Ji immediately nodded. I'll definitely get first place in the whole school. After a brief reassurance, Churuashi, too lazy to look at them anymore, turned and said something to the teacher before pulling Jiang Fan away. This action stunned everyone present. They exchanged bewildered glances, the same thought simultaneously popping into their minds. Could they be dating? But then they reconsidered, thinking it unlikely. One was a campus beauty and academic star admitted to Tsinghua University, while the other was Jiang Fan, whose grades were at the bottom of the class. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. But Churuashi's protectiveness just now didn't seem like that of ordinary classmates. Some people whispered, impossible. How could Churuashi be interested in him? Others guessed, she's kind-hearted. Maybe she just feels sorry for Jiang Fan. As Mr. Wang listened to everyone's analysis, his expression became somewhat complicated. Although Churuashi had already graduated, she was his most prized student, and he didn't want her to go astray, so he decided to tell her parents about it. Meanwhile, Xingfu residential area was suddenly locked down, allowing entry but not exit. The gatekeeper was gone, replaced by heavily armed special police. Everyone entering and leaving had to undergo strict identity checks. The residents had never seen anything like it, and rumors swirled among them. Some speculated that they were arresting terrorists, while others said that a high-ranking person had been exposed. Soon, everyone knew the focus was on Building 3, but no one knew the specifics. Special police officers were stationed all over the building, and residents were even restricted from leaving their homes. Residents of nearby buildings peered out of their windows to observe and continuously reported in real time in the residents' group chat. Within a short period, the message had reached tens of thousands of posts. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, having spent the day shopping, were hurrying home. They were exhausted from buying a ton of clothes, and their phones kept ringing, but they didn't bother checking them. When they reached the entrance to their residential compound and saw a row of armed special police officers, they froze. Li Guiqin even hesitated to go any further. At that moment, Mr. Zhang, the property manager, recognized them and immediately said to the police officer beside him, "It's them, Jiang Fan's parents." Before he finished speaking, several SWAT officers quickly surrounded them. The couple exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking to the bottom. Their first thought was that something had happened to their son. The officer walked straight up to Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, saluted them, and then asked, "Your son is Jiang Fan, right?" The two nodded quickly. but their expressions were clearly tense. Jiang Jinghua cautiously pressed, "Sir, has something happened to Xiao Fan?" The officer paused for a moment, realizing they had misunderstood, but didn't explain further, only saying, "Please come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, several special police officers stood on either side of the two men. This formation made Jiang Jinghua even more uneasy. He and his wife exchanged a glance, their faces filled with undisguised worry. But no matter what happened, Jiang Jinghua had made up his mind that even if something really happened, he would protect his son. He held his wife's slightly trembling hand and followed the officer into the residential area. Meanwhile, a group of people had already gathered downstairs at Building 3. Old Long spotted a familiar face at a glance and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, you're here too?" Xiao Shan laughed and tried to smooth things over. "I'm here on behalf of Hua Qing to have a chat with Jiang Fan." Old Long, however, was blunt and said, "If I hadn't come, you probably would have intercepted him." Both were top academicians with extremely high status and didn't mince words. Seeing this, Xiao Shan stopped beating around the bush and directly challenged them. "Elder Long, you want to take him as your student, right?" Xiao Shan asked directly. Elder Long didn't deny it. "So what if I am?" The atmosphere immediately became tense. Xiao Shan tried to outdo his opponent in terms of stamina. "You're too old. Why don't you let me have it?" Upon hearing this, Old Long immediately retorted, "Stamina? I can run a 42-kilometer marathon." Xiao Shan was taken aback and could only try a different approach. "How about we have a swimming contest?" Old Long immediately retorted, "Stop talking nonsense. Everyone knows I can't swim." The two argued more and more fiercely, their faces red and necks thick, neither willing to back down. The other university representatives nearby watched in stunned silence, unable to get a word in edgewise. A representative from Peking University couldn't help but advise, why not wait for Jiang Fan to choose himself? But Professor Long retorted with a single sentence, "You want to compete too? Think it over first." The man was speechless and could only step aside. Representatives from other universities also realized that they had virtually no chance of participating in this competition. However, seeing the two bigwigs arguing so fiercely, some people felt a glimmer of hope, thinking that perhaps there was still a chance to snag a bargain. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, the officer arrived with Jiang Fan's parents. Old Long, quick-witted and agile, immediately stepped forward and grasped Jiang Jinghua's hand. "You must be Jiang Fan's father? I'm Long Jinghua, from Long University of Science and Technology." Jiang Jinghua looked blank, and just as he nodded in response, the weight of that name suddenly came to mind. Long Jinghua, a top academician of Long University of Science and Technology, and a recipient of a National Lifetime Achievement Award. Jiang Jinghua had seen him on television before, but now he was standing in front of him in person, holding his hand. Before Jiang Jinghua could recover, his other hand was grasped. "Hello, I'm Xiao Shan from Hua Qing." At this moment, Jiang Jinghua was completely stunned. Two national-level figures simultaneously grabbing his hand left him bewildered, even wondering if he was dreaming. Upon seeing this, Elder Long immediately objected. "I shook hands first." "What are you grabbing?" Xiao Shan retorted. "Each of us has one hand. How can you grab me?" Just as the two were about to start arguing again, the officer spoke up in time. "Elder Long, Elder Xiao, let's get down to business first." The two then stopped, but their eyes remained fixed on Jiang Jinghua. Afterwards, the officer led Jiang Fan's parents upstairs, while Elder Long and Xiao Shan followed closely behind, not leaving their side for a moment, afraid that the other side would beat them to it. The representatives from other universities could only sigh helplessly at this scene. They had originally wanted to compete, but now they didn't even have a chance to speak to Jiang Fan's parents. As soon as Jiang Jinghua opened the door, an officer led several special police officers inside, while the rest of the personnel stood guard outside, and no one dared to cross the line. They all knew that Jiang Fan's research was a state secret, accessible only to authorized personnel, and that others must be strictly isolated. A short while later, a SWAT officer emerged from the room carrying a laptop, escorted by armed guards. Inside, the others used equipment to carefully scan all the items, ensuring nothing was missed. Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin were completely bewildered by the entire process, but dared not ask any questions. Only after the inspection was over did the officer speak. "Mr. Jiang, please rest assured the items taken away will be compensated." Jiang Jinghua waved his hand, not caring about any of that. He just wanted to find out what had happened to his son, but the other party never gave a direct answer. The officer then took out a satellite phone to report the situation. Minister Zhou, the relevant items have been retrieved, but Jiang Fan is not at home. After a brief report, he hung up the phone. He turned to look at Jiang Jinghua. Mr. Jiang, where is Jiang Fan now? Jiang Jinghua shook his head. I don't know either. Then please contact him now, the officer said calmly. Jiang Jinghua couldn't help but press. Could you tell me what exactly happened to Xiao Fan? The officer paused briefly before saying, he invented a solar photovoltaic material, but I can't disclose any other details. This was just a unified statement to cover up the real secrets. In fact, Jiang Fan submitted key data on controlled nuclear fusion, which, once made public, would inevitably cause a global uproar and might even bring danger. This statement is actually protecting him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinghua suddenly understood, and all the previous commotion became clear. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, even conjuring up the possibility that Longtech University and Tsinghua University might specially recruit his son. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Fan's number, afraid of missing the opportunity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Fan was being pulled forward by Churuashi, his face flushed red. Churuashi only let go of his hand when they reached the corner, still fuming, and said, "Those people are too snobbish. I have to teach them a lesson next time." She turned her head and saw that Jiang Fan's face was red. "Why is your face so red?" Churuashi asked, puzzled. Jiang Fan quickly explained, "It's too hot." She didn't think much of it and prepared to continue walking. But Jiang Fan's heart was in turmoil. This was the first time a girl had held his hand, and the touch made his heart race, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Just as Jiang Fan was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was his father calling. "Xiao Fan, where are you?" The tone on the other end of the line was clearly excited. "I'm at school with Churuashi," Jiang Fan said, sounding a little nervous as he mentioned her name. Just then, another deep voice came through the phone. "Hello, Jiang Fan. We have received your email. Is now a convenient time to talk?" The other party's serious tone immediately made Jiang Fan realize the importance of the matter. Jiang Fan glanced at Churuashi, who was playing not far away, and said in a low voice, "It's convenient." A few seconds later, she moved to a quiet environment and briefly explained the key points. There are only a few key points. The email content must be kept confidential, and the official explanation should be that it's about solar energy materials. He should not leave the school for the time being, as someone will come to pick him up soon. After the call ended, Jiang Fan wasn't surprised. He knew the significance of that data. It was a state secret, and this handling was entirely expected. This actually relieved Jiang Fan. With the government's intervention, his admission to a top university was practically guaranteed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. "What are you grinning about? Come help me catch this butterfly." Churuashi called out. Jiang Fan responded and followed her as they chased after the fluttering white butterfly. The butterfly fluttered lightly in the sunlight, its wings as translucent as gauze, adorned with delicate patterns. The two chased it for a long time, but always fell just short. Just as the two were about to give up, a butterfly landed on a roadside flower. Churuashi immediately signaled Jiang Fan to be quiet, tiptoed closer, and suddenly grabbed it, but missed again. "Oh dear, so close," she pouted, somewhat unwilling, and could only watch the butterfly fly into the sky, shimmering with golden light in the sunlight. Just then, the sound of a helicopter propeller came from afar. Churuashi looked up and excitedly shouted, "Jiang Fan, look, there's a helicopter. I really want to try riding in one." Main characters: Jiang Fan, Churuashi. Synopsis: a patriotic science fiction. To gain admission to Dragon Science and Technology University, Jiang Fan submitted a portion of the formulas and data related to controlled nuclear fusion. The result was a sensation among the nation's top experts. Copyright information. The digital rights to this book are provided and authorized for distribution by Alibaba Literature. If you have any questions, please let us know through my feedback. Text. Chapter 1. The Abnormal Score Control. Late spring to early summer. The weather is starting to get hot and dry. In a classroom of class 3 to 6 at Lingzhou No. 1 Middle School, a middle-aged man wearing glasses holds the results of the city's third mock exam. The results of this mock exam are crucial. They can almost determine the results of the college entrance exam 20 days from now. The students all stared at the teacher with tense expressions. Churuashi scored 710 points, ranking first in the entire school. Wow! The students exclaimed in surprise and envy. Zhang Sanfeng's total score is 673 points. Lu Yihong. Zhang Fan scored 300 points, ranking last in the entire school. When all the students heard Zhang Fan's score, they burst into laughter, and many began to discuss it. Zhang Fan is probably the hardest working student in our class, but he always comes in last place. Even our class's sleeping king scores higher than him. Brains are such a wonderful thing. Yes, the total score is 750, and he only scored 300. Our school is a key high school, and he really disgraced our school. Hearing these comments, the teacher on the podium shook his head helplessly, but Zhang Fan's lips curled up, and at the same time, a voice rang in his mind. Ding! The tester has completed the 8th score control test. Completing the final test will activate the technology system. If the test fails, the system will disappear automatically. That's right, Zhang Fan is a reincarnated person, reborn into a parallel world when he was 17 years old and in his 2nd year of high school. At the same time, an inactive technological system appeared in my mind. In his previous life, Zhang Fan was a researcher. He learned from the system's introduction that the system contained the scientific and technological advancements of his planet within the last 500 years. As a researcher, he was well aware of what it would mean to acquire these technologies. However, in order to possess the system, one must complete the system's test tasks. The task seems simple at first glance, but it is actually very demanding. The task is to complete 9 consecutive exams during high school with a total score of only 300 points in order to activate the system. Many students might say, getting 300 points on a test is easy, isn't it? Scoring over 300 points is indeed easy, but if you can only score 300 points every time, not a point more or less, and this happens 9 times in a row, and if your total score is not 300 points even once, you have to recalculate, then the difficulty is self-evident. Zhang Fan, who was a top science student in his previous life, thought that there would be no difficulty at all, but he still overestimated his level. At the beginning of the exam, the total score will always be 1 or 2 points more, or 1 or 2 points less. Later, through his tireless efforts day and night, reviewing all the high school knowledge points, he gradually stabilized his total score at 300 points. He has now scored 300 points 8 times in a row, and only 1 more time is needed to activate the technology system. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. With only 20 days until the college entrance examination, and 1 more exam in between, this will be his last chance. But Zhang Fan's excitement lasted less than a minute before he heard the homeroom teacher on the podium say something. The college entrance examination is in 20 days, but according to the decision of the Municipal Education Bureau, the exam in 10 days is canceled. Zhang Fan's smiling expression froze. He stood there dumbfounded for several minutes before he came to his senses. He couldn't accept the fact that he had been tormented by the system for a whole year, studying day and night. With only 1 final exam left to successfully activate the system, the teacher told him that the final exam was canceled. No one can accept this. Smack! Zhang Fan stood up excitedly, knocking over his chair in the process. The exam cannot be canceled. His hands trembled as he shouted at his homeroom teacher, his breath coming in gasps from the excitement. The teacher was taken aback by Zhang Fan's sudden action, and then said sarcastically, "What? With a score of 300, do you need to take another exam to prove your intelligence?" The students laughed as if they were looking at an idiot. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Fan remained incoherent and irrational. How can the Education Bureau not keep its word? No, there must be an exam. The teacher and classmates all looked at Zhang Fan strangely. "Zhang Fan, what's wrong with you? As the last-ranked student in the whole school, who gives you the right to speak?" Zhang Fan was filled with resentment. He was only 1 exam away from activating the system, which contained the science and technology of the next 500 years. 500 years of science and technology. For a researcher, this means that he can develop many cutting-edge technologies. Zhang Fan believed that as long as he obtained the system, he could single-handedly drive the technological progress of the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world. Today, China's advanced technology is constantly constrained by the United States. As a patriotic researcher, Zhang Fan wants to break this predicament. He once fantasized that after activating the system, he could bring the scientific researchers from this dragon kingdom to develop superpowered chips, control nuclear fusion, mechs, aircraft carriers, spaceships, or even more advanced technologies like space elevators and time machines. However, all of this was about to be ruined by an exam that the Education Bureau suddenly abandoned, which he found unacceptable. Seeing Jiang Fan's furrowed brows and bloodshot eyes, the homeroom teacher immediately became angry and shouted loudly, "Jiang Fan, sit down." Jiang Fan roared wildly at this moment. "Your decision will destroy the entire technology of the Dragon Kingdom and forever subject the Dragon Kingdom to the control of the United States." The classmate sitting next to Jiang Fan moved away in fear. Everyone thought Jiang Fan had gone mad. He couldn't accept that despite studying like crazy for a year, he always ended up last in his class. Anyone who studies so hard every day and still doesn't improve their grades would probably feel devastated. His classmates looked at him with pity and sighed helplessly. The homeroom teacher immediately called Jiang Fan's parents. After venting his frustrations, Jiang Fan noticed that his classmates were all looking at him strangely. Knowing that he was powerless to change the reality, he could only sit there blankly. Churuashi turned around and looked at the boy who was 100 times more hardworking than her. She felt that there was something different about him. She was always curious about Jiang Fan. He never interacted with any classmates, never listened to the teacher's lectures, and only read his own books. Once, Churuashi secretly picked up a math test paper that Jiang Fan had done from trash can. The big questions on it had no steps, only the answers. Through calculation, she discovered that all the answers to the major questions were correct. Moreover, even the final bonus question was answered correctly. This made her start paying attention to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's parents arrived at the school quickly and took him back. When he left, his eyes were vacant, as if he had truly gone mad. Only he himself knew that he had lost all hope. In his previous life, Jiang Fan spent 5 years researching nanomaterials after graduation. The country invested 3 billion yuan annually, but due to many technological limitations, they did not achieve any major breakthroughs. Therefore, he was well aware that developing a new technology would require a great deal of manpower, resources, and financial investment. If he possessed the technological system, he would change everything. Chapter 2. The school beauty comes to the door. 2 days later, on Sunday morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the weather was fine and breezy. A middle-aged woman carrying a vegetable basket walked into an old residential area. The buildings here were all 5-story low buildings, and they were still brick and tile structures. The walls were covered with moss and ivy. The woman passed a pavilion where many people were sitting and enjoying the cool air since it was a day off work. "Guichin's back from grocery shopping," someone called out. "Kindness." The woman nodded, managing a weak smile. She then entered the stairwell of Building 3. Under the pavilion, a man asked curiously, "Hey, the sun must have risen in the west." She's usually the one who loves to joke around, but she's not saying a word today. "You don't know yet, do you? Her son has gone mad. Crazy." Some curious people quickly moved closer to the person speaking. Just 2 days ago, her son Jiang Fan got the lowest score in the whole school. He couldn't accept it and went crazy. No way. Everyone knows Jiang Fan. He's been smart, well-behaved, and academically excellent since he was little. We even call him a child prodigy. How could he get the lowest score? This is what they call a child prodigy who failed to reach his full potential. Oh, how pitiful. A middle-aged woman looked regretful, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. What goes around comes around. At Jiang Fan's home, Li Guichin put down the vegetable basket in her hand, knocked on Jiang Fan's door, and said, "Son, get up and eat something. Don't think so much. It's just an exam. At worst, we won't go to school anymore. Your dad and I can still support you for the rest of your life." Jiang Fan has been lying in bed for 2 days. No matter what his parents say, he won't say a word or eat. Seeing that her son still didn't speak, Li Guichin had no choice but to give up. She sat in the living room, looking at the wall covered with certificates of merit, and couldn't help but secretly wipe away her tears. Her son had always been her pride and joy. He was smart, obedient, and consistently ranked at the top of his class. But for some reason, he changed completely when he entered his senior year of high school. He never interacted with his classmates, and even when he did, it was only for necessary communication in daily life. He never said a word more than necessary. and he used all the time he saved to read and study. He studied 100 times harder than before, but his grades went from being among the top in the school to being among the bottom few, consistently scoring around 300 points. Seeing her son working so hard, Li Guichin didn't say anything, afraid that he would be under too much pressure. Just as she was reminiscing about the past, a knock on the door interrupted her. Jiang Fan's dad should be at work during this time. He shouldn't be back, right? Li Guichin was a little confused. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, got up, and opened the door. Upon opening the door, Li Guichin was surprised to see a graceful girl standing there with delicate features. With her exquisite eyebrows and eyes like autumn water, delicate nose and jade lips, slender waist and long, jade-like legs, she was simply like a fairy. "Hello, Annie. I'm Chu Ruashi, a classmate of Jiang Fan. Is he home?" Li Guichin only realized what was happening when she heard the girl's voice. "I'm home. Please come in." Li Guichin invited Chu Ruashi into the living room. "Go and call Jiang Fan yourself. Maybe if they talk to each other, your son will feel better. Son, your classmate Chu Ruashi has come to see you." Li Guichin tried to say nice things for a long time, but there was still no response from inside. "What?" She sighed and shook her head helplessly at Chu Ruashi, who was sitting on the sofa. "Child, I'm so sorry. This exam has been a huge blow to Xiao Fan. He's been bedridden for 2 days, and you've made a wasted trip. But thank you for coming to see him anyway. Annie, may I speak with Jiang Fan for a few minutes?" Chu Ruashi asked. "Of course, but—" "It's okay. I'll talk to him at his door." "Thank you, child." Chu Ruashi arrived at Jiang Fan's room and spoke through the crack in the door. "Jiang Fan, hello, I am Chu Ruashi. You may not know me, but that's okay. What I really want to say is that you are not the stupid person your classmates talk about. On the contrary, you are a very smart person. Although I don't know why you're like this, I hope you can pull yourself together. High school isn't over yet. The college entrance exam is part of high school. I hope you can take the exam and show those who look down on you." Jiang Fan suddenly sat up in bed with a start. "Yes, the college entrance examination is also part of high school education. It is also an exam. If I can also achieve a score of 300 in the college entrance examination, wouldn't that be equivalent to completing the system test and activating the system?" He excitedly called out to the system in his mind. "System, are you there? Ding, I'm here. Can the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, be used as a test?" "Ding, of course." "Marvelous. There's always a way out." Jiang Fan was so excited that he danced around, and then he jumped off the bed. He opened the door and grabbed Chu Ruashi's hand. "Thank you, classmate. You saved the Dragon Kingdom and its future. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I express my deepest gratitude to you." Chu Ruashi was stunned by Jiang Fan's sudden appearance. Had Jiang Fan really gone mad? When she realized what was happening, she found that Jiang Fan was still holding her hand, so she quickly pulled it back, her face turning red. As the school beauty of Lingzhou No. 1 Middle School, she had never been held hand by any other male classmate like this before. Seeing Chu Ruashi's unusual behavior, Jiang Fan immediately realized that he had been too impulsive just now and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Chu. I was too excited just now. The information you just shared was very important to me. Thank you so much." "No, it's okay. I'm glad you can get back on your feet." Chu Ruashi still sounded somewhat unnatural when she spoke. "Don't worry, Chu. I won't let you down," Jiang Fan said earnestly. Seeing the determination in Jiang Fan's eyes, Chu Ruashi felt a surge of anticipation, believing that he would achieve remarkable results in the college entrance examination. "Yes, I believe in you. You will definitely impress them." Jiang Fan nodded heavily. Back to school, Jiang Fan studied even harder. However, this time when he returned to school, he was no longer fighting alone. Chu Ruashi took the initiative to ask the teacher to let her sit next to Jiang Fan. From then on, no matter how late Jiang Fan studied at school, the strong-willed Chu Ruashi would always stay with him. She always held a belief in her heart. If Jiang Fan could do it, so could she. Thus, No. 1 High School gained another study fanatic, and this person was also the school beauty. Time flies, and years pass quickly. The National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, has arrived as scheduled. All the senior high school students are eager to show their skills in the college entrance examination. When the last exam ended, everyone felt a great sense of relief. The moment they rushed out of the examination room, some jumped, some did somersaults, and everyone's face was beaming with smiles. However, a very small number of students did not perform well and looked very sad. Jiang Fan emerged alongside the rest of the examinees. His eyebrows were relaxed, and his expression was natural and at ease, a stark contrast to his previous self, who only knew how to study hard every day. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Hi, Jiang, how did the exam go?" Jiang Fan turned around and saw that it was Chu Ruoshi. Then he smiled brightly. "Perfect." Chu Ruoshi blushed slightly when she saw Jiang Fan suddenly smile at her. "How did your exam go?" Jiang Fan asked. "Getting 700 points shouldn't be a problem." Chapter 3. Checking Scores. The sun and the moon flow like each other. The dusk goes, and the morning comes. Time flew by, and the day the results were released arrived. At noon, many people excitedly waited by their computers to check their scores as soon as possible. Jiang Fan was equally excited. Although he was very confident, he was not immune to the possibility that the examiners might make mistakes. Time passed second by second. Jiang Fan sat in front of the computer with his parents standing on either side of him. They were equally nervous, glancing at the clock beside them every now and then, hoping their son would achieve the desired results in his exams. Jiang Fan's father, Jiang Jinghua, held a cup of goji berry tea, taking sips from time to time. Jiang Fan has always been his pride since he was a child. Although his son's grades have been poor for some reason in the past year, Jiang Jinghua believes that his son can definitely succeed. Li Guiqin held his arm, praying in her heart that her son could achieve the desired results in the exam. Jiang Fan's sudden outburst last time still scares her a little. Time quickly reached 11:59, just 1 minute left before the college entrance exam results were released. However, those 60 seconds felt incredibly long, each second filled with anxiety. Jiang Fan and his parents were all staring intently at the second hand of the clock, counting down in their minds. 3, 2, 1, drop. The clock strikes the hour. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, clicked to refresh the web page, and then the admission ticket and ID card input fields appeared on the web page. His slender fingers moved like dancing sprites, quickly typing in 2 strings of numbers. Then, move the mouse pointer to the search options. Click. Jiang Fan tapped the left mouse button with his right index finger. Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin's hearts pounded as they heard the click of the mouse. The web page redirected, but Jiang Fan's results didn't appear immediately. Instead, a small circle appeared in the middle of the web page and kept spinning. Holy crap, what a terrible internet. Jiang Jinghua cursed, disregarding his image. Li Guiqin couldn't help but glare at her husband, but then quickly stared at the computer screen, afraid of missing her son's grades. The small circle spun for a full 10 seconds before disappearing, and then Jiang Fan's score appeared on the computer screen. Chinese, 60. Mathematics, 60. English, 60. Combined Science, 120. Total score, 300. Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin were stunned when they saw the results, a chill running down their spines. It seemed their son hadn't escaped this curse, even in a college entrance exam. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Jiang Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully passed the technology system test. System binding and activation in progress. Jiang Fan trembled with excitement, his heart screaming. Finally, I succeeded. Finally, I succeeded. My efforts over the past year have finally paid off. Once the technology system is successfully bound, he believes he will become the most outstanding scientific researcher in the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Jiang Fan began to envision the future, Jiang Jinghua couldn't help but sigh. What? Li Guiqin quickly tugged at his arm, signaling him not to let their son hear. Jiang Fan had barely recovered from the last incident. Jiang Jinghua understood what his wife meant, put his hand on Jiang Fan's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Son, it's okay. We can always start over." Then Jiang Fan didn't speak, because another voice rang in his mind. Ding! System binding successful. You have received a newbie gift pack. Jiang Fan was extremely pleased with himself. It's finally here. Open the newbie gift pack. Ding! The newbie gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the formula and principle of controlled nuclear fusion. Jiang Fan was completely stunned when he heard the system's voice. He really didn't expect the system to be so powerful, directly rewarding him with the formula and principle of controlled nuclear fusion. He did know something about controlled nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion releases energy through the splitting of atomic nuclei. During fusion, lighter atomic nuclei fuse into heavier atomic nuclei, releasing energy in the process. For example, the hydrogen bomb is a type of nuclear fusion. The explosive power of a hydrogen bomb is enormous, and it also produces a huge amount of energy, but this energy is uncontrollable. The system rewards controlled nuclear fusion, which allows this nuclear fusion to continue at a certain temperature, generating enormous energy. As we all know, the main energy sources currently used by humankind are oil and coal. However, these energy sources are non-renewable, and humankind will eventually run out of them. The advantages of controlled nuclear fusion are very obvious. 1. It releases more energy than nuclear fission. 2. Fuel supply is abundant and inexhaustible. 3. It produces no pollution. Therefore, controlled nuclear fusion will be the most perfect substitute for traditional energy. Moreover, throughout history, every improvement in energy has led to major technological breakthroughs. Jiang Fan believes that once controlled nuclear fusion is achieved, developing spaceships and flying saucers is not just a dream. Looking at the principles of controlled nuclear fusion in his mind, Jiang Fan clenches fists, feeling both excited and thrilled. That's awesome. Huh? Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin were stunned when they saw Jiang Fan's excited expression. Had their son gone mad again? Thinking of this, Li Guiqin couldn't help but burst into tears. Son, from now on, we won't go to school anymore. As long as our family is safe and sound, that's all that matters. Looking at his mother's tear-streaked face, Jiang Fan immediately realized that she must be overthinking things and thought he was crazy. So he quickly put away his happy smile and said, Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Seeing that her son was speaking normally, Li Guiqin asked seriously, Son, are you really all right? I'm a little hungry, Mom. Could you make me some food? Okay. Mom will make it for you right away. Li Guiqin happily hurried into the kitchen. As long as her son was mentally sound, whether he went to university or not was secondary to her. It's good that you're all right. Jiang Jinghua patted his son on the shoulder. Jiang Fan could also see the disappointment in his father's eyes, but he had no choice in order to activate the system. Looking back on the past year, my parents have sacrificed so much for me, and they have endured a lot of ridicule from others. Just as Jiang Fan was feeling guilty towards his parents, the system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Mission issued. You have been admitted to Lonqi University. Mission reward. Introduction to Blue Star Super Mathematics. No penalty for mission failure. Jiang Fan was dumbfounded. Did the system grant me admission to Longtech University? But his college entrance exam score was only 300 points. Not to mention Lonqi University, the best research university in China. Even ordinary junior college would probably not be able to hire him. What was he supposed to do? In fact, Jiang Fan also understood that as a researcher, only by entering a top-notch research university could he obtain more resources for research in the future. Although Jiang Fan now possesses a system, he still needs a good research environment. For example, the controlled nuclear fusion that the system rewarded him with is a massive project. Although he has the formula for controlled nuclear fusion, he needs a huge amount of resources to complete the research. Chapter 4, Bounty. Jiang Fan returned to his bedroom. He typed into his mobile browser, how can I get into Longyuan University of Science and Technology with a score of 300 on the college entrance exam? The first link on the webpage. Which school has the best excavation technology? Go to Lanxiang Technical School in the 3 eastern parts of China. The second link on the webpage. Don't be afraid of failing the college entrance exam. Retake it with Wenba. Wenba Retake School will help you get into your ideal school next year. Link on the third day of the webpage. Jiangnan Leather Factory is hiring. Jiangnan Leather Factory is hiring. Boss Wang, he is hiring with his sister-in-law. Jiang Fan was completely dumbfounded after browsing through it all. What was all this? I searched for ages, but couldn't find a suitable answer. Throughout history, there's probably only been one person like Jiang Fan who has encountered such a problem. A student who scores 300 on the college entrance exam would never dream of going to Longyuan University of Science and Technology. Even students at Sung Kong University of Science and Technology wouldn't score 300 points. Jiang Fan closed the webpage and posted a question directly on Jihu. How can I get into Longyuan University of Technology with a score of 300 on the college entrance exam. In the posting section, there's a bounty function. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and then directly entered a bounty of 10,000 yuan. Jiang Fan originally intended to offer a reward of 100 yuan, but he gritted his teeth and chose 10,000 yuan, believing that a large reward would surely attract brave men. If spending 10,000 yuan can get me into Lonka University, it's worth it. Xiao Fan, dinner's ready. At this moment, Li Guiqin shouted, "Okay, Mom." Jiang Fan got up and went out to the dining room, where he found his father smoking on the balcony. "Jinghua, dinner's ready," Li Xiaohua said. "Oh," Jiang Jinghua responded, then took another deep drag and threw the cigarette into an ashtray filled with water. At the dinner table, the meal was eaten in unusual quiet. Jiang Fan was constantly thinking about how to get admitted to Lonka University. Jiang Jinghua was worried about his son's future, but Li Xiaohui thought that as long as her son was all right, everything would be fine. "Xiao Fan, what are your plans?" Jiang Jinghua finally asked the question, deciding to find out what his son was thinking. "Dad, I don't know either." Jiang Fan is completely clueless right now. The system has given him a task, and he will only receive a reward if he completes it. But with a score of 300, he really couldn't figure out how to get into Lung Kong University of Science and Technology. "How about I use my connections to get you into a junior college?" Jiang Jinghua actually disagreed with Jiang Fan repeating a year of high school. If he failed again, his son might really become withdrawn. "Dad, let's talk about it in a few days." Jiang Fan gave a perfunctory reply. After finishing his meal, Jiang Fan returned to his room, turned on his phone, and checked the questions he had posted on Jihu. Just as Jiang Fan had predicted, a generous reward always attracts brave men, and the netizen's answers to his question were very enthusiastic. Netizen 1. "Opie, are you sure you're not mentally ill?" Netizen 2. "With a score of 300 on the college entrance exam, how can I get into Longyang University of Science and Technology?" "You're dreaming." Netizen 3. "Full-time self-study is your best choice. Only 998 renminbi. Take home the Lonka University self-study admission notice." Netizen 4. "My uncle's great-aunt's third brother's second uncle's younger sister's cousin is the director of the admissions office at Longyang University of Science and Technology. 1 million renminbi, guaranteed admission." Netizen 4. "I am Zhang San, a lawless outlaw, and I've got my eye on you." Netizen 5. "Just kneel down at the entrance of Longyang University of Science and Technology and let them see your sincerity. I believe Longyang University of Science and Technology will be moved by your spirit and accept you as a student." Netizen 5. "If I kneel down at the gate of Longyang University of Science and Technology and they charge me 1,000 a day, I'll give up on the idea of going to Longyang University of Science and Technology." Netizen 5. "Begging at the gate of Lonka University guarantees at least 5,000 yuan a day. Upstairs. Really making 5,000 a day? I go over there right now and kneel down and beg." Jiang Fan was almost driven to the brink of collapse after browsing through everything. Just as he was about to look for other ways out, he saw a useful piece of information. Netizen 9999. "Idiot poster, Lonka University is a top-tier science and technology university in China. To get into this school with 300 points, you'd have to invent a spaceship." Jiang Fan had a sudden inspiration. He couldn't research how to build a spaceship, but he had the formula and principle of controlled nuclear fusion. If he sent some of the formula and data over, he believed that getting into the Dragon Academy of Sciences wouldn't be a problem. Jiang Fan acted immediately, giving the netizen a reward of 9,999 and then turning off his phone. Top Sports Internet Cafe. On machine number 99, the boy waited to enter the game, but due to network lag, the login was slow. Bored, he picked up his phone and opened Jihu to kill time, noticing a post on the homepage offering a 10,000 yuan reward. He clicked on it out of curiosity. How can I get into Longyang University of Technology with a score of 300 on the National College Entrance Examination? He couldn't help but start cursing. This idiot poster is absolutely brain dead. His companion, curious, came over to see what was going on, and when he saw the title, he also started cursing. The boy casually typed a line of text below the question. Idiot OP, Dragon Science and Technology University is a top-tier science and technology university in China. To get into this school with only 300 points, you'd have to invent a spaceship. Then he turned off his phone, entered the game, and after one game, he unintentionally turned his phone back on to see how badly the original poster had been insulted. As a result, Jihu prompted him that his answer to the question was accepted by the original poster, and he was rewarded with 10,000 yuan. Holy crap, what's going on? He was immediately dumbfounded, and his companion came over to take a look and was also stunned. Damn, that's incredibly extravagant. Afternoon. Jiang Fan organized a portion of the controlled nuclear fusion formula and data that the system had rewarded him with in his mind on his computer. He opened the official website of Longyan University of Science and Technology and found the email address for submitting research projects from the public. This is specifically designed for members of the public by Along University of Science and Technology. Contributors who pass the review by professionals will receive corresponding funding for research and development. Every year, they receive tens of thousands of research projects from contributors, but only one or two are actually put into research. Jiang Fan compiled the controlled nuclear fusion formulas and data into a compressed file and sent it directly to the relevant email address of Lonka University. When sending it, he also attached a sentence, "I hope to be admitted to your school." The email was successfully sent, and Jiang Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his phone and checked WeChat, only to find that someone had added him to the class group for class 3 to 6 of number 1 middle school. The group chat was constantly flashing with messages. Jiang Fan clicked to enter and found that the homeroom teacher had checked all the students' grades, made a table, and sent it directly to the class group. Of the 56 students in the class, Chu Ruashi achieved the highest score of 708. 10 people scored between 600 and 700 points. There were 37 people who scored between 500 and 600 points. 7 people scored between 450 and 500 points. The person who scored 300 points is Jiang Fan. Clearly, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruashi became the topic of discussion among all the students. The flowers, applause, and congratulations in the group were all for Chu Ruashi, and everyone was saying flattering things. In their small group, Jiang Fan became the object of their ridicule and a source of confidence. Chapter 5, Research Review. Jiang Fan didn't speak in a group. He felt that the group was meaningless, so he silently left the group chat. When a sharp-eyed classmate noticed that Jiang Fan had left the group chat, Tian Xiaohua and everyone else, "Oh no, why did our class's last place student leave the group chat? Lu Xiao, he must be too ashamed to stay in the group chat. Niu Fei Fei. If I were him, I would have dropped out of school long ago. He single-handedly dragged down our class's score by so much in this college entrance exam, causing our homeroom teacher to miss out on her bonus." Zhang Xiaodong. Thinking back to the last time he caused a scene in the class and then came back to school, I thought he was going to redeem himself and get 400 points, but he only got 300. Sigh. His IQ is a real weakness. Li Lily. I almost went crazy last time. I think Jiang Fan is probably really going to go crazy this time. Hee. Li Peng. With a score of 300, even vocational colleges probably wouldn't accept him. Wu Hua. Li Lily, I heard you had a crush on Jiang Fan in your second year high school. Hee. Li Lily, I must have been blind to have fallen for him. Chu Ruashi, we're all classmates. Is this appropriate for you to do? Seeing her classmates making sarcastic remarks about Jiang Fan, Chu Ruashi angrily left the group chat. Then she muttered to herself, "So heartless. It's better not to keep in touch with classmates like that." Chu Ruashi sighed helplessly when she thought of Jiang Fan. He worked so hard during this final sprint, but he still didn't do well on the exam. Jiang Fan must be really upset. What if he can't handle it? Thinking of this, she prepared to contact Jiang Fan to comfort him, but found that she had not added him on WeChat. Forget it. I'll go to his house tomorrow. Kyoto Ryuko University of Science and Technology, Office for Reviewing Private Science and Technology Projects. After a busy day, Wu Jiming stretched and prepared to finish his work for the day. He suddenly received an email titled, "Formulas and Data for Controlled Nuclear Fusion." It instantly caught his attention. Wu Jiming was once a researcher who studied controlled nuclear fusion. Due to his advanced age and health issues, he was transferred from his original position. I became a reviewer in the Science and Technology Project Review Office. My main job is to review science and technology project submissions from the public every day. This kind of job can be easy or tiring, depending on whether you have a sense of responsibility. Jiang Fan was clearly lucky. The email he sent to was addressed to the person in charge, Wu Jiming. He opened the email and downloaded the attachment to the specified folder. Old Wu, it's time to get off work. Aren't you leaving yet? A colleague greeted him. Wu Jiming said with a smile, You can go now. Old Wu, don't take everything so seriously. You work so hard checking emails every day. How many projects have you actually completed in a year? In our entire office, it's considered good if 2 tech projects get approved in a year. Wu Jiming smiled, but didn't say anything. After the email attachments finished downloading, he skillfully unzipped them, opened the file, and began to read. He was well aware that China was developing very rapidly, but advanced technology remained a weakness. And the key to a nation's future strength lay in its technology. Although he is no longer engaged in frontline scientific research, he hopes to discover more good research projects through him, which can be considered as him contributing his remaining energy to scientific research. Wu Jiming looked at the document carefully. The first part of the document was the other party's understanding of controlled nuclear fusion. After reading it, he nodded in approval. The other party had a deep understanding of controlled nuclear fusion, at least no less than his own. He opened the second part. The second part contained the specific data and formulas for controlled nuclear fusion. Wu Jiming became more and more serious and excited as he looked at the data. The data was so precise that it was almost like the data obtained after the successful development of controlled nuclear fusion. He quickly pulled out his old notebook from the research institute, which contained data he had collected from countless experiments over the past 20 years. Wu Jiming first found the correct data in his notebook and compared it with the data in the submitter's file. He was astonished to find that they were exactly the same. He then began comparing the uncertain data, and although there were some discrepancies, he felt that the contributors were more authentic and credible. He excitedly continued reading, but some of the later content was beyond his comprehension given his limited knowledge. As a former scientific researcher, Wu Jiming possesses a very strong spirit of inquiry. He began to consult materials regarding those formulas that seemed like gibberish. He kept looking through the information until his phone rang, which brought him back to his senses. He saw that it was his alarm clock set for 10:30 p.m. He then looked up and saw that the rest of the office was pitch black, except for the computer in front of him that emitted a blinding light. He rubbed his sore eyes, stood up, and turned on the light, finally illuminating the office. Wu Jiming sat back down in his seat, his eyes fixed on the documents on the computer screen. He was somewhat slow to realize what was happening, and the more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. This document is 90% likely to be correct. If so, its importance absolutely warrants its classification as a state secret. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. His first thought was to submit this document immediately. Not a minute can be wasted. He took out his phone, opened his contacts, and dialed the director of the Research Project Review Office directly. The call was answered very quickly. Hey, Lao Wu, what's up? The other party shouted, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Director Ma, today I received a submission for a controlled nuclear fusion project, which describes the data and formulas. Before Wu Jiming could finish speaking, Director Ma interrupted him. Old Wu, let's talk about the project tomorrow. I'm out right now, so it's not convenient. Okay, that's all for now. Director Ma, please listen to me first. The phone emitted a dial tone that sounded like beep, beep. This is ridiculous. Wu Jiming slammed his phone onto the table, leaned back on the chair, and his chest heaved with anger. When his gaze returned to the documents on the computer screen, he suddenly felt an immense weight on his shoulders. If this document is genuine, China's controlled nuclear fusion will definitely achieve a qualitative breakthrough. He estimates that it could save the country at least 10 years of research time. What does that mean? For example, if the government invests 3 billion yuan annually as funding for research on controlled nuclear fusion projects, that would amount to 30 billion yuan over 10 years. That's not all. The more important factor is the investment of scientific researchers. A controlled nuclear fusion experiment requires at least 100 researchers. 10 years is an invaluable period for 100 top talents. Thinking of this, Wu Jiming picked up his phone and called Director Ma again. Director Ma, please listen to me. This document is really very important. Old Wu, do you know what time it is? Can't we talk about it tomorrow? Director Ma was getting impatient. He was drinking with a group of good friends when Wu Jiming kept making phone calls. Wasn't this spoiling his fun? Director Ma, we really can't wait until tomorrow. Whether you can wait or not, you have to wait. Are you the director? Or Am I the director? Director Ma roared angrily, then immediately turned off his phone. Chapter 6. Experts Gather. A moment later, Wu Jiming gritted his teeth and dialed another number. The call was answered very quickly. Dean Li, this is Wu Jiming from the Research Project Review Office of Lonka University. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Is there anything I can help you with, Mr. Wu? Dean Li asked kindly. Wu Jiming explained the situation to Dean Li, who was immediately shocked. Where are you now? I'm in the Research Project Review Office. Wu Jiming replied. Okay, wait a moment. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Dean Li changed into a white shirt. Old Li, it's almost time for bed. What are you doing? Asked Dean Li's wife. You go to sleep first. There's a research matter that needs to be dealt with. You're almost retired, and you're still so busy every day. Remember to come home early and stop staying up until the wee hours. Your health isn't what it used to be. Okay, got it, Dean Li responded, then opened the door and went out. Wu Jiming waited for Dean Li in the Research Project Review Office. Dean Li is the head of the project research group. Under normal circumstances, Wu Jiming, as a frontline reviewer, needs to report the research projects he approves to Director Ma of the Research Project Review Office first, and then Director Ma will approve them. Then report it to the project research team for a decision on whether it is worth investing in the research, or how much funding to invest in scientific research. Wu Jiming bypassed Director Ma and directly called Dean Li of the project research group. This constitutes reporting to a higher level, which is a violation of regulations and could potentially lead to disciplinary action. But this matter was urgent, and Director Ma was usually inactive. He was afraid that even if he reported it to Director Ma, he might not approve it. So, in desperation, he thought of contacting Dean Li directly. About 10 minutes later, Dean Li pushed the door open and entered. Without any formalities, he went straight to Wu Jiming's side and said, "Where's the file? Let me take a look." Wu Jiming stood up and asked Dean Li to sit down. The documents were on his computer desktop and hadn't been closed. After Dean Li sat down, he put on his glasses, picked up the mouse, and began to browse through the document from the beginning. He glanced at the first part of the document briefly. These things weren't important. He then went straight to the second part and began to look at it carefully. The more he looked, the more horrified he became. The formulas and data on it were too detailed, with many data points accurate to more than 10 decimal places. If we assume that the above data is correct, then there is only one way to obtain such accurate data. The contributor has already made great progress in the research of controlled nuclear fusion. Thinking of this, Dean Li couldn't help but feel excited. He could understand the formulas and data at the beginning of the second part, but he didn't quite understand the formulas and data at the end. What's your name? Dean Li asked, looking up at Wu Jiming. Dean Li, my name is Wu Jiming. Jiming, can you understand the data and formulas at the end of part 2? Dean Li asked. I only understood 1/3 of it. Wu Jiming answered truthfully. What does this 3h plus 23h, 40 plus 10, n plus 1 euro, and 76 cent times 10 carat 7 EV mean? Wu Jiming explained the meaning of the formula. Dean Li immediately understood the general idea. After all, he wasn't an expert in this field. He then asked about the meaning of some formulas, and Wu Jiming explained everything he knew to Dean Li. They only stopped studying the document after the remaining two also couldn't figure out. Jiming, how do you know about these things? Dean Li asked with some curiosity. Dean Li, I used to be a researcher working on controlled nuclear fusion, but I was transferred here due to health reasons. Oh, I see. If you hadn't reviewed this document, it would probably have been thrown away as garbage by someone else. By the way, where's Director Ma? Wu Jiming recounted what had happened to Dean Li, who was immediately furious. Dean Li immediately took out his phone and dialed, but the phone was switched off. Dean Li, please don't be angry. It's so late after all, Wu Jiming said. Dean Li then checked the time on his phone. It was already 12:21. Never mind, this document is the most important right now. By the way, Jiming, which private organization issued the document? Dean Li asked. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a person. Personal? Dean Li exclaimed in surprise. Such meticulous formulas and data, I would never believe it if you told me that one person had researched them. After all, controlled nuclear fusion is a huge undertaking. Wu Jiming then showed the email to Dean Li. The email read, I hope to be admitted to your school. This is controlled nuclear fusion, and it's just for getting a spot at Shanghai University of Science and Technology. With this document in hand, let alone getting into Longyang University of Science and Technology. Any university in the world would be scrambling to recruit you. Dean Li thought for a moment. Regardless of the other party's purpose, he needed to further verify the document. Subsequently, Li Yuanzi directly called the professor of plasma physics at Longyang University. After a brief, indirect exchange, Dean Li called another expert at Huaqing magnetics and new magnetic materials. An hour later, more than a dozen top experts and professors for various fields gathered together, filling the Research Project Review Office of Longyang University to capacity. Before they arrived, Dean Li instructed Wu Jiming to print out more than 10 copies of the materials. It was already 2:58 a.m., and more than a dozen experts and professors were carefully looking at the documents in their hands, their eyes full of surprise. After everyone had finished reading, Dean Li said, "You are all top experts in your respective fields. What are your thoughts on this document? Judging from the data and formulas above, the credibility is very high, and even if there are some minor errors, it still represents a qualitative breakthrough in the research of controlled nuclear fusion. I study magnetic materials, and from the documents, just looking at the toroidal magnetic confinement device of the tokamak, there's absolutely no problem. Currently, large conventional tokamak systems in developed countries have achieved plasma temperatures of 440 million degrees Celsius and pulse fusion output power exceeding 16 megawatts under short pulse, on the order of seconds, operation conditions. The document describes a plasma temperature reaching 600 million degrees Celsius and a power exceeding 20 megawatts, surpassing the energy released by those in developed countries. If a new tokamak magnetic ring device were developed based on the formulas and data described above, it would already be a world leader." All the experts shared their opinions and analyzed the contents of the document in their respective fields. As a result, 90% of them agreed that the document was feasible. The discussion continued until 6 a.m., when a professor specializing in superconductivity suggested using Tsinghua University's supercomputer to further verify these formulas and data. Chapter 7. Supercomputers. The suggestion from the superconducting expert professor was immediately met with unanimous approval. Supercomputers are computers that can perform large amounts of data and high-speed calculations that ordinary personal computers cannot handle. Their computing speed can generally reach more than 1 trillion operations per second. It is primarily used in national high-tech fields and cutting-edge technology research, reflecting a nation's scientific research strength and playing a crucial role in national security, economic, and social development. It is an important indicator of a nation's level of scientific and technological development and overall national power. Huaqing supercomputer is the most advanced in China. It is generally used for scientific research in China, but it also undertakes some large-scale commercial computing projects in China, which can also help Huaqing obtain some corresponding research funding. The distance between Longyang University of Science and Technology and Huaqing University is not far, about 20 minutes away. Dean Li made a direct phone call to the president of Longyang University and briefly explained the situation. President Liu Yongxiang of Longyang University was shocked. If, as Dean Li said, this document could save Longhua 10 years of research time for controlled nuclear fusion, then it was of extraordinary importance. Due to the tight schedule, Principal Liu directly arranged for a school bus to pick up a group of professors and take them to Huaqing University, while he himself set off from home to head there. Time was of the essence, and he hadn't even had breakfast. When he learned that Dean Li and the other professors hadn't eaten either, he asked his assistant to buy some steamed buns and soy milk on the way. When everyone arrived at the entrance of the supercomputer, they discovered that Wang Hongba, the person in charge of the supercomputer, had not yet arrived. Without his guidance, the security guards refused to let them in. Because supercomputers are extremely expensive to build and run important projects, they are generally off limits to anyone without authorization from the relevant personnel. Dean Li called Wang Hongba again. The other party had about 10 minutes to spare. At this moment, Principal Liu also rushed over. A group of experts and professors were sitting in the hall waiting, all looking forward to verifying the formula and data of controlled nuclear fusion in the document. If the verification is correct, China will be in a world-leading position in controlled nuclear fusion. Distinguished experts and professors, I brought some steamed buns and soy milk. Please make do with these and have a little something to tide you over. Thank you, Principal Liu. No one stood on ceremony. To be honest, they had stayed up all night and were quite hungry, So they picked up the steamed buns and soy milk and started eating right away, without any airs at all. Principal Liu then pulled Dean Li aside and inquired about the situation in more detail. Such an important document, and the other party only wants to gain admission to Lonka University? Principal Liu asked in surprise. Yes, I've read the original email, and that's exactly what it said, Dean Li said. Principal Liu began to plan in his mind. Once the test showed that the document was indeed without any problems, they would recruit such students to Long University of Science and Technology. The credit would then go to Long University of Science and Technology. The country will definitely provide strong support for Longyang University of Science and Technology's future research projects. Thinking of this, Principal Liu began to feel hopeful, hoping that the supercomputing wouldn't encounter any problems. After everyone finished eating the steamed buns and soy milk, Wang Hongba arrived just in time. When he saw more than 10 experts and professors, he was quite surprised. What's going on? Didn't Dean Li say that he was just going to run a set of formulas and data on the supercomputer? There's no need for so many people to come. Moreover, these experts and professors are all top figures in their respective fields. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed to have so many professors waiting for him alone. Dear experts and professors, I am so sorry to have kept you waiting. It's okay. We just had a quick breakfast. Xiao Wang, stop with the nonsense and get us inside, Principal Liu said as he walked over. Principal Liu, you've come too. Wang Hongba greeted him in surprise. He really didn't expect that this matter would alarm the president of Lonka University to come in person. Chief Engineer Wang, please lead us inside, Dean Li said. Wang Hongba looked at everyone and immediately felt a bit awkward. Their control room had requirements. No more than 5 people could enter at a time to ensure that the supercomputer control room was not affected by too many external factors. But these people are all top experts and professors. He can't afford to offend any of them. Seeing the troubled look on Wang Hongba's face, Dean Li immediately spoke up. Is there a problem, Chief Engineer Wang? Dean Li, as you know, we have rules here, Wang Hongba said. Seeing that Wang Hongba was still concerned about these rules even at this point, Principal Liu said with some displeasure. Xiao Wang, do you even know what we've been running on the supercomputer this time? You've delayed important matters. I think your job as chief engineer is over. Open the door. I'll cover for you if anything happens. When Wang Hongba heard Principal Liu say that, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and let everyone in, since Principal Liu would vouch for them if anything happened. However, he was very curious about what kind of research project it was that had attracted so much attention from so many experts and professors. Everyone changed into white dust-proof suits and, led by Wang Hongba, entered the supercomputer's control room. Without wasting any words, Dean Li directly plugged the USB drive into the appropriate slot. Then he said to Wang Hongba, Chief Engineer Wang, shut down all currently running projects. Start running now. What? Shut down all running projects. Dean Li, are you kidding me? Wang Hongba was immediately surprised. They were currently operating 4 large-scale projects simultaneously, 1 national scientific research project, and 3 commercial projects worth 100 million yuan each. With just one sentence from Dean Li, all operating projects were shut down. Dean Li, you should also know the hardware of this supercomputer. A/7168X2 Intel Hexa Core Xeon X 5672.93 GHz plus 7168 NVIDIA Tesla M 2051.15 GHz plus 2048 Hex Core FT 1001 GHz. Its peak computing speed is 100 quadrillion calculations per second. I can allocate 1/10 of that space, which is enough for you to run your research project. However, his words were met with immediate opposition from everyone present. To allocate only 1/10 of the available space for calculating the formulas and data for controlled nuclear fusion? That would be a dream come true. Xiao Wang, do you know what project we're running this time? Controlled nuclear fusion. You should know how massive its data volume is. Principal Liu said. Controlled nuclear fusion? Wang Hongba exclaimed in surprise again. He knew about controlled nuclear fusion. The country had run it on the supercomputer several times before, and each time it took at least a full day to complete. I really can't make that decision if all the other projects are shut down, Wang Hongba said helplessly. Principal Liu didn't press him any further and instead made a phone call to Zhou Huai to the National Institute of Controlled Nuclear Fusion. Upon hearing that they had obtained top-secret information on controlled nuclear fusion, The other party became extremely excited. Zhou Huide said he would go there immediately. He's currently in charge of a controlled nuclear fusion project that's hit a bottleneck. There hasn't been any progress in over a year. He's so anxious he's losing clumps of hair. After hanging up the phone, he immediately reported the matter to the government. Soon after, Wang Hongbao received orders to halt all current projects and fully cooperate with Dean Li. Chapter 8. Director Ma unleashes his power. 9:30 a.m. Longyan University of Science and Technology's office for reviewing private science and technology projects. Wu Jiming was busy all night without rest because of Jiang Fan's controlled nuclear fusion documents. Around 6 a.m., when a group of professors went to Huaqing University, Dean Li did not let him go, but instead made him stay by his computer at all times. He was well aware that if this document were indeed proven to be correct, it would definitely become a top-secret national document. Before leaving, Dean Li gave him an order. From now on, this document must not be seen or forwarded by anyone. Wu Jiming hadn't slept all night and hadn't eaten anything. He was now both hungry and tired. We can only fill our stomachs with water. The Science and Technology Project Review office opens at 9 a.m. There are 5 people in the office, 4 reviewers and 1 director. Everyone's usually so lazy, and they've been waiting here in a scattered fashion until now without coming. A few minutes later, an auditor walked in and greeted Wu Jiming as he sat at his desk. "Good morning, Lao Wu." "Morning. Life is boring and work is tiring. Why take it so seriously? Life is short, so let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest." Xiao Lu recited a limerick, subtly mocking Wu Jiming for being punctual, never late, and never leaving early, yet earning the lowest salary in the office. The reason is that he offended Director Ma. Around 10 o'clock, Director Ma leisurely walked into the office. He greeted his other colleagues with smiles, but when it came to Wu Jiming, his face immediately fell. Last night, he was having a great time drinking with some friends when Wu Jiming started calling him one after another, making his friends laugh at him. As a leader, he couldn't even control his subordinates. Given that Wu Jiming had rarely opposed him before, he decided to teach him a lesson today. Otherwise, where would his authority be? In fact, Wu Jiming did not intend to offend anyone. He just wanted to work hard and discover some good project for the country. But Director Ma's thinking was different from his. Their department was just an auditing department, and they could only approve 2 projects a year, so he simply coasted along since his salary wouldn't be reduced anyway. On several occasions when he was bored at work, he planned to take a few people to a karaoke bar to have some fun, but Wu Jiming flatly refused and even lectured Director Ma. At the time, Director Ma felt he was in the wrong and had no choice but to tolerate it. However, afterwards, he would always find some reasons to deduct Wu Jiming's salary. Mr. Wu, could you come to my office?" Director Ma said coldly, and then he went straight into the director's office in the inner room. Wu Jiming did not go with them. Dean Li had instructed him before leaving that he must keep a close watch on the computer. Director Ma sat in his comfortable executive chair, pondering in his mind that although he did not have the right to fire Wu Jiming, he would teach him a lesson today. Otherwise, he would really not take him, the director, for a fool. Half a day passed, but Wu Jiming still hadn't come in, which puzzled him. Wu Jiming was usually very obedient when it came to work matters. "What's going on?" So Director Ma got up and went to the office area, where he saw Wu Jiming staring blankly at the computer. This made him furious, and he walked over, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, "Reviewer Wu, didn't you hear me calling you?" The rest of the people in the office were startled by Director Ma's sudden outburst of anger, but when they saw that he was angry at Wu Jiming, they exchanged glances, lowered their heads, and chuckled quietly, all looking on with amusement. "Director Ma, please speak here. I cannot leave now," Wu Jiming said. "What? Did you get your ass nailed to the chair?" Director Ma said mockingly. The others laughed along, but Wu Jiming remained silent and sat down on the stool. Director Ma sneered inwardly at the sight. He hoped that Wu Jiming would go against him, so that he would have a suitable reason to punish him. "Reviewer Wu, I'm warning you. Your current behavior is blatantly going against the leadership, and I have the right to report this to higher authorities and have you disciplined. How many projects have you reviewed this past year? And how many have actually been put into research? Not a single one, right? I can tell you're not serious about your work and have no real skills. You're just wasting the country's resources. If I were you, I would have quit long ago. You're so old, and I usually respect you, but you're just taking advantage of your seniority." Director Ma started spouting nonsense, and his words became increasingly offensive to the point that several colleagues couldn't bear to listen anymore. To be honest, although Wu Jiming didn't get along with them, he was definitely the most proactive and serious about his work. Director Ma originally intended to teach him a lesson today, but things got heated, and now that things were out in the open, he didn't need a safe face for him. If he couldn't stand it and resigned, that would be the best outcome. Director Ma lectured Wu Jiming for more than 10 minutes, and the later words were quite offensive, but Wu Jiming didn't retaliate. He was only focused on protecting the files on his computer. Director Ma, are you thirsty? Have some water, an auditor said, trying to curry favor. Director Ma took the water glass, took a sip, glanced at Wu Jiming, and found that he didn't talk back. This was unexpected. If Wu Jiming had raised his voice even slightly to argue, he could have labeled him as disrespecting his superior and sent him home on leave without pay to reflect on his actions. It seems he's quite patient. In that case, I'll try a different approach. Reviewer Wu, for your behavior of disrespecting your superior, you are hereby punished by cleaning the restrooms for a week. Wu Jiming knew that Director Ma was just picking a fight with him, and no matter what he did, he wouldn't let him off the hook. For now, all I need to do is protect the files. I'll deal with everything else later. If all else fails, I'll resign and find a regular job outside, just enough to support myself. What are you standing there for? Go clean the bathroom. Director Ma shouted. Just then, rhythmic footsteps echoed down the hallway. Then, the door to their office was pushed open, and the first to enter were heavily armed special police officers who immediately surrounded the group. The group was immediately startled, and each of them began to reflect on what bad things they had done before. The most nervous person was Director Ma. He had recently opened a bar with some friends. Even though the government prohibits employees of state-owned enterprises from doing business outside their workplaces. But this is just a violation of discipline, and it's not enough to alert the special police. Just as Director Ma was lost in thought, Principal Liu walked in with a military officer. This is Wu Jiming. Principal Liu introduced. The officer said to Wu Jiming, has no one touched the things? Wu Jiming stood up and said seriously, no. Move out. At the officer's command, several special police officers immediately sealed Wu Jiming's computer and carried it out. Then another group of people came in and took away all the other people's computers and office supplies. A moment later, only desks and chairs remained in the entire review office. After the officer and the special police left, Director Ma asked Principal Liu, looking confused. Principal Liu, will our department be shut down? Principal Liu gave him a cold look and said, your department wasn't shut down, you were. Why? Director Ma asked in surprise. From now on, Wu Jiming will serve as the director of the audit office in your department, and you can wait to be investigated. Chapter 9, An Unexpected Incident. Lingzhou City, Building 3, Xingfu Residential Area. Today is the second day after the results were released. Jiang Fan's parents, Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, took a day off to stay home with their son. Jiang Fan scored 300 points on the college entrance exam, and his parents were terrified that their son might do something foolish. However, to their surprise, Jiang Fan ran for an hour early in the morning, then went home to shower and eat, without showing any signs of distress. And surprisingly, during the meal, he told them a joke, even though it wasn't funny at all. At this moment, what is Jiang Fan looking for as he rummages through drawers and cabinets? Li Guiqin asked Jiang Jinghua in a low voice. Honey, what's wrong with our son? He got 300 points on the college entrance exam, but he's incredibly happy. Do you think he's faking it? Sigh. Our son didn't laugh once during his entire senior year of high school. But ever since he checked his scores yesterday, he's been laughing every now and then, and he's even telling us jokes, Jiang Jinghua said. I guess our son is afraid we'll worry about him, so he's pretending to be happy on the surface. Who knows how many tears he's shed when he's alone? Li Guiqin thought about her son, who had studied desperately all year, but only scored 300 points on the college entrance exam. She felt wrong for her son and couldn't help but shed tears. Guiqin, what are you doing? If our son sees this, he'll definitely be upset. Since he doesn't want us to be sad, let's cheer him up. Li Guiqin wiped away her tears after hearing Jiang Jinghua's words. Dad! When Jiang Jinghua heard his son calling him, he quickly responded, they're here. Then, he instructed Li Guiqin, who was beside him. Remember to be happy. Li Guiqin nodded, but felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Jiang Jinghua walked out of the bedroom and into the living room, where he found Jiang Fan waiting for him with an old game console controller from his childhood. "Dad, let's play a couple of rounds." Jiang Jinghua was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "Are you trying to get revenge for what you did when you were a kid?" Jiang Fan chuckled. Jiang Jinghua took a game controller and sat on the cushion. The two were playing the classic fighting game King of Fighters. As Jiang Jinghua pressed the somewhat clumsy controller, he recalled Jiang Fan's 8th birthday. "I spent half a month's salary to buy this game console for my son." This excited Jiang Fan for months. Back then, as soon as he got off work, his son would pester him to play a few games with him. Because Jiang Fan was smart from a young age and always ranked first in the school, Jiang Jinghua did not restrict Jiang Fan from playing games. Moreover, he is very self-disciplined. After playing for an hour, he stops playing and goes to read a book on his own. This made Cheng Xinghua very proud. "Dad, you chose your signature hero, Yagami again. Scared now, huh?" "Huh?" Jiang Jinghua laughed smugly, saying that when he was a child, Jiang Fan almost never beat him when he used Yagami. "Then I'll use my signature hero, the Fong Blade," Jiang Fan said. The two selected their characters and clicked to enter the game. A fighting scene appeared on TV, and Jiang Jinghua's Yagami had red hair covering one eye, looking very dashing. Jiang Fan's character, Daoya, wears loose-fitting clothes that subtly reveal his muscular physique. If he appeared in real life, he would definitely attract many girls. The fight begins. Jiang Jinghua controlled Yagami and launched a shadow dance. Dream bullet attack at Daoya, but Daoya dodged it with a jump. "Hey kid, not bad. You actually managed to dodge it. I'll let you taste my legendary leg." Jiang Fan controlled Daoya to jump directly to Yagami's side. 108 styles, hidden hook hand. Jiang Jinghua retorted, not to be outdone. Norekless kicking. 100 styles, demon burning. Special skill, dance of chaos. Ultimate skill, wind fong. Jiang Fan shouted. 212th style, Qin Yuan. 127th style, sunflower. Jiang Jinghua shouted in unison. The two men's voices echoed throughout the living room. Li Guiqin couldn't help but smile happily as she watched the father and son playing so intently. It was as if time had suddenly turned back to when Jiang Fan was a child. Forbidden style, 12-11, 8 maidens. Cry, scream, and then die. Seeing that Jiang Fan's health bar was almost empty, Jiang Jinghua immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Then Jiang Fan retreated several steps to dodge it, followed by a ground roll, and arrived right in front of him, then laughed. Captain's super special move, Heavenly Dragon Fierce Fong. Cool. Jiang Jinghua's Yagami fell directly to the ground, and he said defiantly, "I was going easy on you, but I didn't expect you to be serious. Let's go again." "Dad, your skills have deteriorated," Jiang Fan said with a smile. "Stop talking nonsense. Choose the right people." Jiang Jinghua patted Jiang Fan on the back of the head and said, "Come on then, but let's make it clear first, no cheating." Jiang Fan said, "Is your father that kind of person? Then why did you touch my hand when I used my ultimate move?" "I didn't mean to. I think you're doing this on purpose." The two of them bantered back and forth, and Li Guiqin couldn't stop laughing. Their home had never been so lively. Just as the family was enjoying a happy time together, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Mom, someone's knocking on the door," Jiang Fan alerted. "Okay, you guys have fun. I'll go open the door." After Li Guiqin finished speaking, she stood up, went to the door, opened the door, and was immediately surprised to see that it was the same beautiful girl from last time. "Hello, Annie." "Oh, Ruashi is here. Come in quickly." Li Guiqin greeted them warmly. Chu Ruashi was stunned. She hadn't expected her aunt to have such a good memory. She had come by once a month ago, and the aunt still remembered her name. Chu Ruashi followed Li Guiqin into the living room, and the scene before him left him speechless. This was completely different from what she had expected when she came. She came today mainly to comfort Jiang Fan. Before coming, she even looked up some information online about how to comfort a student who only scored 300 points on the college entrance examination. She found a few very inspiring quotes, memorized them, and believed they would definitely help Jiang Fan. However, at this moment, she saw that Jiang Fan and his father were playing games happily, without any sadness at all. What's going on? Could it be that Jiang Fan has gone mad? Or did I misread Jiang Fan's grades? She looked at Li Guiqin with a puzzled expression. "Auntie, is Jiang Fan all right?" Chu Ruashi asked doubtfully. "It's all right. His skills are amazing now, even better than his dad's. Liyikim Raplia. Chu Ruashi was speechless. She had clearly asked about Jiang Fan's college entrance exam, but Li Guiqin had brought up Jiang Fan's gaming skills. Then the letters KO appeared again on the television screen. Jiang Jinghua was so angry that he threw the game controller on the ground. I'm not playing anymore. I always lose. All right, Xiao Fan, stop playing around. Look who's here. Jiang Fan then noticed Chu Ruashi. At this moment, Chu Ruashi was wearing a white dress that reached her knees, and her two jade-like legs were fair and slender. He was a little stunned. Although he had been sitting next to Chu Ruashi for more than 10 days, he had never looked at her closely before. Her eyes were clear and bright. Her eyebrows were arched. Her fair and flawless face had a faint blush, and her thin lips were as delicate and luscious as rose petals. Chapter 10. Eating Watermelon. Chu Ruashi felt a little embarrassed by Jiang Fan's gaze, and her face flushed slightly. Li Guiqin, who was standing to the side, immediately saw through her son's thoughts and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Fan. What a silly boy. Any girl would be shy if stared at like that. To prevent Chu Ruashi from feeling embarrassed, she said to Jiang Fan, Xiao Fan, quickly go and get some fruit for Ruashi. Jiang Fan then realized what was happening and quickly went to get the fruit. A moment later, he came out of the kitchen carrying half a large watermelon. He placed it on the coffee table and said to Chu Ruashi, who was sitting on the sofa and still a little shy, Chu Ruashi, have some watermelon. Li Guiqin, who was talking to Chu Ruashi, saw half a watermelon on the coffee table and couldn't help but have 3 black lines appear on her forehead. My silly son, how can anyone eat a watermelon if it's not cut open? Just like his dad. However, she couldn't talk about her son in front of Ruashi. After all, she had to save face for her son. Chu Ruashi has visited their home twice recently, so she might be interested in their son. It would be wonderful if the two of them could get together. Chu Ruashi is as beautiful as a fairy, and her son is also very handsome. If they get married in the future, their children will definitely be very good-looking. Thinking of this, Li Guiqin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Fan looked at his mother, Li Guiqin, with a puzzled expression. Mom, what's wrong? Li Guiqin quickly said, No, it's nothing. You guys chat first. I'll go cut the watermelon open for you. Auntie, no need, I don't want to eat. Chu Ruashi quickly said, It's all right. Just eat more watermelon in the summer to quench your thirst and cool off. After Li Guiqin finished speaking, she went to the kitchen to get a fruit knife. Jiang Fan then remembered that he had forgotten to cut the watermelon before letting Chu Ruashi eat it, and he smiled at her somewhat awkwardly. Chu Ruashi looked at Jiang Fan, who was grinning foolishly and couldn't help but smile as well. She thought to herself, I've only ever seen Jiang Fan studying diligently before. I never imagined he had such an adorable side. Seeing that Jiang Fan didn't speak, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Seeing that he wasn't as sad as she had imagined, Chu Ruashi realized she didn't need the inspirational story she had prepared. So, she casually started a conversation. Jiang Fan, are you really good at video games? I used to play with my dad when I was little, but I haven't played with him for 10 years. Today I'm playing with him to relax. Jiang Fan answered truthfully. Jiang Fan's performance today really startled Chu Ruashi. Her impression of Jiang Fan was that he only knew how to study and never said a word to anyone else. However, Jiang Fan was still quite likable today. At this moment, Li Guiqin came over with a fruit knife and cut the watermelon in half. Jiang Fan quickly grabbed a slice of watermelon and handed it to Chu Ruashi. Chu Ruashi, have some watermelon. Thanks. Chu Ruashi took the watermelon that Jiang Fan handed her and ate it in small bites. Li Guiqin has a cheerful personality. She chatted with Chu Ruashi about everything from TV dramas to clothes and food, and they talked enthusiastically, just like her own daughter. Jiang Fan could only occasionally chime in with a single sentence. Jiang Jinghua was anxiously watching from the sidelines. Why was his wife so clueless? Didn't she know to let their son interact more with Chu Ruashi? He coughed twice meaningfully, as if to signal to Li Guiqin, but she ignored the cough and was engrossed in chatting happily. Finally, he couldn't sit still any longer and said to Li Guiqin, Hey, Guiqin, didn't you say you were going to buy clothes today? It's not too hot now, let's go. Li Guiqin was taken aback and blurted out, When did I say I wanted to buy clothes? Jiang Jinghua winked at her. It's what we talked about yesterday. Have you forgotten? Li Guiqin then understood what her husband meant and slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I forget about that? Ruashi, you and Xiao Fan chat at home. I have to go to the mall with your uncle, and I probably won't be back until tonight." Li Guiqin emphasized the word evening. It means not to disturb her and her son being alone together. "Auntie, you go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll just talk to Jiang Fan for a bit, and then I'll be leaving." "Ruashi, you come all this way, so stay a little longer. You and Xiao Fan can have lunch together." After Li Guiqin finished speaking, she called her son aside and gave him 1,000 yuan directly. "Mom, this." "Xiao Fan, take your classmate out for a nice lunch." Jiang Fan nodded. Jiang Jinghua patted his son, who was half a head taller than him, with a knowing look on his face. Then he took Li Guiqin out. The key issue is that Jiang Fan genuinely doesn't understand. In his past life, he devoted himself entirely to scientific research and never had a girlfriend. "I don't even have a single friend of the opposite sex." Suddenly having to face his fairy-like female classmate alone, he was at a loss for what to do. My palms were sweating from nervousness. After chatting for a while, Chu Ruashi finally asked why she had come today. "Jiang Fan, what are your plans next?" Jiang Fan naturally wanted to attend Lonka University, as it was the best science and technology university in China. Once he entered the university, it would be very convenient for him to conduct scientific research in the future. But it's been a day since he sent the email, and he doesn't know if they received it. When he was organizing the documents, he deliberately only included the relatively simple parts related to controlled nuclear fusion, in case the other party couldn't understand them. "We don't know yet, but we should have news in a couple of days." Jiang Fan said. "What news?" Chu Ruashi asked, puzzled. "Admissions news from Longyan University of Technology." Longyan University of Technology? You applied to Longyan University of Technology. Chu Ruashi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she stood up abruptly. Jiang Fan scored 300 points on the college entrance exam and actually applied to Lonka University. Isn't this just asking for trouble? The admission scores for Long Tech have consistently been above 630, with some popular majors even reaching 670. Kyoto Huaqing Supercomputer Control Room. Zhou Huaid, the chief engineer in charge of the National Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project, looked excitedly at the 4 large characters displayed on the supercomputer. The program is correct. Everyone understands the significance of the document behind those 4 words. Then Zhou Huaid addressed everyone present. "No one is allowed to leave this place. Immediately surrender all mobile communications, or you will be charged with treason." The experts and professors present all agreed with Zhou Huaid's approach. After all, this was controlled nuclear fusion, an energy project that could change the world's technology. Zhou Huaid then reported the situation to the state, and the leadership directly assigned him 5,000 special police officers and 10 helicopters to his command. After everyone signed a confidentiality agreement, some people were quarantined. This matter concerns the vital interests of the nation, and Zhou Huaid had to proceed with extreme caution. "Minister Zhou, this is the contributor to the project on controlled nuclear fusion." Zhou Huaid opened the thick stack of documents and began to skim through them. Jiang Fan, male, 18 years old. Chapter 11. Elder Long takes action. Kyoto Penguin Headquarters. A military jeep sped up and stopped right in front of the towering building. 2 people quickly got out of the car and hurried into the lobby. They walked to the front desk in the lobby and showed their identification. "We are from the National Security Bureau. Where is your group's highest-ranking leader?" The receptionist, a pretty young woman, was startled when she saw the ID and quickly said something. "Please wait a moment. I'll contact my supervisor now." The receptionist reported the situation to their administrative department leader over the phone. The administrative department leaders then reported to their vice president, Gao Jiwei. Soon, the receptionist spoke to the 2 defense personnel. "Hello, our general manager Gao is in the office on the 21st floor." Without further ado, the 2 defense personnel took the elevator directly to the 21st floor, arrived at the general manager's office. When General Manager Gao saw the 2 men, he greeted them warmly. Although he didn't know what was going on, he believed that anyone from a government department should be treated well. "Please have a seat, gentlemen. I'll make you some tea," said Vice President Gao. "No need. We're from the National Security Bureau. These are our identification documents." Vice President Gao glanced at the certificate. On the front was a yellow five-pointed star with the three large characters Security Bureau printed on it, and there was also a steel seal on it. Although this was the first time he had ever seen such a document, he was certain it couldn't be fake when he saw the bright red seal. What do you two want to say? I am now the top leader of Tencent. Vice President Gao said that their boss, Mr. Ma, had gone to the United States for intensive training, so he would be handling all the company's affairs for the time being. This is also an opportunity for him to showcase himself. The two defense personnel didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. We need you to delete an account's data and all traces of its activity. Vice President Gao rejected their request outright. Deleting a set of data from the database is the biggest taboo for Tencent. Deleting user data can lead to a loss of trust among users. If this is exposed, it can have a ripple effect, causing them to lose a large number of users and potentially even leading to their collapse. When one of the Security Bureau personnel saw that Vice President Gao had refused sternly, he slammed his hand on the table and said, "I'm not discussing this with you. I'm informing you. Vice President Gao has seen all sorts of storms to reach this position. Even government officials must act in accordance with regulations. If it touches upon the core interests of a company, they must refuse. Please leave, both of you. Deleting data is absolutely forbidden at Tencent." "I will not delete it," said Vice President Gao. The National Security Agency officer didn't waste any words with him and immediately made a phone call. Then he sat on the sofa and waited. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, Vice President Gao's phone rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from Boss Ma, I immediately answered. As a result, Mr. Ma immediately started scolding him. "Are you fucking tired of living? Do you want the whole company to go down with you? I hired you to solve problems, not to cause me trouble. You better cooperate with the Security Bureau staff and do what I tell you to do. If you keep babbling, I won't stop you from going in if you want to." After hanging up the phone, Vice President Gao didn't dare to say anything more and led 2 security personnel directly to the database office. "Brothers, which data would you like to delete?" Vice President Gao asked. "First, help us check his information. Jiang Fan from Lingzhou City, 18 years old, ID number 41. "Okay, I'll have the data technicians retrieve it right away." Soon after, the technician retrieved the data. The security personnel checked the path of the email and found that it was only sent to Lonka University's email address, so they were relieved. He then said, "Delete all his personal data, including all data related to his interactions with others." 2 minutes later, Jiang Fan's QQ email account was deleted. After the 2 security personnel left, Vice President Gao broke out in a cold sweat. If Mr. Ma hadn't called in time, he probably would have gone straight to jail today. Kyoto University of Science and Technology President's Office. Principal Liu said to the director of the admissions office, "I asked you to make an acceptance letter. Why are you taking so long? More than 10 minutes have passed." The director of the admissions office looked helpless. Their admission notices were all produced in batches according to a plan, while Principal Liu wanted to make one separately, which would definitely take time. Only 10 minutes had passed, and Principal Liu had urged him more than 10 times. "Principal, I've already asked them to expedite it. It should be ready soon." Principal Liu knew that doing it alone would be quite troublesome, but he was already very anxious. Because Tsinghua University, Peking University, Beijing University, several of China's top universities have already received the news. Although Jiang Fan applied to their school, there's no guarantee that he won't be tempted if other universities make offers. Dean Li, when will Minister Zhou Huaida's his helicopter depart? There's still 1 hour left. Minister Zhou is currently coordinating with the Lingzhou municipal government departments. All right, we must win over Jiang Fan this time, no matter what. If we can get him to study at Lonka University, our school's funding and enrollment will both improve significantly. Dean Li and the director of the admissions office were also thrilled when they heard this. "Principal, why don't we invite Elder Long out? That would give our school a better chance of success." Elder Long, President Liu pondered. Professor Long was a top academician at their Lonka University, especially renowned for his significant contributions to scientific research in China, particularly in nanotechnology and rocket fuel. Now, Professor Long is over 60 years old and is already teaching at Long University of Science and Technology and in charge of the Institute of Materials Science and Engineering. Based on Elder Long's reputation and strength, he certainly carries considerable weight. "Okay, I'll call Elder Long right now." Before the principal could even make the call, an elderly man pushed the door open and walked in. He had white hair, but youthful face, long eyebrows like snow, and was full of energy. "Xiao Lu, you found such a good prospect, but didn't tell me. If those old guys snatch him up to their school, we'll suffer a huge loss." Principal Lu quickly stood up, smiling broadly as he went to greet him. "Mr. Long, I was just afraid of bothering you," Principal Lu explained. "Shit." Old Master Long cursed directly, showing no respect whatsoever to Principal Lu. Principal Lu still had a big smile on his face. "Just now, Deanly suggested that you, sir, take charge. Look, I was just about to make the call." "All right, enough with the nonsense. Let me see that kid's file." Principal Lu simply took out a stack of documents and handed them over. Old Master Long glanced through it briefly, nodded, and was very satisfied. "Very good. I'll take this kid." Principal Lu was overjoyed upon hearing this. As long as Elder Long was willing to take action, there shouldn't be any problem with this matter. Chapter 12. Arcade. The midday sun in summer is like a blazing fire, scorching the earth. The entire city of Lingzhou seemed to be inside a giant steamer, with the streets deserted. Occasionally a stray cat will appear, but it will quickly dart past and find a shady spot to hide. At the entrance of the mall, a young woman in a white dress looked at the blazing sun outside, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. "With such a scorching sun, I'll definitely get sunburned if I go back." The boy beside him, with bright white teeth and handsome features, also felt the waves of heat washing over him. He turned to the girl and said, "Churuashi, let's go back when it's not so hot." Churuashi nodded and said, "It seems that's the only way." The two then retreated back into the mall. "Jiangfan, you can call me Churuashi or Ruashi. It's fine either way. Adding classmate makes us seem really distant, especially since we were once desk mates." Jiangfan thought about it and realized that was indeed the case. However, asking him to call Ruashi would seem too intimate, and he definitely couldn't bring himself to say it. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. "I'll still call you Churuashi. I can't bring myself to call you anything else." Churuashi was speechless. "Fine. Whatever." The shopping mall they were in was a multi-purpose mall, with the first floor selling gold jewelry and cosmetics. The second floor sells clothes. The third floor has a food court, karaoke, a cinema, an arcade, and all sorts of entertainment options. The mall was very close to Jiangfan's home. The two of them originally planned to have a meal and then go back, but they underestimated the scorching summer sun. Churuashi thought for a moment, and since she had nothing else to do, she might as well spend the afternoon playing here. "Jiangfan, let's go play on the third floor." "Good." Jiangfan replied that his mother, Li Guichin, gave him 1,000 yuan today. He spent 68 yuan on food just now, and now he has 932 yuan left. His father even sent him a message on WeChat saying that he must spend the 1,000 yuan for dating expenses today, or he is not allowed to come home. "If you're not going home tonight, remember to find a decent hotel." When Jiangfan saw this message from his father, Jiang Jinghua, he immediately felt a headache coming on. His relationship with Chu Ruashi was purely platonic, not at all like his father imagined. But for some reason, Jiangfan still felt a little hopeful that such a thing would happen. But given his current personality, even if such a thing happened, he probably wouldn't dare to do anything outrageous. Chu Ruashi and Jiangfan took the elevator to the third floor of the mall together. The elevator faced an arcade. As soon as they stepped out, a sonic boom assaulted their ears. Chu Ruashi ran inside excitedly. She hadn't been here to play in a long time. "The last time I came to the arcade was when I was 9 years old. Hearing the familiar music, I instantly felt like I was back in my childhood." She turned around and shouted at Jiangfan. "Jiangfan, come quick. Let's play here together." "Okay, I'll go buy the coins." "Thank you for spending money today." Chu Ruashi didn't hold back either. Her and Jiangfan's families were fairly well off, so there was no need to be so particular about the differences. "It's okay, my mom has the funds," Jiangfan said seriously. "Funding? What funding?" Chu Ruashi asked curiously. I'll go buy some coins." Jiangfan simply walked away. He couldn't very well tell her it was for dating expenses, could he? The little girl might just run away in fright. Although he's a complete novice when it comes to love, he's not stupid. Jiangfan exchanged 200 yuan worth of game tokens directly, and he carried the 2 boxes of game tokens to Chu Ruashi's side. "Chu Ruashi, I've exchanged my game currency." What would you like to play? Wow, so many? That's amazing. Chu Ruashi was as excited as a little white rabbit. Jiang Fan, let's play this shooting game. It was my favorite game when I was a kid. Jiang Fan inserted the game coins into the machine. The machine screen then displayed enter game. This is a two-player shooting game. Chu Ruashi handed Jiang Fan a submachine gun and explained to him how to use it. Then she added some instructions. Just follow me. Wherever I shoot, you shoot. Okay, Zhu Zusi. Game start. Chu Ruashi excitedly fired wildly at some of the charging monsters, not caring whether she hit them or not. Following Chu Ruashi's advice, Jiang Fan aimed for the monster's head, as that was their weak point, and a single shot could kill them. He only fired one bullet at a time, and each bullet hit the monster's head directly. Wow, Jiang Fan, look, I've defeated so many monsters. Chu Ruashi happily showed off to Jiang Fan, unaware that those were all hits by Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan didn't point it out. He really enjoyed seeing Chu Ruashi happy. After playing a few rounds, Chu Ruashi got bored and went to the basketball shooting machine. Jiang Fan, let's play this. I'm a sharpshooter. Jiang Fan inserted a coin, and the basketball shooting game began. Chu Ruashi picked up a basketball and steadily shot it in. She said to Jiang Fan triumphantly, I'm awesome, aren't I? Impressive. Chu Ruashi then made several shots in a row. To be honest, her shooting accuracy was not bad, but when she entered the second level, as the basket moved back and forth, she missed her shots and pouted angrily. Chu Ruashi, let me help you vote. Chu Ruashi handed the basketball to Jiang Fan, who tossed it gently and made a clean swish. Wow, Jiang Fan, you're amazing. You can even score a swish from a moving basket. Jiang Fan was somewhat taken aback by Chu Ruashi's praise, and then said, the basketball hoop moves at a speed of 0.3 meters per second, swings at an amplitude of 1 meter, and takes 0.5 seconds to reach the hoop. According to the parabola, therefore, when the basket changes direction to its maximum extent, the ball should be released with an aim directly at the center. Chu Ruashi looked at Jiang Fan in surprise. Based on the theory he was talking about, no one would have thought that he only scored 300 on the college entrance exam. Give it a try. Jiang Fan said. Chu Ruashi took the basketball and, as he instructed, immediately shot when the basket changed direction. The basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air and finally went steadily into the basket. Yes, it went in. Chu Ruashi was as happy as a child. I want to throw another one. Chu Ruashi picked up a basketball, waited for the right moment, and then shot it again. The ball went in. She picked up another ball and shot it, making several in a row. When she was a child, she would always fail when she got to the part where the basket moved. Unexpectedly, after listening to Jiang Fan's method today, I directly entered the third level. Overjoyed, she hugged Jiang Fan in celebration. Jiang Fan was startled by Chu Ruashi's sudden action and froze, unable to move. Chapter 13, Account Does Not Exist. After Chu Ruashi realized what had happened, her face flushed red, and she quickly let go of Jiang Fan, taking 2 steps back in a panic. Jiang Fan, I'm sorry, I was just too excited. When Chu Ruashi was little, her father would bring her to play, and whenever she had fun, she would like to hug her father and act spoiled. In a moment of excitement, I instinctively hugged Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was still standing there, stunned. This was the first time in his life that a girl had hugged him like this, and he was clearly still not in the mood to react. Seeing that he was in a daze, Chu Ruashi nudged his arm and said something. Jiang Fan, are you all right? Jiang Fan then came to his senses. Just now, Chu Ruashi's 2 soft things were pressed against his body, making him feel very comfortable. This was an experience he had never had before. He stared at Chu Ruashi, his face instantly turning red. Seeing that he was blushing a little, Chu Ruashi couldn't help but tease him in her heart. I didn't expect that a big boy like him could be shy. Ever since Chu Ruashi accidentally hugged Jiang Fan, their relationship has undergone some subtle changes. The two then didn't leave the arcade until they had used up all their game tokens. Chu Ruashi walked in front, and Jiang Fan followed behind her, secretly watching this lively and lovely girl. Her jet black hair fell straight down her back and swayed rhythmically as she walked. Just as Jiang Fan was lost in thought, Chu Ruashi suddenly turned around, and their eyes met. Jiang Fan quickly looked away. Chu Ruashi's bright eyes darted around, and then she smiled and walked up to Jiang Fan. Tell me honestly, were you spying on me just now? When Jiang Fan was caught red-handed, he tried to argue, I was looking at the movie theater in front of you. Chu Ruashi glanced at the movie theater next to her and couldn't help but cover her mouth with her fair hand and laugh. Jiang Fan is really cute. He can't even come up with a good excuse. The movie theater is to their left, but just now his eyes were fixed on the front. Hey, Jiang Fan, how about we go see a movie? Chu Ruashi suggested. Good, Jiang Fan replied. The two then went into the movie theater. Chu Ruashi watched the movie for a while and finally chose a campus romance film. You Are the Apple of My Eye. Jiang Fan bought 2 movie tickets and then came to Chu Ruashi's side and said, Chu Ruashi, the tickets are bought. Let's go in. You only bought movie tickets? Chu Ruashi asked in confusion. Jiang Fan thought for a while, and he was certain that he could go in and watch the movie after buying the movie ticket. Chu Ruashi looked at the dazed Jiang Fan and laughed inwardly. This Jiang Fan really is a straight man. So he gave a hint. Shouldn't you eat some popcorn while watching a movie? Jiang Fan then realized what was happening and quickly went to buy a large bucket of popcorn. When he returned, Chu Ruashi found that he had also bought 2 drinks. She didn't expect him to have figured it out so quickly, so they went into the screening room together. Because the weather outside was still quite hot, there weren't many moviegoers. When a movie started, there were fewer than 10 people. Because Jiang Fan bought a large bucket of popcorn, the armrest of the stool couldn't fit it, so he had to hold it in one hand, and Chu Ruashi would occasionally take a piece and put it in her mouth. This movie has a light-hearted style and a touch of innocent, youthful romance. Chu Ruashi really enjoyed this type of movie and would occasionally let out a silvery laugh. Jiang Fan smiled in agreement, but in reality, his attention wasn't on the movie screen at all. Instead, he was secretly glancing at Chu Ruashi while eating popcorn. He was also very puzzled as to why he kept looking at her, and the key was that he couldn't control this behavior. Eaten by Jiang Fan as a cover when he was sneaking glances at Chu Ruashi. It's gone, Chu Ruashi said softly. This time, Jiang Fan was very self-aware. He stood up and walked out. A short while later, Jiang Fan returned with 2 large buckets of popcorn. How did you buy the popcorn? Aren't you not allowed to go back in after the movie starts? Jiang Fan said calmly. I bought another movie ticket. You're awesome. Chu Ruashi gave Jiang Fan a thumbs up. Chu Ruashi thought Jiang Fan would buy 2 buckets of popcorn, 1 for each of them, but Jiang Fan simply put 1 bucket on the empty seat next to him and placed the other bucket between them. Chu Ruashi didn't think much of it and continued watching the movie. To her surprise, Jiang Fan loved popcorn so much that he finished both buckets of popcorn in no time. Just as Jiang Fan was about to go out to buy more, Chu Ruashi quickly stopped him and whispered something. The movie's almost over. If you want to eat, you can buy it when we go out later. Belch. Jiang Fan let out an untimely burp, and seeing Chu Ruashi looking at him with surprise, he quickly explained. I drank too much cola. When Chu Ruashi's gaze returned to the movie screen, Jiang Fan realized that he had unknowingly eaten too much. He bought 3 buckets of popcorn, and he ate about 2.5 of them. The movie ended with Jiang Fan hiccuping. Chu Ruashi felt a little disappointed after watching the movie, simply because the female lead in the movie didn't marry the male lead, and instead chose a greasy old man. Jiang Fan, why doesn't the male lead of this movie, Ku Jingting, snatch Chun Jia away? Jiang Fan was caught off guard by the question and didn't know how to answer, because he had no idea who Ku Jingting and Chun Jia were. He kept stealing glances at Chu Ruashi throughout the entire movie. If I were to have a boyfriend, I would never break up with him, no matter the reason, Chu Ruashi said to herself. When the two came out of the mall, it was already 5 p.m., and the sunlight outside had become much gentler. Chu Ruashi stretched and said, It's been so long since I've had this much fun. Me too, Jiang Fan said, glancing at Chu Ruashi. Let's go back, Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan followed. But when they reached an intersection, they found that the road was blocked and there wasn't a single car on it. Judging from this, it's probably a national leader coming to inspect. Chu Ruashi said, Then let's take the small road. Jiang Fan said, The two chatted happily along the way, but Chu Ruashi did most of the talking, with Jiang Fan occasionally saying a few words. He was still not used to chatting with girls. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the school gate. Jiang Fan, let's go back to the school for a walk. We don't know when we'll be able to come back after university starts. Speaking of going to university, Jiang Fan suddenly remembered the email he sent yesterday. It's been a whole day, and there's still no news from Lonka University. So he used his phone to log into his QQ email account to check. When he entered his account information, the results showed that the account did not exist. This frustrated him greatly. He thought he had entered the wrong account number. So he entered it again, but it still showed that the account did not exist. He stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowing immediately. It's over. Chapter 14, School. Jiang Fan never imagined that the controlled nuclear fusion he sent to Lonka University's email address would be classified as a top-secret national document, and that his account would be deleted as a result. Chu Ruashi looked at Jiang Fan with his brows furrowed, puzzled. They had been having a good time just a moment ago, so why did he suddenly look so worried? Jiang Fan, what's wrong? Nothing, Jiang Fan replied. He then thought that Tencent Mail is the largest internet company in China, so it shouldn't be possible for his account to be hacked. It's probably a Tencent email upgrade or system maintenance. I'll deal with it when I get home. If all else fails, I'll call customer service. Chu Ruashi could tell from Jiang Fan's expression that Jiang Fan's mood had suddenly soured since he entered the school. Therefore, it's speculated that the school must be the place of his heartbreak. He studied desperately for a year, only to score 300 points on the college entrance exam. Nobody wants to recall such an experience. Jiang Fan, why don't we go back? Chu Ruashi wanted to be considerate of Jiang Fan's feelings, said to him. However, Jiang Fan smiled at her and said, let's take a look around. We don't know when we'll be able to go back to our alma mater again. Are you alright? Chu Ruashi was afraid that Jiang Fan would be sad and upset again. Me? I'm Yufine. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Chu Ruashi's bright eyes, which were as clear as a mountain stream. He had always focused his energy on studying and research, and had never paid much attention to a girl before. But today he discovered that girls could be so pleasing to the eye and captivating. Seeing that Jiang Fan's expression had returned to normal, Chu Ruashi agreed to take a walk around the school. She took a deep breath, reflecting on the 3 years of her youth spent here. She couldn't help but sigh. I felt immense pressure during my senior year of high school. Sometimes I would even be taking exams and doing practice problems while sleeping. I hoped that my senior year would end soon, but now that day has finally come, I feel a little reluctant to leave. Jiang Fan followed Chu Ruashi's gaze and looked ahead. This was the main road of the school, with tall poplar trees planted on both sides. A gentle breeze blew through them, making a rustling sound. Sunlight filters through the leaves and falls to the ground, creating shadows that sway with the movement of the leaves, like twinkling stars. These shadows and points of light, shining through the gaps in the leaves, interplay and create a flowing galaxy. He had never realized how beautiful the campus was, just as he had never realized how charming his deskmate, Chu Ruashi, was. It turns out that slowing down and paying attention to the world can bring unexpected surprises. They strolled side by side through the campus. Chu Ruashi watched as their shadows stretched long on the ground and eventually overlapped, and a sweet feeling inexplicably rose in her heart. Then, sadness welled up in my heart again. She knew very well that Jiang Fan only scored 300 points on the college entrance exam, so they were destined not to be together, and the gap between them would only widen in the future. Chu Ruashi suddenly seemed to remember something, turned around, and happily said to Jiang Fan, you should repeat a year of high school. Retake the exam. Jiang Fan never had that idea. All he wanted now was to be admitted to Lonka University and complete the tasks assigned by the system, so that he could get more technological rewards from the system. Although the system task has no time limit, and he could indeed get into Lonka University after repeating a year of high school. As a researcher, he knows very well that time is the most precious thing. Within a year, the controlled nuclear fusion he envisioned might already be put into practice. Therefore, he has no intention of repeating the year. If there is still no news from Lonka University, he plans to go there in the next couple of days. Based on the controllable nuclear fusion formula and the original knowledge awarded by the system, he believes that Lonka University has no reason to refuse him, unless they do not understand. Seeing that Jiang Fan was deep in thought, Chu Ruashi assumed he was seriously considering her suggestion, and continued speaking. Maybe after you retake the exam and get into Tsinghua University, I can be your senior. Chu Ruashi's smile was so sweet that Jiang Fan was momentarily captivated. If they were in the same school in the future, they really could see each other every day. However, Jiang Fan quickly dismissed the idea. Life is precious. Love is even more valuable, but for the sake of scientific research, both can be sacrificed. I'm not going to repeat a year of high school. When Chu Ruashi heard Jiang Fan's firm words, she felt a pang of disappointment, as if a pair of scissors had severed the friendship they had built up that day. If Jiang Fan hadn't repeated his studies, their lives would likely have had little chance of intersecting again. Just as Chu Ruashi was feeling a little melancholy, a familiar voice rang out. "Ruashi is here." Chu Ruashi looked up and saw that it was their homeroom teacher, Teacher Wang, with 4 or 5 of their classmates behind him. "Hello, Teacher Wang." Okay. Did you receive your Tsinghua University admission letter?" Teacher Wang asked with a smile. "Not yet, but the admissions office of Tsinghua University called to say that the admission notice has been sent out and should be received in the next couple of days." That's good, huh? I never expected that I would also teach a student who ranked first in the entire school in the college entrance examination this year. It's an honor for your teacher to be with you. Huh? Teacher Wang looked very proud, and the students next to him looked at Chu Ruashi with envy. "It's all thanks to Teacher Wang's excellent guidance," Chu Ruashi said modestly. Teacher Wang felt incredibly relieved after hearing what Chu Ruashi said. "When you come back from your holidays, come visit your teacher more often, and your teacher will be very happy." Teacher Wang, I am your student, and I will always be your student wherever I go. Teacher Wang smiled even more broadly, inwardly praising Chu Ruashi as a sensible child. The students next to Teacher Wang also greeted Chu Ruashi one after another. "Hey, Jiang Fan, what brings you to school?" A classmate recognized Jiang Fan. "Is this Jiang Fan? We didn't recognize him at all." No wonder they didn't recognize Jiang Fan. His previous school appearance was terrible. Because of the pressure of studying, he had long hair and no time to take care of it. He was also dressed in a sloppy manner. You wouldn't believe he looked like a beggar. But Jiang Fan now looks completely different from before. He has cut his hair, revealing his handsome face, and he has also changed his clothes. He went from a poor loser to a rich and handsome man in a glamorous way. Teacher Wang didn't pay much attention to Jiang Fan's changes. He was too lazy to bother with students like Jiang Fan, who only scored 300 points. However, since he was a teacher, he still said a few perfunctory words. "Jiang Fan, although your grades aren't good, your teacher suggests that you go to a vocational school or something to learn a trade. At least that way you can make a living in society in the future." Several students couldn't help but laugh after hearing what Teacher Wang said, and then jokingly said, "I heard that the excavator operation program at Sandong Lanxiang Technical School is pretty good. You can earn at least 4 or 5,000 yuan after graduation. That works, huh? I think it suits Jiang Fan quite well, huh?" Chapter 15. Something big has happened. Chu Ruashi was displeased when she saw her classmates mocking Jiang Fan. He said this to Lu Ji, who had previously served as the class's academic representative. "Lu Ji, you always scored over 600 points in previous mock exams. How come you only scored 498 points in the college entrance exam?" Upon hearing Chu Ruashi's words, Lu Ji, who had been laughing heartily, instantly turned extremely pale. He was too nervous during the college entrance examination and performed poorly, scoring only 498 points. He cried for several days because of this. Now that Chu Ruashi had brought it up, he felt sad again, but he didn't want to lose his composure in front of the beautiful school beauty. So he explained, I didn't do well on the test." A friend next to him chimed in, "Yes, although Lu Ji didn't perform well this time, he still scored nearly 500 points, which is a full 200 points higher than Jiang Fan." Hearing his friend's words, Lu Ji felt much better. No matter what, he's much better than Jiang Fan. Chu Ruashi became even angrier when she saw that they still dared to compare themselves to Jiang Fan. So she said in a sarcastic tone, "When we entered senior year of high school, you were the top student in our class. But in just 1 year, you scored 498 points, and I scored 708. Let me do the math. That's a difference of 210 points. Wow, that's a lot. There must be at least a difference of millions of test takers between us. How come we're getting worse and worse? It's really worrying." Chu Ruashi's skill in putting people down was truly remarkable. She made Lu Ji's face turn red and white in turns, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Seeing his contorted expression, Chu Ruashi felt a surge of secret pleasure. If you dare to act up again, I'll make you question your existence. Lu Ji never expected that Chu Ruoshi, who was usually gentle and refined, would speak so harshly today, with every word piercing the heart and every move potentially fatal. These were the words Chu Ruoshi said, which was completely different from her lively and cute image. He knew that Chu Ruoshi was speaking up for him, and seeing Lu Ji's somewhat withdrawn expression, he couldn't help but want to laugh. He originally couldn't be bothered with these things, but he found it quite amusing to see Chu Ruoshi mocking others. Fearing that Lu Ji might be traumatized, Teacher Wang quickly chimed in. Lu Ji is planning to repeat a year. I believe that as long as he relaxes, he should have no problem scoring over 700 points next year. Hearing Teacher Wang's words, Lu Ji instantly felt more confident. Don't worry, Teacher Wang, I'll definitely get you the top score in the whole school next year's college entrance exam. Okay, I believe in you. Teacher Wang patted Lu Ji on the shoulder with satisfaction. Teacher, Jiang Fan and I are going to walk around the school for a bit, so we'll talk to you later. Chu Ruoshi couldn't stand Lu Ji and the others' ugly faces. After saying goodbye to Teacher Wang, she grabbed Jiang Fan's hand and left. Teacher Wang and several students stared at each other in disbelief. What's going on? Chu Ruoshi took Jiang Fan's hand. The same thought popped into their minds at the same time. Is Chu Ruoshi going to start dating Jiang Fan? But upon further reflection, it's impossible, isn't it? Chu Ruoshi was admitted to Tsinghua University, while Jiang Fan could only attend Sandong Lanxiang Vocational School. After graduation, the difference between them will be enormous. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they are worlds apart. Judging from how Chu Ruoshi defended Jiang Fan just now, it's quite possible. Otherwise, a gentle school beauty wouldn't have said such a thing. Actually, judging from their appearance alone, they're quite a good match, but when it comes to academics, the difference between them is huge. Then the students exchanged glances and looked at Teacher Wang at the same time. Teacher Wang, are they dating? A student asked. Another classmate next to him immediately denied it. Definitely not. Chu Ruoshi is the school beauty and a top student, while Jiang Fan is just a loser and a slacker. How could that be? Another classmate agreed. You're right. School beauty Chu is kind-hearted. She must feel sorry for Jiang Fan because he's mentally challenged, so she simply wants to help him. Indeed, that's possible. After listening to the analysis of the group, Teacher Wang glanced at Chu Ruoshi and Jiang Fan, who had walked away. Logically speaking, now that they have graduated, he has no right to interfere with students' relationships. However, Chu Ruoshi is the most outstanding student he has ever taught, and he doesn't want her to be ruined by good-for-nothing. Regardless of whether they are dating or not, he has decided that he still needs to report this matter to Chu Ruoshi's parents. At the same time, the Xingfu residential community has been locked down. Residents are allowed to enter, but no one is allowed to leave. The old, weak, sick, and disabled gatekeeper at the entrance of the residential area is gone, replaced by heavily armed special police officers. Anyone entering must be strictly verified to be a resident of the community before being allowed entry. And no one is allowed to leave. The residents of the community had never seen such a big scene in their lives, and they immediately started talking about it among themselves. With such a commotion, could it be that some terrorists have been discovered in our neighborhood? TCH, what are you thinking? If they found terrorists, they would have evacuated everyone from the neighborhood long ago if they were still letting us in. Based on my years of experience, I reckon it's because that big shot's identity has been exposed. You know what? What you said is very likely. There's always been a big shot in our neighborhood. How come we didn't know? If we knew who it was and got on good terms with him, maybe he could lend us a hand sometime. All the residents in the community know right now is that the important person lives in Building 3, but they don't know anything else, because there are dozens of fully armed special police officers downstairs in Building 3. The residents inside can only stay at home and are not allowed to leave the building. In front of Building 3, there's a building called Building 5. Many residents are curious and peer out of their windows to see what is happening there. They then report the situation in real time via their mobile phones in the residents' WeChat group. The Happiness Community Residents WeChat group has a total of 302 members. Usually, only a few active members chat, while the rest remain silent. But today was different. Their WeChat group was bustling with activity. In just half an hour, there were tens of thousands of messages in the WeChat group. After a day of shopping, Jiang Jinghua was exhausted. carrying bags of clothes. He heard his phone ringing incessantly and, annoyed, simply put it on silent. Li Guiqin had a very fruitful day. She usually doesn't have time to go shopping, so she seized this opportunity to indulge herself. She bought more than 10 pieces of clothing. When they arrived at the entrance of the residential area, they were shocked by the scene before them. Their residential area was immediately sealed off, and more than a dozen fully armed special police officers stood in a row with submachine guns in their hands. Li Guiqin was so frightened that she dared not go in. At this moment, Mr. Zhang, the property manager of the community, saw them and excitedly said to one of his superiors beside him, "It's them. They are Jiang Fan's parents." Then the officer waved his hand, and several SWAT officers immediately surrounded them. Li Guiqin and Jiang Jinghua's hearts skipped a beat. Then they exchanged a glance, a thought popping into their minds. Their son is in big trouble. Chapter 16, The Scramble. The officer walked straight to Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, saluted them, and then spoke. "Your son's name is Jiang Fan, right?" Yes. Jiang Jinghua replied, then cautiously asked the officer, "Sir, what did Xiao Fan do wrong?" The officer was taken aback, guessing they were overthinking things. However, with so many people around, he didn't offer much explanation, only saying, "You'll have to come with me." Several special police officers then stood directly on either side of Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin. Seeing the situation, Jiang Jinghua felt even more uneasy. He glanced at his wife, who also looked confused and worried. No matter what Xiao Fan has done, as his father, I must protect my son. He grasped Li Guiqin's trembling hand and followed the officer into the residential area. Entrance to Building 3. "Elder Long, I didn't expect you to come too," An old man said. "Brother Qiao, if I hadn't come today, you probably would have snatched Jiang Fan away." Old Long said bluntly. Elder Long, what are you saying?" "I'm here on behalf of Tsinghua University to have a chat with Jiang Fan," Xiao Shan said with a smile. Originally, he came to find Jiang Fan on behalf of Tsinghua University. With his reputation, he should have had no problem bringing Jiang Fan to his school. The key issue is that Elder Long also suddenly arrived, which has made things a bit complicated. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? We've been dealing with each other for decades, so let's not hide anything." Old Long said bluntly. Both Professor Long and Professor Xiao Shan are national-level academicians, and they have both received the National Lifetime Achievement Award. No more than 5 people in the entire country have ever received this award, and of those, only 2 are still alive. This demonstrates their extremely high status. Xiao Shan saw that Elder Long wanted to speak frankly with him, so he thought, "Perfect, I'll compete with him openly and fairly." This time, Huaqing University has given him a lot of power in order to win over Jiang Fan. As long as we can snatch Jiang Fan away, everything else is negotiable. "Elder Long, you want to take Jiang Fan as your student, right? So what if it is?" After Xiao Shan pointed it out, Elder Long realized that Huaqing University had come prepared this time. It seemed that they would have a hard time getting Jiang Fan without going all out. Fortunately, when he arrived, Principal Liu gave him absolute authority, saying that as long as the person was brought to Lonka University, he could name any conditions he wanted. "Elder Long, look at you. You're already so old. Where would you get so much energy? Look at me. I'm only in my 50s, in the prime of my life, full of vigor. When it comes to stamina, how about we have a contest? I'll run a 42-kilometer marathon in one go." Old Long rolled up his sleeves and said defiantly. Xiao Shan knew that a few years ago, when Long Lao was 60 years old, he actually ran a full marathon and even achieved a good result. "I'm ashamed to admit I'm no match for Mr. Long in a marathon." "Old Long, I definitely can't do a marathon. How about we have a swimming competition? 500 meters or 1,000 meters. You can choose whichever you prefer. And I'll let you swim the first 100 meters. How about that?" "Bullshit. Everyone knows I can't swim." Old Long cursed. In the end, Elder Long and Xiao Shan argued until their faces turned red, their beards bristling and their eyes bulging, almost to the point of fighting. A representative from Peking University in China went up to persuade him. "Elder Long, Elder Qiao, stop arguing. Let Jiang Fan choose for himself when he returns." Old Master Long glanced at the representative from Peking University and said disdainfully, "What? You, a junior, want to compete with us? Don't you even know your own limitations?" The Peking University representative from China looked speechless. "Have to. He really shouldn't have gone up there and meddled in this. In the end, he could only take a few steps back in boredom and stand next to representatives from Peking University, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and other schools. They arrived full of confidence, certain that they could persuade Jiang Fan to join their school. But when they saw Elder Long and Xiao Shan, they knew it was hopeless. Even if all those school representatives were combined, they couldn't compare to the weight of either Elder Long or Elder Xiao. They privately reported the situation to their school principals, who knew that it was hopeless when they learned that Elder Long and Elder Xiao had personally gone to snatch Jiang Fan. When they saw Elder Long and Elder Xiao fighting over the prize, they immediately felt that they might be able to snag a bargain. As the saying goes, when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. While these representatives from the country's top universities were each harboring their own ulterior motives in vying for Jiang Fan, an officer led Jiang Fan's parents over. Before the officer could speak, Elder Long walked up and grabbed Jiang Jinghua's hand, saying, exclamation point, "Are you Jiang Fan's father, Jiang Jinghua?" Mr. Long had seen Jiang Jinghua's photo and introduction in Jiang Fan's information. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Jiang Jinghua said with a bewildered expression, "Yes, yes. Hello, I am Long Jinghua from Long University of Science and Technology." Jiang Jinghua found the name somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Long Jinghua of Lonka University. Long Keita University, Long Jinghua. He silently repeated it twice in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Long Jinghua, a top academician of China University of Science and Technology, has made significant contributions to scientific research in China in the fields of nanotechnology and rocket fuel, and has also received a Lifetime Achievement Award. He had seen an interview with Mr. Long on television before. But how could such an important person suddenly appear in front of me and even hold my hand? What's going on? Could it be related to her son? Just as Jiang Jinghua was trying to figure out what was going on, a middle-aged man in his 50s grabbed his other hand. Hello, I'm Xiao Shan from Huaqing. When Jiang Jinghua heard the other party's introduction, his eyes widened in astonishment. Although Xiao Shan, an academician of Huaqing University, is not as famous as Long Lauda, he has achieved remarkable success and has also received the Longhua Lifetime Achievement Award. Jiang Jinghua was immediately flattered that two of the country's top scientific research figures shook his hand at the same time. I am so unworthy of such an honor in this lifetime. When Elder Long saw that Xiao Shan was learning from him, he immediately said angrily, "Hey, you surnamed Xiao." I shook Brother John's hand first. "Why are you trying to grab it? Don't you know how to respect the elderly and care for the young?" "The hand you're holding is Brother Zhang's, and the hand I'm holding is this one. Neither of us is affecting the other. So how can you say it's a grab?" Xiao Shan retorted, just as the two were about to start fighting again over shaking hands with Chang Qinghua. The officer said to them, "Elder Long, Elder Xiao, let's take care of business first." Only then did Elder Long and Xiao Shan release Jiang Jinghua's hand, allowing the officer to lead Jiang Fan's parents upstairs. They followed closely behind Jiang Jinghua and Ji Guiqin, as if afraid they would run away. The representatives from other schools sighed helplessly when they saw this scene. They had hoped to get a chance to speak with Jiang Fan's parents, but they didn't even get a chance to talk to them. Chapter 17, The Butterfly. Jiang Jinghua opened the door, and the officer walked in with several special police officers. Everyone else waited at the door. They all knew that Jiang Fan's controlled nuclear fusion was a top-secret national project, and only relevant personnel had the right to access it. No one else was allowed to touch it. A moment later, a SWAT officer emerged carrying a computer. Another SWAT officer, armed, followed beside him. Inside the house, several special police officers were scanning the items with unidentified equipment. They stopped only after they found nothing else. This left Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin completely baffled. "Mr. Jiang, please rest assured that we will compensate you for your computer and the items we took," the officer said to them. Jiang Jinghua didn't want any compensation. All he wanted to know was what had happened to his son, Jiang Fan. But the officers haven't mentioned him at all since. The officer took out a satellite phone and dialed the number. "Minister Zhou, the relevant items from Jiang Fan's home have been taken away, but Jiang Fan is not at home." "Okay, I understand." After the officer finished his report, he spoke to Jiang Jinghua. "Mr. Jiang, where is Jiang Fan now?" "I don't know either," Jiang Jinghua said. Then call Jiang Fan now. I can call you. But can you tell me what's wrong with Xiao Fan? Jiang Jinghua said that he had just thought about it for a while. The entire community was locked down because of his son, and Elder Long and Elder Qiao were also there for Jiang Fan. He was certain that something big must have happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big fuss. All I know is that Jiang Fan invented solar photovoltaic panel materials. I know nothing else. The officer said that these were all excuses made up by Minister Zhou Huai, which were actually to cover up Jiang Fan's research on controlled nuclear fusion. Solar photovoltaic panel materials are not high-tech research, and the technology is basically mature, making them easy for the public to accept and unlikely to arouse suspicion from the outside world. After all, some students have invented technologies and were specially recruited to the country's top universities. If the world were to directly announce that Jiang Fan has developed a formula and data for controlled nuclear fusion, the whole world would probably be in an uproar. Those hostile nations with ill intentions would probably send spies or assassins to target Jiang Fan immediately. Such things have happened before. Therefore, announcing to the outside world that Jiang Fan has developed solar photovoltaic panel materials is also a way to protect Jiang Fan. When Jiang Jinghua heard the officer say this, he was immediately excited, and everything that had happened before could be explained. And since Professor Long and Professor Qiao just said they represent Lonka University and Huaqin University respectively, does that mean they want to specially recruit their sons? Thinking of this, he looked at Li Guiqin excitedly. But Li Guiqin was still in shock and had not yet reacted. However, right now, he must contact Jiang Fan and ask his son to come back quickly. If he keeps Elder Long and the others waiting too long and they leave in a fit of anger, he will regret it. I never expected my son to be so talented. He actually managed to research solar photovoltaic panel materials. This is such a source of pride for me. So what if I only got 300 points on the college entrance exam? Hee. I can still get into the country's top universities. Jiang Jinghua became more and more excited as he thought about it, and then took out his phone and dialed his son directly. At this moment, Jiang Fan was blushing and awkwardly holding Chu Ruoxi's hand. Just as they reached the corner, Chu Ruoxi glanced back before letting go of Jiang Fan's hand, and then said angrily, "Oof, a bunch of snobs. Next time when Teacher Wang isn't around, I'll beat you all to a pulp." When Chu Ruoxi turned around and faced Jiang Fan, she found his face was completely red. "Hey, Jiang Fan, what happened to your face?" Chu Ruoxi asked, puzzled. Jiang Fan touched his burning face and explained in a flustered manner. "Oh my God, it's so hot." Chu Ruoxi didn't mind and prepared to continue walking forward with Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's heart was in turmoil. It was the first time a girl had held his hand for so long. He could clearly feel the electric current coming from Chu Ruoxi's hand. It made his heart pound wildly. Is this what it feels like to be smitten? Just as Jiang Fan was lost in thought, his phone rang. He saw that it was his father, Jiang Jinghua, calling. "Hey, Dad, Xiao Fan, where are you?" Jiang Jinghua's excited voice came through the phone. "I was with Chu Ruoxi at school." When Jiang Fan mentioned Chu Ruoxi's name, he visibly panicked. "Oh." Before Jiang Jinghua could speak, another man's voice came through the phone. His voice was deep and resonant. "Hello, Jiang Fan. We have received your email. Are you available to speak now?" Upon hearing the email, Jiang Fan immediately felt nervous, then glanced at Chu Ruoxi, who was chasing butterflies, and said, "Convenient. Okay, just a moment." A few seconds later, there was the sound of a door closing. The other party lowered their voice and said a few brief words before hanging up the phone. The gist is that from now on, he cannot mention the contents of the emails he sends to anyone, and can only tell the outside world that he has researched solar photovoltaic panel materials. They also told him not to leave the school, and that they would come and pick him up soon. Jiang Fan hung up the phone without being surprised. As a former researcher, he knew very well the significance of the controlled nuclear fusion formulas and data he had sent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this document is classified as a top-secret national document. He was quite satisfied with the country's response. With such strong support from the country, he guessed that there shouldn't be any problems with Sung Kong University of Science and Technology. Thinking about how he would soon receive the system's rewards, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile. "Jiang Fan, what are you grinning about? Come help me catch that butterfly." "Oh," Jiang Fan responded, and then he caught up with Chu Ruoxi, and together they picked up the beautiful butterfly. The butterflies fluttered about, their thin, white wings slightly transparent, like pure white gauze, adorned with delicate and exquisite patterns, refined, elegant, and beautiful. Although the butterfly was not flying very fast, Jiangfan and Churuashi could not catch it no matter what they tried. Just as they were about to give up, a butterfly gently landed on a flower by the roadside. Churuashi raised a slender white finger and placed it on her jade lips. Then she tiptoed closer to the butterfly, and as she was almost upon it, she slowly reached out her little hand. Then she swiftly grabbed it. The butterfly slowly flapped its wings and flew higher. "Oh dear, just a little bit more." Churuashi pouted cutely and said. She could only watch as the butterfly flew high into the sky, where it shone with a golden light under the sunlight. Whoosh! The sound of a propeller came from behind. "Hey, Jiangfan, look, a helicopter is flying. I really want to ride in it and experience it." Chapter 18, Military Helicopters. Principal's Office, Lingzhou No. 1 Middle School. Teacher Wang, Churuashi from your class 3 to 6 this year is truly outstanding. A real source of pride for Lingzhou No. 1 Middle School. I went to an education conference the other day and specifically praised our school, Principal Ma said happily, his eyes full of satisfaction as he looked at Teacher Wang. Hearing the principal's praise, Teacher Wang felt as happy as if she had eaten honey. It is all thanks to Principal Ma's leadership that Churuashi in my class has achieved such good results. All right, let's keep up the good work this year and strive for even greater achievements, bringing glory to our school. Principal Ma, don't worry, I'm very confident this year. Look, this is Lu Ji, our class's academic representative. He didn't do well on the exam today. He usually scores around 650 points. He's planning to repeat a year at our school. Teacher Wang pointed at Lu Ji and handed his previous history grades to Principal Ma. When Principal Ma saw that the scores in the last few diagnostic tests were all around 650, he was immediately overjoyed. With such a score, if he were to repeat a year, he might even surpass Churuashi and become another student with a score above 700. Principal Ma put down the report card in his hand and glanced at Lu Ji, who was standing next to Teacher Wang. Not bad. At this moment, Teacher Wang suddenly said with a distressed expression, Principal Ma, although Lu Ji usually does well on tests, he only scored 498 points on this year's college entrance exam. Our school only accepts students with scores above 550 for retaking the exam. What do you think? Their school does indeed have this rule. It was Principal Ma who set it up. The reason he established this rule was to improve the college entrance examination pass rate. In fact, a score of 550 on the college entrance exam is already the cutoff for first-tier universities. The reason why these students choose to retake the exam is because they did not get into their ideal universities. If students repeat a year, they will study very hard and consciously, which will create a good learning atmosphere. In addition, even if they do poorly in the college entrance examination the following year, they should still get 550 points, which should be enough to get into a university. For the school, this will steadily increase the college entrance rate. This is why Principal Ma initially considered only accepting students with scores above 550. Lu Ji, standing before us, only scored 498 points in this year's college entrance examination, failing to meet his required score. Principal Ma then looked at Lu Ji's history transcript. Finally, he smiled and said to Lu Ji, Lu Ji, which school are you aiming for? Tsinghua University. Lu Ji said firmly. A large part of the reason he set Tsinghua University as his goal was because Churuashi got into Tsinghua. After all, who wouldn't like such a beautiful campus belle? He had just imagined the exciting scene of Churuashi seeing him on the campus of Tsinghua University after he retook the exam for another year. He would then tell Churuashi that the reason he got into Tsinghua University was for her, and that this was the power of love. He believed that Churuashi would also be moved to tears and become his girlfriend. Their love story will become a legend at Lingzhou No. 1 Middle School. Thinking of this, his gaze became even more resolute. Principal Ma was also very happy, and he slapped the table, saying excitedly, Okay, I'll make an exception and admit you today because of Teacher Wang. You'll have to work hard under Teacher Wang for the next year. Thank you, Principal Ma. I will definitely work hard. Lu Ji said happily. Okay, you can go out now. I need to talk to Teacher Wang about something. Lu Ji gave Teacher Wang a grateful look and then left. Teacher Wang, Churuashi from your class is indeed very good this year. But Jiang Fan only scored 300 points in the college entrance examination, which is the lowest score in our school's history. Isn't this a disgrace to our school? Lingzhou No. 1 High School is a key high school, after all. Not only has this lowered the college entrance examination pass rate, but it has also dragged down the school's overall average score. In the future, we should do some ideological work with these kinds of slackers and get them to give up on the college entrance examination. Principal Ma said angrily. I understand, Principal Ma. If I find any underachievers like Jiang Fan in the future, I will definitely persuade them to give up the college entrance examination. That's right, Teacher Wang. Sometimes you're just too soft-hearted. Just as the two were talking about Jiang Fan, a security guard in a uniform suddenly burst in. Principal. No. Something terrible has happened. Our school has been occupied. Principal Ma was startled by the security guard's shouts. Littly, are you drunk? What are you talking about in broad daylight? Really, so many people, guns? The security guard was gesturing incoherently. The principal's office was on the 3rd floor. He walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and looked out. I was immediately startled. Hundreds of special police officers dressed in black and carrying submachine guns swarmed into the school gate. They were well-trained and surrounded the entire campus. Moreover, a military helicopter slowly landed on the playground. Principal Ma was completely stunned. What's going on with such a big commotion? Are there terrorists at their school? Just as he was puzzled, he saw 2 people getting off the helicopter through the window. One of them was tall and imposing, clearly a soldier, and judging from his demeanor, he must hold a high-ranking position. Next to him was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, and Principal Ma took a closer look. Holy crap, it's the mayor of Lingzhou City. He hurriedly ran out of the principal's office to greet the mayor. Teacher Wang and the gatekeeper quickly followed. Principal Ma was so excited that he lost his footing while going down the stairs and almost fell, but luckily he grabbed the railing. Upon arriving on the 1st floor, he rushed towards the playground. Even from a great distance, he began to pant and shout. Mayor Deng. I had no idea Mayor Deng was coming. I am so sorry for not welcoming you sooner. Principal Ma said as he ran up to Mayor Deng. Mayor Deng didn't mince words and asked directly, Isn't there a student named Jiang Fan at your school? Jiang Fan? Yes. Principal Ma wondered if Mayor Deng had made such a big fuss for Jiang Fan. Could it be that Jiang Fan has done something wrong outside? Definitely. Otherwise, why would there be so many armed special police? It seems Jiang Fan's crime is quite serious. Could it be murder and arson? Thinking of this, Principal Ma quickly distanced himself from Jiang Fan and added, Mayor Deng, Jiang Fan was indeed a student of our No. 1 high school before, but he has now graduated and is no longer a student of our school in a strict sense. Mayor Deng glanced at Principal Ma and then said, Where is he now? He's not at school. Principal Ma had no idea that Jiang Fan and Churuashi had come to the school. Just as Mayor Deng was about to say something, his companions stopped him. They had seen a boy and a girl walking towards him from the edge of the playground. Jiang Fan, where are you going? Come back quickly. Churuashi called out anxiously as she saw Jiang Fan heading towards the helicopter. Churuashi, didn't you want to ride a helicopter? Come on, I'll take you. Churuashi was so frightened that she ran over and grabbed Jiang Fan's hand, saying, Are you crazy? That's a military helicopter. Chapter 19. Let her go. Jiang Fan knew that it was a military helicopter, but he knew that they were there to pick him up. The government official from the phone call must have already informed him. Just as Jiang Fan was about to explain to Churuashi, Teacher Wang and the security guard arrived and saw the principal talking with Mayor Deng. At the same time, he saw Jiang Fan walking towards the helicopter, and his heart tightened immediately. Has Jiang Fan gone mad again? Principal Ma just criticized Jiang Fan for what happened, so he can't let Jiang Fan cause trouble again this time. So Teacher Wang said to Lu Ji and the others behind him, You guys come with me and stop Jiang Fan. Don't let him interrupt the principal and Mayor Deng's serious discussion. At Teacher Wang's command, Lu Ji took the lead, because Teacher Wang had just spoken highly of him to the principal, and now it was his time to make a good impression. Although the security guard at the gate didn't dare to confront the special police, he was certainly capable of dealing with students, so he followed them. If he could perform well in front of the principal, he might even get a promotion and a raise. Several people blocked Jiang Fan's way, preventing him from heading towards the helicopter. Teacher Wang shouted at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, you're a terrible student. If you want to go crazy, go home. This school isn't your home. Lu Ji chimed in. Jiang Fan, if you dare take one step forward, don't blame us for beating you up. Jiang Fan looked at the group, blocking his way, speechless. The helicopter was there to pick him up, but these people were blocking his path. When Chu Ruashi heard Lu Ji say that they were going to beat up Jiang Fan, she stood directly in front of Jiang Fan, put her hands on her hips, and angrily pointed at the group. Lu Ji, if you dare to lay a finger on Jiang Fan today, I will never let you get away with this. Chu Ruashi's face was very youthful and chubby. When she said these harsh words, it didn't make people feel scared. Instead, it gave off a cute and fierce feeling. Seeing how protective Chu Ruashi was of Jiang Fan, Lu Ji couldn't help but feel a little jealous and said to Chu Ruashi, Ruashi, why are you protecting him like this? He's just a terrible student. You're going to Tsinghua University, so you'd better stay away from him. Chu Ruashi puffed up her cheeks in anger. Mind your own business. Just mind your own business. Jiang Fan felt an inexplicable joy when he saw Chu Ruashi standing up for him. Seeing her angry face was so adorable that he suddenly had an urge to pinch it. Chu Ruashi, that helicopter is here to pick me up. Didn't you just say you want to ride it? I'll take you there now. Jiang Fan said to Chu Ruashi, too lazy to waste words on the classmates blocking their way. When Jiang Fan said that, Lu Ji and his classmates burst into laughter. Even Teacher Wang and the security guard couldn't help but laugh. I'm dying of laughter. He said this military helicopter was to pick him up, huh? Jiang Fan, I think you should hurry up and go see the 5th hospital, Lingzhou Mental Hospital. This is simply the funniest joke of the century, Chu Ruashi frowned slightly as she looked at Jiang Fan, who had a faint smile on his face. He seemed quite normal, so why was he talking nonsense all the time? Before Principal Ma could even get a clear look at the situation on the edge of the playground, the phone rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from the Kyoto University admissions office, he glanced at Mayor Deng, hesitating whether to answer. If he didn't answer, it was the Kyoto University admissions office. But if he did answer, he still needed to receive Mayor Deng. Mayor Deng noticed the troubled look on Principal Ma's face and said, Answer the phone if it rings. With Mayor Deng's permission, Principal Ma stepped aside to answer the phone. Mayor Deng then looked towards Jiang Fan's group and saw everyone laughing together. He felt quite pleased, as it seemed that Lingzhou No. 1 Middle School still valued the education of friendship among students. Minister Zhou, since we found the person, let's wait a bit. Let Jiang Fan say goodbye to his classmates. Zhou Huai nodded. He had been silently observing Jiang Fan, and he was amazed. How could such a young high school student have researched such a massive project as controlled nuclear fusion? Although the documents he released only contained some of the formulas and data for controlled nuclear fusion, these things were enough to change the course of their entire project by 10 years. Principal Ma, standing to the side, looked on in astonishment and spoke into the phone in disbelief. You said that? You're willing to specially recruit Jiang Fan? Yes, it's Jiang Fan, came the affirmative reply. But, Jiang Fan only scored 300 points? He has the lowest score in our school. I know that, Principal Ma. If you can persuade Jiang Fan to come to our school, we can give you a guaranteed admission spot. How about that? The head of the admissions office at Peking University said that he was in Jiang Fan's neighborhood at the time and could see Professor Long and Professor Qi sitting on either side of Jiang Fan's parents, while the representatives from other universities were completely unable to speak. He had a sudden inspiration and found Principal Ma's phone number at Lingzhou No. 1 Middle School. He quietly went to the corridor and called Principal Ma. Principal Ma was immediately thrilled upon hearing the conditions offered by the admissions officer of Kyoto University. Kyoto University is among the top 5 universities in China, with a college entrance examination score requirement exceeding 640. Seeing that Principal Ma didn't respond, the other party assumed that the offered conditions weren't attractive enough. So they spoke again on the phone. Principal Ma, how about this? If you can get Jiang Fan to study at Peking University, I'll give you 2 guaranteed admission spots. How about that? 2 guaranteed admission spots. Principal Ma gasped in shock. 2 guaranteed admission slots? He was acutely aware of the significance of this. For an ordinary person, attending a good school could change their entire life. This was something that money couldn't buy. Most importantly, with 2 guaranteed admission spots, to Peking University, he can definitely attract many outstanding students to their #1 high school, which will naturally increase the college entrance rate. Thinking that he might even get a promotion, Principal Ma readily agreed. Principal Ma also understood from the phone call that Jiang Fan had actually developed solar photovoltaic materials. It seems Mayor Deng's personal visit was for this very reason. He had just thought that Jiang Fan had done something like murder or arson, which was why there was such a commotion. After careful consideration, Principal Ma thought, even if solar photovoltaic materials are successfully developed, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? However, he couldn't care less about that now. The most important thing right now was to get Jiang Fan to agree to go to Peking University so that he could have 2 guaranteed admission spots at Peking University. When Principal Ma saw that Teacher Wang and the others were still blocking Jiang Fan, he became very anxious and quickly ran over. Jiang Fan was getting angry too. He didn't want to pay much attention to Lu Ji and the others, but they were being very aggressive. Ruashi, don't stand with this trashy student. Lu Ji grabbed Chu Ruashi's wrist, trying to pull her aside. Lu Ji, let me go. Chu Ruashi stood in front of Jiang Fan and said, I won't let go. Lu Ji said shamelessly. Jiang Fan's face immediately turned cold, and he said to Lu Ji in a chilling tone, let her go. Chapter 20, Don't be afraid. I'm here. Let her go. With Jiang Fan's loud shout, Mayor Deng and Minister Zhou Huide sensed that something was wrong. Minister Zhou Huide waved his hand to the guards beside him, and more than a dozen guards rushed over with submachine guns in hand, aiming at everyone except Jiang Fan. Lu Ji had never seen such a large-scale attack before. The dark muzzles of the guns seemed like black holes trying to swallow him whole, and his whole body trembled. He subconsciously released Chu Ruashi's wrist, raised his hands, and made a gesture of surrender. No, don't kill me, I surrender. Lu Ji stammered, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and then a yellow liquid flowed from his body. A foul odor immediately filled the air around him. The students behind Lu Ji were also terrified. Their teeth chattered, and they looked at the special police with fear, shrinking back and not daring to say a word. Chu Ruashi was also terrified, her face turning pale. She was like a little white rabbit surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves, trembling with fear. Just when she was filled with fear, panic, and helplessness, a warm, large hand grasped her cold, small hand. A sense of security instantly washed over her, like seeing a ray of light in the darkness, like a lost ship finding a lighthouse, or a lost child finding their way home. Chu Ruashi, don't be afraid. I'm here. A deep voice sounded in her ear, and Chu Ruashi subconsciously moved closer to the person. Mayor Deng and Zhou Huide also came over. Mayor Deng angrily rebuked Principal Ma with a stern face. How have you educated your students? Letting these classmates bully Jiang Fan. I think your job as principal is over. Mayor Deng was also startled. Jiang Fan was someone personally selected by Minister Zhou Huide, and his importance was now second only to the president of the country. If Jiang Fan were to get injured or something were to happen to him in front of Minister Zhou Huide, he would lose his job as mayor. Principal Ma quickly admitted his mistake, and then scolded Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, how do you educate your students? If you scare Jiang Fan, can you take responsibility? Teacher Wang looked at Principal Ma with a blank expression. What's going on? Principal Ma didn't say that in his office. He just said that when dealing with trash students like Jiang Fan, we should be ruthless and not let one bad apple spoil the whole bunch. Listening to Principal Ma now, it feels like Jiang Fan is a precious treasure. Teacher Wang wanted to explain, but the feeling of being overwhelmed by so many armed special police officers was too much. His throat felt like it was glued shut. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. Zhou Huide, who had been silent until now, spoke to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan nodded in response. Let's talk. Without saying anything more, Zhou Huide walked towards the helicopter, and Jiang Fan followed. Zhou Huide stopped next to the helicopter. Jiang Fan stopped 1 meter away from him, waiting for his question. But it took more than 10 seconds before Zhou Huide slowly spoke. How confident are you that the information in the document is correct? 100%, Jiang Fan said calmly. Zhou Huide's usually expressionless face showed a momentary change in emotion. The young man's determined gaze showed that he was not lying. The easiest fusion reaction to control is the deuterium-tritium reaction, but tritium, T, has a short half-life. How can this problem be solved? Zhou Huai directly asked a question that they currently couldn't solve. Tritium acts as a catalyst in nuclear pore fusion. Currently, the tritium consumption/breeding ratio is very low, so the dissipation of tritium in each stage must be strictly controlled. The first wall is in direct contact with the plasma, where tritium has the longest residence time, requiring strict control. Otherwise, the tritium will gradually decrease, directly leading to plasma extinction and reactor shutdown. The first step in addressing this aspect of tritium control is Jiang Fan spoke for more than 10 minutes, and Minister Zhou Huai became more and more excited as he listened, feeling as if a word had awakened him from a dream. Finally, Minister Zhou Huai took out a small notebook and carefully recorded the key points Jiang Fan had mentioned. What Jiang Fan was talking about was all from the controlled nuclear fusion knowledge that the system had rewarded him with a couple of days ago. After the system rewarded him, this knowledge seemed to have been innate to him, directly integrated into his mind. When Zhou Huai asked the question, Jiang Fan immediately had a solution in mind. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, Minister Zhou Huai was already writing something in his notebook. 2 minutes later, he stopped writing, looked at Jiang Fan with excitement, and grabbed his hand. A genius. A true genius. Jiang Fan, would you be willing to join the Dragon Kingdom's controlled nuclear fusion research base? Jiang Fan was naturally very happy to be able to join such a large national research project in his previous life as a scientific researcher, but the system's task was to get him admitted to Lonka University. Researching controlled nuclear fusion is not something that can be done in a day or two. I want to focus on my studies. Minister Zhou Huai said with a smile. Joining our program won't affect your studies. Actually, I have a request when I submit my research on controlled nuclear fusion, because I only scored 300 points on my college entrance exam, so... No problem. You can choose any school in China. Okay, thank you. Jiang Fan was finally relieved. I should be thanking you. The documents you submitted will save China at least 10 years of research into controlled nuclear fusion. All right, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhou Huai, and I am currently the chief engineer of the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Research Base in northern China. Hello, Uncle Zhou. All right, let's go. We'll head back to your place first. Those old folks are itching to see you. Zhou Huai was all smiles. This was probably the happiest moment of his life in the last 10 years. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Jiang Fan and tried to get him onto the helicopter. Uncle Zhou, may I make a small request? You say, can my classmate also take a helicopter ride? Zhou Huai pointed at Chu Ruoxi and said, are you talking about your little girlfriend? She's not my girlfriend. She's just a classmate. Zhou Huai looked at Jiang Fan, whose face was slightly flushed, and smiled meaningfully. Good. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Jiang Fan said happily. Chu Ruoxi kept a close eye on Jiang Fan's situation. She was really scared that these people would arrest Jiang Fan because of his offense. She was filled with regret. She really shouldn't have said she wanted to take a helicopter, otherwise Jiang Fan wouldn't have offended Mayor Deng and the others. Just as Chu Ruoxi was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a deep, resonant voice shout, bring Chu Ruoxi over. Chu Ruoxi was confused, but she still obediently went over. When she came to Zhou Huai's side, she pleaded on Jiang Fan's behalf with a bitter face. Uncle, Jiang Fan didn't mean to offend us just now. Could you please not arrest him? Upon hearing this, Zhou Huai was first taken aback, then almost burst out laughing. He guessed the little girl had misunderstood him, but he didn't explain further and simply said, exclamation point. Get on the plane. Chapter 21, going to Kyoto. Whoosh whoosh. With a loud roar from the propellers, the helicopter slowly took off and then flew towards the southeast. On the playground, a police officer spoke into his walkie-talkie. Fall in, target, Happiness Community. Upon receiving the order, all special police officers boarded the military off-road vehicles and sped off. Linzhou No. 1 Middle School returned to calm once again, as if nothing had happened. On the playground, Principal Ma, Teacher Wang, and Lu Ji all looked up in disbelief at the helicopter in the distance. It feels like a dream. As the SWAT officers left with their submachine guns, Lu Ji could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, unable to stand up again. Several students had beads of sweat on their foreheads at this time. At this moment, Teacher Wang finally regained his ability to speak, and he stammered to Principal Ma. Principal, Principal, what's going on? Principal Ma finally snapped out of his shock, and, upon seeing the group, immediately became furious. Jiang Fan was recommended to Kyoto University. If Jiang Fan agreed, they even offered to give our school 2 more recommendation slots. But you messed them all up. You don't need to teach the top class this year. What? Jiang Fan has been admitted to Peking University without taking the entrance exam. Teacher Wang looked completely bewildered, and the students stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Jiang Fan was admitted to Kyoto University without taking the entrance exam? Are you kidding me? Kyoto University is one of the top 5 universities in China. How could Jiang Fan, with an IQ of 300 on the college entrance exam, possibly be able to do that? This is impossible. What's impossible? Jiang Fan invented solar photovoltaic panel materials. Principal Ma became increasingly angry as he spoke. The 2 guaranteed admission spots for Kyoto University that he had secured were lost because of Liu Ji and his group. Those are 2 guaranteed admission spots to Kyoto University. Just thinking about it makes my wallet ache. Principal Ma looked at the culprit, Liu Ji, who was still sitting on the ground with a blank stare and an unpleasant odor emanating from him from time to time. Teacher Wang, as for him, our school does not accept students with morally corrupt behavior. After saying that, Principal Ma stormed off. He still didn't want to give up and decided to go to Jiang Fan's house to try and persuade his parents. Maybe there was still a chance. On the helicopter, Chu Ruashi sat in her seat, wearing noise-canceling headphones and fastening her seatbelt. She was as excited as a child riding a roller coaster for the first time, pressing her face against the window and looking down. He would say to Jiang Fan from time to time, "Jiang Fan, look. Wow, our school has become so small. Jiang Fan, look. We fly higher than the TV tower. Jiang Fan, look, isn't that Lingzhou Westlake? It's so beautiful." Jiang Fan responded to Chu Ruashi with a smile. That's how the world is. Things we take for granted can have a unique charm when viewed from a different perspective. Zhou Huai looked at the 2 of them with a smile, but in his heart he felt a deep sense of emotion. It's so good to be young. Wow, Jiang Fan, the sunset clouds are magnificent. Jiang Fan looked diagonally behind him through the window. At this moment, the setting sun on the horizon was a deep red, and the earth was draped in a thin veil of its afterglow. Everything around looked like a faded photograph, creating a unique and enchanting scene. The clouds closest to the setting sun were a fiery red, like cotton being burned, while the clouds a little further away were yellow, orange, and deep red. It seems that some mischievous little cloud accidentally spilled the palette of colors in the sky, painting the sky with such colors and making it so beautiful. Chu Ruashi had never seen such a beautiful sky before, and it was so close to her, as if she could reach out and touch it. She turned to look at Jiang Fan by the window. His face was glowing in the afterglow of the setting sun, and she was instantly mesmerized by him. The plane slowly descended and landed in an open square in front of Xingfu residential area. This area is sealed off. There's no one here right now. Once the helicopter had landed and the propellers had stopped spinning, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruashi removed their noise-canceling headphones and got out. Zhou Huai led Jiang Fan towards the residential area. When they arrived at the entrance, Chu Ruashi was stopped because she was not a resident of the area. Just as Jiang Fan was about to explain the situation, Chu Ruashi spoke up. "Jiang Fan, I'm not going in. My dad just texted me to go home." Jiang Fan replied. "See you tomorrow then," Chu Ruashi said with a smile. "See you tomorrow, Chu Ruashi," Jiang Fan said with a smile. Zhou Huai then led Jiang Fan into the residential area. Chu Ruashi then realized that she hadn't added Jiang Fan on WeChat yet. She turned around and found that Jiang Fan had already entered the residential area. "Never mind, let's talk about it tomorrow." Jiang Fan's home. With Jiang Fan's return, Elder Long and Elder Qiao, who were originally surrounding Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, immediately stood up and surrounded Jiang Fan. "Young Jiang Fan, I am Qiao Shan from Tsinghua University. Young Jiang Fan, I am Professor Long from Lonka University. Welcome to our school. Once you join us, you will be my student." Elder Long and Elder Qiao eagerly introduced them to Jiang Fan. At this moment, representatives from other schools, seeing that Jiang Fan's parents were now alone, seized the opportunity to surround them. "Mr. Jiang, I'm from the admissions office at Peking University. The conditions we offer are definitely better than those from Lonka University and Huaqing University. As long as Jiang Fan can study with us and obtain a Beijing residency, the university can provide a family housing unit, so you can move directly to Beijing. The admissions officer from Peking University in China pulled Li Guiqin aside and said, Sister Li, you've heard of Peking University, right? It's one of the top universities in China. Our school doesn't do those fancy things. As long as Jiang Fan comes to our school, we'll give him a one-time reward of 1 million yuan and a monthly stipend of 10,000 yuan. Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin were completely stunned. In the morning, they were worried about their son's schooling, but in the afternoon, representatives from the top universities in China gathered at their home to compete for Jiang Fan. They never dared to dream of such a thing. Young lady, listen to me. Peking University's conditions are just so. If your son comes to our school, he'll be directly admitted to a doctoral program. Jiang Fan's house was bustling with activity, just like a morning market. When Zhou Huaid saw this scene, he was immediately speechless. However, he couldn't neglect his business at the moment. He had to take Jiang Fan to Kyoto today, where a group of experts, professors, and researchers were waiting. Jiang Fan's documents did indeed pass through supercomputer calculations, but there were many formulas and data related to controlled nuclear fusion that they didn't understand. Therefore, it is necessary for Jiang Fan to give the explanation. On the one hand, these professors and experts are eager for knowledge, but more importantly, on the other hand, they need to examine Jiang Fan face to face. Everyone, please calm down. As for which school Jiang Fan attends, I have no say in that. However, as you all know, we have important matters to attend to right now. As Minister Zhou Huaid finished speaking, the heads of the various schools fell silent. They all understood. Jiang Fan, get ready. We're going to Kyoto in 10 minutes. Chapter 22. Not interested. Happy Community Residents WeChat Group. I saw these people go to old Jiang's house. Do you think this old Jiang might be that important figure? Shaw. With Lao Jiang's status in the family, how could that be? Last time we went out to buy fishing gear together, he had to ask his wife for permission for bait that cost more than 20 yuan. What do you know? Great people have all reached the state of returning to simplicity. Look at old Jiang's face, a standard square face. He looks like a great person at first glance. You know what? It's true. Old Jiang is in the residence group too, but I haven't heard him say anything. I'll ask him. Jiang Jinghua had previously complained that the owner's group chat was too noisy, so he simply muted it. Even owners who usually had a good relationship with him would not respond to his messages on WeChat for a long time. At this moment, Li Guiqin felt a little reluctant when she heard Minister Zhou Huaid say that Jiang Fan was to go to Kyoto. After all, their son had never left them since he was a child. How could she feel at ease sending him to Kyoto, 1,000 kilometers away, a place she was completely unfamiliar with? Jiang Fan simply packed the 2 pieces of clothing into his backpack, and that was it. Uncle Zhou, I'm all packed, Jiang Fan said. He had been on Earth for a year and was eager to see just how advanced China's technology had become. At this moment, Li Guiqin came up, took Jiang Fan's hand and said, Son, you must take good care of yourself when you go to Kyoto alone. Eat well, and don't study like you did in your senior year of high school. As Li Guiqin spoke, she couldn't help but cry. Her heart was filled with reluctance, but she didn't want to jeopardize her son's future. Jiang Jinghua pulled Li Guiqin aside, patted her on the shoulder, and said, Your son has developed solar photovoltaic panel materials, and so many top universities in China want him. This is a good thing, so why are you crying? Jiang Fan also knew that he had been ranked last in every exam in the school over the past year, and his parents had been ridiculed as a result. His own mother had no idea how many times she had cried silently for him. But at the time, he had no choice but to do this in order to activate the technology system. Now that the system is activated, Jiang Fan secretly made up his mind that from now on, he would make his parents proud of him. Dad, Mom, thank you for your understanding and silent sacrifices this past year. I know that I've caused you a lot of distress. Thank you. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he knelt down on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin. Xiao Fan, get up quickly. Mom isn't wronged. Not at all. Li Guiqin quickly helped Jiang Fan up. But thinking about how their son had endured just as much pressure and scorn as they had over the past year, they couldn't help but feel sad for him, and tears welled up in their eyes again. At this moment, Jiang Jinghua's eyes were also filled with tears. He stepped forward and hugged his son tightly. Good lad, you finally didn't embarrass me. Some people around couldn't help but be moved, especially Elder Long, who was filled with relief. It seemed he hadn't made the wrong choice this time. Throughout China's 5,000-year history, every loyal and patriotic hero has, without exception, loved his family and was filial to his parents. How can you expect someone who doesn't even love their family to love their country? Zhou Huai was very satisfied with Jiang Fan's performance. Putting aside the question of whether his research achievements were high or low, at least Jiang Fan would not betray his country in the future. This alone increased his liking for Jiang Fan considerably. After Li Guiqin finished explaining things to Jiang Fan, Zhou Huai took out a card and said, exclamation point. This is the 1 million yuan reward from the state for Jiang Fan's invention. How much? How much? 1 million. Li Guiqin opened her mouth wide in surprise. She and Jiang Jinghua had decent jobs and had saved up more than 500,000 yuan over more than 10 years. However, when their son invented solar photovoltaic panel materials, the government directly awarded them 1 million yuan, which was more than 10 years' worth of their family's income. Shocked, she was filled with pride, never expecting her son to be so capable. Li Guiqin took the bank card and smiled at Zhou Huai, saying, thank you, great leader. Thank you, country. Son, you become capable. You must serve your country well in the future. Okay, Mom, Jiang Fan replied. All right, it's getting late. Let's go. After speaking, Zhou Huai led Jiang Fan and the others away. Li Guiqin and Jiang Jinghua escorted them all the way to the entrance of the residential area. Watching Jiang Fan board a helicopter, Jiang Jinghua was filled with envy and couldn't help but mutter to himself. This brat, he's got some serious connections. I've never even been in a helicopter before. With Jiang Fan's departure, the happiness community was also unsealed. After the lockdown was lifted, the residents of the community were all curious and rushed out of their homes to see what was going on. Because their neighborhood is an older one, everyone knows each other. They quickly gathered together and started discussing it. I never expected old Jiang to be such a big shot in the country. He's been hiding his true identity very well. Yes, judging from this lineup, they must be at least major generals. What a pity we won't be able to see old Jiang again. Old Jiang is good, but his good-for-nothing son only scored 300 points on the college entrance exam. Sigh, he's really a disgrace to him. That's right. So what if he's a big shot? His son is useless and still squanders the family fortune. That's right. Nothing is worse than one's own son. Having a good son means a lifetime of happiness. Old Liu is very good. His son scored 586 points on the college entrance exam and got into a top-tier university. My son went to a regular high school, but he did well enough to get into a top-tier university. Huh. Wow. That's amazing. Our neighborhood has produced a college graduate. Old Liu, you have to treat us to something. Once the acceptance letters come in a couple of days, I'll treat everyone to a meal to celebrate. Huh. Okay. Let's have a good drink then. Huh. Just as they were complimenting the Liu family's children, Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin walked over. They immediately stopped smiling, their faces filled with surprise. One of the first residents to react asked Jiang Jinghua, Old Jiang, weren't you taken away by the government? Take me away? Why would you take me? Jiang Jinghua asked, puzzled. Didn't those people just go to your house? Speaking of this, Chang Chinghua was bursting with excitement. So he rolled up his sleeves and started bragging to them. Everyone who heard this was shocked. Our community was locked down because your son, Jiang Fan, invented solar photovoltaic panel materials. Yeah, what did you think? That's nothing. Let me tell you, Professor Long from Lonka University, Professor Qiao from Tsinghua University. They're fighting over your son? You're kidding. That's one of the top universities in China. Just as everyone was expressing their doubts, Principal Ma of Lingzhou No. 1 Middle School ran over and asked, Who are Jiang Fan's parents? I am, Jiang Jinghua replied. Principal Ma of Lingzhou City grasped Jiang Jinghua's hand and said, Hello, I'm the principal of Lingzhou No. 1 Middle School. Congratulations on your son Jiang Fan's admission to Kyoto University. Kyoto University? No interest. Chapter 23. Energy. The conference hall of a top-tier research institute in Kyoto. Dozens of research experts are sitting here, most of them over 40 years old. Those who have been invited here are all top achievers in a certain field. Only a few of them knew the contents of this emergency meeting. But because they had signed a confidentiality agreement, they dared not tell others and could only wait for instruction from their superiors. 2 hours had passed, and no one had come forward to chair the meeting. Some research experts were starting to get restless. That's outrageous. 2 hours have passed already. They really don't care about the time in our hometown. Yes, I have a research project that has reached a critical stage, and I was urgently notified to come here. Old Lee, calm down. I bet something big is going to happen here that has gathered so many of the country's top researchers. My research could be on new energy fuels, or there are events more urgent than new energy sources. Old Lee said this with a straight face. Society today urgently needs a new type of energy, while traditional energy sources such as coal, natural gas, and oil are non-renewable. Over the years, due to frenzied exploitation, the remaining energy reserves can only last for a maximum of 80 more years. Therefore, countries around the world are now making great efforts to develop new energy sources in the hope of replacing traditional energy sources. If people haven't discovered new energy sources within 80 years, human development will come to an abrupt halt, and there's a high probability that we'll regress to the social systems that existed before the Industrial Revolution. Old Lee, how far have you progressed in your research on solar energy? It's a secret for now. What's so secret? Our aircraft carrier engine project currently needs a powerful energy docking engine. Regarding energy, I believe the most powerful energy source is nuclear energy. You're right. You can tell by looking at the power of a nuclear weapon explosion, but it's an uncontrollable energy source. Ultimately, the most ideal energy source for humankind is controlled nuclear fusion, but achieving it is extremely difficult. This is a project of a century. It would be very difficult to develop it in less than 100 years. Several research professors discussed the future direction of energy development. At this moment, Dean Lee opened the door and walked onto the stage in the conference hall. When everyone saw someone come in, they quieted down. They could finally understand the purpose of this emergency meeting. Everyone, I apologize for urgently summoning you from your research projects. Enough with the small talk. Everyone, please sign the confidentiality agreement first. Let's get down to business. The research experts were immediately excited upon hearing about the confidentiality agreement, because they understand that signing a confidentiality agreement means that this matter is no ordinary one, and that someone may have developed some new technology. The confidentiality agreement was handed out, and everyone quickly signed their names, waiting for Dean Lee to announce the news. But Dean Lee didn't say anything. Instead, he gave everyone a copy of the materials. You have 1 hour to look at the materials. Everyone looked puzzled, and many of the older professors took out their glasses and put them on. They wanted to see what important information required a confidentiality agreement. When they saw the title Controlled Nuclear Fusion on the document, they were all shocked. They all know a little about controlled nuclear fusion, which has been a key national project for years, but there have been no major breakthroughs in the project. Therefore, the country has focused its research on new energy sources such as solar, wind, and hydropower. Because the investment required for controlled nuclear fusion is too large, I heard that the government is planning to suspend the project for a period of time. But now they've been suddenly summoned here urgently, and even signed a confidentiality agreement. Could it be that there's been a major breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion? Everyone looked at the information in their hands with curiosity, hoping to find the answers they were looking for. After browsing through the first part of the information, they didn't find anything special. So I started looking at the second part of the material, which contained the formulas, principles, and data for controlled nuclear fusion. They became more and more excited as they watched, and everyone looked shocked. The scene was very quiet, with only the sound of documents being turned over. An hour later, Dean Lee said softly, "Has everyone finished reading?" Everyone looked up at Dean Lee, but no one spoke. They were still stunned by the information. About 2 minutes later, an old professor asked Dean Lee incredulously, "Could it be that this information is correct?" As soon as the old professor asked his question, an eerie silence fell over the room once again. Everyone stared at Dean Lee, awaiting his answer. Our calculations using Huaqing's supercomputer confirm that the result is correct. Dean Lee's brief remark left everyone speechless with astonishment. They suddenly felt the documents in their hands become incredibly heavy. If, as Dean Lee said, this information is completely accurate, then wouldn't that mean that China has made a major breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion? Based on the formulas, principles, and data in the materials, They speculated that China should be able to develop controlled nuclear fusion within 50 years. If this happens, China's technology will undergo a revolutionary change, because they all know that with energy reform, new technologies will emerge. Just like why people can't develop spaceships now. The reason is simple. Current fuel is insufficient for spaceship travel. However, if controlled nuclear fusion is developed, it will be different. A very small, controlled nuclear fusion energy device can release powerful energy. At the same time, Jiang Fan also arrived in Kyoto with Minister Zhou Huide. It was already 9 p.m., and Zhou Huide did not take Jiang Fan out to dinner. Instead, he drove directly to the Level 1 Research Institute. Jiang Fan, take a short rest. I'll take you to the conference hall in 5 minutes to explain the principles of the formula and the future implementation plan to everyone. Yes, Jiang Fan nodded. It's all right, don't be nervous. After Zhou Huide finished speaking, he left. The assistant waiting at the door said to him, Minister Zhou, these are the documents you asked us to investigate. Zhou Huide took the documents and started reading them. There was a photo in the documents, and it was Chu Ruoxi. 5 minutes later, Zhou Huide smiled and handed the documents back to his assistant. Destroy all of these documents. Yes, Minister Zhou. The assistant went to a shredder and put the documents in. Zhou Huide arrived at Jiang Fan's lounge and knocked twice on the door. He then opened it. Jiang Fan, are you ready? All right. Jiang Fan stood up and followed Zhou Huide toward the conference hall. Chapter 24, The Meeting. After returning from Lingzhou City, Elder Long and Elder Qiao also came to the conference hall of the Research Institute. When the group of experts and professors saw the two elderly people enter, they all looked at them with admiration and stood up to greet them. The achievements of the two elders in scientific research in China are unparalleled to this day. It even holds a certain position in the world. Many researchers take them as their lifelong goal. After gesturing for everyone to sit down, Elder Long and Elder Qiao also took their seats. Dean Li then gave them a confidentiality agreement and some documents. They knew more about Jiang Fan's controlled nuclear fusion than anyone else on site, but the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Many people noticed that Elder Long and Elder Qiao had started whispering among themselves. Do you think this document on controlled nuclear fusion was developed by Elder Long or Elder Qiao? You know what? It's actually quite possible. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, who else has a higher level of scientific and technological research? Especially Elder Long. No one can compare to him in nanomaterials and rocket fuel. I think it's very likely that he's the one who researched this document on controlled nuclear fusion. Old Master Long is truly amazing. I'd be content if I could reach even half of his skill level someday. Keep working hard. We still have a chance. Just as everyone was speculating about the researchers behind the controlled nuclear fusion documents, Dean Li addressed everyone. Everyone, now that everyone is here, let's get down to business for today's meeting. I believe many of you have questions about this document on controlled nuclear fusion. Now, let's invite the document's author to give me a presentation and explanation. As soon as Dean Li finished speaking, everyone looked in the direction of Elder Long and Elder Qiao and applauded. But they discovered that Elder Long and Elder Qiao showed no intention of standing up. Everyone thought the applause wasn't enthusiastic enough, so they increased the speed and intensity of their clapping. Just then, the meeting doors were opened. A young man who looked like he was in high school walked in, and everyone was a little confused. This was a state secret meeting. How could they just let someone in? Their applause gradually subsided, and their eyes turned to the young man. No staff member stopped him or took him away until the young man walked up to the stage. Then an astonishing thought popped into everyone's mind. Could this young man have written this document on controlled nuclear fusion? Then they abandoned the idea. No. That's absolutely impossible. How old is this young man? He looks no more than 18 or 19. If you were to say that he has developed controlled nuclear fusion, no one would believe you even if you beat them to death. Because they all know very well that a researcher is in the learning stage before the age of 28, and it is impossible for them to produce any research projects. The true golden age for researchers is between 28 and 35 years old. Because at this age, people are full of energy, have rich experience, and are quick-witted, making it easy for them to produce scientific research results. Of course, this is not absolute. It only means that most researchers are like this. Just as everyone was speculating about Jiang Fan's identity, Dean Li addressed them. Let me introduce you all. This is Jiang Fan, the owner of this document. Wow, what? This document on controlled nuclear fusion was really developed by him. How is this possible? How old is he? Everyone gaped in astonishment, completely bewildered. Elder Long and Elder Chiao, seeing the reaction, were very pleased and couldn't help but chuckle. They were taken aback when they first received Jiang Fan's information. Although they were mentally prepared, they still found it hard to accept how young Jiang Fan was when they met him in person. Not to mention them, without any mental preparation, Jiang Fan appeared directly in front of them. No one can accept that an 18-year-old boy has developed controlled nuclear fusion. Dean Li looked at the incredulous experts and professors below and continued. Today's society is changing rapidly and unpredictably. We cannot view today's young people with the same old perspectives. We should feel gratified and proud to see that such a young person has been able to achieve such scientific research results. Because it shows that the Dragon Kingdom will become even stronger in the hands of the younger generation. Dean Li's words were met with enthusiastic applause. Yes, to be able to research controlled nuclear fusion at such a young age, their future achievements are absolutely immeasurable. As their predecessors, they should be proud. Seeing that everyone had accepted Jiang Fan, Dean Li whispered to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, why don't you explain it to everyone? Jiang Fan nodded. He then said, thank you everyone for your encouragement. Today, I will explain the principles behind the formula and the future implementation plan. First, let me explain the principle of the controlled nuclear fusion plasma formula. Plasma is very important in the study of controlled nuclear fusion. The reason is simple. If the temperature is high enough, electrons will break off from the atoms, and the fourth state of matter will appear. We all know the fundamental equations that govern the various elusive behaviors of plasma, Vlasov and Maxwell equation 6. Just like Newton's laws governing three-body motion, Navier-Stokes equations governing fluid motion, and Boltzmann equations governing the motion of large numbers of molecules. Jiang Fan didn't hold any documents in his hand, because all this knowledge was in his mind. He explained to everyone for nearly 2 hours. The experts and professors in the audience, who were initially skeptical, found that Jiang Fan's explanation was very professional. Moreover, Jiang Fan explained the formulas and principles that they didn't understand in many documents in a clear and simple way. This gives them great confidence in achieving controlled nuclear fusion in the future. They believe that if Jiang Fan leads the controlled nuclear fusion team, it will definitely be achieved in less than 20 years. Perhaps they will have the chance to see Jiang Fan develop controlled nuclear fusion in their lifetime. If that happens, the Dragon Kingdom will undergo a complete transformation. The world order will also be altered because of Jiang Fan. China will never again be suppressed by the United States. Thinking of this, every expert and professor was filled with excitement, wishing that this moment would come immediately. But they all knew that although Jiang Fan's theory was valid, many problems would still arise in actual practice. However, with Jiang Fan's theory as a guide, it is only a matter of time before controlled nuclear fusion is developed. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, thunderous applause immediately erupted from the audience. Seniors, are there any other questions? At this moment, an expert stood up and asked Jiang Fan a question that everyone was concerned about. According to your plan, how long will it take to achieve controlled nuclear fusion? Chapter 25, Choosing to Believe. According to your plan, how long will it take to achieve controlled nuclear fusion? When Jiang Fan heard this question, he looked at the experts and professors below, all of whom were looking at him expectantly. He pondered for a moment and then slowly said, theoretically, it will take 5 years. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard Jiang Fan mention 5 years. Young man, you're still too young. After all, he's only 18 years old and doesn't have any practical research experience, so it's understandable that he has such thoughts. Yes, scientific research theory is one thing, but practice is another. Funding, personnel, materials, limitations of technological level, temperature, humidity, weather, geographical location, and so on all affect the success of scientific research. But I still admire this young man. At least he dares to think. Many times, our scientific research projects are developed because of bold imagination. Jiang Fan looked down at the audience. Because of his words, the atmosphere had become much more lively, and he, who had been tense, relaxed. Actually, what he just said about 5 years was already a very conservative estimate, because the system only gives a time frame of 1 year. Jiang Fan was afraid of scaring them, so he deliberately spoke for a longer time, but everyone still mistook it for a joke. However, he didn't explain. After everyone laughed it off, they asked Jiang Fan a lot of professional questions. Jiang Fan answered them one by one. Minister Zhou Huide underestimated the thirst for knowledge of these experts and professors. They asked one question after another without any pause. Minister Zhou Huide, concerned about the health of the experts and professors, forcibly ended the meeting at 2 a.m. They all seemed reluctant to leave, and before leaving, they all went on stage to shake hands with Jiang Fan. In the end, only Elder Long and Elder Qiao remained in the meeting room. "Old Long, it's so late. Aren't you going home to rest?" Old Qiao said, "TCH, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'm going to have Jiang Fan. You can go do whatever you need to do." Old Long said bluntly, "Elder Long, I can give in to you on other matters, but I'm determined to have this kid too." Elder Qiao said with an air of absolute certainty, "Are you trying to challenge me? Let's challenge each other then." The two looked ready to fight, so Dean Li quickly pulled them apart. "Old Long, Old Qiao, you two are over 100 years old combined. Fighting here in the middle of the night, people will laugh at you if word gets out." Only then did Elder Long and Elder Qiao part ways. "Considering you're older than me, I won't hold it against you." Old Qiao said, "Don't let my 10-year age difference fool you. I can take you down without a problem." Dean Li, who was standing to the side, was speechless as he watched the two of them start arguing. "Gentlemen, it's already 2 a.m. Let's go back and rest. Your health is the most important thing," Dean Li advised. "I'm in great health. I'm in very good health." Dean Li looked at Elder Long and Elder Qiao, whose temples were already gray, yet they still acted like two little children. He felt both amused and annoyed. "Elder Long, Elder Qiao, I know you are in good health. But Jiang Fan has been lecturing for 5 or 6 hours. He must be exhausted too. He needs to rest, doesn't he?" Upon hearing this, Elder Long and Elder Qiao realized that it was indeed a great loss for the Dragon Kingdom if their precious son, Jiang Fan, were to overwork himself. After being persuaded by Dean Li, they all went back. Jiang Fan was arranged by Zhou Huide to rest in a room at the Research Institute. He then had some food prepared and sent it over to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's stomach was also growling with hunger. He hadn't eaten anything for more than 10 hours since having lunch with Chu Ruashi. When Jiang Fan had almost finished eating, Zhou Huide finally asked the question that had been echoing in his mind all along. "Jiang Fan, is it true that you can develop controlled nuclear fusion within 5 years?" Jiang Fan swallowed a mouthful of rice and said. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's affirmative answer, Minister Zhou Huide became immediately excited. As the chief commander of China's controlled nuclear fusion project, he dreamed of how to successfully research controlled nuclear fusion. But reality is always cruel. He was in charge of the project for a full 10 years, and the country invested more than 30 billion yuan. Although there was progress, there was no major breakthrough. This year, due to the unbearable burden on the national treasury, the government has decided to suspend the controlled nuclear fusion project. Controlled nuclear fusion is the culmination of 10 years of his hard work, and probably no one has a deeper passion for it than him. Despite his deep reluctance, he was powerless to do anything without a technological breakthrough. Until he met Jiang Fan, his hope was instantly rekindled. Today I heard Jiang Fan say that controlled nuclear fusion can be achieved within 5 years. Even though he feels it is somewhat impossible, he is willing to believe it and try. Because many things in the world seem impossible, it is precisely because people believe and persist that those impossible things are achieved. Therefore, Zhou Huide was willing to take the risk. Otherwise, he would not have been able to see the successful research on controlled nuclear fusion in his lifetime. "Your theory is sound, but you'll encounter many problems in practice," Zhou Huide explained to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan ate the rice in his bowl while listening to what Zhou Huide was saying. Jiang Fan didn't put down his bowl and chopsticks until he had eaten the last grain of rice. He turned his head, looked into Zhou Huide's eyes, and said seriously, 1 year? I only need 1 year to successfully research controlled nuclear fusion." Zhou Huide's eyes widened. His breathing became rapid, and he could clearly hear his heart pounding faster. 1 year. He stammered out those two words, his expression filled with disbelief. If it were the 5 years Jiang Fan just mentioned, he could barely accept it. But Jiang Fan said that he could successfully research controlled nuclear fusion in just 1 year. When he heard that, his first thought was, impossible. Even if Jiang Fan were a god descended to Earth, it would be impossible for him to successfully develop controlled nuclear fusion in just 1 year. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. It was not a problem that could be solved overnight. But looking into Jiang Fan's resolute eyes, one couldn't help but believe him. Jiang Fan, are you serious? Uncle Zhou, just as you told me on the way here, there are many incredible things in this world. Like the feudal society before the Industrial Revolution, they would never have believed that airplanes and trains were invented by humankind. After listening to Jiang Fan's words, Zhou Hua had made up his mind and decided to go crazy with Jiang Fan. Even if he failed, he would have no regrets in his life. How much funding is needed in total? Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and then said, 10 billion. When Jiang Fan stated the number, Zhou Hua was not surprised. On the contrary, he was somewhat suspicious that Jiang Fan had said it was too low. Finally, Zhou Hua gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll apply tomorrow. Chapter 26. This is about controlling the score. The next day, Lingzhou City, inside a high-end residential community. Dad, I went to school to pick up my report card. A girl said cheerfully. Xiaoxi, let Dad drive you there, the middle-aged man said affectionately. Oh, Dad, I'm 18 and an adult now. Besides, the school is so close, I can walk there in no time. The girl hurriedly refused, but her mind was on other things. Okay, remember to bring a parasol so you don't get sunburned, the middle-aged man instructed. Okay, Dad. The girl verbally agreed, but didn't take the parasol hanging at the door. Instead, he opened the door with a grin and went out. The girl had her hair tied in a ponytail with 2 pretty butterfly clips. As she walked, the clips swayed back and forth, like 2 real butterflies fluttering above her head. La la, la la. The girl was walking down the street, humming a cheerful song. It was clear she was very happy today. The sky outside was exceptionally clear, with a few white clouds drifting leisurely across the blue sky, giving people an indescribable sense of comfort. The girl quickly arrived at Happiness Community and went straight to building number 3. I wonder if that guy is up yet. As she climbed the stairs, the girl murmured. Upon reaching the door, she straightened her light blue skirt, checked her light makeup and the phone camera, and then knocked on the door with satisfaction. The door was opened quickly. A middle-aged woman appeared at the door, and when she saw the girl, she immediately smiled like a flower. Ruashi is here. Come in and sit down. Chu Ruashi followed her into the living room with a smile. Auntie, where's Jiang Fan? Li Guichin took some fruit from the refrigerator and then said, Xiao Fan went to Kyoto. Didn't he tell you? Kyoto. Chu Ruashi looked puzzled. Li Guichin then told Chu Ruashi about Jiang Fan's situation, and Chu Ruashi finally understood that Jiang Fan had developed solar photovoltaic panel materials. Then, he remembered what had happened yesterday, and instantly understood everything. Upon learning that Jiang Fan had been accepted by several universities at the same time, Chu Ruashi was overjoyed for him. Just yesterday, she was saddened that Jiang Fan only scored 300 points on the college entrance exam, but she never expected that he would be admitted to several universities today. Upon hearing Li Guichin mention that Tsinghua University was among the universities, Chu Ruashi immediately became excited. If Jiang Fan chooses Tsinghua University, wouldn't that mean they'll be classmates from now on? Thinking of this, Chu Ruashi chuckled. By the way, Ruashi, I heard from Xiao Fan that you did quite well on the exam. Which school did you get accepted into? Li Guichin asked. Annie, I applied to Tsinghua University, and I'm going to pick up my acceptance letter today. Huaqing University? Wow, Ruashi is amazing. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also so good at studying. So, you and Xiao Fan might even be classmates in the future. The more Li Guichin looked at Chu Ruashi, the more she liked her. The little girl was cheerful, lively, and adorable, and looked like a fairy. She thought to herself, if only Ruashi could be my son's girlfriend. Li Guichin and Chu Ruashi chatted for about half an hour. Chu Ruashi asked Li Guichin for Jiang Fan's contact information and then said goodbye to go to school to pick up her admission notice. The little girl was a little disappointed that she didn't see Jiang Fan, but the thought that she might go to the same school as Jiang Fan in the future made her happy again. A gentle breeze caressed her face, like a mother's tender touch, making her feel incredibly comfortable. The birds in the trees by the roadside were chirping happily incessantly. Churuashi couldn't help but pull on her skirt and start dancing like a princess. The school wasn't far from Jiang Fan's home, and she arrived at number 1 middle school quickly. Churuashi didn't go to the reception room to find her admission notice, but went directly to the principal's office on the 3rd floor. Because the admission notices from key schools are delivered to the principal's office to prevent them from getting lost in the mailroom. She arrived at the principal's office on the 3rd floor and was about to knock when she heard the principal and her homeroom teacher discussing Jiang Fan inside. "Teacher Wang, how can you be a homeroom teacher? How could you not have noticed that Jiang Fan is such a brilliant genius?" Teacher Wang said, feeling wronged. "Principal Ma, as you know, senior year is a very demanding time, with a small test every 3 days and a big test every 10 days. I can't possibly focus on just one student every day." Principal Ma slammed his hand on the table and roared at Teacher Wang. "Don't give me all that explanation. I just don't believe that you didn't notice that Jiang Fan always scored 300 points in all those exams. He's controlling the score. Do you even understand what controlling the score means? I ask all the high school students in Lingzhou City who can manage to keep their total score below 300 for 9 consecutive times, and also keep their individual subject scores below 30 for 9 consecutive times. Chinese 60, Math 60, English 60, and the comprehensive exam 120. Controlling scores?" Churuashi was startled when she heard what the principal said. Recalling Jiang Fan's past grades, it seemed that he had indeed always scored 300 points. Is Jiang Fan really controlling the score? If that's the case, then his strength must be terrifyingly powerful. The score must be controlled to 300 points in every exam, not a point more or less. Such score control is too harsh. First, you must master all the knowledge in high school. You need to accurately judge which questions you got wrong, which questions you got right, and how many points you get for each correct answer. Even high school teachers can't guarantee that they can keep the scores of the subjects they teach at a precise level. Jiang Fan is determined to get a perfect score in all subjects, and that's 9 times. Churuashi felt a chill run down her spine upon closer examination. It turns out that Jiang Fan was originally an incredibly talented and invincible academic genius. Thinking of this, Churuashi couldn't help but laugh. Thinking about those classmates who laughed at Jiang Fan for being stupid, it turned out that they were the real fools. Office of the State Science and Technology Administration of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhou Huai sat on the stool with his head down, being scolded by a middle-aged man with a square face. "Zhou Huai, 10 billion? 10 billion. How can you even say that? Do you think our Dragon Kingdom's fiscal revenue comes from thin air? The controlled nuclear fusion program is about to be shut down, and you suddenly ask me for 10 billion in funding. Over the past 10 years, this project has cost the country more than 30 billion yuan. As the chief commander, what results have you achieved? Another 10 billion? Get the hell out of here right now. Stop the controlled nuclear fusion program immediately tomorrow." Zhou Huai silently endured the leader's reprimand. He did not refute it because he had indeed achieved nothing in the past 10 years. Only after the leader had vented his anger did he slowly speak. "Sir, these are the signatures of top researchers from various fields across the Dragon Kingdom. They unanimously believe that the controlled nuclear fusion technology developed by Jiang Fan can be realized." Chapter 27, Scheme. At the same time, Jiang Fan was woken up by a phone call. Last night, he told Zhou Huai that it would take a year to develop controlled nuclear fusion, and as a result, Zhou Huai was pulled aside and discussed it for more than an hour. The meeting ended at 2 a.m., and by the time I finally lay down to sleep, it was already 4 a.m. Minister Zhou Huai told Jiang Fan that he had gone to the State Science and Technology Administration that day to apply for funding. He added that he would take him to the controlled nuclear fusion base in northern China tomorrow. So Jiang Fan didn't have anything to do today. He originally planned to have a good rest for the day, but once he got to the northern base, there would be a lot of things to do. It's not even 9 o'clock yet, but I was woken up by a strange phone call. I should have turned off my phone. Jiang Fan answered the phone with a sigh. "Hello, Jiang Fan. I am Qiao Shan from Tsinghua University, your Uncle Qiao." Jiang Fan immediately thought of old Xiao, who had competed with old Long for him. Uncle Xiao, is something the matter? It's like this, since it's your first day in Kyoto, as your host, I'm inviting you to visit our Huaqing campus. As you know, our Huaqing school has beautiful scenery. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Xiao, but Before Jiang Fan could refuse, Xiao Shan spoke up directly. Jiang Fan, my niece Xiao Yifei is the most beautiful girl on campus at Tsinghua University. She happens to be free today. Why don't you two take a look around together? Xiao Shan said meaningfully. Although Jiang Fan has not yet explicitly stated which school he will attend, he has already chosen Lonka University in his heart. Therefore, he was not prepared to give old Xiao any hope. As the saying goes, without hope there is no despair. Just as Jiang Fan politely declined, the system in his mind suddenly sounded. System, properly arranging rest and relaxation can actually improve research efficiency. Option 1. Agree to spend 8 hours with Xiao Yifei on the Huaqing campus and receive an overnight capsule, which allows the host to stay up all night without harming their health, for a total duration of 10,000 hours. Option 2. Decline the invitation, no reward. Jiang Fan perked up for a moment. Overnight capsules? Staying up all night won't harm your health, and it can even last up to 10,000 hours. For a qualified researcher, staying up late is the norm. Just like last night, he stayed up until 4 a.m., and his body hasn't recovered yet. Jiang Fan chose option 1 without hesitation, and then said to Xiao Shan, Okay, Uncle Xiao, I'll be right there. Xiao Shan looked smug upon hearing Jiang Fan's answer. Sure enough, no man can resist the allure of a beautiful woman. It seems my honey trap is about to succeed. Then Xiao Shan called Xiao Yifei again. 20 minutes later, a tall, curvaceous young woman walked out of the main gate of Tsinghua University. She was wearing a tank top with a transparent white gauze top and a purple short skirt that revealed her long, fair legs. As the girl approached, one could see that beneath her arched eyebrows were a pair of large, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, full, rounded lips, and a pointed chin that resembled a white lotus petal. Every smile and frown exudes charm. Xiao Shan glanced at the girl and was very satisfied. Yifei, this time it's all up to you. No matter what it takes, you must get Jiang Fan into our school. Uncle, don't worry. I'm not called the school beauty of Tsinghua University for nothing. Xiao Yifei said confidently. Okay, once you finish the task, I'll talk to the school and give you extra credits. Thank you, Uncle. Just you wait and see. Xiao Yifei said happily. She's about to be a senior in college, and the problem is that she hasn't taken enough credits yet. She also has to do an internship during her senior year, so she won't have time to take any more credits. If her uncle could step in, she wouldn't have to worry about getting credits. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Xiao Yifei pouted and said, Uncle, why hasn't that kid Jiang Fan arrived yet? Did he stand us up? Jiang Fan's credits are hers. She can't let him get away with them. I'll give him a call. As soon as Xiao Shan took out his phone, he spotted Jiang Fan wearing a white t-shirt and khaki casual pants. Jiang Fan, over here. Xiao Shan waved and greeted him, overjoyed to see Jiang Fan again. Without Elder Long interfering this time, he was confident that he could handle Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan walked over and greeted Xiao Shan. Hello, Uncle Xiao. Well, Jiang Fan, come here. Let me introduce you. This is my niece, Xiao Yifei. Jiang Fan looked at the girl next to Xiao Shan and found that she was wearing high heels and was almost as tall as him, who was 1.83 meters tall. Hello, little brother. Xiao Yifei stretched out her long, slender, fair hand and said. Jiang Fan was taken aback at first, then shyly extended his right hand. When his hand touched Xiao Yifei's soft, boneless hand, his face couldn't help but blush. System, countdown begins 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. When Xiao Yifei saw Jiang Fan's appearance, she couldn't help but laugh to herself. Hee, it seems he's still a greenhorn who hasn't experienced anything yet. That gave her even more confidence. With just a little trickery, he'll obediently do whatever I ask. Hee. By then, I'll be able to get my credits sorted out. Thinking about this, Xiao Yifei said to Xiao Shan, Uncle, don't you have other things to do? Xiao Shan was taken aback. He had originally wanted to chat with Jiang Fan for a bit, but after hearing Xiao Yifei's words and the okay sign she gave him, it seemed his niece was quite confident. So he chimed in. Yes. Jiang Fan, I have an important meeting to attend. Today, Ife will take you on a tour of Tsinghua University on her own. Uncle Joe. Before Jiang Fan could finish speaking, Xiao Shan jogged away. Jiang Fan watched Xiao Shan disappear into the distance, feeling somewhat melancholy, unsure of what to do next. In his past life, as a scientific researcher, his worst skill was communicating with girls, especially beautiful and sexy women. He glanced at his mental record and saw that he had 7 hours, 58 minutes, and 32 seconds left to complete the mission, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Little brother Jiang Fan, let's go. I'll take you for a walk in the woods at Huaqing. Xiao Yifei said seductively, her fragrant tongue lightly licking her jade lips. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan felt goosebumps all over his body and lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Xiao Yifei. Then, Xiao Yifei swayed her body and walked towards the Tsinghua University campus. Jiang Fan glanced at the rewards for the system task, and finally gritted his teeth and followed. Chapter 28, My Little Brother. There's a lotus pond on the campus of Tsinghua University. The pink lotus blossoms in the pond resembled maidens dressed in pink, each wearing a yellow lotus seed pod on their head, standing quietly. A breeze would blow, and these maidens would dance gracefully. There were also some flower buds that were about to bloom, with some water droplets on them, looking delicate and beautiful under the sunlight. Little brother Jiang Fan, do you think these charming lotus flowers are prettier? Or, is my sister prettier? Xiao Yifei smiled charmingly and asked Jiang Fan, a charming lotus flower? Jiang Fan was also hearing for the first time that lotus flowers could be described as charming. He checked the time out for the task in his mind. There were still 7.5 hours left. In order to complete the mission, Jiang Fan could only say this to Xiao Yifei. You look beautiful. Xiao Yifei covered her mouth and giggled, saying coquettishly, Little brother Jiang Fan, I'm only 3 years older than you. You don't need to use the honorific you in my title. It makes me sound like I'm so old. Oh, Jiang Fan nodded perfunctorily. People say, it's good to marry a woman 3 years older than you. Little brother Jiang Fan, do you like girls who are older than you? Listening to Xiao Yifei's sweet voice, Jiang Fan felt a lot of inner turmoil. Looking back on my research days, I realized how wonderful it was. Although I was dealing with formulas, materials, and equipment every day, it was so much better than being with Xiao Yifei, where I felt incredibly uncomfortable. Seeing Jiang Fan's slightly flushed face and silent demeanor, Xiao Yifei guessed that he definitely had feelings for her, but was too shy to express them. Little brother is still little brother, she thought. Looks like my grades are in the bag. Just then, Xiao Yifei's phone rang. She opened WeChat and saw that it was a text message from her uncle, Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan, Yifei, how did your talk with Jiang Fan go? Xiao Yifei replied with a smile. Everything is under control. Xiao Shan, good luck. After it's done, I'll apply to the principal for a special contribution award for you. Special contribution award? Xiao Yifei's smile widened even more. The Special Contribution Award is a highly prestigious award from Tsinghua University. Each year, the students who receive this award have either made significant contributions to Tsinghua University or to the country. This is absolutely the highest honor for Tsinghua University. Hearing that her uncle was willing to apply for it for her made her incredibly excited. I replied to Xiao Shan with an okay. With the Special Contribution Award as bait, Xiao Yifei is preparing to unleash her ultimate move on Jiang Fan. She glanced at Jiang Fan as he strolled forward and noticed that he was quite tall and upright. If it weren't for his somewhat dim-witted appearance, he would actually be a pretty suitable boyfriend. Oops. Xiao Yifei quickly dismissed her thoughts and started berating herself. How could I have such thoughts when the other person is just a kid who has just come of age? At Tsinghua University, she saw rows of men pursuing her, though she didn't fancy any of them. But no matter what, I will never date a guy who is 3 years younger than me. She gathered her thoughts. For now, completing the task her uncle had assigned her was the most important thing. Academic credits and the Special Contribution Award were the most crucial. Xiao Yifei smiled slightly, and then called out to Jiang Fan in front of her. Oops. Hearing Xiao Yifei's voice behind him, Jiang Fan turned around and saw her lying on the ground, looking like she was in pain. Driven by his instinct to save lives, Jiang Fan quickly ran over and helped Xiao Yifei up. Xiao Yifei deliberately slipped, appearing as if she had no bones, and nestled directly into Jiang Fan's arms. A woman's delicate fragrance wafted over, instantly stimulating the hormones within Jiang Fan. His face was flushed, his heart was racing, and his breath felt hot. Xiao Yifei lay on Jiang Fan's chest, the powerful thump-thump of his heartbeat filling her ears. Her skin was pressed against the t-shirt, which was only one layer away from her skin, and she felt the body heat from the opposite sex. Xiao Yifei's face inexplicably turned slightly red. Her heart started racing, and she quickly pulled away from Jiang Fan's body. She hurriedly straightened her clothes and said, "Little brother Jiang Fan, I'm fine. I just accidentally fell." "Oh," Jiang Fan agreed, then turned and continued walking forward. At the same time, he made a silent decision. For the remaining 7 hours, he would try to keep his distance from Xiao Yifei. Otherwise, he would definitely get arrhythmia. Xiao Yifei calmed her thoughts. According to her original plan, she would pretend to fall, thereby arousing the man's desire to protect the woman. After physical contact, she would then use a little trick to make sure Jiang Fan wouldn't take the bait. However, plans can't keep up with changes. When she nestled in Jiang Fan's arms, she found herself feeling a little fluttery with romantic feelings. After walking with Jiang Fan for about 20 minutes, we found some seats ahead and suggested we rest for a while. Jiang Fan agreed and sat down on the stool. As he walked along, he found that the environment of Tsinghua University was indeed beautiful. He suddenly remembered that Chu Ruashi seemed to have been admitted to Tsinghua University. If he came to Tsinghua to study, then the two of them would be classmates, and they could stroll on the grass every day. It didn't sound bad, but Jiang Fan only thought about it. He wouldn't actually do it, because his ideal was to become a great scientific researcher and make his own contributions to science and technology for China and humanity. However, when he thought of the lively and lovely Chu Ruashi, who had taught Lu Ji a lesson for him, he couldn't help but smile. Xiao Yifei witnessed this scene and thought to herself, "It seems that little brother Jiang Fan is the kind of person who is secretly passionate but doesn't dare to do anything." Xiao Yifei decides to seduce Jiang Fan again, making him completely fall under her spell. "Little brother Jiang Fan, it's so hot today." Jiang Fan snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing Xiao Yifei speak. Seeing that she had successfully attracted Jiang Fan's attention, Xiao Yifei deliberately pulled on her white gauze dress and fanned herself back and forth. "It's so hot." After Xiao Yifei finished speaking, she took off her white gauze dress, leaving only a suspender dress underneath, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin below her neck. Seeing this, Xiao Yifei was secretly pleased with herself. "Oh dear, little brother Jiang Fan, your shoelace is untied. Let me tie it for you." Jiang Fan was about to refuse, but Xiao Yifei squatted down directly in front of him and bent down to help him tie his shoelaces. I can tie it myself." He stammered as he spoke. His hormones surged again. He quickly looked away, but those uncooperative eyes glanced back at him again. Xiao Yifei deliberately tied her shoelaces slowly, glancing at Jiang Fan out of the corner of her eye, and saw him staring straight at her. She thought to herself with a hint of coquettishness, "Snort, you little pervert. For the sake of the academic credits and the special contribution award, I'll let you off easy, you brat." Chapter 29, Nanoscale Measurement Technology. Jiang Fan, who had never seen the world, couldn't handle it and ended up bleeding from his nose. Just as Xiao Yifei was feeling smug, she looked up and saw that Jiang Fan was bleeding heavily from his nose. She quickly took out some tissues to stop the bleeding. However, Jiang Fan's internal heat was too great, causing his nosebleed to be unstoppable. Finally, Xiao Yifei quickly took Jiang Fan to the school clinic, where the doctor treated him and the nosebleed stopped. Xiao Yifei was also quite frightened, truly afraid that Jiang Fan would bleed out completely. Then her academic credits and special contribution award would be gone. "Doctor, what's wrong with him?" The doctor looked at Qi Yifei and then said, "Young people are hot-tempered. You'd better wear more clothes." Xiao Yifei glanced at her hot figure and immediately understood what the doctor meant. An awkward moment ensued. Then, "Doctor, is he all right now?" Xiao Yifei asked with concern, because Jiang Fan was his credit, which was related to whether she could graduate smoothly, so she dared not be careless. The doctor said casually, "Drink more water, and it's best to stay indoors in an air-conditioned place, so that the blood vessels in your nasal cavity won't swell." "Thank you, doctor," Jiang Fan said. Before leaving, the doctor patted Jiang Fan on the shoulder meaningfully. He thought to himself, Young man, this is all I can do for you. The rest is up to you. Chow Yifei and Jiang Fan came out and checked the time. It was almost noon. So Chow Yifei said to Jiang Fan, exclamation point. Little brother Jiang Fan, let me take you out to eat. The two then had lunch at the Huaqin cafeteria. During the meal, Chow Yifei began to ponder. She couldn't use her figure to seduce Jiang Fan anymore. She was truly afraid that Jiang Fan might lose too much blood and faint, which would be a huge loss. So she decided to take him to a coffee shop/bookstore on campus after dinner. There, they could read and chat, and she could then showcase her wisdom and intellect. Chow Yifei is not only the campus belle of Tsinghua University, but also a true academic star. She always ranked first in her major, and she also participated in many scientific research projects with her uncle Qiao Shan. If she just casually mentions it, Jiang Fan would probably be full of admiration. Thinking of this, Chow Yifei said to Jiang Fan, Junior Jiang Fan, there's a coffee book bar at Huaqin University. It has a very beautiful environment. I often go there to drink coffee and read books when I have free time. It's very pleasant. I'll take you there to check it out later. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan thought, coffee and bookstore? This is great. This way, he wouldn't have to talk to Chow Yifei too much. As long as he could endure the 8 hours, he could complete the tasks issued by the system and receive the rewards. He checked the mission time. There was still 5 hours left. If I could read for 5 hours in the afternoon, that would be perfect. After they finished their meal, they went together to the coffee bookstore that Chow Yifei had mentioned. Chow Yifei showed her membership card and then found a private room. The coffee bookstore is decorated in a way that creates a great atmosphere for reading and chatting, and there are many books available for free borrowing. Jiang Fan looked around at the surroundings and really liked them. Just as Chow Yifei began to talk about the research project she had participated in, Jiang Fan stood up. I walked to the bookshelf, looked for my favorite books, and finally chose The History of Science and Technology on Earth. As an Earth researcher who traveled from a parallel world, he was not clear about the current level of technology on Earth. So, this book was a good opportunity for him to learn more. Chow Yifei was somewhat surprised to see that Jiang Fan had taken such a book. Jiang Fan, do you like science and technology books? Okay. Jiang Fan nodded. Chow Yifei was delighted, since her major was material science, and she knew a lot about materials used in scientific research. What kind of technology does Jiang Fan like? Chow Yifei asked. I used to be more interested in nanotechnology, but recently I've become more interested in space technology. In his previous life on Earth, Jiang Fan primarily conducted research in nanotechnology. After transmigrating to Earth and gaining access to a system, he began to develop an interest in technologies from worlds other than humanity. He felt that human technology was currently limited by many technological levels, and it was impossible to research advanced technologies in the short term. Just like controlled nuclear fusion, if the system hadn't rewarded him with formulas, principles, and data, he wouldn't have been able to research controlled nuclear fusion, even if he had devoted his entire life to it. Not to mention spaceships, time shuttles, space elevators, and other space technologies. He is now convinced that advanced civilizations definitely exist beyond Earth, and the system in his mind is the powerful proof of that. Regarding the system in his mind, Jiang Fan believed that it must be a medium of advanced civilization. They wanted to use this medium to teach humans some advanced technologies and accelerate the development of human science and technology. Therefore, if he wants to explore civilizations beyond humanity, he must focus on research in space technology in order to find the answers or lead humanity to a better future. Of course, Chow Yifei was unaware of Jiang Fan's thoughts. She believed that Jiang Fan's claim of being interested in space technology was merely a superficial curiosity about the universe. Little brother Jiang Fan, space technology is a very broad field, and there are very few researchers in this area. You have to work hard. Maybe in the future, humanity's interstellar travel will depend on you. Chow Yifei said jokingly. Jiang Fan, however, looked serious and after thinking for a moment, nodded to Chow Yifei. Chow Yifei looked at Jiang Fan, who was adorably silly and couldn't help but smile. Jiang Fan, you said you used to like nanotechnology. I'm currently involved in a nanotechnology measurement project that uses atomic force microscopy. Chow Yifei began to vividly recount the nanotechnology project she had participated in, believing that Jiang Fan would be impressed by her knowledge. Having finished speaking, Xiao Yifei couldn't resist showing off to Jiang Fan with a touch of pride. Isn't Jiang Fan incredibly amazing? However, Jiang Fan simply said, "You said that nanometer measurement technology is too old and has many drawbacks. The technology is too outdated?" Xiao Yifei was a little angry. This technology was a project led by her uncle, Xiao Shan, who was a top scientific researcher in China and had received the Lifetime Achievement Award from China. But Jiang Fan said that the technology he had developed was too outdated. This is intolerable. Jiang Fan noticed Xiao Yifei's doubts and then spoke. Nanometer technology and another relatively advanced technology is optical interferometry, which uses the interference fringes of light to improve the resolution of measurements. The measurement methods include dual-frequency laser interferometry, optical heterodyne interferometry, X-ray interferometry, FP standard tool measurement. Xiao Yifei's mouth dropped open as she listened, her expression one of utter disbelief. Chapter 30, The Chief's Decision. Around 6 p.m., the system's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Fan's mind. "System, congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task and obtaining the overnight capsule. Would you like to use it?" "Use." As Jiang Fan finished speaking, a flash of silver light shone into his mind, and a dialog box appeared in his mind. He opened it with his mind, and it showed that it could offset 10,000 hours of staying up late, which is harmful to the body. Jiang Fan chuckled. With this all-nighter gadget, he would never have to worry about damaging his health by staying up late again. Having completed his mission, he saw no need to stay with Xiao Yifei any longer. So he made up an excuse. "Thank you, Xiao Yifei, for showing me around Tsinghua University today. I have other things to attend to, so I'll be going now." Xiao Yifei was taken aback. Jiang Fan had just explained so much about nanotechnology to her, things she had never encountered before. Why was he suddenly leaving? The key point is that Jiang Fan seems to know more about nanomaterials than his uncle. Although she couldn't confirm whether the principles behind those nanotech technologies were correct, her woman's intuition seemed to tell the difference. Just as Xiao Yifei was wondering how Jiang Fan knew so much, her phone rang. "Xiao Yifei, uncle." "Xiao Shan, Yifei, have you won Jiang Fan over?" "Xiao Yifei, uncle, let's put that aside for now. Have you ever heard of nano-optical interferometry?" "Xiao Shan, optical interferometry?" Xiao Yifei roughly explained the nano-optical interferometry technology that Jiang Fan had talked about at Xiao Shan. After she finished speaking, Xiao Shan fell into deep thought. It was the first time he had heard of this technology, and, theoretically, it seemed to be without any problems. If this optical interferometry technique is established, it will be far superior to the atomic force microscopy technique that I am currently researching. Thinking of this, Xiao Shan became somewhat excited. To find out if this technology is correct, you can simply conduct an experiment to verify it. "Xiao Shan, Yifei, come to the nanotechnology lab right now. I feel that what you said is very feasible." Xiao Yifei hung up the phone, her face filled with shock. Could Jiang Fan be right? But he was just a high school student. How could he possibly understand such profound nanotechnology? However, she didn't have time to think about the problem. She had to hurry to the nanotechnology lab. My uncle probably wanted to conduct an experiment to verify this technology. Jiang Fan returned to the first-level research institute and went to see Zhou Huai first. When he knocked on Zhou Huai's door, the room was filled with smoke, which almost made him faint. Zhou Huai was already sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. Seeing the worried look on his face, Jiang Fan asked, "What's wrong?" "Ahem. Uncle Zhou, what happened?" "Oh, Xiao Fan, come and sit down." Zhou Huai then realized what was happening and opened the window to let the smoke dissipate. After Jiang Fan sat down, Zhou Huai poured a glass of water and placed it in front of him. He then spoke slowly. "The research funding application failed, and the leadership has decided to suspend the controlled nuclear fusion project." Pause. Jiang Fan was startled, clearly not expecting this situation. He guessed that the worst-case scenario would be that the government would not provide research funding, but he did not expect that not only would the funding not be obtained, but the controlled nuclear fusion project would also be suspended. If that's the case, the controlled nuclear fusion that the system rewards him for cannot be achieved. "Uncle Zhou, are you going to show that document to the commander?" Jiang Fan asked. "I've seen it, and it even has the signatures of the experts and professors who attended yesterday's meeting. But the leader said he couldn't do anything about it." This is the result of a joint discussion among several leaders of the National Scientific Research funding. Without money, controlled nuclear fusion certainly cannot be developed. Isn't there any other way? Zhang Fan asked, unwilling to give up. Oh no, it's gone. Zhou Huai sighed helplessly and said. Zhang Fan lowered his head and remained silent, still somewhat unwilling to give up. Only by developing controlled nuclear fusion could future technology achieve a qualitative leap. Controlled nuclear fusion is a new type of energy source. Even a very small energy device can continuously output a large amount of energy. For example, modern aircraft carriers use oil as their conventional fuel. Propelling these massive aircraft carriers consumes a huge amount of oil, and the kinetic energy generated is also limited. But controlled nuclear fusion is different. It has a very powerful output that can instantly increase the speed of a 70,000-ton aircraft carrier. Of course, this is only one aspect of the application of controlled nuclear fusion. Once the technology matures, it will be used in all aspects of human life. Seeing Zhang Fan's dejected expression, Zhou Huai felt even more distressed. However, the commander also mentioned a condition. If we complete it, he might consider my application. But this condition is simply impossible to meet. Upon hearing that there was still a chance for things to turn around, Zhang Fan felt a glimmer of hope and hurriedly asked, "What are the conditions?" "Hey, the commander said we need to stabilize nuclear fusion for 100 seconds within a month." Nuclear fusion is stable for 100 seconds. Zhang Fan read it aloud once. Yes, 100 seconds is impossible. Our base's nuclear fusion hasn't been stable for even a second. Uncle Zhou, I can do it, Zhang Fan said firmly to Zhou Huai. Real. Zhou Huai was suddenly excited, but then calmed down. How is that possible? The reason why nuclear fusion can be turned into energy for people to use is that the fusion of atomic nuclei deuterium and tritium needs to be stabilized at a critical point to continuously output energy. For example, the plasma temperature reaches 440 million degrees Celsius. The pulsed fusion output power exceeds 16 megawatts, and the technology of controlled nuclear fusion is to keep this temperature and power constant. If there's even a slight temperature change in the middle, this balance will be broken and nuclear fusion will fail. While Zhang Fan's formulas, principles, and data for controlled nuclear fusion are highly likely to be realized, this requires a budget of 10 billion yuan. But now the higher-ups want to see results from controlled nuclear fusion without giving a single penny. That's harder than climbing to heaven. No matter what scientific achievement it is all built on money. Xiao Fan, I believe your theory is correct, and we can only develop controlled nuclear fusion in a year, but our project currently has no funding at all. Uncle Zhou, I know the situation. If we only need to maintain nuclear fusion for 100 seconds within a month, I feel that with the existing equipment and materials, we should be able to do it. Zhang Fan said calmly. Zhou Huai thought about it and realized that this was indeed a good idea. After all, they had invested more than 30 billion yuan before, and all the necessary materials and equipment were readily available. Thinking of this, Zhou Huai became excited again and grabbed Zhang Fan's hand, saying, Xiao Fan, this is a do-or-die situation. I'll take you to the northern base tomorrow. Chapter 31, 18 People. The next day, the first rays of morning sunlight shone through the glass into the nanotechnology research lab at Tsinghua University. A researcher in a white lab coat is anxiously awaiting the results of an experiment. As the machine beeped, the results were printed out, and he hurriedly picked up the report to read it carefully. A smile gradually spread across his face, and then he laughed out loud. Ha, great. That's wonderful. At this moment, the girl who was lying on the table next to her was woken up. He said, still half asleep, Uncle, what are you laughing at? Xiao Fei, we did it. The nano-optical interferometry technology you mentioned was correct, and we've actually developed it. Huh. Upon hearing Xiao Shan's excited words, Xiao Yifei was instantly wide awake and quickly stood up to check the experimental results. Her eyes widened, filled with excitement. Ah, that's amazing, Uncle. We succeeded so easily, and the performance is several times better than the previous atomic force microscope technology. Huh. Xiao Yifei was also very excited. Yes, it's all thanks to you. Huh. By the way, how did you come up with this technical idea? Xiao Shan asked. This wasn't something I figured out. Xiao Yifei said somewhat awkwardly, wishing she had figured it out herself. Unfortunately, this was something she casually told her by Jiang Fan's younger brother, whom she thought was a bit dim-witted. If you didn't develop it, then it must have been one of the experts or professors at Tsinghua University? Not really, Xiao Yifei said. Who is that? Xiao Shan asked, somewhat bewildered. It's Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan? He actually understands nanotechnology. Xiao Shan looked surprised. Jiang Fan's talent in controlled nuclear fusion has already astonished everyone, but no one expected that he would also have such high attainments in nanotechnology. This is absolutely a genius in the scientific research community. Thinking of this, Xiao Shan secretly resolved that he must make Jiang Fan his student no matter what. He didn't want to miss out on such an outstanding student. Thinking of this, Xiao Shan said to Xiao Yifei, Yifei, how did your time with Jiang Fan go yesterday? Controlled nuclear fusion base in northern China. Jiang Fan had just gotten out of the military off-road vehicle when he immediately leaned against the wall and started vomiting. The road to get here was too rugged, and his stomach was churning all the way. He couldn't take it as soon as he got off the bus and threw up. Luckily, he hadn't eaten too much that morning. Seeing Jiang Fan's condition, Zhou Huai couldn't help but laugh and teased him. Xiao Fan, back when I first came here, there were no roads at all. The whole grassland was full of potholes. I threw up more than 10 times during the 2-hour journey. Just as Zhou Huai and Jiang Fan were chatting and laughing, a researcher wearing a white research coat ran over quickly and said anxiously, Commander-in-Chief Zhou, you're finally back. Upon seeing who it was, Zhou Huai chuckled and said, What's wrong, Winshan? They're all gone. They were all transferred while you were away these past 2 days. Zhang Winshan spoke incoherently, leaving Zhou Huai completely bewildered. Everything's gone? Tell me slowly. Zhang Winshan took a couple of breaths, trying to calm himself down. You went to Kyoto these past few days, and they said they needed to develop a new project, so they directly transferred our researchers away. What? Who dares to steal my person? Let's go. Zhou Huai was furious. His superiors had indeed given him instructions to suspend the operation of controlled nuclear fusion on October 20th of this year. But it's only July 28th, and there are still 3 months left according to the plan. Yet, at this point, they actually transferred his research staff away. From the establishment of the controlled nuclear fusion project to the present, he has been steadfastly working here for 10 years. Even if he has not made any great contributions, he has certainly put in a lot of hard work. They poached our staff without even a word. He invited Jiang Fan this time to save the controlled nuclear fusion project. He had great confidence in Jiang Fan and believed that under Jiang Fan's guidance, they would definitely be able to develop controlled nuclear fusion. But now that the researchers have been transferred, how can they develop controlled nuclear fusion without anyone else? Zhou Huai grew angrier the more he thought about it and went to his office. Winshan, who gave this order? Commander Liu, Zhang Winshan said. Zhou Huai picked up the office phone and dialed the number. After a few beeps, a deep voice rang out. Who is it? Commander Liu, what do you mean? My northern base project hasn't even reached the point of suspension yet, and you're already transferring my researchers away. The other party waited for Zhou Huai to finish speaking all at once before slowly saying, exclamation point. Xiao Zhou, I understand how you feel. After all, you've been in charge of this project for 10 years, and you have an emotional attachment to it. Although the order I gave you was to tentatively set October 20th for controlled nuclear fusion, this project hasn't made any major breakthroughs in 10 years. It's just 3 months left, so don't take it too seriously. Zhou Huai, Commander, I discovered a talent in controlled nuclear fusion during my trip to Beijing. I believe he can definitely develop controlled nuclear fusion. The leader said, I know what you're talking about. The head of the State Administration of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Refugees discussed it with me yesterday. There haven't been any major breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion worldwide, and we believe that he alone can't change anything. Zhou Huai, okay, let's not talk about these things first. Yesterday, the head of the State Administration of Science, Technology, and Industry said that if I can stably control nuclear fusion for 100 seconds within a month, he will agree to give me another year to conduct research on controlled nuclear fusion. The leader said, Little Zhou, controlling nuclear fusion for 100 seconds means another major breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion, while the United States, the world's most technologically advanced country, can only achieve stable nuclear fusion for 10 seconds. Zhou Huai, I believe Jiang Fan can do it. You must bring those researchers back to help us complete this challenge. Seeing that Zhou Huai was stubborn and unyielding, the leader became somewhat angry and shouted directly, "Do you know what kind of research those researchers were doing when they were transferred? It involves researching fighter jets, and there are still 6 months left before the World Military Games, which will be held once every 10 years. You should remember the humiliation our Dragon Nation suffered at the last World Military Games better than I do. Do you really want to make our Dragon Nation lose face in front of the whole world this time?" The leader's words left Zhou Huai speechless. Recalling the last World Military Games, his comrade of 9 years sacrificed his life in that competition. Zhou Huai hung up the phone and sat down on the stool, feeling utterly helpless. "Commander-in-Chief Zhou, what should we do?" Zhang Wenshan asked from the side. "How many researchers are left at the research base?" Zhou Huai asked. 18 people left. Chapter 32, Doubt. 18 people. Zhou Huai sat on the stool and muttered helplessly to himself. Their northern base had a total of 102 researchers, but after he went to Kyoto, 84 of them were transferred away. Moreover, the reason for the transfer was one he couldn't refute. Recalling the humiliating World Military Games 10 years ago, he felt immense pain in his heart. A large part of the reason he was willing to accept the position of Chief Commander of Controlled Nuclear Fusion was because of the World Military Games. He wanted to develop a new type of energy, controlled nuclear fusion, through his own efforts so that China could achieve a leapfrog development and become a world military power in one fell swoop. However, the research on controlled nuclear fusion was not as easy as he had imagined. 10 years of joint efforts by more than 100 researchers and a national expenditure of more than 30 billion yuan had not resulted in any major technological breakthroughs. Just as Zhou Huai was reminiscing about the past 10 years, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. "Who are you? Who gave you permission to tamper with our tokamak device? Quick, someone, several of you, stop him. This is the culmination of 10 years of hard work." Zhou Huai's office was inside the experimental base. Hearing the noise outside, he immediately got up and went out. Upon exiting, Jiang Fan found more than a dozen researchers in white work clothes surrounding him. Zhou Huai hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Stop! All of you stop." When everyone saw Commander-in-Chief Zhou arrive, they immediately felt reassured and addressed him respectfully. "Commander Zhou, this kid appeared out of nowhere and actually tampered with our tokamak device. Luckily, I discovered it early. If he had broken it, our 10 years of hard work would have been ruined. He must be punished." Upon hearing what everyone was saying, Zhou Huai hurriedly explained, "Everyone, please be quiet. This is perfect. Let me introduce you. This is Jiang Fan, the expert in controlled nuclear fusion that I invited back from Kyoto." The group looked at each other. They had indeed heard that Commander Zhou had discovered an expert in Kyoto who was very knowledgeable about controlled nuclear fusion. They had assumed it would be an experienced professor who had returned from abroad, or at the very least, an expert who had worked on controlled nuclear fusion for many years. But the young man in front of me, who looks no older than 18 or 19, doesn't look like an expert at all. "Commander Zhou, you haven't been fooled, have you? He looks way too young." "Yes. Without more than 10 years of research, it would be difficult to achieve anything significant in controlled nuclear fusion." Zhou Huai was not angry about everyone's doubts. He had also had some doubts when he first met Jiang Fan. However, through conversations with him, it was discovered that Jiang Fan's knowledge of controlled nuclear fusion was far greater than the combined knowledge of all of them. "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me first. I understand your doubts. Let Jiang Fan first learn about our base and the progress of our controlled nuclear fusion research. He will give you all a surprise then." Zhou Huai's words left everyone with no choice but to step aside and let Jiang Fan continue fiddling with the tokamak device. Seeing that everyone had made way, Jiang Fan didn't stand on ceremony and went straight up to study the tokamak device. He only has 1 month left, and he promised Zhou Huai that he would make the nuclear fusion control stable for more than 100 seconds. If he wants to study space technology in the future, controlled nuclear fusion is an indispensable energy source. Time was of the essence, so he had to make the most of it. He studied the tokamak device for a while, and then spoke to a researcher next to him. "Give me a copy of the data for the tokamak device." The researcher was taken aback at first, then looked at Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai nodded, and the researcher walked into the data room, then came back with a large sample drawing. Jiang Fan took the detailed blueprint, which had labels for each component, and began to study the tokamak device by referring to the blueprint. Every now and then, he would pick up a pen and start drawing something on the paper. The researchers around Jiang Fan looked at him with puzzlement. Tell me, what can such a young man do? Yes, controlled nuclear fusion is extremely difficult. I think he's just putting on an act. If he could figure out a tokamak device just by gesturing like that, we wouldn't have been studying it here for 10 years, haha. I guess Commander Zhou is just grasping at straws in his desperation. Seeing that our base is about to be shut down, he just grabbed anyone to try his luck. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Seeing that Jiang Fan would be gone for a while, Zhou Huai said to Zhang Wenshan, "Give me a list of the researchers who stayed behind." Good. Then Zhang Wenshan picked up a piece of paper and started writing. After he finished, he handed it to Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai glanced at the list, which included veteran researchers who had been with him for 8 or 9 years, as well as 2 veteran researchers who had been with him since the establishment of the Northern Base. He knew in his heart that these people had deep feelings for the Northern Base, which was why they chose not to leave when the higher-ups issued the transfer order. Zhou Huai did not complain about the researchers who left. After all, it was the decision of the higher-ups, and their transfer to the fighter jet research project was also to contribute to the World Military Games. What he felt ashamed of was that after 10 years of researching controlled nuclear fusion, he had not succeeded in his research before the World Military Games were held. Unable to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom in this military competition, Jiang Fan spent more than 3 hours studying the device before he finally understood all the problems with the tokamak device. His final conclusion was that this tokamak device would not succeed even after another 1,000 years of research, because the materials it uses at the very foundation are wrong. These materials simply cannot withstand the high temperatures generated by plasma during fusion. Jiang Fan, holding the detailed blueprint of the tokamak device, approached Zhou Huai. Uncle Zhou, I've almost finished researching the current level of controlled nuclear fusion at our base. How's it going? Can the modification be completed within a month? Zhou Huai asked. It should be possible, but we still need time to finalize the modification details. Okay, but I have some bad news for you. Currently, our northern base only has 18 researchers left. All the others have been transferred. Zhou Huai said apologetically. 18 people is a bit few, but it should be enough. After thinking for a while, Jiang Fan said, although the tokamak device has many flaws, the overall framework is still there. As long as he adjusts the details, materials, and data inside the tokamak device, there shouldn't be any problem in stabilizing nuclear fusion within 100 seconds. By the way, Uncle Zhou, please gather all the researchers together. I'll explain the existing problems and the revised plan to everyone first. Chapter 33. The Exam. All the researchers at the Northern Controlled Nuclear Fusion Base were summoned. Jiang Fan stood in front of the tokamak device, holding a large drawing in his hand. Dear senior researchers, my name is Jiang Fan. I am very happy to work with you all in the future to develop controlled nuclear fusion. In the next month, we will work together to complete the project of achieving 100 seconds of stable control of nuclear fusion. As soon as Jiang Fan finished speaking, all the researchers looked surprised. He then looked blankly at Commander Zhou. Zhou Huai then addressed everyone. We do indeed have to complete this challenge in the next month, because this is the condition set for us by the commander. As long as we complete this mission, our northern base will not be suspended, and we will have 10 billion in funding for the next year. Everyone was stunned when they heard Commander Zhou say that. Commander Zhou, achieving stable control of nuclear fusion for 100 seconds is absolutely impossible. Yes, Commander Zhou, even the United States, which has the most advanced controlled nuclear fusion technology in the world, can stably control it for 10 seconds. How could we possibly do that? With the current technological level of our base, achieving stable nuclear fusion energy for 2 seconds would be considered a major technological breakthrough. As Zhou Huai listened to the researchers' discussion, he also thought it was absolutely impossible before he met Jiang Fan. As long as we cooperate well with Jiang Fan, I believe we can complete this challenge within a month. But when everyone saw the young Jiang Fan, they felt even less confident. Jiang Fan could also see everyone's suspicion of him, and he knew very well that explaining would be useless. You may have some doubts about me. How about this? Fellow researchers, feel free to ask me any questions about controlled nuclear fusion. Consider it a test for me to join the northern base. A researcher who had long disliked Jiang Fan spoke up directly. Okay, then I'll ask the question first. What are the two categories of products from nuclear fusion? Charged and uncharged. Charged alpha particles are confined, depositing energy in the plasma to achieve heating. Alpha particles are another type of impurity and need to be removed, otherwise they will reduce the fusion reaction rate. Uncharged neutrons are not confined. They collide with surrounding materials, causing massive damage. On the one hand, we need the energy of these neutrons to ultimately generate electricity. On the other hand, we need to shield them as much as possible. And as for ways to shield them, Everyone was surprised by Jiang Fan's answer. When some researchers heard Jiang Fan explain his method for dealing with uncharged neutrons, they were immediately enlightened. Yes, we can solve this by shielding against uncharged neutrons. Oh, that's great. We've been struggling to find a solution to this problem. And here it is. This young man is quite capable. Then another researcher asked Jiang Fan, what materials are used in the tokamak device to stabilize the magnetic field to the critical point? Superconducting magnets still have critical currents and critical magnetic fields. Currently, the superconducting material with the highest critical current is niobium titanium alloy, NBT, while NB3SN is more suitable. How is nuclear fusion ignited? Common ignition methods for nuclear fusion include laser ignition. The questions raised by Jiang Fan by the dozen or so researchers were relatively simple at first, but the questions became more and more complex as time went on. Jiang Fan, like a wise man, calmly answered everyone's questions and even provided many solutions. So much so that they began to suspect that Jiang Fan had stolen information about America's controlled nuclear fusion. After Jiang Fan finished answering everyone's questions, they were all stunned and speechless. Zhou Huai was also very excited. Judging from Jiang Fan's performance just now, even those experts in controlled nuclear fusion from the United States probably couldn't do it. Then, Zhou Huai addressed everyone. I hereby appoint Jiang Fan as the chief engineer of our controlled nuclear fusion project in the North. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then burst into enthusiastic applause. Of course, they had no problem. If Jiang Fan is not qualified to be their chief engineer, then probably no one else on site can do it. Seeing that everyone had accepted him, Jiang Fan then spoke. We only have 1 month left, and time is very tight. So, I'd like to tell you about some of the problems with our tokamak device. Starting with the outermost part of the device, the material used for this part of the tokamak device must be a nickel-titanium alloy with a density of P equals 4.5 G/cm superscript 3 and induction coefficient of 15.24 W/mk. Then there's this position. The curvature is slightly off. It should be adjusted so that 1 radian equals 57.295779513079 degrees. This material is not pure enough. The material elasticity requirement at this location requires that stress and strain be proportional. Epsilon equals delta/L asterisk 100% unit. Constant 1. Stress sigma equals F/S, which is 5.46 pascals, or MPa. E equals sigma/epsilon. Jiang Fan talked for over an hour, describing their tokamak device as utterly useless, with not a single good spot in it. They all looked embarrassed, as if their 10 years of research had yielded nothing. If it weren't for Jiang Fan's answers to their questions earlier, which left them with absolutely no room for criticism. If Jiang Fan dares to say that to them, they'll definitely pick up their weapons and fight him to the death. Everyone worked day and night for 10 years, but in many places, the direction they initially researched was wrong. It's like a race where the finish line is in front of you, but you keep running to the right for 10 years. Then someone tells you you're going the wrong way. Who wouldn't be furious? They lowered their heads in shame. Actually, the one with the strangest expression was Zhou Huai. He didn't know whether he should feel fortunate or sad. Jiang Fan wasn't trying to belittle them or elevate his own image. He simply wanted to develop controlled nuclear fusion. Therefore, when pointing out problems, they're very direct, incisive, and hit the nail on the head. Now I'll talk about several major aspects of the improvements to the tokamak device. Jiang Fan then spoke for another 2 hours, giving everyone a general understanding of the modifications to the tokamak device. However, Jiang Fan told them that he would come up with a plan for the specific details, and the reconstruction of the tokamak device would officially begin tomorrow. After all the reception work was completed, it was already past 11 p.m. Jiang Fan returned to the room that Zhou Huai had arranged for him. At this moment, he took out his phone and saw that there were more than 10 missed calls from Xiao Shan and an unknown number. Seeing that it was already midnight, Jiang Fan didn't call back. He then opened WeChat and found that a girl named Little Wildcat had requested to add him as a friend. Application information: a girl to have a fun day trip with. Chapter 34, Misunderstanding. The girl who had a fun day trip with you. Jiang Fan saw the friend request note, thought for a moment, and then, considering how many phone calls Xiao Shan had made, he was pretty sure that this Little Wildcat was Xiao Yifei. To be honest, he was extremely unwilling to add it, but considering old Xiao's feelings, he reluctantly clicked accept. Meanwhile, in a residential area far away in Lingzhou City, a beautiful young woman with a slender figure was wearing a pink silk nightgown. The fabric was soft, delicate, and very comfortable. The skirt was just a little short, barely covering her plump, round buttocks. A pair of slender, jade-like legs were exposed, which was very tempting. If Jiang Fan saw them, he would probably have a nosebleed. She lay on a large, soft bed, her fair arms supporting her delicate chin, her large, almond-shaped eyes glancing occasionally at her phone in front of her. What's going on? I've added them several times, but they still haven't accepted my friend request. What is this big idiot doing? Could it be that the phone number you entered is incorrect? The girl quickly got up. Since it was past 11 p.m., which was bedtime, she wasn't wearing a bra. From her wide neckline, you could see an alluring view inside. She then picked up her phone and carefully checked the number. 135 asterisk 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 6688. The number is correct. Just as she was considering whether to call, her phone beeped. She quickly opened WeChat and found that Jiang Fan had accepted her friend request. She immediately grinned and then sent a message. Wildcat, hello. Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, hello. Wildcat. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? Jiang Fan. I'm going to sleep now, goodbye. When Chu Ruashi saw Jiang Fan's reply, her rapidly typing hand suddenly froze in midair. 3 black lines instantly appeared on my forehead, and I felt a wave of embarrassment. He waited all night with high expectations, but Jiang Fan only said 2 sentences, 7 words in total. They had watched movies and played video games together before. Although Jiang Fan didn't talk much, you could tell from his eyes that Jiang Fan must like him quite a bit. But what's going on now? Oh, right. I haven't introduced myself yet, so I guess he doesn't know that Little Wildcat is me. Chu Ruashi realized this instantly. Having found the key to the problem, Chu Ruashi sent another message. Little Wildcat, do you know who I am? Hee. Jiang Fan. Xiao Yifei. Chu Ruashi was stunned when she saw Jiang Fan's reply. Xiao Yifei. Juzusi Mumut. You could tell it's a girl just by hearing the name. But Jiang Fan probably doesn't have much contact with girls usually, and there aren't any girls in his class with that name. Could it be that Jiang Fan met other girls in just 2 days in Kyoto? A sense of crisis suddenly rose in Chu Ruashi's heart, although she didn't know why she had this feeling. Just as she was about to tell Jiang Fan that she was Chu Ruashi, suddenly, the words I typed were deleted. Since Jiang Fan mistook him for Xiao Yifei, she could use Xiao Yifei's name to find out what Jiang Fan was thinking. Thinking of this, Chu Ruashi didn't point it out and sent another message. Little Wildcat, you're quite clever. Wildcat, can you tell me your opinion of me? After sending the message, Chu Ruashi lay on the bed, maintaining the same position, her little head seemingly lost in thought. She waited for Jiang Fan to reply, but 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour passed, until she fell asleep. The vast grasslands of the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. A blade of grass that had been dormant all night stretched out under the first rays of morning sunlight. On its pointed leaf, a crystal-clear dewdrop hangs, like a dazzling gem. Just as it was swaying its leaves and showing off to the other grasses, a huge creature descended from the sky and stomped it into the mud. Woof woof! The enormous creature ran merrily across the grassland, occasionally letting out a roar. Black Wind, come home for dinner. A burly man in the distance shouted loudly at a black dog. The wolfhound named Black Wind stopped running, stood still, looked ahead, and then looked back at its owner who was turning away. Immediately, it ran wildly towards its owner. Just now, the little grass that was trampled into the mud by the black wind finally managed to pull its leaves out of the soil with great effort. As a result, the black wind, which had returned along the same route, stomped it into the mud again. Black Wind quickly arrived at its master's side, then slowed down and walked with its master toward a tent with smoke rising from it. 30 kilometers west of the tents, there is a building that looks like a factory. That is the Northern Controlled Nuclear Fusion Base. At this moment, a young man stood on the lookout tower, gazing at the vast, boundless grassland. Having worked all night, he stretched. A gentle breeze swept by, and the entire meadow seemed to transform into a green ocean, with waves of green rising and falling with the wind. Looking at the meadow, he felt much better. He smiled, inwardly marveling at how effective the system's all-nighter capsule was. He'd spent the entire night working on the controlled nuclear fusion plan, and now he felt no drowsiness whatsoever. On the contrary, he was full of energy. He used his consciousness to open the dialogue box for staying up all night in his mind, and saw that there were still 9,992 hours left. He calculated that even if he stayed up all night every day, he could stay up for more than 3 years. The system is indeed powerful. Just as Jiang Fan was in a daze, Zhang Wenshan shouted at him from below. Chief Engineer Jiang, lunch is ready. Jiang Fan came down from the lookout tower and followed Zhang Wenshan to the base canteen. Looking at the deserted cafeteria, Zhang Wenshan couldn't help but sigh. Before, the cafeteria was always packed with people during mealtimes, but now there were only about 10 people sitting there. Hello, Chief Engineer Jiang. When they saw Jiang Fan, they all greeted him warmly. Yesterday, Jiang Fan demonstrated his abilities, which earned their utmost respect. Afterwards, Jiang Fan got his food and sat down with them. Chief Engineer Jiang, when do we begin the rectification of controlled nuclear fusion today? Your explanation yesterday really got me excited. Yeah. Don't let our small numbers fool you. When it comes to work, one of us is worth 100. For the veteran researchers who stayed behind, they had a very deep affection for the controlled nuclear fusion base, and none of them wanted the project to stop. They all hoped that Jiang Fan could lead them to complete the challenge a month later and save the base. Jiang Fan was very pleased to see that they were all working hard and satisfied. After finishing his meal, Jiang Fan took out the plan he had prepared the day before from his bedroom. Everyone was stunned when they saw the thick stack of documents. Chief Engineer Jiang, did you organize all of this last night? You didn't sleep all night? Chapter 35, Little Wildcat. Everyone was astonished when they saw the plan that Jiang Fan had spent the whole night compiling. They hadn't expected this young man to work so hard, so they had even less reason not to try their best. So after Jiang Fan explained the difficulties of the compiled plan to everyone, they began to divide the work and devote themselves to the research and development work. Previously, when their base had over 100 people, there were some frictions and conflicts among them. But now they are united and striving toward the common goal. The entire experimental base was filled with a tense yet orderly working atmosphere. After reading it, Zhou Huai couldn't help but nod repeatedly, feeling very gratified. His main job now is to assist Jiang Fan and meet all the requirements and technical needs he has put forward. Although he was the commander-in-chief, he is now willingly serving as Jiang Fan's assistant. Led by Jiang Fan, all the researchers cooperated very well, and their work efficiency was 3 times higher than usual. The plan that Jiang Fan had prepared originally required everyone to complete in a day, but they finished it in less than half a day. Zhou Huai then went to the archives to find Jiang Fan, but found him bent over organizing a plan, and he was reluctant to disturb him. But the researchers outside have already finished all the work, and if they don't ask Jiang Fan for the data, they'll be stuck with nothing to do now. Hey, Xiao Fan. Jiang Fan then looked up at Zhou Huai. Uncle Zhou, is something wrong? Jiang Fan asked. We've already completed the plan you provided this morning. Wow, so fast. Why don't you check it and see if there's anything wrong? Good. Jiang Fan got up, picked up the more than 10 pages of detailed plan he had compiled, and went out with Zhou Huai. He began to inspect the parts that the researchers had just rectified. After a moment, Jiang Fan nodded in satisfaction. No problem. The tense expressions on everyone's faces turned into smiles. Afterwards, Jiang Fan handed the dozen or so pages in his hand to Zhou Huai and asked them to continue making revisions. He returned to the archives and continued to work out the details of the rectification plan. So, Jiang Fan sorted out some details of the plan and then handed it over to Zhou Huai, asking him to organize researchers to develop it. After checking and finding no problems, we proceeded to the next step. After a long day of intense work, around 10 p.m., everyone was exhausted, and Zhou Huai finally decided to end the day's work. Everyone is filled with joy at today's success. Although they are tired, everyone has a smile on their face. Everyone else went back to rest, but Jiang Fan stayed in the archives to continue organizing the plan. Xiao Fan, let's finish this tomorrow. You didn't get any rest last night, otherwise your body won't be able to handle it, Zhou Huai said with concern. Uncle Zhou, it's all right. I'll go back and rest after I finish organizing this section. Otherwise, they'll definitely be urging me again tomorrow. Zhou Huai really wanted Jiang Fan to go back and rest, but in the end, he didn't say it. After all, a month was a short time, but their mission was very heavy. Xiao Fan, go back and rest early after you're done tidying up. Okay, Uncle Zhou, you should go back and rest now. You've had a long day, too. Zhou Huai walked out of the archives, then looked back at Jiang Fan, feeling a pang of heartache. But there was nothing he could do. Researchers are like this most of the time, working day and night. Otherwise, how could China have caught up with some Western countries in such a short period of time? This is all thanks to the researchers who have worked silently behind the scenes. Zhou Huai came to the open space outside the laboratory and habitually sat on a rock. He took a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He had never smoked before being appointed as the commander-in-chief of the northern base. Later, as the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion made no progress, he felt a lot of pressure, so he gradually started smoking to relieve his stress. From a few sticks a day at the beginning to a whole box a day later, he looked up at the starry sky, thought of his wife and children, and couldn't help but sigh. He is neither a good husband nor a good father. In 10 years, he only returned home to visit 5 times. Each time, it was a hurried trip back and forth. 2 years have passed, and he longs to go home and see if his children have grown taller. He felt he had failed the country's trust because controlled nuclear fusion had not yet been developed. He also didn't want to go back to see his wife and children as a loser. Throwing away his cigarette, Zhou Huai got up and returned to his residence. The next day, everyone got up early. No one saw Jiang Fan in the cafeteria restaurant. Zhang Wenshan was originally going to go to Jiang Fan's residence to call him, but everyone said to let him rest a little longer, since Jiang Fan had worked the hardest yesterday. After everyone finished eating, we went to the research lab together to check the areas we had rectified yesterday to see if there were any problems. Just then, the door to the archives opened from the inside. Jiang Fan stretched and yawned, his body making crackling sounds. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he then said, "Morning." All eyes turned to Jiang Fan, and a series of question marks popped into their minds. When did Jiang Fan come to the archives? Zhou Huai looked at Jiang Fan and said with a surprised expression, "You didn't sleep all night?" Jiang Fan smiled somewhat awkwardly. "I got so busy I forgot." Jiang Fan took out a thick stack of documents and handed them to Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai excitedly took the documents and then said seriously to Jiang Fan, "I command you to rest now." "It's okay, Uncle Zhou, I'm not sleepy." Jiang Fan said calmly. With his system's overnight capsules, staying up all night was so easy for him. "That won't do. You have to go back and rest. We'll have someone bring you food to your place later." With Zhou Huai and everyone else's insistence, Jiang Fan had no choice but to go back and rest. Jiang Fan returned to his residence, and soon a staff member from the cafeteria brought him his meal. His stomach started growling, so he began to wolf down his food. Just then his phone rang. He opened WeChat and saw that Little Wildcat had sent him more than 10 WeChat messages yesterday. "Little Wildcat, Jiang Fan, why aren't you saying anything? I've been waiting for you for ages." "Wildcat, by the way, have you had breakfast?" "Little Wildcat, you're still not up, are you?" "Little Wildcat, time for lunch." "Little Wildcat, you're so young, and it's already noon. Why aren't you up yet?" "Wildcat, it's already night. Where are you?" "Wildcat." Jiang Fan was speechless at Xiao Yifei's messages. To stop her from bothering him further, he replied, Jiang Fan. Miss Chow Yifei, please don't give me WeChat anymore. I have a girlfriend. Chapter 36. Successful Development. Jiang Fan had just sent the message when he received a reply. Wildcat, you have a girlfriend? Who is she? Jiang Fan immediately thought of Chu Ruashi, the classmate he had spent a day with a few days ago. Although they hadn't known each other for very long, Chu Ruashi's lively, cute, pure, and beautiful appearance deeply attracted him. When he thought of her, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile. Just then, the phone rang again. Little Wildcat, who is it? If you don't tell me, I'll keep bothering you. Humph. Jiang Fan didn't have time to argue with Xiao Yifei, so he replied directly. Jiang Fan, my high school classmate, Chu Ruashi. Chu Ruashi, thousands of miles away, was holding her phone and reading a message sent by Jiang Fan. Upon realizing that he was talking about himself, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oomph. He even secretly said I was his girlfriend. What a scoundrel. Chu Ruashi complained to Jiang Fan, but her beautiful face was beaming with joy. Thinking back to Jiang Fan's 300 points on the college entrance exam, it turns out he deliberately manipulated his score. Although it's unclear why he did it, it's enough to prove Jiang Fan's ability. Now all of Jiang Fan's classmates know about his score manipulation. Before, they used to laugh at Jiang Fan, calling him a fool who only deserved to go to Shandong Lanxiang Vocational School. As a result, Jiang Fan developed solar photovoltaic panels, which led to him being sought after by Peking University and Tsinghua University in Beijing for admission without examination. After thinking it over, Jiang Fan remained silent, which made those classmates feel incredibly embarrassed. She had worried that if Jiang Fan really chose to go to a vocational school, the distance between them would only grow wider, and they would eventually become strangers. But now it's all good. They might actually go to the same school. This time, Jiang Fan used himself as a shield, saying that she was his girlfriend. Chu Ruashi was still quite happy. However, to be fair, Jiang Fan is quite handsome, over 1.8 meters tall, and not overweight. He's usually calm and collected, and although he doesn't talk much, he's still my type. If Jiang Fan really became her boyfriend, it wouldn't be bad at all. As Chu Ruashi thought about it, her face involuntarily turned red. She decided to impersonate Xiao Yifei again and tease him a little more. So she sent Jiang Fan another message. Little Wildcat, so what do you like about Chu Ruashi? As Chu Ruashi finished typing, she couldn't help but feel a little excited, looking forward to how Jiang Fan would praise her. He sent, Ju Zusi Mumut. As a result, her smile froze instantly, because Jiang Fan deleted her. You big bad guy. Humph, you dare delete me on WeChat. Just wait till you get back. I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, Chu Ruashi angrily threw her phone onto the bed. After a moment, she thought about it again. That's not right. Jiang Fan thought she was Xiao Yifei. That's why he deleted her. So he didn't actually want to delete her. Thinking of this, Chu Ruashi chuckled again. This also proves that Jiang Fan is not a womanizer. If you date Jiang Fan in the future, you will definitely not have to worry about him getting entangled with other girls. But after a while, she pouted and murmured, how will we chat without Jiang Fan's WeChat? Jiang Fan deleted the little Wildcat's WeChat account and instantly felt much cleaner on his phone. He finished his meal quickly. He couldn't go to the institute's archives, so he pushed his empty bowl aside, took out his notebook, and started organizing the plan. Jiang Fan spent the entire morning at his residence organizing the details of the plan. Based on the efficiency of Zhou Huai and his team yesterday, he estimated that the materials he had compiled last night should be completed by around 11:30 p.m. So around 11 o'clock, he took his notebook and went to the lab. Just as Jiang Fan had predicted, they were conducting final tests. When everyone saw Jiang Fan arrive, they immediately greeted him. Chief Engineer Jiang, you've come at the right time. We've already prepared the rectification plan you gave us. Please check it and see if there are any problems. Good. Jiang Fan walked up to the tokamak device and inspected the areas they had modified. 5 minutes later, Jiang Fan finished his inspection and found that the material curvature of one part was incorrect, but the rest were fine. Uncle Zhou, this position needs to be corrected. The curvature here is 121.789 degrees, which is off by 0.02 degrees. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he handed the arc measuring instrument to Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai then measured it as well, and sure enough, the deviation was 0.02 degrees. His face instantly darkened, and he said to everyone, Who made this material? Commander Zhou, I'm sorry, it was me. It's my fault for not measuring accurately, a researcher said. Just as Zhou Huai was about to give him a good scolding, Jiang Fan said something. Uncle Zhou, just remind everyone to be careful next time. Zhou Huai also knew that due to the tight schedule, some minor problems were bound to arise. The Kodokamak device is extremely complex. Even a small problem can cause all the related parts to be reworked, which can take a long time. Let it go this time, but in the work ahead, everyone must be extremely careful. You are all researchers. You should know better than me that even the slightest error could lead to the failure of the entire project. Everyone understands that the material requirements for controlled nuclear fusion are extremely precise. When plasma is operating in a tokamak device, even a very small error can lead to instability in nuclear fusion. Because of the researcher's error, most of the materials had to be reworked that morning. He felt extremely guilty. After the rectification was completed, he made a special apology to everyone, and no one blamed him. They even comforted him. Actually, everyone knows that none of them want any problems to arise. Time flies, and years pass quickly. Controlled nuclear fusion was completed amidst their intensive and orderly rectification efforts. After Jiang Fan finished testing all the materials and data, his tense expression finally relaxed. We've successfully developed it. Zhou Huai shouted, and everyone cheered. Only Jiang Fan knew that the tokamak device developed this time was only to fulfill the agreement between Zhou Huai and the leader. The real goal is to develop controlled nuclear fusion, enabling a continuous and stable output of nuclear fusion energy, and to apply this new energy source to various fields. They will need another year and at least 10 billion in funding to complete it. Jiang Fan, when do we conduct the ignition experiment? Uncle Zhou, because we are pressed for time, the tokamak device I developed can only be used once. Once? How confident are we that we can stabilize nuclear fusion for 100 seconds? 70%. Okay, I'll contact the commander right away. Chapter 37, Remote Video. Kyoto National Science and Technology Agency. Conference Hall. An elderly professor was speaking on stage about a crystalline silicon solar energy project. Seated below were the head of the State Administration of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense, several review staff members, and core members of the project team. Crystal silicon solar cells are highly efficient, have low degradation, and are highly reliable. Advanced diffusion technology ensures good uniformity between and within cells, reducing matching losses between cells. Conversion efficiency 18% PM, WP. Maximum power 2.674 to 2.696 M. A maximum power point voltage 5.093 VM. As we all know, solar energy is inexhaustible, and the technology to achieve it is not particularly difficult. Compared to the elusive and unattainable controlled nuclear fusion, our project is much easier to succeed. We only need half the annual funding of controlled nuclear fusion. If the research is successful, it will save China 5 billion annually. After listening to Professor Li's explanation, the leader nodded frequently, expressing his strong approval of his research direction and future value. After Professor Li finished speaking, he was very confident that his team could secure 1.5 billion yuan in funding this time. The leader glanced at the staff members conducting the review. They all had expressions of approval on their faces. Sir, I feel that Professor Li's project is excellent. It just so happens that the controlled nuclear fusion at the northern base is about to be suspended, so let's allocate half of their funding to Professor Li's team. Moreover, Professor Li's project will only take 2 years to complete, and it will save China 5 billion yuan annually. After listening to what the others said, the leader nodded in agreement. Just then his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Zhou Huai, the commander-in-chief of the northern base, calling. Remembering the last time he acted unreasonably, demanding 100 yuan in funding, he pestered me for a whole day. In the end, we made an agreement before he would leave. I wonder what kind of trouble he'll cause this time. To be honest, he really didn't want to answer Zhou Huai's call right now. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still answered the call. If he didn't answer, Zhou Huai might come to the headquarters to find him soon. Zhou Huai. Commander, we have successfully developed it. Do you have time today to come to the northern base? What research was successful? The leader looked bewildered, somewhat unable to understand what Zhou Huai was saying. Zhou Huai. It's our previous agreement that the nuclear fusion process will be stabilized within 100 seconds. Upon hearing Zhou Huaida's words, the leader immediately realized what was going on. The reason he made that agreement with Zhou Huaida was to give him an impossible task so that he would give up on controlled nuclear fusion. But then Zhou Huaida actually said that he had succeeded in his research. The leader couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Their agreement was to achieve stable control of nuclear fusion for 100 seconds. Only technologically advanced countries like the United States can barely maintain a stable time of 10 seconds. However, Zhou Huaida said that their research has achieved stable control of nuclear fusion within 100 seconds. And he only took a month. I absolutely refuse to believe it. Xiao Zhou, have you had too much to drink? Let's leave it at that for now. I have important things to take care of. Zhou Huaida, Commander, you know I never drink alcohol. I'm not lying to you. We really have figured out. The leader knew that Zhou Huaida didn't drink alcohol. But he still didn't believe that Zhou Huaida could develop a method to stably control nuclear fusion for 100 seconds in just 1 month, given the lack of manpower and funds. Seeing that the leader remained silent, Zhou Huaida continued. Commander, please believe me. If we fail this time, I will listen to you from now on and give up the research on controlled nuclear fusion. Upon hearing this, the commander realized that Zhou Huaida had said so, and in order to make him give up, he had no choice but to agree. Zhou Huaida said excitedly, I'll send someone to pick you up at the Inner Mongolia airport right away. I won't go to the northern base. Just give me a video call later. The commander said he believed that Zhou Huaida was unlikely to succeed in his research, and that his trip would be a waste of time. Why not just start a remote video call? It'll only take a few minutes. If he fails, he won't be able to bother me anymore, and I can make him give up. Zhou Huaida, Commander, achieving stable control of nuclear fusion for 100 seconds is a historic moment. You should come to the site. Commander, Xiao Zhou, have you conducted an ignition test for this project? So why they? No, that's not true. Commander, all right, Xiao Zhou, I'm pressed for time. I'll give you 5 minutes. Zhou Huaida could only agree in the end. He knew that the experiment was time-consuming and precious, and Jiang Fan said that there was only a 70% chance of success. Although the success rate is high, there is still a chance of failure. If it fails, the leader will have wasted so much time. Zhou Huaida, Commander, give us 3 minutes to prepare. Commander, all right, I'll wait 3 minutes. But let's make it clear first, you only have 5 minutes in total. The leader hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Everyone in the conference room stared at him curiously. Sir, what's the situation at the northern base? A staff member asked during the review process. A month ago, I made an agreement with Commander Zhou, the head of the northern base. The leader recounted the agreement he had made with Zhou Huaida. Since Zhou Huaida was unlikely to fulfill the agreement anyway, he just told everyone for a bit of entertainment. Professor Lee, you should take a break too. After all, you've been giving a presentation for over an hour. Sir, I don't feel tired at all for the sake of the country's scientific research. I could talk for another 2 hours without any problem. Haha, you're really vigorous for your age. The leaders are usually quite serious at work, but during their breaks, they like to joke around with each other, which helps them relax from the stress of work. They then shifted the topic to controlled nuclear fusion. Do you think Commander Zhou could really stabilize nuclear fusion for 100 seconds? You're overthinking it. Nuclear fusion isn't that easy. In 10 years, our country has invested over 30 billion yuan and more than 100 researchers, yet we haven't made any major breakthroughs. To think we can achieve a breakthrough in a month is just wishful thinking. To be honest, Commander Zhou is a very good person. He is serious and capable, but he is a bit stubborn. If he hadn't been in charge of the northern base back then, but had been in charge of any research work, he would be far better off than he is now. 10 years of hard work? What a waste of talent. 3 minutes later, Zhou Huaida requested a remote video call. The leader instructed the staff to connect the device to the projector. The projection screen in the conference hall instantly displayed images of the Northern Base Research Institute. Chapter 38, The Liar. Northern Controlled Nuclear Fusion Base. The usually bustling laboratory was deserted at this moment. In the center of the laboratory, there's an oval sphere that is 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. It is silver white in color and has a circular base. Overall, it looks somewhat like a lotus bud. Looking inside through one of the observation ports, You can see a complex network of wires and components. Looking through these lines and further inside, you see rings of yellow metallic material, the core material in the center of the tokamak device. Its main function is to generate a huge magnetic force to confine the nuclear fusion at the center. Further inside is a circular space, which is not large, with a diameter of 1 meter by 1 meter. At the center of the circle is a transparent sphere that emits irregular currents from time to time, but they seem to be constrained by an invisible space, floating firmly in the center of the circle. This mysterious ellipsoid is Jiang Fan's modified tokamak device. In the control room, Jiang Fan sat at the main control console, with 6 other researchers sitting at their respective sub-control consoles. Zhou Huai and the other researchers were all staring intently at the screens. Everyone wore a tense and serious expression. They all knew that the success or failure of this operation would determine the fate of the northern base. If ignition fails, their 10-year research on controlled nuclear fusion will be suspended, and all researchers will be reassigned to other research projects. At that moment, in the so-quiet control room, Jiang Fan's firm voice rang out. Turn on the external device. External device power is on. A researcher said in an equally firm tone. Then, a circle lit up on the tokamak device on the monitor, and a buzzing sound was emitted at the same time. Jiang Fan then issued a second order. Activate the primary magnetic ring restraint device. Receive. The primary magnetic ring restraint device has been activated. Golden rays of light emanated from the tokamak device. Report the data. 1,500 revolutions per minute. Stable power. Activate secondary magnetic ring constraint. Received. The secondary magnetic ring restraint device has been activated. Report the data. 3,000 revolutions per minute. Stable power. With each command issued by Jiang Fan, the yellow light emanating from the tokamak device grew increasingly intense, bathing the entire laboratory in a golden glow. All footage from a northern base was transmitted remotely to the conference room of the Kyoto Research Institute. At this moment, the leader and a group of people were chatting and laughing about something. Sir, the northern base is about to enter the ignition phase, a staff member reminded him. Okay, got it. Switch to multi-screen mode. Receive. The staff member then turned off all the lights in the conference room and switched to a multi-screen display on the projection screen. This way they can see the tokamak device from multiple angles. At this moment, the tokamak device on the screen has been activated and is ready to be ignited. The leader has watched this scene countless times through video over the past 10 years, but each time it has ended in failure. Nuclear fusion has never been stable for more than 1 second. When he saw this scene, he instinctively thought of the scene of this failure. Many people in the conference room were seeing the tokamak device for the first time, and when they saw its overall shape, they felt it was quite high-tech. This is a tokamak device for controlled nuclear fusion. Its design is quite good. What good is a nice appearance? It's just a case of all show and no substance, with no practical use whatsoever. The country invested over 30 billion yuan in this. If that money had been invested in solar energy equipment research and development, China would definitely be leading the world in solar energy research. After Professor Li finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Since we only have 5 minutes, let's just use this as a way to lighten the mood. Then everyone laughed. On the projection screen, there is a split-screen view of the northern base control room. Jiang Fan and everyone else's figures are all displayed on it. Zhou Huai spoke to the leader through the communication device. Reporting to the commander, the controlled nuclear fusion ignition experiment at the northern base is ready. Please give instructions. Upon hearing Commander-in-Chief Zhou Huai's report, the commander casually spoke into the microphone. Light the fire. Receive. After receiving the order from his superior, Zhou Huai nodded to Jiang Fan. Everyone in the control room stared intently at Jiang Fan. Prepare for laser ignition. Laser ignition is ready and poised for ignition. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, his palms sweating profusely, and he clenched his fist. His voice was so low it was almost a shout. Ignition countdown. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. As soon as Jiang Fan gave the ignition command, everyone's hearts tightened. Click. As a button clicked, everyone's breathing quickened, and they all silently chanted in their hearts. Success! Success! We must succeed! They stared intently at the screen of the tokamak device, waiting for the nuclear fusion process to unfold inside. However, as time passed second by second, the tokamak device did not change at all. 10 seconds later, Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat, and a bad thought popped into his head. Is there a problem with the tokamak device? However, he had already checked it more than 10 times before igniting it, and only after confirming that there were no problems did he let Zhou Huai call the leader. As it turned out, something unexpected happened. Zhou Huai also panicked immediately, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Chief Engineer Jiang, is something wrong? All the researchers present looked at Jiang Fan with panicked eyes. Jiang Fan panicked. He had followed the system's formula and blueprints strictly, so there shouldn't have been any problems. Conference room of the State Research and Development Administration. The people in the conference room were somewhat bewildered when they saw the video footage. Wasn't the plan to light a fire? Why is there no reaction at all? Even if it fails, the nuclear fusion in the tokamak device should still produce some reaction. Sir, what's going on? What else could it be? It failed. The country invested over 30 billion yuan, more than 100 researchers, and 10 years of research results. And that's it. The leader's expression immediately turned somewhat grim. Although the previous ignition experiment had failed, at least nuclear fusion had produced a reaction, and the highest temperature had reached 100 million degrees Celsius. Today's ignition didn't even produce a response like the first one. Isn't this a slap in the face for him in front of so many people? Then, the leader shouted at Zhou Huai through the microphone. Zhou Huai, this is all the research you've accomplished in just 1 month. You've been bragging to me about finding an expert in controlled nuclear fusion, and even claiming you could develop it within a year. I think he's a complete fraud. Chapter 39, Bad Fate. The commander's words were transmitted to the control room of the northern base via remote voice equipment. Everyone present heard it clearly, including Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's knowledge of controlled nuclear fusion is evident to all the researchers at the base, but the leader is unaware of it. Zhou Huai looked at Jiang Fan, who was checking the data on the main control console, and said to the leader, Sir, we've made a small mistake on our end, but please believe me, it won't be long before we resolve it. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, I told you I would only give you 5 minutes, and now you have 2 minutes left. After the leader finished speaking, he ended the call. Zhou Huai said to Jiang Fan, Xiao Fan, have you found the problem? Jiang Fan also looked puzzled. The main control panel showed that all the data of the tokamak device was correct, so why did it fail to ignite? The tokamak device data shows no problems. Jiang Mo said, where could the problem be? Zhou Huai was also very frustrated. The researchers on site were testing the control switches in the control room. A moment later, a researcher shouted at Jiang Fan, Chief Engineer Jiang, we've found the problem. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan pushed through the crowd and quickly went over. Look, the researchers pointed to the testing instrument, and Jiang Fan looked at it and saw that it showed there was a problem with the laser ignition control switch circuit. Zhou Huai immediately flew into a rage. Who's in charge of the laser ignition device? Everyone fell silent. Then Zhang Wenshan spoke to Zhou Huai. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, researcher Wang Bo was in charge before, but he was transferred a month ago. Didn't you know to test the ignition device before you started the fire? Everyone lowered their heads. They all understood why Zhou Huai was so angry. He had built the northern base from scratch, and it was like his own child. Now, at this critical moment of life and death, a problem with the ignition circuit has emerged. Does anyone know the ignition circuitry? Zhou Huai shouted. No one spoke at the scene because their previous research had focused on tokamak devices, while the laser ignition device was handled by 2 people, and they had both been transferred to the fighter jet project. Although the laser ignition device is not complicated, it still has a lot of wiring inside. If you're not familiar with it, it could take a long time to test. Commander Zhou, I studied with them for 2 days before, but I'm not sure if I can do it well. Seeing that no one else at the scene understood, Zhou Huai spoke to him. Okay, fix it quickly according to the blueprints. Zhang Wenshan, call researcher Wang Bo now and ask him where the problem is. Zhang Wenshan found out researcher Wang's phone number and dialed it directly. No one is answering. Zhang Wenshan said with a bitter face. They all knew very well that as a researcher, he was not allowed to bring his mobile phone during work hours, and it would be difficult to contact him during this time. Seeing that time was running out, Zhou Huai picked up the satellite phone in the control room and called the fighter jet research base directly. The call was answered quickly. "This is Zhou Huai from the northern base. Connect me to your chief engineer immediately." Seeing that he was using a satellite phone, the other party did not suspect Zhou Huai's identity and directly connected him to the chief engineer's office for the fighter jet. "Hello, who is this?" "I am Zhou Huai from the northern base." "Minister Zhou, I am Zhang Honglei from the National Defense Military Academy of China, and I am your junior." "Chief Engineer Zhang, please find researcher Wang Bo immediately and have him answer the phone." "What's the matter?" Zhang Honglei asked. "This matter is urgent. We'll talk about it later," Zhou Huai said urgently. Seeing that his senior brother Zhou was in such a hurry, and considering that Wang Bo had previously been transferred from Zhou Huai's department, Zhang Honglei guessed that something important must be on his mind. So he made a direct call to the number 6 fighter jet research warehouse, and Wang Bo quickly ran over. "Researcher Wang, Commander Zhou from the northern base is looking for you," Zhang Honglei said. Wang Bo was puzzled. The northern base project had been suspended, so why was Commander Zhou calling him? Curious, he took the phone. "Commander-in-Chief Zhou, this is Wang Bo." Upon hearing that it was Wang Bo, Zhou Huai immediately asked, "Where's the problem with the laser ignition device's wiring?" Wang Bo immediately understood. He had been in charge of the laser ignition device at the northern base, and before he left, the laser ignition device had developed loose wiring due to the long period of time it had been in use. He was originally supposed to be doing maintenance, but he received orders to be transferred. He figured the controlled nuclear fusion project was going to stop anyway, so he didn't bother with the maintenance. But how could Commander Zhou know about this? Does this mean that the controlled nuclear fusion project has not been stopped? Before Wang Bo could speak, Zhou Huai's anxious voice came through the phone again. "Wang Bo, speak quickly." "Commander Zhou, it seems there's a loose connection under the control button." Upon hearing Wang Bo's words, Zhou Huai immediately addressed the researcher who was inspecting the circuit. "Check the area below the control buttons." Sure enough, they then found a loose wire under the laser ignition button. Zhou Huai hung up the phone immediately and quickly had someone reconnect the line. "Now that we've identified the problem, things will be much easier." Hearing the noise coming from the phone, Wang Bo became even more curious. Could it be that the northern base really hadn't been disbanded? Before he could even ask a question, he heard a dial tone on the phone. He then put down the phone with a blank expression. "Wang Bo, what does Commander Zhou want to see you about?" Zhang Honglei asked. "I just wanted to ask about the laser ignition device." "Laser ignition device? Could it be that senior brother Zhou Huai is still conducting research on controlled nuclear fusion? But weren't all the researchers in his department transferred away?" However, Zhang Hongbao still admired his senior, Zhou Huai. Back then, Zhou Huai was a prominent figure in the National Defense Military Academy of China. He was in charge of fighter jet research and development right after graduating at a young age. Moreover, they developed the 5th-generation J-10 fighter jet, which was among the best in the world 10 years ago and caused a sensation in China at the time. Unfortunately, during the World Military Games, his comrade, piloting the 5th-generation J-10 fighter jet he had developed, was ambushed by a team led by the United States and tragically sacrificed his life. Zhou Huai accepted the position of chief commander of the research on controlled nuclear fusion, hoping to develop new energy sources to bridge the technological gap between China and the United States. For the past decade, there has been no technological breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion. If senior brother Zhou were already engaged in fighter jet research, his achievements would definitely surpass mine. Thinking of this, Zhang Honglei couldn't help but sigh and say, "Alas, what a pity. Fate is against us." Chapter 40, The Artificial Sun. Northern Base Control Room. Chief Engineer Jiang, the laser ignition button circuit has been repaired. Jiang Fan asked excitedly, "Are there any other problems with the laser ignition system?" "The test results are completely normal. There are no problems, and we can start the experiment at any time." "Good." Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, then sat down at the main control console. "Report on the magnetic ring device system." "The magnetic ring device system has reached level 9 power, and the data is normal." "External power supply status?" "Data is normal." "Commander Zhou, all data are normal. We can ignite at any time." Zhou Huai's hands trembled with excitement as he immediately activated the remote communication system. "Sir, the tokamak device is now back to normal, and we can conduct an ignition test at any time." The leader was discussing the solar energy research and development project with Professor Lee when he heard Zhou Huaida's remote report. He glanced down at the time. 3 minutes had passed since he told Zhou Huaida. Xiao Zhou, I'll give you one more chance to ignite it. If you fail this time, all research at the northern base will be suspended tomorrow. All researchers will be transferred to other projects. Okay, I promise you, Zhou Huaida said firmly. Sir, if our nuclear fusion can be stably controlled for 100 seconds, you must bring back all the existing researchers and give us 10 billion in funding. 10 billion in funding? Upon hearing Zhou Huaida's words, the reviewer next to the leader exclaimed in surprise. Last year, the national funding for basic scientific research projects totaled 30 billion yuan, but Zhou Huaida made an outrageous demand, asking for 10 billion yuan, accounting for 33% of the total. This means that other projects must reduce their budgets in order to raise the funds for him. Professor Lee and his team, standing nearby, were even more shocked, as their entire project budget was only 4 billion. Compared to Zhou Huaida's controlled nuclear fusion project, their funding is truly insignificant. The leader calmly nodded in agreement, because he believed Zhou Huaida had a 100% chance of failure. Seeing the leader's calm demeanor, everyone immediately felt relieved. Although 10 billion yuan was a lot of money, the key was having the ability to take it. Commander Zhou, you're really asking for a huge sum. Huh? The prerequisite is that nuclear fusion can be stably controlled within 100 seconds. I don't believe he can figure it out, unless the sun rises in the west. If he can do it in 100 seconds, we're willing to give up this solar energy project. Professor Lee knew that their solar energy project, while aimed at solving energy problems, involved converting solar energy into low-power energy, which wouldn't offer much help for future technology. Controlled nuclear fusion is different. It can unleash tremendous energy, with pulsed fusion output power exceeding 16 megawatts. Such powerful energy can easily propel an aircraft carrier weighing hundreds of thousands of tons. If the research is successful, it will definitely be a historic turning point, just like the discovery of oil, coal, and gas energy, which led humanity directly from agriculture to modern industrial society. It is no exaggeration to say that the successful development of controlled nuclear fusion will bring about tremendous changes to human society, taking us directly from a modern society to a future ultra-modern society. However, all of this will only happen after controlled nuclear fusion research is successful. Professor Lee believes that it will take at least 80 years, or even longer, for controlled nuclear fusion to be successfully developed. Therefore, they had no hope for Zhou Huaida's ignition experiment. Everyone was chatting and laughing while watching the screen, occasionally making a joke about Zhou Huaida. In the control room, Zhou Huaida took another breath and exchanged a glance with Jiang Fan. Their eyes were filled with unwavering conviction. Ignition begins. Following Zhou Huaida's order, Jiang Fan sat up straight, staring intently at the various data on the main control panel. After confirming there were no problems, he called out again. Prepare for laser ignition. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. The researcher controlling the laser ignition switch slammed his hand down hard. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the tokamak device on the screen, their eyes glued to the screen. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted from the tokamak device, illuminating the entire research lab. This brightness increased rapidly, soon reaching a level as dazzling as the sun. Everyone in the control room clenched their fists, staring intently at the nuclear fusion reaction inside the tokamak device. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everyone's initial tension quickly turned into excitement. Some researchers started grabbing their colleagues, shaking them excitedly, and stammering out their words. 3 seconds, 3 seconds, it's stable for 3 seconds. That's great. The nuclear fusion we developed can actually stabilize for 3 seconds. A time like never before achieved. Fantastic. We've finally mastered nuclear fusion. Commander-in-Chief Zhou, look, it's stable. Everyone was excitedly dancing and waving their arms. For the first time in 10 years, they had controlled nuclear fusion. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, it was a historic technological breakthrough for them. They all understood that as long as they could stably control nuclear fusion, even for only a few seconds, it would point them in the right direction. They knew that as long as they continued to research in this direction, they would be on the right track. Moreover, By obtaining stable data, they can use successful data to improve upon subsequent failures. They believe that one day they will be able to develop controlled nuclear fusion, and today marks a historic turning point for their base. Sitting in front of the main control console, Jiang Fan did not cheer. What he wanted was for controlled nuclear fusion to be stable for 100 seconds, but now was only a few seconds. He knew that nuclear fusion was relatively easy to control in the early stages, but the later stages, with temperatures reaching hundreds of millions of degrees, posed a challenge to all the materials in the tokamak device. Zhou Huai stood next to Jiang Fan, suppressing his excitement and agitation. Xiao Fan, is there anything wrong with the data? Jiang Fan's expression was already serious as he calmly said, there are no problems for now. Conference room of the State Science and Technology Administration. Everyone was discussing the solar energy project when someone suddenly shouted out, nuclear fusion has stabilized. The entire conference room fell silent instantly, and everyone looked up at the screen. On the screen, inside the tokamak device, there was a bright red sphere of light continuously emitting a dazzling glow. An artificial sun. It really is an artificial sun. This is impossible. Nuclear fusion has truly stabilized. The leader stood up in shock, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed again that it was indeed an artificial sun, a stable nuclear fusion process. He hurriedly shouted to the technician in charge of remote video. Time! How long has nuclear fusion been stable? Chapter 41. So Young. Reporting to the commander, the nuclear fusion has now stabilized for 6 seconds, the technician replied. 6 seconds? The meeting fell silent again. The nuclear fusion process stabilized for 6 seconds, a technological breakthrough that the northern base had never achieved before. We are only 4 seconds behind the United States, the country with the world's most advanced nuclear fusion technology. No, we can't say it's 4 seconds off, because the nuclear fusion at Zhou Huai's base hasn't stopped yet. The leader was extremely excited. He stared intently at the screen, cheering for Zhou Huai and his team. If they could just hold on for another 4 seconds, they would break the American record. He held the watch up to his face and saw the second hand tick away, while the artificial sun in the tokamak device on the screen was already dazzling and radiant. 7 seconds left, hang in there. The leader silently cheered himself on. Clatter! The second hand of the watch moved again, but the display on the tokamak device remained unchanged. Great! 8 seconds left. Just 2 more seconds, and we'll reach the American level of technology. At this moment, the commander's heart was also gripped with anxiety, and he mustered all his strength to cheer on the northern base. The others in the conference room also stared wide-eyed, and no one spoke for fear that a single word would disturb the stable nuclear fusion of the tokamak device. Clatter! Another second has passed. 9 seconds left. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Come on, Xiao Zhou, I believe in you. The commander was internally screaming with unease. His heart was practically in his throat. He didn't dare blink, afraid of missing something. Hurry up. Damn it. Why is time taking so long? The leader cursed inwardly. He had never been so anxious. Clatter. The second hand of the watch made a crisp and pleasant sound. 10 seconds, huh? It's already reached the same time as America, huh? The leader's shouts echoed throughout the conference hall, a stark contrast to his usual calm and collected demeanor. Then, everyone jumped up excitedly. As Chinese people, they were genuinely happy and excited for their country that its massive scientific research project had become #1 in the world. Clatter! The 11 seconds are up. That's fantastic. Our dragon country's controlled nuclear fusion technology has reached the world's best, surpassing even the United States. Huh! Amazing! General Manager Zhou actually managed to stabilize nuclear fusion at 11 seconds within a month. The leader finally felt relieved and burst into laughter. He has never felt so good before. Haha, you're something else, Zhou Huai. The excitement wasn't limited to the people in the Research and Development Bureau's conference room. In the northern control room of the Dragon Kingdom, a group of researchers were embracing each other, jumping for joy, and wiping away tears. All their reactions were due to their inner excitement and exhilaration. 11 seconds. This has broken the world record. He felt like a hero, able to create a miracle for the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone felt a great sense of accomplishment. Although they were exhausted every day for the past month, seeing the results they have achieved, they all felt that it was all worth it. Zhou Huai couldn't help but smile. 10 years. The pressure, torment, and pain in his heart were finally released at this moment, and he could finally give an account to the country. He also proudly told his wife and children that he was a good son of the Dragon Kingdom and had not brought shame to them. Of course, Zhou Huai owes all of this to one person, Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was already sitting in front of the main control console, motionless, his eyes fixed on the changes in the various data on the screen. Plasma temperature, 500 million degrees Celsius. Fusion output power, 18 megawatts. Magnetic ring material temperature, 890 degrees Celsius. Jiang Fan noticed that the temperature of the magnetic ring material had risen by 20 degrees Celsius compared to before, and he felt somewhat worried. Although magnetic ring materials are high-temperature resistant, their properties change when they reach 2000 degrees Celsius. The system's proposed controllable nuclear fusion production plan differs from the current one. Due to the time constraints, Jiang Fan omitted many complex procedures. However, this also means that some materials cannot operate for extended periods of time. Jiang Fan initially calculated that when some materials are affected by high temperatures and their normal operation is disrupted, the nuclear fusion stabilization time should be able to reach 123 seconds. Although it took 23 seconds longer than the leader requested, Jiang Fan was still somewhat worried. After all, controlled nuclear fusion is an extremely complex device, and even a small problem can directly lead to instability in nuclear fusion. Time passed second by second, and in the blink of an eye, 50 seconds had passed. Everyone who had been excitedly shouting was now speechless with shock at what they saw. 50 seconds? 50 seconds? This was an incredible time. None of them had imagined that their tokamak device could stably control nuclear fusion for an astonishing 50 seconds. Conference room of the State Science and Technology Administration. To get a closer look, the leader walked in front of the projection screen, and everyone else was standing next to him. Sir, it's been 50 seconds. This can't be real, can it? I feel like I'm dreaming. The leader was so shocked that he was speechless. 50 seconds. In such a short time, if the technology is developed to maturity, it can be put into use in specific fields. For example, if a fighter jet were equipped with such a small, controlled nuclear fusion device, it could definitely be used as a secret weapon when chasing enemy aircraft at a critical moment. Moreover, the World Military Games will begin in 6 months, which can definitely be used as a trump card to dominate the battlefield. When I thought that China could finally hold its head high in front of the world, the leader couldn't help but laugh with excitement. What? It's already reached 70 seconds. The leader looked closely and couldn't help but tremble slightly. Could the tokamak device being studied this time really last for 100 seconds? He just said it casually, just to find an impossible excuse so that Zhou Huai would stop bothering him. Even if nuclear fusion has stabilized for 70 seconds now, or even if it had stabilized for 10 seconds, the leader would still strongly support Zhou Huai's research on controlled nuclear fusion. Unexpectedly, Zhou Huai gave him a huge surprise this time. At this moment, the leader suddenly remembered that Zhou Huai had said before that he had found a genius in controlled nuclear fusion. Could it be that this time the tokamak device was developed by him? Technician, zoom in on the view of the northern base control room. The technician then switched the control room screen to the main screen. The commander spotted Jiang Fan calmly sitting in front of the control panel at a glance. So Young. Chapter 42, The Agreement. Jiang Fan in the video footage stands in stark contrast to the other members in the control room. While everyone else was excited, thrilled, and in high spirits, Jiang Fan's expression turned somewhat serious. He was staring at the temperature of the magnetic ring material on the monitor, which had now reached 1,678 degrees Celsius. It's still 322 degrees Celsius away from the maximum of 2,000 degrees Celsius. And this temperature will degrade the performance of the magnetic ring material. Moreover, the temperature of other materials is also slowly rising. Jiang Fan observed that the nuclear fusion process had stabilized for 81 seconds. If he can hold on for another 19 seconds, he will reach 100 seconds and complete his mission. If the State Research and Development Administration approves 10 billion yuan in funding, he is absolutely confident that he can develop controlled nuclear fusion within a year. Then he can focus on researching space technology. Hold on, there are 19 seconds left. Jiang Fan prayed silently in his heart. However, the temperature of the magnetic ring material suddenly increased, rising by 40 degrees every second. At 82 seconds, the temperature of the magnetic ring material reached 1,718 degrees Celsius, meaning that the temperature would increase by another 720 degrees Celsius in the remaining 18 seconds. Ultimately, after 100 seconds, the temperature will reach approximately 2,500 degrees Celsius. However, when a magnetic ring material reaches 2,000 degrees Celsius, its performance deteriorates, potentially leading to instability in nuclear fusion. Based on this data, it wouldn't even last 100 seconds. Then Jiang Fan suddenly thought of something and shouted to a researcher at a separate operating table. Adjust the magnetic ring confinement device to level 8 power. The researchers responsible for operating the magnetic ring confinement device were jumping for joy at that moment. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, he immediately stopped smiling and quickly adjusted the power of the magnetic ring constraint device from level 9 to level 8. The power of the magnetic ring confinement device has been adjusted to level 8. Jiang Fan continued to observe the temperature of the magnetic ring material and found that the rate of increase had slowed down significantly, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, maintaining such a temperature for 100 seconds is still quite difficult. The other researchers also noticed Jiang Fan's expression and immediately fell silent. Although their nuclear fusion technology has reached a level that other countries cannot achieve, it has not yet met the conditions agreed upon by Commander-in-Chief Zhou and the leaders. They all calmed down and stared intently at Jiang Fan's control screen. The magnetic ring material stabilizes in nuclear fusion at 1928 degrees Celsius for 92 seconds. 8 seconds left. Zhou Huai clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, but he felt no pain at all. There are 8 seconds left to fulfill the agreement with the leader. Go for it. Go for it, Jiang Fan. You can do it. Zhou Huai secretly cheered for Jiang Fan. Time passed second by second, and after 97 seconds, Jiang Fan saw a slight fluctuation in the temperature of the nuclear fusion and the output power of the pulsed fusion. His heart tightened instantly, and he was alarmed. This is bad. Adjust the magnetic ring restraint device to level 7. Increase the power of the external power supply. Receive. Then, the researchers at the control panel adjusted the data according to Jiang Fan's instructions. Everyone stared intently at the screen, watching the time it took for nuclear fusion to stabilize. 98 seconds. 99 seconds. 1 second left. Hang in there. 100 seconds. Success. 100 seconds. Success. We did it in 100 seconds. Huh. We really did it. 100 seconds. Nuclear fusion was stably controlled for 100 seconds. Commander Zhou, we've succeeded. It's a success. Everyone in the control room cheered loudly, but as they laughed, tears of excitement streamed down their faces. Jiang Fan's heart, which had been pounding with anxiety, finally settled down. Yes, they succeeded. He did not let everyone down. He stood up from the control panel, looked at the group of people huddled together, and smiled. Zhou Huai walked over, smiled at Jiang Fan, and then hugged him tightly. Thank you, Jiang Fan. Zhou Huai said softly. He tried to control his emotions, but tears welled up in his eyes and still flowed out. He hurriedly let go of Jiang Fan and secretly wiped her clean, murmuring to himself. It's windy on the grassland. I squinted. Jiang Fan smiled at him, but didn't point it out. He understood Zhou Huai perfectly. 10 years of perseverance yielded no technological breakthroughs, and he endured immense pressure and pain from the various doubts from the outside world. Let's all thank Chief Engineer Jiang. Someone shouted, and then more than 10 researchers surrounded Jiang Fan. Before Jiang Fan could react, everyone lifted him up and threw him into the air. All the tension and anxiety Jiang Fan had felt over the past month vanished, and he smiled like a child. Seeing this, Zhou Huai burst into laughter, which only made things worse. As a result, everyone lifted him up too. The entire control room was bustling with activity. Conference room of the State Science and Technology Administration. Everyone got excited too. In 100 seconds, China's nuclear fusion was stably controlled for 100 seconds, while the United States only managed 10 seconds. That's a full 10 times more than them. Don't underestimate that 90-second gap. It will be very difficult for them to catch up in less than a decade. The leader beamed with joy, never expecting that they had actually accomplished it in just 1 month. And in a mere 100 seconds. No, it's not 100 seconds. The nuclear fusion hasn't stopped yet. I don't know who shouted it. The leaders and others immediately looked at the screen, and sure enough, it hadn't stopped yet. The time must have reached 106 seconds now. 107, 108, 109. Someone shouted, and then everyone excitedly joined in. The entire conference room was filled with their synchronized shouts. Some staff members who were unaware of what was going on were completely dumbfounded when they heard the leader in the conference room leading the count. Is this still the same leader who is usually so composed, calm, and unfazed even when facing immense pressure? They all wondered if they were hallucinating. The shouting stopped at 118. After a moment of silence, thunderous cheers erupted in the conference room. This immediately left them even more confused, their heads filled with question marks. The leader quickly calmed down and then spoke directly. Everyone, hand over your phones and do not leave the meeting room. Wait to sign the confidentiality agreement. The leader doesn't want to announce this to the public yet, because the World Military Games are still 6 months away. He wants to use controlled nuclear fusion as a secret weapon to thoroughly humiliate the United States and avenge the previous humiliation they caused him. National Fighter Jet Research Base. Chief Engineer Zhang Honglei is pondering how to improve the fuel efficiency of fighter jets. Just then, the phone rang, and it turned out to be the head of the State Administration of Science and Technology. Hello, sir. Notify all researchers from the original northern base to return to the base immediately. Chapter 43, Second Class Merit. News of nuclear fusion stabilization at the northern base for 118 seconds. The incident caused an uproar among the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom. They convened an emergency meeting and made several important decisions. 1. We will not announce any news about nuclear fusion for the time being. 2. Increase investment in research funding and personnel at the northern base. 3. Immediately apply controlled nuclear fusion to China's fighter jets to prepare China for the global military competition. 4. Zhou Huai was awarded a first-class merit, the title of academician, and his military rank was promoted to at least general. Zhou Huai received his reward from his superiors immediately. However, he refused outright. He requested that the title of first-class merit be awarded to Jiang Fan and explained the situation to his superiors. Upon hearing Zhou Huai's report, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom held another emergency meeting for Jiang Fan, focusing on discussing personal rewards for him. Taking into account Jiang Fan's personal safety, they made a decision after discussion. 1. Professor Jiang Fan is hereby awarded the title of professor. 2. Awarded a second-class merit, issued in recognition of the development of solar photovoltaic panels. 3. An individual bonus of 5 million yuan will be awarded. 4. Incorporated into the national military system and awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel. 5. Included in the list of national first-level classified personnel. Zhou Huai was fairly satisfied with Jiang Fan's reward, but felt that awarding him a second-class merit was somewhat unfair. But this was a decision made by the higher-ups, and he couldn't change it. Happiness Community, Lingzhou City. A middle-aged woman was carrying a basket full of vegetables, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and she had a big smile on her face. He greets everyone he meets. As we passed the pavilion, we saw many people sitting under it to cool off since it was a day off work. He stepped forward and greeted everyone with a grin. Everyone's here to cool off. Oh, it's Guichin. You look so much younger after just 2 days. Li Guichin felt a surge of joy upon hearing the praise. Guichin, come sit down and chat for a while. Not today, my son is back. I need to hurry back and cook. We can talk another day. You guys chat first. After Li Guichin finished speaking, she left with a smile. Under the pavilion, after Li Guichin left, the group began to discuss the matter. Guichin's son, Jiang Fan, is really promising. I heard he invented something called solar energy. This child has been smart, well-behaved, and academically excellent since he was little. I knew he would amount to something when he grew up, and just as I predicted, I heard that Tsinghua University and Peking University in China are both vying for Jiang Fan. Those are the top universities in China. Guiqin and Lao Jiang are truly blessed to have raised such a wonderful child. When Jiang Fan is mentioned, everyone talks about him with great enthusiasm. This is a stark contrast to when he scored 300 points on a test, when they said he was a prodigy in his youth and would only become more outstanding in adulthood. Just as everyone was praising how amazingly Guiqin's child was, a discordant voice emerged. That's what Old Wang's wife, who usually doesn't get along with Li Guiqin's family, said. What's so great about getting into a good school? My son just earned a third-class merit in the army a couple of days ago. After Old Wang's wife finished speaking, she didn't forget to take out her phone and show everyone the photos. I've heard that it's extremely difficult to earn merit these days. Only those who have made significant contributions to the country can receive a third-class merit. That's a very prestigious honor. Old Wang's wife, your son is really successful. I heard he got a lot of bonuses for his meritorious service, right? That's for sure. From now on, the Wang family will be a family of honor. Old Wang's wife, isn't your son still single? My brother's daughter is also single, and she's very pretty. Why don't you talk to her about it with your son? Isn't your brother's family in the countryside? Old Wang's wife said with some disdain. Mayor's office. Mayor Deng received a phone call at that moment. Don't worry, boss. Understood. I will definitely do it well. Mayor Deng hung up the phone and hurriedly called his assistant. Xiao Li, make the arrangements. Come with me to Xingfu residential area. After Mayor Deng finished giving his instructions, his assistant quickly got to work. An hour later, at the entrance of Xingfu residential area, a group of people were banging drums and gongs, creating a lively atmosphere. Afterwards, they followed Mayor Deng into the residential area. The sound of gongs and drums attracted a large crowd. Upon seeing this, the residents of the community all came downstairs to see whose family was celebrating a happy occasion. The crowd below began to discuss the waist drum team. I haven't heard of anyone having a wedding celebration. Hey, why does the person walking in front look like the mayor? Are you kidding me? The mayor would never come to our neighborhood. Hey, it really is Mayor Deng. No way. Many people in the crowd took out their phones to search for photos of the mayor, and upon comparison, it really was Mayor Deng. As some people enjoying the cool air under the pavilion were praising Old Wang's wife and son, they also heard the sound of gongs and drums coming from the gate. He immediately looked around curiously, just in time to see someone coming from the direction of the door. Old Li, what's going on at the entrance of the residential area? Great news has happened in our neighborhood. Apparently, someone received a second-class merit award, and the mayor came to congratulate them in person. Second-class merit? Everyone was stunned. They had just been talking about Old Wang's son receiving a third-class merit award. How come another second-class merit award has suddenly appeared? It seems like only Old Wang's family members in their neighborhood are serving in the military. Could it be that his son has received another second-class merit award? Everyone turned their attention to Old Wang's wife. Old Wang's wife was also feeling a little excited. She remembered that a few days ago, her son called and said he had a surprise for her in a few days. Could it be referring to the second-class merit citation? Old Wang's wife became more and more excited as she thought about it. At this moment, she was very convinced that the mayor had come to congratulate her son on receiving the second-class merit award. Old Wang's wife, could it really be that your son has received another second-class merit award? Old Wang's wife couldn't stop smiling. It should be right. My son called a few days ago and said he had a surprise for me. That rascal, oh my, I heard that getting a second-class merit is a big deal. In the army, you can be promoted directly to officer. Maybe your son is a regimental commander or division commander by now. The regimental commander and the division commander are high-ranking officers. Old Wang's wife became more and more excited as she listened, and suddenly felt that her status had changed. At this moment, Mayor Deng, leading the waist drum team, immediately passed by the pavilion. Old Wang's wife, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Old Wang's wife quickly stood up, patted her clothes, and tidied her hair. He walked out amidst the envious gazes of everyone. As an ordinary citizen, she had never seen such a high-ranking official as the mayor before, and suddenly became a little nervous, awkwardly walking in front of the mayor. Mayor Deng noticed someone suddenly appear in front of their line, so he stopped and asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Old Wang's wife said somewhat excitedly, I am Wang Gang's mother. Chapter 44. Wang Gang's mother. I am Wang Gang's mother. Old Wang's wife said. Mayor Deng looked completely bewildered. Wang Gang's mother? What does this have to do with me? Mayor Deng thought for a while. He didn't seem to have any relatives named Wang Gang, so he guessed the other party had mistaken him for someone else. Seeing that Mayor Deng seemed puzzled, Old Wang's wife reminded him again. My son is Wang Gang. I'm his mother. Mayor Deng really couldn't remember who Wang Gang was. He still had a mission to complete, so he nodded politely and then led his team away. Old Wang's wife was speechless. She felt that this mayor was incredibly stupid. Wang Gang's mother is here. They didn't even realize what was happening and insisted on personally delivering the medal to my home. Just as she was about to run home, she noticed that Mayor Deng was turning towards building number 3. She immediately panicked, jumping up and down as she chased after him, shouting as she went. Wrong house! Wrong house! Wang Gang's house is in building number 6. Her shout instantly attracted a lot of attention. Old Wang's wife, who was already rather short and quite overweight, rushed up to the mayor like a little cannon. His large belly rose and fell as he breathed heavily. Mayor, Mayor, Wang Gang's house is in building 6. You have to go one more building ahead. Mayor Deng looked at Old Wang's wife again, feeling very depressed. Why does she keep talking about Wang Gang? He's seeing Jiang Fan now. Is Jiang Fan's nickname Wang Gang? But then he thought, who's so stupid as to give me a nickname like Wang Gang? Ma'am, I'm looking for Jiang Fan's house. You must have made a mistake. Jiang Fan's family? Old Wang's wife was taken aback, and a bad feeling came to her mind. Could it be that Li Guiqin's son, Jiang Fan, had won a second-class merit? But how is that possible? Her son is just a student. How could a student make contributions to the country? You mean Jiang Fan received a second-class merit? Old Wang's wife asked in disbelief. Yes, I am here today on behalf of the municipal government to present him with an honorary medal and a bonus. After receiving the mayor's affirmative answer, Old Wang's wife stood there dumbfounded. Seeing that she was no longer speaking, the mayor led the group to continue walking towards building number 3. Old Wang's wife's face was a kaleidoscope of colors, turning red, white, and green in an instant, like a chameleon. At this moment, the people who had been talking with Old Wang's wife under the pavilion also rushed over. Old Wang's wife, what's going on? Why is the mayor in building 3? Old Wang's wife's face instantly turned bright red. An embarrassment shot from her feet to the tips of her hair. Recalling her actions, she confidently asserted that the mayor was only there to award his son a second-class merit, and that she had even stopped the mayor twice. She felt like a clown. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became, and she wanted to disappear into the ground. Seeing everyone staring at her curiously, Old Wang's wife stammered. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first. After saying that, Old Wang's wife dragged her compass-like body and ran towards building number 6 in a flash. His face, as big as a wash basin, was filled with regret, shame, and embarrassment. Everyone was surprised when Old Wang's wife left. That's not right. Given Old Wang's wife's personality, when she saw the mayor present their family with a second-class merit medal, she would have wanted the whole world to know. Why did she suddenly run away? Do you think the mayor might not have sent it to their family? If it's not Old Wang's family, then whose family could it be? In our whole neighborhood, only Old Wang's son is in the army. Stop guessing. Just follow along and see for yourself. One person suggested it, and then the group followed the drum and gong team toward building number 3. Jiang Fan's family. Jiang Jinghua was all smiles, holding a stack of admission notices in his hand. Xiao Fan, look, this is the admission letter from Kyoto University. This is Tsinghua University. This is Peking University. This is Lonka University. This is... Jiang Jinghua laid all the admission notices on a coffee table, covering the entire surface, and they were all from top-tier universities in China. Jiang Jinghua was overjoyed to see so many admission notices. He never dreamed that his son would be sought after by so many universities. When Li Guiqin came out of the kitchen, she saw her husband showing off their son's college admission notice again, and she immediately said in an annoyed tone, Jinghua, you go through them one by one every morning, noon, and night. Haven't you had enough yet? My son was busy a while ago and didn't have time to choose a school. Now it's almost the end of August, and schools will be starting in a few days. Our son still hasn't decided which school to go to. I'll give him some advice. Then Jiang Jinghua began to introduce Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan, Kyoto University offers the best terms. but its reputation isn't as high as Peking University or Tsinghua University in China. How about I suggest you choose Peking University in China? Before Jiang Fan could answer, Li Xiui walked over and said, Son, Mom thinks Tsinghua University is great. It's one of the top universities in China, and I've heard the campus environment is excellent. The reason Li Xiui suggested that Jiang Fan go to Tsinghua University was mainly because Chu Ruoshi got into Tsinghua University, and she also noticed that the girl had some feelings for her son. If they go to the same university, they'll definitely become a couple. If she had a daughter-in-law like Chu Ruoshi in the future, she would be laughing in her dreams. While Tsinghua University is good, it leans somewhat towards the humanities, and our son will definitely be a scientist, so he'll need to focus on the sciences. Seeing that Jiang Jing was still insisted on Peking University in China, Li Guoqin pulled him aside in a huff and whispered a few words to him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing was suddenly realized, why didn't you say so sooner? Son, I think your mother is right. Tsinghua University is still the best. Just as Jiang Jinghua was praising Tsinghua University, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Li Yiqin Shota. Im Lao Li. When Li Guoqin heard it was Old Li from next door, she quickly opened the door. Old Li, come in and have a seat. Seeing that Li Guoqin and Jiang Jinghua still looked relaxed, Old Li became extremely anxious. Wow, you guys are really good at keeping your cool. Li Guoqin and Jiang Jinghua exchanged a glance, not understanding what Old Li meant. Didn't you hear the gongs and drums downstairs? I heard it. I was just wondering whose family had good news. Li Guoqin said. Old Li, it's not your family, is it? What do you mean my house? It's your house. Li Guoqin and Jiang Jinghua looked completely bewildered. How could they not know that their family had a happy occasion? Old Li, are you kidding me? My Xiao Fan has to wait a few more years to get married. Oh dear, you guys are really making me anxious. The mayor is here, and he's even carrying a red book. Li Guoqin and Jiang Jinghua were becoming increasingly confused. At this moment, Jiang Fan stood up and said, Mom, Dad, the mayor came to give me a second-class merit award. Chapter 45, Flowers of the Motherland. The mayor personally came to congratulate you on receiving the second-class merit award. Li Guoqin and Jiang Jinghua were so shocked that their mouths dropped open. The key question is, how is this possible? They heard that the second-class merit citation is only awarded to those who make significant contributions to the country while in the military. Moreover, those who generally receive a second-class merit award are not injured or disabled. But their son was perfectly fine, and he hadn't served in the military, so how could he have received a second-class merit award? Son, how come you've learned to joke around too? Li Guoqin said with a smile. Mom, didn't I invent solar photovoltaic panels? They've saved the country a lot of energy. I got a second-class merit award for that. This reason was something Zhou Huai specifically explained over the phone. Jiang Fan originally disliked awarding medals in a grand manner, but considering his parents and wanted to make them happy, he agreed to the decision made by his superiors. Really? So, Jiang Jinghua said in disbelief. They didn't know that you could get a second-class merit for making inventions. Jiang Fan nodded. Jiang Jinghua and Li Guoqin both knew that their son had lied to them since he was a child. Actually, the reason Jiang Fan just gave wasn't exactly a lie. It's just that the country forcibly prevented him from talking about it. He couldn't very well say that he had developed controlled nuclear fusion, could he? His parents would be even less likely to believe him. That's wonderful. My son has been awarded the second-class merit citation by the state. Upon receiving their son's affirmative answer, they were overjoyed. Jiang Jinghua jumped up excitedly. Hearing the loud gongs and drums below, he quickly leaned out the window and saw the mayor standing downstairs with a waist drum team. Guoqin, quick, go down and greet the mayor. Jiang Jinghua turned his head and saw that Li Guoqin ran straight into the house and came out a moment later wearing a beautiful outfit. What time is it? Why are you changing your clothes? My son received a second-class merit award, which brings honor to us. I can't let him down. Stop talking. Get down here now. With so many neighbors down there, don't you know to bring a couple of packs of cigarettes? Yes, I'll go get it right away. Jiang Fan felt quite happy seeing his parents in a state of panic. A minute later, Jiang Jinghua and Li Guoqin hurriedly walked down the stairs. When the mayor saw them come down, he grabbed Jiang Jinghua's hand. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang. for nurturing a pillar of a nation. Thank you, Mayor. It's all thanks to your leadership. Jiang Jinghua, was overjoyed. Only then did the neighbors realize that it was Jiang Fan who had been awarded the second-class merit. Immediately, everyone started talking about it. Just as I guessed, it was old Jiang's child who received the second-class merit award. Jiang Fan is really amazing. Yes, Jiang Fan is a really promising kid. Sigh. I wish I had a child as successful as Jiang Fan. Just now, old Wang's wife was showing off that her son got a third-class merit, but then old Jiang's family got a second-class merit. Huh. Hearing everyone's praise, Jiang Jinghua was overjoyed and quickly took out some good cigarettes to share with his neighbors. Hey Laoli, have a smoke. Don't think I've quit smoking for a month. This is a celebratory cigarette. I have to smoke it, huh? Old Liu, have a smoke, have a smoke. Congratulations. Your son is really successful. You'll be able to walk around the neighborhood with your head held high from now on. Huh? Jiang Jinghua distributed the cigarettes around, distributing all the packs. The mayor then addressed the neighbors. Jiang Fan invented solar photovoltaic panel materials, making a contribution to the country. Relevant departments have decided to award Jiang Fan a second-class merit. After the mayor finished speaking, everyone applauded. A 6- or 7-year-old girl looked at the bright red certificate of honor and the glittering medal with envy, and said to the mayor in her childish voice, "Uncle, I want to be a scientist when I grow up. Can you give me a certificate and a shining 5-pointed star in the future?" Everyone was immediately amused upon hearing this. Mayor Deng said to the little girl, "Okay, if you become a scientist and contribute to the country in the future, I'll give you a big certificate of merit. Okay?" Good. The girl jumped up with joy, and the other children joined in the shouting. "I want to be a scientist too. I want to be a scientist too, to contribute to my country." Mayor Deng looked at these adorable children, all clamoring to become scientists, and felt very gratified. If the next generation of young people in China aspire to become scientists and aim for national prosperity, how can China not be strong in the future? He addressed all the children. "Okay, you're all good kids. How about the mayor will give each of you a small badge as a reward later?" When all the children heard the mayor say that they would be awarded small badges, they shouted excitedly in unison. "Good." Mayor Deng said to his assistant, "Go to the car and get the custom-made gold badge." "But, Mayor, that's a reward." "Go ahead. I'll personally pay for another batch later." Mayor Deng looked at these flowers of the nation's future and wanted to give them encouragement. "I hope they can stick to their current ideas and goals on their academic journey." The assistant quickly brought over the gold badge. Mayor Deng gave each child one, and they were all very excited as they looked at the badges that were shining in the sunlight. The child's parents praised Mayor Deng's actions. "Mayor Deng, let's go upstairs. Jiang Fan is usually quite low-key, so—" "I know." Mayor Deng was not displeased that Jiang Fan did not come down. On the contrary, he praised Jiang Fan in his heart. As a researcher, those who can calm down and focus on their research are usually quite low-key, like Wei Shun, a mathematician from Peking University in China, who can eat a meal with just 2 steamed buns and a bottle of mineral water. Mayor Deng went upstairs with Jiang Jinghua and Li Guiqin, and some neighbors who usually had a good relationship with them were also invited up to sit for a while. They all looked proud. They were able to have such close contact with the mayor, all thanks to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was in the living room at this moment, looking at the notices on the coffee table, and finally picked up Lonka University's notices and put them away. The system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. "System, ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the admission letter from Dragon Science and Technology University. Mission complete, reward. Introduction to Blue Star Supermathematics." "System, would you like to study the introduction to Blue Star Supermathematics?" "System, what is the Blue Star Supermathematics introduction?" "System, the Blue Star Supermathematics overview contains all the mathematical knowledge currently possessed by Blue Star." "All of mathematics?" Jiang Fan was taken aback. As a researcher, he knew very well that mathematics was the foundation of all science and research. If he mastered all the mathematical knowledge on Earth, wouldn't that mean he would immediately become a mathematician, and it would be of great help to his future scientific research? Thinking of this, Jiang Fan spoke to the system without hesitation. "Learn it now." Then a golden light shone down, and a vast amount of mathematical knowledge flooded into his mind. Chapter 46, My Face Hurts. The next day, happiness community. The same people from yesterday were already sitting under the pavilion. Why haven't I seen old Wang's wife today? Old Wang's wife probably hasn't seen her for at least half a month. After Mayor Deng awarded Jiang Fan a second-class merit yesterday, old Wang's wife was in a very awkward situation. Judging by her personality, she probably won't leave the house for at least half a month. Just as everyone was talking about old Wang's wife, someone suddenly shouted in shock. Old Wang's wife. Sure enough, everyone saw old Wang's wife, whose figure was as round as a compass. They all looked on incredulously. What's going on? Has the sun risen in the west? They didn't see any embarrassment in old Wang's wife's expression. Instead, she had a smile on her face. Something unusual must be going on. Old Wang's wife, what's making you so happy? Yes, she smiles like a flower. Old Wang's wife placed the candy and melon seeds on the stone table and said with a smile, "Come on, everyone, have some candy and sunflower seeds." Old Wang's wife, tell me what good news you have to tell me. Old Wang's wife smiled mysteriously and took out her phone to show everyone. The picture above is of a beautiful young woman. Who is this girl? She's so pretty. Yes, she has big, double-lidded eyes, a small mouth, and a small nose. She's really pretty, almost as beautiful as the daughter of Old Sun in our neighborhood. I think she's prettier than the Sun family's daughter. The Sun family's daughter is 20 years old, with beautiful features and a slender figure. All the young men in the neighborhood who are of marriageable age admire her greatly. Some of the bolder ones even sent their parents to Old Sun's house to propose marriage. But the girls that were too picky and didn't like any of them. When Old Wang's wife heard everyone say that the girl in the photo was even prettier than Old Sun's daughter, she smiled so wide her mouth almost reached the back of her head. Let me tell you all, this is my son's girlfriend. Her name is Xiao Qian, and she's a college student. Real. Everyone was shocked, not expecting that Old Wang's wife's son was so capable, actually finding such a beautiful girlfriend. Wang Gang is a really good kid. He's been eloquent since he was little, and he's definitely someone who can do great things. Old Wang's wife, your family is truly blessed to have such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Old Wang's wife felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey when she heard everyone's praise. She couldn't help but think to herself, Li Guiqin's son may have won a second-class merit, but he's the kind of guy who can't utter a word in half a day. Who would marry him? It's much better that my own son is so eloquent and has found such a beautiful daughter-in-law. People need to be eloquent. Look at that guy from ancient times. He debated with a group of Confucian scholars. Old Wang's wife is right. A young man needs to know how to talk to people to make a living. When Old Wang's wife heard someone agree with her, she immediately lowered her voice and said, "Don't be fooled by Guiqin's child winning a second-class merit award. Her son is so tongue-tied, like a bookworm. What girl would ever want him? Finding a wife will be a problem." Everyone knew that Old Wang's wife and Li Guiqin's family didn't get along, and this was a deliberate attempt to speak ill of Guiqin's son. Although Jiang Fan doesn't talk much, he is usually very polite and will greet them when he meets them. Old Wang's wife. Although Jiang Fan is a little clumsy with words, he's quite good-looking and polite. Old Wang's wife looked disdainful. Men aren't judged by their looks. If looks were everything, I doubt they would have fallen for Wang Gang's father. Back in the day, I was the most famous beauty in our village. When everyone heard Old Wang's wife say that she was the village beauty, they couldn't help but laugh. If she were the village beauty, I doubt any of the girls in the village would be attractive. However, since we're all neighbors, laughing in person wouldn't be very polite, unless you can't help it. "Xiaoyi, what are you laughing at?" Xiaoyi quickly waved her hand, trying her best to control her facial expression. Just as Old Wang's wife was about to say something, a girl wearing a beautiful pink dress and a princess hat walked over. Their attention was instantly drawn to it. The girl had exquisite features, a delicate nose and thin lips, fair skin and a slender waist, and long, shapely legs. She walks with light steps, like a butterfly fluttering in the air. As the girl passed by the pavilion, she saw that they were all staring at her with wide eyes. She immediately smiled slightly at them and greeted them in a sweet voice. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." Well, everyone nodded subconsciously and only looked away when the girl disappeared at the entrance of Building 3. Wow, this girl is like a fairy. I don't think any of the celebrities on TV are as pretty as her. She's so beautiful. If my son could marry such a beautiful girl, I'd be willing to pay 1,000,000 yuan as a bride price. Come on, a girl this pretty is destined to marry into a wealthy family. We ordinary folks shouldn't even dream about it. Old Wang's wife looked at the girl, then at the photo of her daughter-in-law on her phone, and something just fell off. However, she had to admit that the girl from earlier was truly stunning. After discussing the girl for a while, Old Wang's wife brought the topic back to Li Guiqing's son, Jiang Fan. My dear sister, listen to me. You need to work on your child's language skills more. Speaking is an art. Like Guiqing's child, he'll never find a pretty girl to marry. Before Old Wang's wife could finish speaking, two people came out from the number 3 stairwell. One was the pretty girl from earlier, and the other was Jiang Fan, Li Guiqing's son. Old Wang's wife was instantly dumbfounded. Everyone followed her gaze and immediately had an incredulous expression on their faces. Such a beautiful girl actually came looking for Jiang Fan? How is that possible? Jiang Fan doesn't have many friends. How did he end up knowing such a beautiful girl? It must be a hallucination. The girl was Chu Ruoshi. Early this morning, Li Guiqing sent Chu Ruoshi a WeChat message saying that Jiang Fan had returned. So she dressed up and rushed over to find him. They hadn't seen each other for almost a month, and Chu Ruoshi didn't know where to begin. Thinking back to when I first added Jiang Fan on WeChat, and he mistook me for another girl and used me as a shield, I can't help but laugh. Seeing Chu Ruoshi looking at him, Jiang Fan inexplicably giggled. He then started laughing foolishly too. He found that he felt more comfortable being with Chu Ruoshi. As they passed the pavilion, Chu Ruoshi saw the uncle and aunt from before staring at her again. So she gave them a bright smile and said, "Hello, uncle and aunt." After they had gone some distance, Old Wang's wife stammered as she had yesterday. I have something to do at home. I'll head back now. After saying that, her legs, like an engine, dragged her obese body towards building number 6. She decided not to go out for 2 weeks. Her face has been slapped so hard these past 2 days. Chapter 47, I agree. After leaving the residential area, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruoshi arrived at a small river nearby. Willow trees that are over 10 years old have been growing on both sides of the stream. The willow tree drooped down, its long branches submerged in the water, and a few tender green leaves could be faintly seen. The bright river surface reflects the shadows of the willow trees, like a graceful young woman quietly combing her hair. The riverbank is shaded by green trees, and the tender grass on the grass has a faint fragrance carried by the breeze, making people squint their eyes and enjoy it. Chu Ruoshi took a deep breath of fresh air and felt her whole body feel refreshed. He and Jiang Fan sat side by side on a bench under a willow tree. Jiang Fan, have you chosen school yet? I've made my choice. When Chu Ruoshi heard Jiang Fan say that he had made his choice, she immediately perked up and looked at him expectantly. Which school did you choose? Manga University of Science and Technology. Manga University of Science and Technology? Chu Ruoshi looked disappointed. She had been hoping to go to the same school as Jiang Fan, but he chose Manga University. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, Manga University is a science and technology college, and if Jiang Fan wants to pursue a research career, Manga University is indeed the best choice. Seeing that Chu Ruoshi was a little unhappy, Jiang Fan said, Chu Ruoshi, Manga University, and Huaqing University are very close, only 1.6 kilometers apart. I've tried it, and it only takes 15 minutes and 2,856 steps to get there. Chu Ruoshi was immediately curious when she heard Jiang Fan utter such precise numbers. Jiang Fan, why are you testing the distance between Manga University and Tsinghua University? Jiang Fan was speechless for a moment. He was testing the distance between Tsinghua University and Manga University. That's because when he went to Kyoto, he had already decided to attend Ryuko University of Science and Technology. Chu Ruoshi, on the other hand, was admitted to Tsinghua University. So when Xiao Shan invited him to visit Tsinghua University, he deliberately took a car to Manga University first, and then walked to Tsinghua University, calculating the distance, time, and number of steps. Seeing that Jiang Fan was speaking hesitantly, Chu Ruoshi teased him. Is this so you can come to Huaqing to find me later? When Jiang Fan realized that Chu Ruoshi had guessed correctly, his face immediately turned slightly red, and he became embarrassed. That was indeed his initial thought. But Chu Ruashi pointed it out, as if all the secrets in her heart had been discovered. He offered a somewhat stiff and awkward excuse. I was bored at the time, so I took a measurement. Real? Chu Ruashi playfully asked back. Judging from Jiang Fan's reaction, he probably does have feelings for her. Jiang Fan, who is Xiao Yifei? Xiao Yifei? When Jiang Fan heard Chu Ruashi mention Xiao Yifei's name, the image of a sexy and alluring girl instantly came to mind. If it weren't for the system issuing the task, he would never have wanted to spend 8 hours with Xiao Yifei. She later added him on WeChat, but after chatting for a short time, Jiang Fan deleted her. But what surprised him was how Chu Ruashi knew Xiao Yifei. How do you know Xiao Yifei? Chu Ruashi stood up cutely from her seat and slowly pressed Jiang Fan until she could clearly hear his breathing before stopping, pretending to be angry as she spoke. Tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Xiao Yifei? Jiang Fan caught a whiff of a young girl's unique fragrance and instantly felt flustered, his heart pounding wildly. He could barely speak. It wasn't until the little girl gave him a mischievous smile and moved a little further away from him that Jiang Fan regained his ability to speak. Ruashi, Xiao Yifei is Academician Xiao's niece. When I went to Kyoto, Jiang Fan recounted what had happened between him and Xiao Yifei, but he chose to skip over the details about the system. After hearing Jiang Fan's explanation, Chu Ruashi smiled with satisfaction. But, Chu Ruashi, how do you know Xiao Yifei? Guess. Chu Ruashi said with a chuckle. I can't guess. Jiang Fan answered truthfully. He never imagined that the little wildcat who added him on WeChat back then was not Xiao Yifei, but Chu Ruashi. I'll tell you if you catch up with me. After saying that, Chu Ruashi skipped and hopped forward like a little rabbit. After running for a while, she didn't forget to turn around and make a face at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan looked at the cute and mischievous Chu Ruashi, got up, and chased after her. Chu Ruashi's bell-like laughter drifted on the wind, attracting many sparrows in the trees to stop and watch. They stood in groups of 3 or 5, chattering as if commenting on the beautiful sounds. When the fish in the river saw the two boys running on the bank, they also ran as fast as they could, as if they were competing to see who was the fastest. Soon, Chu Ruashi's strength began to wane, and she stopped, clutching her chest with both hands. I can't compete anymore. I have no strength left. Chu Ruashi, there's a bench over there. Let's rest for a while. They then sat down. Chu Ruashi had a few beads of sweat on her forehead, and her face was flushed from running so fast, making her look even more captivating. Jiang Fan was so mesmerized that he stared at her blankly. Chu Ruashi tidied a strand of her hair and noticed that Jiang Fan was staring at her, which made her feel a little shy. What are you doing, staring at her like that? Jiang Fan then realized what was happening and quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. After a brief silence, Jiang Fan was still very curious about how Chu Ruashi knew Xiao Yifei. So he said, Chu Ruashi, I just caught up with you. Can you tell me the answer now? Chu Ruashi immediately laughed, then whispered in Jiang Fan's ear, I'm a little wildcat. Little wildcat? Who is little wildcat? Jiang Fan didn't react for a moment. 3 or 4 seconds later, he remembered that the WeChat username he had added was Little Wildcat. But isn't the Little Wildcat Xiao Yifei? How did it turn into Chu Ruashi? He then remembered that in order to avoid having too much contact with Xiao Yifei, he had told the Little Wildcat that he had a girlfriend, and had even told her Chu Ruashi's name. Now Chu Ruashi is telling him that she is the Little Wildcat, which means that he told Chu Ruashi that she is his girlfriend. Doesn't this amount to confessing his feelings to Chu Ruashi? If she doesn't like me, then we probably won't be able to see each other again. Jiang Fan was in a panic. He quickly explained. I didn't know you were a Little Wildcat. Chu Ruashi, I agree. Chu Ruashi spoke to Jiang Fan, word by word. I agree. Chapter 48. Freshman's First Day of School. Kyoto Huaqin University. Today is the first day of new student registration. Jiang Fan, look, it's so beautiful. Chu Ruashi pointed to the white swans in the lake and said, the entire campus of Tsinghua University is like a park. It's incredibly beautiful. Chu Ruashi took a stroll around and loved it. As Chu Ruashi's new boyfriend, Jiang Fan fulfilled his duties as a boyfriend. He pulled Chu Ruashi's pink suitcase and carried a backpack as he walked along the lush campus paths. Chu Ruashi had heard before that Tsinghua University had a beautiful campus environment, and seeing it today, she found it to be true. She is very glad that she chose Tsinghua University. She will definitely enjoy studying and living here for 4 years. Along the way, Chu Ruashi was like a child visiting the city for the first time, full of curiosity about everything, pulling Jiang Fan along. Looking here and there, they walked for an hour on a journey of less than 500 meters back to the dormitory. However, the two of them were enjoying themselves. Jiang Fan escorted Chu Ruashi to her dormitory, and the two then ate Chu Ruashi's first lunch at Tsinghua University together. In the afternoon, Jiang Fan said goodbye to Chu Ruashi and returned to Lonka University. 2 days ago, he contacted Professor Long and told him that he had chosen Long University of Science and Technology, which made Professor Long very happy. Old Master Long was also very pleased. He had been in contact with Jiang Fan's parents every day for the past month, and all his efforts had finally paid off. If Elder Long knew that Jiang Fan's parents had never told him about Lonka University, but instead agreed to let him go to Tsinghua University, he would probably be furious. Mr. Long told Jiang Fan to call him when he came to Lonka University to register, and he would arrange Jiang Fan's enrollment and accommodation. Jiang Fan walked to Longhua University of Science and Technology and saw 6 large characters written in a flamboyant style above the main entrance. Longhua University of Science and Technology. I felt a strange sense of belonging. A short while later, a sprightly old man walked out of the gate of Lonka University. When he saw Jiang Fan, his face immediately lit up with a smile, and he grabbed Jiang Fan's hand. Jiang Fan, welcome to Lonka University. Come on, I'll take you back to your place first. Jiang Fan followed Professor Long into Lonka University. Although the campus of Longyun University of Science and Technology is not as beautiful as that of Tsinghua University, the teaching buildings here are designed with a very high-tech feel. After leading Jiang Fan through several unique buildings, Elder Long stopped at a teacher's apartment building and went inside. On the 3rd floor, in room 302, Mr. Long opened the door to a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room. Long led him around and asked, "How is it, Jiang Fan? Are you satisfied?" "Grandpa Long, it's fine. I don't have many requirements for where I live," Jiang Fan said. "All right, this will be your place from now on. Here's the key." Jiang Fan didn't stand on ceremony and took the key directly. He is now the chief engineer of the northern base, and every day he has to send some sorted materials to Zhouhuide. These are all classified documents, so it is not suitable for him to live in the dormitory. By the way, Jiang Fan, I'm an old man in my 60s now, and I'd like to find a successor before I retire. Would you be willing to be my student? Jiang Fan thought about it seriously for a while, and then said, "I'm willing." Jiang Fan knew very well that he now had a technological system and had no shortage of scientific research technology. What he lacked now was connections and funding in the field of science and technology. As a veteran figure in the Dragon Kingdom, Elder Long has no shortage of connections and funding. Therefore, having Master Long as his teacher would greatly benefit him in demonstrating his martial arts skills. Okay, Old Master Long's heart finally settled down. He was genuinely afraid that Jiang Fan would disagree. Afterwards, Elder Long and Jiang Fan sat on the sofa and started chatting. "Jiang Fan, what major are you planning to study?" "I want to study space science," Jiang Fan replied. "Space science?" Elder Long clearly did not expect Jiang Fan to choose such an unconventional subject. Space science covers a very wide range of topics, but because human understanding of space is very limited and this discipline is relatively new, knowledge about it is still very scarce. Moreover, it is very difficult to find related research work after graduating from this discipline, even though the country does not attach much importance to this kind of research. Jiang Fan, do you know anything about space science? I suggest you seriously consider other disciplines. For example, materials science, artificial intelligence, information engineering, etc. are all good majors. Elder Long said that with Jiang Fan's talent in developing controlled nuclear fusion, he believed that if he studied any of these majors, he could achieve great success in the future. In addition, given his in-depth knowledge of materials and energy, he can offer more guidance. "Yes, I've thought it over." Jiang Fan stated firmly that he wanted to explore the mysterious universe and make contact with advanced civilizations. Space science was the discipline most relevant to his ideals. Elder Long wanted to say something more, but he didn't say it. After all, it was Jiang Fan's own choice, and he couldn't interfere too much. It's just a major anyway. It won't prevent me from guiding Jiangfan in other areas of knowledge in the future. You can decide on your major yourself. Military training starts in a couple of days, so don't participate. I'm currently working on a mecha project, and you'll be my assistant tomorrow, learning and researching alongside me. As soon as Elder Long finished speaking, the system's voice rang in Jiangfan's mind. System, Option 1. Accept Elder Long's invitation to become his assistant and obtain a set of blueprints for a combat mech from 100 years in the future of Blue Star. Option 2. Refuse Elder Long's invitation. No reward will be given. Jiangfan chose Option 1 without hesitation. System. The host has chosen to accept Elder Long's invitation and has obtained a set of blueprints for a combat mech 100 years from now. He glanced at the mecha blueprints and found that this combat mecha was incredibly powerful, practically a Superman. Jiangfan suppressed his excitement. He found the technology system to be incredibly powerful, easily producing combat mechs for the next 100 years. I wonder if they'll start rewarding players with time machine blueprints in the future. However, Jiangfan knew very well that this was impossible for the time being, because even if the system gave him the blueprints for a time machine, he would not be able to build it because human technology in other areas could not keep up. Therefore, he deduced that the technology the system rewarded him with should all be capable of being manufactured according to the current technological level of Earth. Thinking about this, Jiangfan realized that the system was far more intelligent than he had imagined. Jiangfan accepted Professor Long's invitation, and the two chatted briefly about other scientific research topics. Professor Long then received a phone call and left. Elder Long has already instructed others to handle the enrollment registration for Jiangfan. Jiangfan had nothing to do at the moment, so he decided to take a stroll around the Lonka University campus. When he walked around and came to a square, he found that many freshmen were watching something. Curious, he walked over. After inquiring, he learned that this was a tradition at Long University of Science and Technology for every freshman. A freshman math challenge. Just as Jiangfan walked up, wanting to take a look, the system in my mind suddenly remembered. System, ding, mission issued. Participate in the Freshman Mathematics Challenge. Win first place and receive a blueprint for a fighter jet for the next 100 years of Earth's future. Chapter 49. Challenge Match. A blueprint for a fighter jet for the next 100 years on Earth. Jiangfan was immediately energized when he saw the rewards for the system task. He pushed his way through the crowd of students and squeezed to the front. He said this to a senior student in charge of registration. Hello, I'd like to register. Registration is very simple. As long as you are a freshman at Long University of Science and Technology, you just need to fill in your name and major on the registration form. Jiangfan quickly registered and then waited in line. He learned about the rules of the challenge from a senior. The rules were actually quite simple. There were 9 questions in total, and you had to start from the first one. If you couldn't solve it, you would be eliminated. Students who can get into Lonka University are all top students from all over the country, with scores of over 650 in the college entrance examination, and there are plenty of students with scores of over 700. Therefore, they all possess a sense of pride within them. Faced with the challenging Long University of Science and Technology traditional challenge, they were all eager to try and showcase their talents. However, the reason why Longest made the challenge a tradition is to dampen the arrogance of freshmen and let them know that there are always people better than you. In this way, they will be more willing to learn from others in their future studies. So you can imagine how difficult the Long University of Science and Technology Freshman Challenge is. There were still 5 students ahead of Jiangfan, and he was bored, so he looked towards the challenge area. The challenge zone is divided into 9 zones. Each area consists of 4 blackboards placed back to back. Zone 1 corresponds to the first challenge, Zone 2 corresponds to the second challenge, and so on. Right now, in the competition area, there are 4 freshmen working on problems on the blackboard in Zone 1, 3 freshmen working on problems on the blackboard in Zone 2, and 1 freshman working on problems on the blackboard in Zone 3. As for the other zones, no students have advanced yet. The best result so far is that the student who tackled the 3rd question. Every year, the Freshman Challenge attracts many second dash, third dash, and 4th year students who are eager to see how these freshmen, who are just as arrogant as they were back then, finally lower their proud heads. The entire plaza's stands can accommodate more than 2,000 people at the same time, and there is a very large screen on the north side of the stands. At this moment, The screen above is showing the new students taking on the third challenge. In the stands, a girl with long, flowing hair, a pretty face, and a sexy outfit was holding a cup of milk tea and watching the big screen with great interest with a few friends. Xiaoyu, the freshmen at your school are getting worse and worse with each passing year. We've been watching all afternoon, and the best freshman has only managed to get to the third question. After the long-haired girl finished speaking, she took a small sip of her milk tea through the straw. The girl called Xiaoyu was immediately displeased when she heard the long-haired girl belittle the freshmen of Lonka University. Ifei, our school's freshmen are no good, so why do you come to watch the challenge every year? The long-haired girl was Xiao Ifei, and the girls sitting next to her were her childhood best friends. Xiaoyu, you don't understand Ifei's little scheme, do you? Her main purpose in coming here is to see if there are any handsome and talented freshmen, so she can have an older woman date a younger man, said the short-haired girl next to her. Xiao Ifei didn't deny it, but instead said with a grin, "Hee hee, I just like dating young girls." So what? Oh no, I wonder which unlucky guy she'll take a liking to this time. What kind of talk is that? Being favored by the older sister is their good fortune. TCH, you ruined one of our freshmen last year, and he cried every day. Why don't you go back to Tsinghua University and ruin the freshmen there? As the saying goes, a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. Besides, don't I care about my reputation at Tsinghua University? As they talked, the group started playfully fighting. Xiao Yifei was wearing a mini skirt, and her fair and slender legs were exposed, causing some of the boys around to swallow hard. Jiang Fan waited in the waiting area for about half an hour before it was finally his turn. He first drew a question from the question box, and then, led by the staff, went to the empty blackboard in the first area. Junior, you have 20 minutes to solve the first problem. If you don't solve it within the time limit, you will be eliminated. A senior student gave Jiang Fan a few simple instructions and then stood aside to keep track of his time. Just then, a cameraman carrying a video camera walked up to Jiang Fan. Because the freshman who was working on the third big question had been thinking about the chalk for a long time without actually writing anything, he could only go and film the other contestants. Seeing that Jiang Fan had just received the test questions and hadn't started writing the answers yet, they took the opportunity to film him. Jiang Fan was looking at the test questions and didn't notice the camera behind him filming him answering them. He glanced at the question. It wasn't very difficult, similar to the last supplementary question in the college entrance examination. So he picked up the chalk and started working, but in less than a minute he put the chalk down. Then he turned around, just about to tell his senior that he was done, when he saw a dark camera pointing right at him, which startled him. The cameraman felt apologetic when he saw that he had startled the freshman. "Excuse me, classmate. I'm standing too close and disturbing your work." The photographer took 2 steps back after speaking. "That's fine, classmate. You can do your problem now." "I'm done," Jiang Fan said. "Are you done?" The senior student who was keeping time was taken aback. He looked at the timer, which showed 56 seconds. This freshman solves problems way too fast. Then, he picked up the answer and compared it with Jiang Fan's answer, and found that it was completely correct. The photographer was also surprised. It was done in less than a minute. Wasn't that too exaggerated? It usually takes many freshmen at least 20 minutes to solve the first problem. He gave Jiang Fan a close-up shot with the camera, and then snapped a picture of the timer. The students in the stands were shocked when they saw this scene. Holy crap, this freshman is amazing. He finished the first question in 56 seconds. He's definitely the fastest guy at Lonka University. Doesn't he even think about the steps to solve the problem? Normally, the first question should be worth at least 20 points. I think the fastest freshman I've ever done it took 10 minutes. I seriously suspect that he knew the answer beforehand. TCH, the questions for the Lonka University Challenge change every year, and the questions are randomly selected during the exam. How could he possibly cheat? This freshman is something else. Interesting. At this moment, one of Xiao Yifei's friends in the stands said to Xiao Yifei, who was playfully fighting with Xiaoyu, "Yifei, look, this freshman is great. He solved the first question in 56 seconds, and he's also good-looking. He's your type." "Shaw, 56 seconds? That's a load of bull," Xiao Yifei said in disbelief, then looked at the big screen and saw that the timer showed 56 seconds. "No way. That's incredible." After exclaiming in surprise, she couldn't help but lick her lips and say, "But I like it, Chapter 50, The Theme of Death. Then, when the camera filmed Jiang Fan again, Xiao Yifei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Huh, no way. Hearing Xiao Yifei's surprised exclamation, the other sisters immediately became curious. Yifei, do you know him? I guess so. A month ago, her uncle Qiao Shan asked her to entice Jiang Fan to study at Tsinghua University. Later, Jiang Fan was so frightened that he fled in panic. His uncle made many phone calls to Jiang Fan before he was able to get in touch with him. However, Jiang Fan declined the offer of admission to Tsinghua University. If Jiang Fan hadn't told her about some nanotechnology back then, and Xiao Shan hadn't started researching advanced measurement techniques, she would definitely have been severely scolded by her uncle. Actually, Xiao Yifei was quite grateful to Jiang Fan. Because of the nanometer measurement technology that Jiang Fan taught her, she not only earned academic credits, but also won the Tsinghua University Scientific Research and Innovation Award. When Xiao Yifei thought about how Jiang Fan had gotten a nosebleed because of her, she couldn't help but giggle. This bratty little brother, Jiang Fan, is actually quite cute. Hey, Yifei, are you being lewd again? You're drooling with laughter. Xiao Yifei felt that the corner of her mouth was a little wet, and quickly wiped it away, feeling embarrassed. Alas, this poor freshman is going to suffer the same fate as that filthy old woman again. You're the old filthy woman. You're asking for a beating. Just as Xiao Yifei was making unwanted advances towards Xiaoyu, the surrounding students gasped in surprise once again. Holy crap, that's awesome. What the hell? Is this even human? This guy is definitely a top student. No, he should be called a top student's dad. Hearing everyone's exclamations, Xiao Yifei and the others quickly looked at the big screen. The screen above shows that Jiang Fan has already completed the second question. The girls were also shocked, and their faces turned pale. No way, he finished the second question too? How long has it been? Yeah, I think it's been less than 2 minutes. Then, the camera lens was pointed at the timer. 103 seconds. 1 minute and 3 seconds. 2 questions combined. 2 minutes? Isn't this a bit too strong? The freshman who went up on stage with him had only written 8 steps on the first question, while he finished both questions directly. I seriously suspect that he might be a disguised mathematics professor. Jiang Fan quickly followed his senior to the third question. Junior, you have 1 hour to solve the third problem. If you don't solve it within the time limit, you will be eliminated. Jiang Fan nodded to indicate that he understood. The freshman opposite Jiang Fan, who was working on the third question, was frowning and at a loss. At that moment, the senior student behind him, who was in charge of timing, gave him a hint. Student, you have 18 minutes left. No, the freshman replied somewhat irritably. He hadn't expected that this third question would be so much harder than the first two. It's comparable to the most difficult problems in the Olympic Games. He got to the 6th step, and then he had absolutely no idea what to do next. Why? He sighed helplessly. It seemed that he had underestimated Lonka University's traditional challenge. The cameraman carried the camera on his shoulder and followed Jiang Fan the whole time. In the challenge, the third question was known as the death question. Many talented freshmen easily solved the first 2 questions, but ultimately failed on the third one. Only 2 people have ever successfully solved the death challenge in all years. One was a freshman 10 years ago who solved all 5 problems and was later noticed by Professor Long, becoming a student. He then went abroad to study and never returned. As a result, Master Long did not take on a single student for 10 years. It wasn't until he met Jiang Fan that he decided to return to public life, hoping to cultivate another pillar of the nation before retiring. Of course, Jiang Fan was unaware of all this, and Elder Long did not mention it to him. The second person to pass the third question was a student from 5 years ago, but he has since graduated. I heard he's now involved in an important national research project. Everyone was very curious about Jiang Fan, who was incredibly fast at solving problems. Would he become the third student to successfully pass the death question? When Jiang Fan received the third question, he did not start working on it directly like he did with the first 2 questions. Instead, I thought about it for a moment and realized that this third question was indeed much more difficult than the first 2. However, for Jiang Fan, it was only a bit difficult. Solving it was just a matter of time, given that the system had rewarded him with the Blue Star Mathematical Super Principles, which covered all mathematical knowledge on Blue Star. In the stands, everyone stared at the big screen, curious whether Jiang Fan could solve the third deadly question. When everyone saw that Jiang Fan hadn't started writing yet, they immediately began to discuss it. Sigh. It seems the third question is a bit difficult for this freshman. Yes, the third question is the question of death. I died from the third question back then. Even if I were to do this third question now, I wouldn't be confident. Longshan University of Science and Technology has had this tradition for almost 30 years, and only 2 people have been able to solve the third problem. They are extremely rare talents. They didn't have high hopes for Jiang Fan either. Xiao Yifei also looked at Jiang Fan on the screen with curiosity. For some reason, she always felt that Jiang Fan was different from the others. At this moment, the girls next to Xiao Yifei whispered, "Look at Yifei's eyes. I feel like she definitely has a relationship with this freshman." I think so too. Maybe Yifei has already taken care of him." Hearing her friends chattering away, Xiao Yifei curiously joined in and asked them a question. "What are you talking about?" The girls chuckled and shook their heads, indicating they hadn't said anything. Seeing this, Xiao Yifei guessed they were definitely talking badly about her, so she stretched out her hands and said to Xiaoyu beside her, "Xiaoyu, tell me quickly what you were discussing just now. Or else, you know what I mean?" Xiaoyu was so frightened by Xiao Yifei's thuggish demeanor that she quickly backed away. Xiao Yifei pounced on Xiaoyu like a hungry tiger. "Ah, you pervert!" Xiaoyu screamed. Jiang Fan had figured out his ideas, so he picked up the chalk and started writing. The photographer zoomed in, pointing the lens directly at the steps Jiang Fan had written. "This new work has been put to life." Some students in the stand shouted. All the students looked at the big screen. Jiang Fan wrote incredibly fast, without a single pause or correction. Every letter and number was written in one go. He quickly filled the entire blackboard with his writing, and only after writing a number did Jiang Fan breathe a sigh of relief. He said to the senior who was keeping time, "Senior, I've finished writing." "Finished writing?" The senior student glanced at the blackboard full of answers, then looked at the time on the timer, 5:21. Everyone in the stands fell silent upon witnessing this scene. Chapter 51, Mental Breakdown. Solving the death puzzle in 5 minutes and 21 seconds? This is absolutely impossible. This was the first reaction of everyone present, and the photographer also gave Jiang Fan a close-up shot at that moment. Jiang Fan's handsome features appeared on the big screen, and everyone looked at this boy with sharp features and delicate features, especially his deep eyes, like stars in the depths of the universe. Although he wasn't particularly handsome at first glance, he grew on you the more you looked at him. Xiao Yifei stared intently at the big screen, watching Jiang Fan's faint smile, and suddenly her heart began to beat faster. Is this what it feels like to fall in love? When Jiang Fan's gaze suddenly turned to the camera from elsewhere, she quickly looked away, her eyes darting away. By the time she realized it, it was just his image on the big screen. Her face flushed with embarrassment. "Yifei, what's wrong? Your face is so red." Xiaoyu, who was standing nearby, happened to see this scene with Xiao Yifei. "I'm Fine." Xiao Yifei spoke softly and gently, giving off a delicate and refined air, completely different from her usual self. This left Xiaoyu completely astonished. Was this really her best friend, Xiao Yifei? It seems like the last time I saw her like this was when she was dating in high school. "Xiao Yifei, you're not serious, are you?" "What do you mean, seriously?" Xiao Yifei asked, confused. "I'm interested in this new student." "Ugh, how could I possibly fall for him? You know, I don't believe in love anymore." Xiao Yifei stubbornly insisted, but her rosy cheeks betrayed her. "Oh no, it seems you're really tempted." As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while bystanders see things clearly. Xiaoyu and Xiao Yifei have been friends for over 10 years, and she understands her good friend very well. Don't let her seemingly playboyish demeanor fool you. When she meets someone she likes, she instantly transforms into a pure and innocent young girl. At the competition venue, Jiang Fan stood aside waiting, while his senior, holding the answer key, checked the answers step by step. Jiang Fan's solution steps differed slightly from the teacher's steps, but the final answers were exactly the same. He couldn't tell whether Jiang Fan's steps were correct or not. In the end, the senior student had no choice but to seek help from the instructor on site. "Professor Xiao, a freshman here has solved the third question. The answer is the same as yours, but the steps are slightly different. Could you take a look?" Professor Xiao, who was reading a book under the shade of a tree, heard his student calling him. Only then did he raise his head. A freshman solved the third question. Come on, let me see. Professor Xiao looked pleased. Today he was the instructor on site, responsible for judging the answers to questions 3 and beyond. But he waited for almost a whole day, and no one solved the third question. Hearing from his students that a freshman had solved the third problem made him incredibly happy. Professor Xiao arrived at the competition area and observed the steps Jiang Fan had taken. 10 minutes later, Professor Xiao finally nodded. Not bad. This approach is even simpler than mine. Whose answer was this? Jiang Fan stepped forward and said, It's me. What's your name? What's your major? Jiang Fan, majoring in space technology. Space technology major? Professor Xiao felt a little regretful. He knew very well that space technology was the worst major at Lonka University, and that future graduates would have a hard time finding a corresponding research direction. He could tell from Jiang Fan's problem-solving approach that Jiang Fan was very smart and had a very rich grasp of mathematical knowledge. It's a pity you chose the wrong major. If you had chosen mathematics or material science, you would definitely have achieved great success in the future. Seeing Professor Zhao's regret, Jiang Fan smiled faintly and said nothing. Professor Xiao said to the student, His answer is correct. Then he went back to the shade of the tree and continued reading. On the big screen, everyone saw the senior student leading Jiang Fan towards the fourth area, and they immediately became excited. Holy crap, this freshman actually got the third question right. Awesome. Doesn't that mean that in the past 30 years of Long University of Science and Technology, this freshman is the third person to solve the third problem? Wow, that's amazing. What's his major? What's his name? Does anyone know? Many people in the stands began to inquire about Jiang Fan's name and major. At the challenge competition venue, the freshman who was still working on the third question felt a great blow when he saw Jiang Fan move on to the fourth question. He started working on the third question more than half an hour earlier than Jiang Fan, but now Jiang Fan has finished in 5 minutes and is moving on to the fourth question. He would have felt better if no one had solved the third question, but the other person only took 5 minutes, which brought him to the brink of mental collapse. Student, you have 3 minutes left. The freshman's face turned red, and he was already extremely anxious. At this moment, his senior reminded him that time was almost up, and he could no longer bear the pressure in his heart. It completely crashed. Wow! A man's cry instantly echoed throughout the entire square. The students watching the challenge were all completely bewildered. What's going on? Why is there a man crying? Could it be that some guy has broken up with his girlfriend? But this isn't the place for breakups. Just as everyone was making wild guesses, the photographer pointed his camera at the crying boy. What you see on the screen. Isn't that boy who was crying the freshman who did the third question just now? Yes. Why is he crying? Could it be because the questions were too difficult? Holy crap. Is doing a math problem really that serious? Then, the boy looked up and screamed. Why? Why is this question so hard? Why? Everyone who heard his shout was completely dumbfounded. This guy is a real genius. He was driven to tears by a single question. At this moment, the senior student who was keeping track of the time looked completely innocent. I just told him there were only 3 minutes left. It really wasn't me who made him cry. Several senior students in charge of maintaining order at the scene carried the crying freshman away. The new student's crying did not affect Jiang Fan's work. When a photographer turned the camera back on him, everyone noticed that Jiang Fan had already written half a blackboard full of steps. Just as everyone was shocked by Jiang Fan's speed, Jiang Fan put down the chalk in his hand and said to the senior student who was keeping time, "Senior, I'm done." The senior student glanced at the timer subconsciously. He was already numb to Jiang Fan's problem-solving speed. When I saw the timer, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. Holy crap. 3:46. Holy crap. This is the fourth question. Chapter 52, A Post. As summer fades into autumn, the sunlight becomes gentler, no longer as scorching as in the height of summer. A gentle autumn breeze blows, feeling exceptionally comfortable on one's face. A flock of geese appeared in the blue sky, honking as they flew south, sometimes forming a V shape, sometimes a straight line. A flock of geese flew across the sky above Long University of Science and Technology. Their shadows were cast onto the blackboard where Jiang Fan was writing his answers. Jiang Fan was the only one left in the entire challenge arena. He was writing down his answers in Zone 7. No more freshmen signed up for the challenge, They were all focused on Jiang Fan on the big screen. He was like a god, a new life. He had overcome countless obstacles and had already reached the 7th question. This has broken the record of Lonka University in previous years. Even the student who was praised as a genius by the old master and taken as his disciple only got 5 questions right. Everyone was immersed in their admiration for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan not only solved the problems correctly, but also very quickly. Question 5 time limit, 6 minutes and 8 seconds. Question 6 time limit, 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Some observant students in the stands added up all of Jiang Fan's time to complete the questions and found that it took him 22 minutes and 42 seconds to finish all 6 questions. At that time, a normal freshman would have just finished their first question. Just as everyone was speculating how long Jiang Fan would take to solve the 7th problem, Jiang Fan put down the chalk. Before Jiang Fan could speak, the photographer pointed the camera directly at the timer next to him. For minutes and 22 seconds. Wow! After a moment of shock, everyone burst into enthusiastic applause. Professor Xiao stopped reading under the shade of the tree after the 4th question and instead stood behind Jiang Fan, watching him solve the problem. He was now stunned into silence. The freshman in front of him was even more monstrous than a genius. Upon receiving the test paper, I glanced at the questions and immediately picked up the chalk to start working on them, without a moment's thought or hesitation. Even as a mathematics professor, he needs time to think and calculate when he encounters unfamiliar test questions. If these questions hadn't been set by him and another professor, he would have suspected that Jiang Fan knew the answers in advance. After Professor Xiao checked Jiang Fan's problem-solving steps, they were found to be completely correct. Then Jiang Fan started working on question 8. Professor Xiao was now completely agitated. He began to plot how to get Jiang Fan to change his major and become his student. Such a prodigious genius is being wasted on space science. He decided to speak to the principal afterward and asked him to adjust Jiang Fan's major to mathematics. He believed that with Jiang Fan's talent and under his guidance, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed his own achievements in the field of mathematics. Perhaps a great mathematician will be born from this. Professor Xiao became more and more excited as he thought about it. His heart had never been beating so fast before. The students in the stands were in an uproar, especially the freshmen. They knew that the upperclassmen were there to see how the freshmen would embarrass themselves. Jiang Fanjin proved herself a hero to the freshmen, completing the 8th question in one go, in a record that had never been broken before. Today, it was broken by this year's freshmen. Although they weren't the ones doing the problems right now, they already considered Jiang Fan one of their own. They are all new members of the United Front. Meanwhile, on the school's forum, a message about a freshman taking on 7 questions from the Long University of Science and Technology's traditional challenge was instantly pinned to the top of the forum. Since school hasn't started yet, many board students browsed the school's forum to keep up with the school's news. When they saw this news, they thought it was just clickbait. The Long University of Science and Technology's traditional challenge, solving 7 problems in a row, what else could it be but bragging? The person who wrote this post can only fool freshmen. They're all experienced people. They know better than anyone how difficult the traditional challenge at Long University of Technology is, especially the 3rd and most challenging problem, which is almost impossible for anyone to solve. Moreover, apart from the 3rd question, each subsequent question was more difficult than the last. Back then, they were ambitious, thinking it was just a challenge. Only after they truly experienced it did they realize that it was more than just a challenge. It was the first lesson that Lonka University taught them as they entered university. After this lesson, they finally understood the meaning of there's always something beyond our understanding. There are always people better than us, and learning is endless. When those senior students clicked into the post, they were ready to give this clickbait title a good critique. The first screenshot shows the answer and time of a freshman's first question. Time, 53 seconds. Holy crap. What a load of rubbish. What a joke. 53 seconds. You don't even know how to write a post. They were certain they couldn't solve the first question in less than 10 minutes. Then they took a second screenshot, which was the same as the first one. It showed Jiang Fan's back and a photo of the blackboard answers, along with the time for answering the questions. Is the original poster a complete idiot? The second question had a time limit of 1 minute and 3 seconds. Do you really think we haven't done the second question before? They can now confirm that the original poster deliberately photoshopped the image to attract attention. The third screenshot is the same as the previous ones. They're looking directly at the screenshot of the time. I'm dying of laughter. The third death trap, 5 minutes and 21 seconds. This poster is an absolute idiot. Even if you're trying to grab attention, you should at least make it look convincing. The third death question can be found on the official website of Long University of Technology in the section on past freshman challenges. You can find the names of the 2 students who solved the third question and the time when they solved it. Their times were 53 minutes and 22 seconds and 51 minutes and 18 seconds, respectively. The screenshot of this post is taken at 5 minutes and 21 seconds. No one, not even a fool, would believe it. They continued looking and found that none of the screenshots were longer than 10 minutes. After seeing the 7th screenshot, they were already prepared with more than 500 words of profanity to attack the person who posted it. But when they saw the comments below, they could hardly believe their eyes. Comment 1. At first I believed it, but when I went to the Lonka University Challenge Plaza, it was indeed as the original poster said. These freshmen are truly amazing. Their first reaction was that this was definitely a shill. So they started looking at the second comment. Comment 2. I was there, and it was incredibly exciting. The third comment. Comment 3. This freshman is not only a genius, but also incredibly handsome. I really want to date him. Comment 4. Don't try to take him from me, he's mine. Comment 5. Upon seeing the post, I immediately took the subway to the school to verify, and it was indeed as the original poster said. Those people looked at the comments on the post and suddenly began to doubt their own ideas. How could the time spent doing the questions be so short? So, in order to find out the truth, they all came out of their dormitories and flocked to the square of the Lonka University Challenge. Of course, when they arrived at the square, they found that the entire challenge venue was packed with people. Everyone's here to see Jiang Fan doing the challenges in the zone. Chapter 53. There are too many people. Xiao Yifei couldn't help but purse her lips when she saw so many students suddenly arrive. Xiaoyu, the students at your school really love to join in the fun. Xiaoyu, standing to the side, said with a grin, Are you afraid that the girls from Lonka University will compete with you for Jiang Fan? Before this, under the girls' questioning, Xiao Yifei told them Jiang Fan's name. Shaw, I've been around for over 20 years. Do you think I'm afraid of these little brats? What a joke. Xiao Yifei's girlfriends all laughed. What are you laughing at? Don't you believe in your sister's abilities? After Xiao Yifei finished speaking, she puffed out her chest, looking very confident. No man he sets his sights on can escape his grasp. Yifei, weren't you just denying that you had feelings for Jiang Fan? Now you've let it slip. Xiao Yifei was too straightforward and blurted it out without even realizing it. Thinking about it now, she was shocked. Could it be that she had really fallen for this bratty younger brother? Thinking of this, her face flushed. Since she was already considered a player by them anyway, it didn't matter if they knew she liked Jiang Fan. So she put on a shameless act. If I like him, so what? Our Yifei is in heat. You, just as Xiao Yifei lunged at the group, someone shouted something onto the big screen. Holy crap, I solved question 8. All eyes turned to the big screen, where Jiang Fan calmly put down the chalk, waiting for Professor Zhao's corrections. Do you think he can actually get it right? This is the 8th question. Looking at his confident expression, I felt there was no problem. My goodness, this is the traditional challenge for freshmen at Long University of Science and Technology, but this freshman seems to be playing around with it. Yes, I also felt like he was there to cause trouble. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Jiang Fan walked towards the 9th question. Wow, question 8 is actually correct. Sharp. My goodness. That's awesome. He solved 8 questions. Is he even human? Now I understand why that student was crying so hard earlier. He was brought to tears by the psychological damage inflicted by this freshman. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. The Challenge Plaza is now packed with people. Students who arrived late couldn't get inside and could only peer into the plaza from the side to see what was going on inside. Some students, whose roommates were in the square, started video chats with their roommates to find out what was happening inside. Principal's office. The principal and Dean Li sat facing each other, leisurely drinking tea. Jiang Fan was able to come to our school this time, thanks to Elder Long. If Elder Long hadn't personally intervened, he probably would have been snatched away by Tsinghua University. Come on, Dean Li, let's have a drink with tea instead of wine. Ha! Principal Liu was overjoyed to have a student like Jiang Fan. Just yesterday, he received instructions from his superiors to give Jiang Fan absolute freedom and let him conduct research in any direction he preferred. Furthermore, the school was allocated 200 million yuan in experimental funding, of which 100 million yuan was designated as Jiang Fan's personal special research funding. That's not all. The country plans to build a special research institute north of Longyan University of Science and Technology, specifically to train students to do scientific research. This has significantly boosted the overall strength of Longyan University, putting it on par with the strongest universities in China, Peking University and Tsinghua University. Of course, all of this was achieved because they recruited Jiang Fan. Dean Li, has everything been arranged for Jiang Fan? It's all arranged. As for accommodation, the original plan was to directly reward Jiang Fan with a villa in the east, but Elder Long disagreed. He said Jiang Fan was still young, and an overly luxurious lifestyle would hinder his ability to focus on research, so he arranged for Jiang Fan to move into the faculty apartment. The principal thought for a while and nodded. What Elder Long did was indeed right. It seems that the student Elder Long took in 10 years ago caused him great harm. Yes, back then, Elder Long spent so much effort and energy to cultivate this student and had him participate in many core projects of the Dragon Kingdom. As a result, his student, under the guise of studying in the United States, never returned. He became a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom. I hope Jiang Fan won't disappoint Elder Long again. I think Jiang Fan is a good person, and he's also very low-key. Just as Dean Li was praising Jiang Fan, there was a rapid knock on the door. Please come in, Principal Liu said. The security captain of Long Tech University opened the door and shouted, Principal, something terrible has happened. There's a huge crowd gathering over there at the Freshman Challenge, and a lot of students are heading that way. The principal said calmly, Captain Yo, you just returned from the army this year, so you might not know much about Lonka University yet. Every year, many freshmen participate in the challenge, and many senior students watch as well. This is perfectly normal. Principal, this time is different. There are really so many people. How many people can there be? Around 10,000 people. Our Longyan University of Science and Technology has a total of over 15,000 faculty and students. You mean 2/3 of the entire faculty and student body will go? When Captain Yo saw that the principal and Dean Li seemed somewhat disbelieving, he became a little anxious. Principal, it's true. The plaza for the challenge can only hold 2,000 people. I'm worried about a stampede. You should go and check it out quickly and try to evacuate the students. Principal Liu and Dean Li became somewhat nervous when they saw how serious Captain Yo was. If there are really that many people, the challenge square could easily become chaotic. These students are the pillars of a nation. He dared not allow anything to happen to them. Otherwise, they would absolutely not be able to bear the consequences. Let's go take a look. After Principal Liu finished speaking, he got up and walked out. On their way to the freshman challenge, the three noticed that there were quite a few students heading in that direction. Moreover, they could hear the roar of voices coming from the direction of the challenge from afar. So the principal quickened his pace. He was soon stunned by the scene before him. The entire challenge square was packed with people and bustling with excitement. He randomly grabbed a student and asked, "What's going on?" Upon seeing that it was Principal Liu, the student immediately greeted him. "Good morning, Principal." Okay. Tell me quickly, how come there are so many people?" The student exclaimed excitedly. "Principal, one of the freshmen has already solved 8 questions and is now working on the 9th. A freshman solved 8 questions. The principal was incredulous. He knew about the freshman challenge. The difficulty started from the 3rd question and was very high, making it hard for normal students to solve. At this moment, Dean Li also ran over, panting, and said to the principal, "Principal, it's Jiang Fan." Chapter 54. The last question. "Principal, it's Jiang Fan." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's name, Principal Liu immediately became nervous. Although the situation here is also tricky, the principal feels that Jiang Fan's matter is more important. So he hurriedly asked, "What happened to Jiang Fan? What's wrong?" Dean Li took a couple of breaths to calm down before speaking. "Jiang Fan is fine. I mean, all these people are here to see Jiang Fan. You've come to see Jiang Fan? The principal became even more nervous. His first thought was, has Jiang Fan been exposed? Jiang Fan's research on controlled nuclear fusion is a state secret. If it were to become known to others, he would definitely be placed under state protection in the future. I'm afraid I won't be able to study at their Longyan University of Science and Technology. Seeing the principal's nervous expression, Li Yuanzi knew he was overthinking things and quickly explained. Jiang Fan solved 8 problems in the challenge, and all these students came to see him. After hearing Dean Li's explanation, Principal Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when he realized what was happening, he was immediately astonished. What? Jiang Fan solved 8 problems in the challenge. The principal was astonished. He never expected that the person who solved all 8 questions was Jiang Fan. He was very clear about the difficulty of the challenge questions, and it seemed that Jiang Fans were even more monstrous than he had imagined. Doesn't that mean their school has really struck gold this time? Thinking of this, Principal Liu's face immediately lit up with a smile. Then he said to Captain Yeo, "Go and gather all security personnel at Lonka Institute to maintain order." Good. Then Captain Yeo took out a walkie-talkie and gathered all the security personnel to meet at the challenge square. Principal Liu noticed that many teachers were also present, so he called them over. Actually, the scene was relatively orderly. The potential danger lay in the stands. The entire grandstand has a capacity of 2,000 people, but now the aisles are full of students, bringing the total number of people in the grandstand to around 3,000. This has exceeded the grandstand's capacity. So the most important task now is to persuade the students in the aisle to leave. After the principal explained the situation to the teachers, they each took charge of their duties and began to persuade the students in the aisle to leave. The principal brought out another loudspeaker at the scene. They started clearing people from the aisle at the entrance to the stands. When everyone saw that it was the principal himself maintaining order, they all cooperated and left the stands. Once the entrance was cleared and space was made, the principal called out to the students in the aisles of the stands. All students in the aisles, please leave the stands in an orderly manner. The stands can only hold 2,000 people. All students in the aisles, please leave the stands in an orderly manner. The stands can only hold 2,000 people. The principal repeated the call, and seeing that everyone was cooperating well, he breathed a sigh of relief. In less than 10 minutes, all the students in the aisle had left. Security personnel were stationed at the entrance to the stands, allowing people to leave, but not enter. The students outside the square were all eagerly waiting to see how Jiang Fan was doing, but there were too many people, and they couldn't see him. Seeing everyone's dejected expressions, the principal asked Dean Li to turn on a large screen outside the square and play the same video as the one inside. All the students cheered and shouted, "Long live the principal!" The large screen turned on, and Jiang Fan was seen with his back to the camera, while everyone could clearly see the test questions on the blackboard. Question: what is the equation zeta S equals 0? Everyone was baffled when they saw the question. Was this a test? I'm completely baffled. What does the scrambled symbol zeta represent? Is this a problem? While all the students were confused, suddenly a math student in the crowd excitedly pointed at the screen and exclaimed, I know what the question is." The student next to him asked anxiously, "Excuse me, what kind of question is this?" This is the Riemann hypothesis, one of the 7 unsolved mathematical problems of the millennium. The Riemann hypothesis? Many people said they didn't understand. But when it comes to the 7 unsolved mathematical problems of the millennium, they do know a little bit about them. This is a problem that no math expert in the world has been able to solve. They also heard that the World Mathematics Organization had offered a reward of $1 million to anyone who could solve the problem. You can imagine how difficult it is. This is a bit much. One of the 7 millennium problems in mathematics, a problem that mathematical experts worldwide have been unable to solve, is the last question in the freshman challenge. Isn't this obviously making things difficult for them? Yeah, who could possibly make that? The school really went to great lengths to make the new students understand that learning is a lifelong process. Ugh, I could never solve a problem like this, no matter what. This freshman has been standing there for 20 minutes. He probably doesn't even know this is one of the 7 Jubilee problems. If he did, he would have given up long ago. Xiao Yifei, who was in the stands, was immediately displeased when her best friend told her about the origin of the question. Just when it seemed that Jiang Fan was about to complete all the challenges, the last question turned out to be one of the 7 great mathematical problems of the Jubilee. Xiaoyu, did the teacher who set the exam questions at your school deliberately change the last big question because Jiang Fan is too good? I didn't know that. In the past 30 years, Jiang Fan is the first person to solve the 9th question. The teacher who set the questions is so inhumane. Xiao Yifei murmured. Xiao Yifei spoke for all the students present, saying that Jiang Fan's performance from the first question to now has shocked everyone. He is setting historical records one question at a time. They broke through the challenge that they thought was impossible. However, just when everyone was pinning their hopes for a grand slam on Jiang Fan, the last question shattered all their illusions. Many people at the scene expressed their regret for Jiang Fan, saying that he was just one question away from successfully completing all the challenges. However, being able to solve 8 questions is already the best result in recent years. In their hearts, Jiang Fan is an absolute legend. Just when everyone was feeling sorry for Jiang Fan and was preparing to give up and leave, Jiang Fan's hand holding the chalk moved. He slowly wrote on the blackboard. Assume functions f1z and f2z are analytic in regions D1 and D2 respectively, and that D1 and D2 have a common part on which f1z equals f2z holds. Consider the set of values of f1z and f2z at all points in D1 and D2 as an analytic function f, z. If a function f, x, is differentiable not only at a point x0, but also at any point in some neighborhood of x0. Jiang Fan wrote faster and faster, and the more than 10,000 people present were completely silent. Even everyone in the square could hear the sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard. Everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen, until Jiang Fan forcefully wrote the last letter. Click! The chalk broke into 2 pieces. Chapter 55, Reward. After Jiang Fan finished answering, he turned around and said to Professor Xiao, Teacher, could you please check if the answer is correct? Professor Xiao was still in shock and hadn't reacted yet. He had thought that Jiang Fan would definitely give up on the 9th question. This is, after all, one of the Millennium Prize problems in mathematics, which has not been solved by mathematics experts around the world, let alone a freshman. But Jiang Fan wrote the answers on 4 whole blackboards. How could that not shock him? Jiang Fan, do you know the origin of this question? Have no idea. As a person from a parallel world, Jiang Fan was unaware of the origin of this question. He only knew that it was somewhat difficult. Have no idea? Professor Xiao stared in astonishment, his mouth agape. Jiang Fan had no idea where this question came from. However, Professor Xiao then thought that it made sense. If he really knew, he would probably have chosen to give up directly. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Teacher, can you reveal the answers now? Jiang Fan urged again, saying that he had spent more than 2 hours answering all the questions and was now feeling the urge to go to the toilet. Professor Xiao looked bitter upon hearing Jiang Fan's reminder. This is one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems in mathematics, which no mathematics expert in the world can solve. How would he know the answer? That Jiang Fan, this problem is one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems in mathematics. No one has solved it, so I don't know the answer either. Professor Xiao answered truthfully that the reason they set the last question as one of the 7 unsolved problems of the Millennium Mathematics Yearbook was because of this. This is to make new students understand that there is still a lot of knowledge that humanity has not yet mastered, and only by pursuing knowledge without end can humanity continue to progress. He never imagined that a freshman could solve this problem. Just as Professor Xiao was having some trouble, he saw Principal Liu walking over and quickly called out, Principal, what do you think of this? Principal Liu waved his hand, indicating that he would handle it himself. The principal had seen Jiang Fan in photos, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. He looked at the handsome Jiang Fan with a smile on his face and extended his hand to Jiang Fan. Hello, Jiang Fan. Hello. Jiang Fan grasped the principal's hand and said, Congratulations on reaching the 9th question. As for this Millennium Prize problem, we need to discuss it further before making a decision. Jiang Fan responded. At that moment, the system in his mind activated. System, congratulations, host, on completing the mission and obtaining a blueprint for a fighter jet from Earth 100 years in the future. Then, a flood of information rushed in my mind. all of which were blueprints for fighter jets on Earth 100 years from now. A smile appeared on Jiang Fan's lips. This was a fighter jet from the next 100 years, many times stronger than the current one. If he can figure out, it will definitely enhance the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom. He's now eager to investigate it. Then Jiang Fan said to the principal, "Principal, I'll be leaving now." Jiang Fan, wait a moment. There are still rewards for our challenge. Award. When Jiang Fan participated in the challenge, he didn't know that he could get a reward for solving the questions. The principal said with a smile, "That's right. You are the first person in the 30 years of our Lonka University to finish all the questions. Although we don't know the answer to the last question yet, it won't affect the school's reward for you." "Principal, could you please get to the point?" Jiang Fan looked a little anxious. He needed to relieve himself. Professor Xiao, who was standing to the side, was astonished to hear this. He had never seen a student dare to speak to the principal like that before. Then Principal Liu was not angry, but nodded repeatedly and said to Jiang Fan, "Okay, to make a long story short, the school's rewards are as follows. 1. A laboratory. 2. 100 million yuan in personal research and development funding. 3. During your time at the university, teachers across the university will be available 24/7 to answer any questions you may have regarding any major. 4. Inducted into the school's Hall of Fame." After listening, Jiang Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. The principal really understood him. What he lacked at Lonka University was a personal laboratory and funding. That solves the problem immediately. The principal was overjoyed to see that Jiang Fan was very satisfied. Given Jiang Fan's current talent, as long as we keep him focused on his research, he will bring a lot of honor to Lonka University in the future. Jiang Fan greeted the principal and then left in a hurry. I headed straight for the bathroom. All the students looked bewildered as they watched Jiang Fan leave. What's going on? Why did they just leave like that? He's the only newcomer to the Challenger series in 30 years to solve the last problem. This was absolutely a prodigy, and most of them only saw his back, without even getting a clear look at his face. They thought that since the principal had intervened, the freshmen should at least have a few words to say, and they should all hear some teachings from a genius. The principal then took out a megaphone and instructed the students to leave in an orderly manner. Xiao Yifei said to Xiaoyu beside her, "Xiaoyu, what did your principal say to Jiang Fan? Why did he leave?" "Big sister, I'm sitting right next to you, but we're so far apart. How could I possibly hear you?" Xiaoyu said helplessly. "Oh, do you know what Jiang Fan's major is? And where his dorm is?" Xiao Yifei asked again. Xiaoyu was speechless. Although she was a student at Lonka University, Jiang Fan was a freshman. Moreover, she only learned his name was Jiang Fan today through Xiao Yifei. How could she know any specific information about Jiang Fan? Just as they were passing by the challenge venue, a student in charge of the challenge shouted at Xiaoyu, "Senior Xiaoyu, what a coincidence!" Xiaoyu saw that it was the junior who had been pursuing her. When she saw the work clothes he was wearing, her bright eyes lit up, and she walked over with a smile. "Hello, junior." The junior was so excited by the senior's initiative towards him that he was speechless. Looking at her beautiful face, he grinned foolishly. What major was that freshman who answered all 9 questions correctly? Space technology major. The second-year student said happily, "It's rare that Senior Xiaoyu is willing to talk to me more today. She'll definitely answer every question." "Do you know which dorm room he's in?" "I don't know which specific dormitory room it is, but all the students majoring in aerospace technology are in dormitory, building number 9. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was overjoyed, so she said goodbye to the junior and left. Then she went to Xiao Yifei and made an okay sign. Xiao Yifei was immediately excited. "Quickly tell me, what's his major, and where is his dormitory?" Xiaoyu then covered her lower abdomen with both hands, looking utterly aggrieved. "I'm so hungry," Xiao Yifei said irritably. "So, what do you want to eat?" Yifei really understands me. It's been so long since I've had barbecue. "Come on, I'll bring you some food. Now you can tell me, right?" "He's majoring in space technology. Is he in the same dorm?" "I'll tell you after we eat." "You brat, hurry up and tell me." Chapter 56, The Argument. After finishing up the challenge, the principal returned to his office. But not long after I arrived at the office, an old professor came over. "Principal Liu, I heard that one of our freshmen answered 9 questions correctly in the challenge competition." "Professor Wu, you're really well informed." "Huh," Principal Liu said jokingly. Professor Wu is 62 years old this year. He was rehired as a teacher at Longyan University of Science and Technology after retiring. He has dedicated his life to Longyan University of Science and Technology and is a senior figure who is highly respected by everyone. Principal Liu, I have fewer classes at school lately and more free time. I'd like to take this student as my apprentice so I can make the most of my remaining time. What do you think? Principal Liu was in a dilemma. After all, Professor Wu was a senior figure, and he was afraid of offending him by refusing him directly. Moreover, Elder Long had previously stated that he wanted to take Jiang Fan as a student, but he was not sure whether Jiang Fan had agreed or not. Moreover, his superiors had given him instructions to give Jiang Fan absolute freedom and not to force him to do anything. Professor Wu, I can't make that decision. It depends on Jiang Fan's wishes. Besides, Elder Long previously said he wanted to take Jiang Fan as a student. Elder Long. Speaking of Elder Long, Professor Wu frowned. He could make a profit by relying on his seniority if it were someone else, but Elder Long was older than him and had achieved far more than him. But Professor Long's expertise lies in material science, while this newcomer's talent is mainly manifested in mathematics. Principal Liu really wanted to say that mathematics is only one aspect of Jiang Fan's talent. He is the one who has researched controlled nuclear fusion. Unfortunately, this is a state secret, and he cannot tell anyone. Just as Principal Liu was about to explain to Professor Wu, there was a knock on the door. Two professors walked in. They were quite surprised to see Professor Wu there, and then greeted him. Is there anything I can help you with? Principal Liu asked. Here's the thing, Principal. I heard that the freshman who took on the 9-question challenge is majoring in space technology. Don't you think it's a waste of such talent? My suggestion is to directly transfer his major to our information engineering major. Before the principal could even speak, the professor who had come with him immediately became displeased. Why should he be transferred to your information engineering major? I feel he should have been transferred to physics. What does physics have to do with Jiang Fan's mathematical talent? Our information engineering major requires a strong foundation in mathematical theory. It's perfect for him to utilize his talent. How can physics and mathematics not be related? They are both systems, and their relationship is very close. Professor Wu, who was standing to the side, also understood the purpose of their visit to the principal and couldn't help but speak up. I'm a professional mathematician. What are you all so excited about? The group immediately began to argue. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Principal Liu looked and saw it was Professor Xiao. Professor Xiao walked into the president's office and saw a physics professor and an engineering information professor arguing with his teacher. He immediately went up to ask the teacher what was going on. Upon learning that they were there to steal Jiang Fan, he was immediately displeased. He was the instructor for the on-site challenge today, and he knew very well how terrifying Jiang Fan's mathematical talent was. He originally planned to first ask the principal to transfer Jiang Fan to their mathematics department, and if the principal disagreed, he would then ask his own teacher to help. To his surprise, his teacher was already there. Given his teacher's qualifications, the principal would have to give him some face. But he couldn't tolerate the fact that professors from other disciplines were trying to take it from them. So he immediately stood up for his teacher and started arguing with them. Seeing this, the principal was completely at a loss. He quickly went up to stop them. But then, 2 more professors came in from outside. When Principal Liu found out why, they were also there to snatch Jiang Fan away. Before long, more than a dozen professors arrived at the president's office. They were all top professors from Lonka University. Looking at the bustling office, the principal couldn't help but frown. After a while, Dean Li also came in. Looking at the argument among the professors in the principal's office, he looked at the principal with a bewildered expression. Finally, the principal explained it to him again, and he finally understood that these professors had all come to steal Jiang Fan away. Even before Jiang Fan entered Lonka University, the competition between them and other schools was already extremely fierce. Unexpectedly, after they successfully brought Jiang Fan to their school, Jiang Fan's challenge match immediately sparked a fierce competition among the professors at Lonka University. As long as Jiang Fan is at their school, he has no objection to which department he is in or what major he studies. Afterwards, Dean Li handed the principal the paper version of the answer to the Millennium Mathematics problem that Jiang Fan had solved. After receiving the answer, the principal's face immediately lit up with a smile. If Jiang Fan's answer was correct, their school would gain international prestige in the future. Professors, please stop arguing for now. We have an important task at hand, to investigate whether Jiang Fan's answer to question 9 is feasible. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stopped arguing, eager to know if Jiang Fan's answer was correct. Dean Li then made more than 10 copies of the answer and distributed them, and they began to discuss it. Meanwhile, the forum at Long University of Technology was many times more lively than the president's office. All posts about Jiang Fan are now pinned to the top. One of the most popular things is Lonka University Challenge Freshman Grand Slam, the president's incredible reward. The picture above is a photo of the principal shaking hands with Jiang Fan, but it's not very clear. Below is the principal's reward text. 1. A laboratory. 2. 100 million yuan in personal research and development funding. 3. During your time at the university, teachers across the university will be available 24/7 to answer any questions you may have regarding any major. 4. Inducted into the school's Hall of Fame. Seeing these rewards deeply stimulated the nerves of every student. If having a laboratory is every Lonka student's dream, then a personal research and development budget of 100 million yuan is simply incredible. Even if the funding for their scientific research experiments is only a few $1,000s, it still needs to undergo strict review. She also has the privilege of answering all questions from teachers, which is simply being showered with affection. As for the school's Hall of Fame, that's even more remarkable. Lonka University has been established for over 100 years and has cultivated countless talents for Manhwa. Yet, only 38 people may be admitted to the Hall of Fame. Qian Shueshan, a participant in the development of atomic and hydrogen bombs. Yuan Longping, the father of hybrid rice. Long Jinghua, the rocket fuel expert. Each of them is a prominent figure. Jiang Fan was directly included in this list of people. Many students felt that such a reward was excessive. Even if Jiang Fan solves the last world mathematical problem, it doesn't necessarily mean he'll be directly admitted to the Hall of Fame. They immediately began to doubt the authenticity of the post. The comment section below the post is buzzing with activity. In just 1 hour, a staggering 100,000 messages were received. The total number of students and faculty at Long University of Technology is only over 15,000. In other words, many students participated in more than 6 comments. Chapter 57, Iter Magnet. Just as everyone was having a heated discussion about Jiang Fan on the Lonka University campus forum, Jiang Fan, the person involved, was at the residence assigned to him by the school, organizing data on controlled nuclear fusion. With strong national support, the northern base has now invested 15 billion yuan and has a total of 200 researchers. We will fully cooperate with Chief Commander Zhou Huai and Chief Engineer Jiang Fan to develop controlled nuclear fusion within the next year. Although Jiang Fan developed a method to stabilize nuclear fusion for 118 seconds some time ago, it is vastly different from the controllable nuclear fusion with continuous output developed this time. They are not even in the same league. At that time, the controlled nuclear fusion research only needed to maintain stability for a period of time. Jiang Fan made improvements based on the original tokamak device. But this time, the sustained nuclear fusion he developed required the remanufacturing of every single component, meaning everything had to be started from scratch. Its complexity is far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Jiang Fan's research on controlled nuclear fusion contains a total of 1,898,726 parts and 5,289 subsystems. These subsystems form 276 branch systems, which in turn form 8 major systems, ultimately forming the controlled nuclear fusion device, the tokamak device. Jiang Fan worked on the system until around 10 p.m. before finishing several subsystems. The first piece of information he's working on is the magnetic ring confinement material system, the core component of the tokamak device. Once this core component is successfully developed, the tokamak device will be 30% complete. The subsequent branch devices, although also very complex, are only a matter of time. At that moment, Zhou Huai made a video call. Jiang Fan saw through the video that the research lab was full of busy researchers. Zhou Huai, Xiao Fan, we've encountered a problem? Jiang Fan, Uncle Zhou, what's the problem? Zhou Huai, the Iter magnet, the material used in the magnetic ring device, is something that my country's current technology cannot manufacture. The ITER magnet is a crucial material for the magnetic ring device. If it cannot be developed, the entire controlled nuclear fusion process cannot be realized. Seeing that Jiang Fan remained silent, Zhou Huai continued to ask, "Can we use the same material as the toroidal field coil magnetic ring?" No. The material of the circumferential field coil magnetic ring becomes unstable in temperature after prolonged operation, which will affect the ion reaction. Last time, we used this same material, which caused the temperature of the magnetic ring device to reach over 2000 degrees Celsius. Zhou Huai sighed helplessly. Currently, only the United States has the ITER magnet material, but they would never sell such high-end technology materials to our country. Jiang Fan couldn't think of a better solution either. The best magnetic ring material on Earth right now is the ITER magnet, which can work continuously and stably without temperature changes. If the materials are changed, nuclear fusion will definitely face the risk of instability. Xiao Fan, I'll report this problem to my superiors and see what they can do. Is it possible to get the ITER magnet from the United States? Good. Jiang Fan replied that this was the only way at the moment. The system rewarded him with blueprints, formulas, and data for controlled nuclear fusion, revealing that the only qualified material for a magnetic ring device on Earth was the ITER magnet. Therefore, replacing it with other materials is unrealistic. Now we can only hope that the high-level leaders of the Dragon Kingdom can obtain this material or acquire the technology to develop it. After Zhou Huai and Jiang Fan finished discussing the ITER magnet, Jiang Fan reviewed their research progress over the past few days via video. Finding no problems, Jiang Fan then sent the compiled materials to Zhou Huai. World Mathematical Organization. It is located in a romantic country, Paris, France. There is a 7-hour time difference between here and China. While it is already dark and full of stars in China, here it is blue sky, white clouds, and bright sunshine. A quaint, low-rise office building. At this moment, 7 or 8 elderly men wearing glasses stared at the documents in their hands, saying nothing. As time ticked by, half an hour later, an elderly man sitting in the middle finally spoke. "This is an email we received from Dragon Science and Technology University in China. Could you share your thoughts on the proof of the Riemann hypothesis?" Actually, we have studied this Riemann hypothesis for many years, but in the end we have been unable to prove its correctness and existence. The solution provided by the Dragon Kingdom doesn't show any errors in the steps. However, I also agree with Professor Alex's statement. Although we have not been able to prove the correctness of the Riemann hypothesis over the past 100 years, it has not affected our ability to use the formula of the Riemann hypothesis. To date, more than 1,000 mathematical propositions are based on the Riemann hypothesis. Several world-class mathematics professors discussed for more than an hour and finally came to a conclusion. They couldn't confirm whether the answer was correct, but based on the steps and thought process above, there were no errors. Since there was no error, they finally voted by raising their hands. They tentatively accepted it as correct. In fact, given the current level of mathematical knowledge on Earth, we cannot accurately prove the Riemann hypothesis. Even if it were proven, given the current level of human knowledge, its correctness cannot be confirmed. Therefore, experts from several international mathematics organizations can only temporarily consider the proof from China to be correct. Professor Anthony, didn't China apply for a seat on the World Mathematical Organization last year, but it wasn't approved? Yes. Have your staff send a sincere invitation via email to China to become one of the 6 member countries of the International Organization of Mathematical Sciences, and also send them an invitation to the Mathematics Summit in October. The next day, Professor Xiao from Long-Term University of Science and Technology and his teacher came to the Department of Mathematics office. "Teacher, I feel we should go directly to Jiang Fan about changing his major. If we can persuade him, the principal won't refuse us if you step in." Professor Wu thought for a while and concluded that what his student, Professor Xiao, said made perfect sense. "Let's go find Jiang Fan now." "Okay, teacher," Professor Xiao replied, and just as he was about to get up and shut down his computer, he found an email in his inbox. So he opened it out of curiosity, and what he saw made him freeze on the spot. Seeing that his student, Professor Xiao, was only talking and not moving, Professor Wu urged him again. Xiao, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and let's go." The other teachers might have gone to find Jiang Fan too. However, Professor Xiao stammered out. Teacher, the World Mathematical Organization has replied to my email. Really? Chapter 58, Neglected. When Professor Wu heard from his student Xiao Xueqing that the World Mathematical Organization had replied, he became quite excited and quickly came to his side. Let me see what message they sent. Professor, the World Mathematics Organization has actually invited us to join its board of directors. Professor Xiao Xueqing exclaimed excitedly. Real? Professor Wu's hands trembled as he spoke. Joining the board of directors of the World Mathematical Organization had always been his dream. The World Mathematical Organization has established 6 council member positions. Only by obtaining these positions can one access advanced mathematical knowledge on Earth and communicate with top mathematical experts. Most importantly, many math-based technology companies seek help from global math organizations to overcome technological barriers and solve these problems. As a member of the board, it is easy to keep track of the trends in the world's cutting-edge technologies. It is highly beneficial to the development of our own country. Last year, Professor Wu applied for a board member position in the name of China's Lonka University, but was rejected because China has no outstanding mathematicians. Now, the World Mathematics Organization has actually invited them to join. After that, China will become the 6th member country of the World Mathematical Organization. This is very beneficial for the development of mathematics and science and technology in China. Great, great. Huh. Teacher, we did it. Yes, I really didn't expect that. All this hard work has finally paid off. Mr. Wu was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. China had joined the World Mathematical Organization 50 years ago. However, because China has not made significant achievements in mathematics, he has been applying for a board member position for many years without success. Professor Wu was excited and wondered if the World Mathematics Organization had invited them to join because of Jiang Fan's proof of the Riemann hypothesis. Yesterday, they spent 2 hours in the principal's office discussing Jiang Fan's proof of the answer, but they still couldn't determine if it was correct. In the end, they unanimously voted to submit the paper to the World Mathematical Organization to see if they could confirm whether Jiang Fan's solution was correct. Xiao, take a look at the reply. What are the reasons for inviting us to join the board of directors? Professor Wu asked. Xiao Xueqing then read the email and said, Teacher, it's because of the proof of the Riemann hypothesis that we sent them yesterday. So, Jiang Fan's answer is correct? Professor Wu said in shock. The email did not say whether Jiang Fan's answer was correct or not. It only said that his answer was fine and that he had considered everything very thoroughly. Professor Wu immediately understood their implied meaning and said with a smile, no problem means it's correct. I bet even top math experts can't be sure. But this Jiang Fan is really something. Professor Wu couldn't help but praise it. Teacher, the World Mathematics Organization also sent an invitation. What invitation? The World Mathematics Summit this October. Professor Wu became excited again. He knew very well that the World Mathematics Summit was about announcing the results of mathematical research over the years and how they could be applied to high-end technologies. The participants were all top mathematics experts on Earth, as well as representatives from some high-end technology companies. If the Dragon Kingdom could also participate, it would definitely reap considerable rewards. This is a big deal. Let's report it to the principal first. At the same time, a minivan drives out of the Chinese embassy located in the United States. There were 5 people in the car besides the driver, and the one in the lead was Zhang Yi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. There are also 2 experts from China who study magnetic materials. The middle-aged man's name is Zhao Guang, and he is a professor of magnetism and new magnetic materials at Tsinghua University. There was also an elderly man named Zhou Shichang, who was an academician of the National Institute of Magnetic Materials. The other 2 tall men were their bodyguards. Minister Zhang, this negotiation with the United States is likely to be a fierce battle. Zhou Shichang said that when he first started researching magnetic materials, China was still in its early stages. He had a lot of dealings with the United States, but each time he paid a heavy price to obtain some technologies that the United States had discarded. There's no other way. After all, China urgently needs these scientific and technological advancements to develop its technology. During this negotiation, the top leadership of China gave them a task: to purchase ITER magnet materials or technology from the United States, no matter what. Academician Zhou I suggest you prepare for a long negotiation process regarding this matter, said Zhang Yi from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Professor Zhao Guang, who was standing nearby, said, Minister Wang, the country is in a great hurry this time. They require that we purchase the ITER magnet or master the ITER magnet technology within 1.5 months. Half a month? That's difficult. Those Americans aren't as easy to talk to as you think. They're like insatiable gluttons, devouring people without spitting out the bones. In the car, Zhang Yi told Zhou Shichang and Zhao Guang about his experience dealing with the United States over the years, which helped them prepare themselves mentally. The car quickly arrived at the agreed-upon building. They took the elevator to the 58th floor. The receptionist was a woman in professional attire. When she saw that the people who came out of the elevator were from China, she looked at them with disdain. He said arrogantly, Is there anything I can help you with? We have an appointment with Mr. Marlowe Justin. Zhang Yi said. The receptionist rolled her eyes, then picked up the phone and dialed. Dear Mr. Justin, there are several Asians at the door who say they have made an appointment with you. Okay, I understand, Mr. Justin, the woman replied with a smile. After she hung up the phone, her smiling face immediately turned cold and stern. Mr. Justin is meeting with an important guest. You can wait there. Madam, we had an appointment with Mr. Justin at 10 o'clock, and it's almost time. Before Zhao Guang could finish speaking, the other party said impatiently, If you're going to wait, then stay there quietly. If not, please go back. Just as Zhao Guang was about to argue with her, Zhou Shichang pulled him back and said, Professor Zhao, let's wait a bit. They then went to a waiting area and sat down. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. Minister Zhang Yi glanced at the time, and his face immediately turned cold. He had never been treated like this when dealing with American government officials. He never expected that the owner of a tech company would be so untrustworthy and completely disregard them. So he stood up and said coldly to the receptionist, Could you please contact Mr. Justin again? Our agreed time has already passed by an hour. The woman at the front desk didn't even look up and said impatiently, I told you, you can wait if you want, or leave if you don't. Chapter 59, Valuable Value. At Lonka University in Manhwa, Jiang Fan had finished breakfast and was preparing to go to the laboratory that Professor Long had mentioned. Last night, he stayed up all night and took a look at the combat mechs and fighter jet blueprints that the system had rewarded him with. They discovered that the technology was far more advanced than what Earth currently possesses. He was so excited watching it that he couldn't keep up all night, but as excited as he was, he still couldn't develop it. Because the energy used by the combat mechs and fighter jets is entirely from controlled nuclear fusion miniature devices. However, the current tokamak device for controlled nuclear fusion is missing an important ITER magnet material. Only by solving this problem can the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion continue. Yesterday, Zhou Huai told him that the ITER magnet material had been reported to the government, and the government would negotiate with the United States to resolve this issue. I wonder how it is? Jiang Fan muttered to himself. His biggest concern right now is the ITER magnet material. Only after successfully developing controlled nuclear fusion can he then develop combat mechs and fighter jets. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fan, he had arrived at Elder Long's research lab. Because today is Jiang Fan's first day here, Elder Long arrived very early. Upon seeing Jiang Fan's arrival, Elder Long greeted him with a cheerful smile and patted him on the shoulder. Good lad, you've really made me proud, huh? Jiang Fan was somewhat bewildered when Elder Long suddenly praised him. Then I heard Elder Long say something. You're the first freshman to achieve a Grand Slam in the Long University of Science and Technology Traditional Challenge. Haha. Jiang Fan then understood and said modestly, Just luck. Luck is also a part of strength. It's clear that Elder Long is in a very good mood. He then clapped his hands and addressed his 3 assistants. Everyone come over here. Let me introduce you. Then 2 young men and 1 young woman walked over. When the girl saw Jiang Fan, she couldn't help but exclaim, Then everyone looked at her, and she quickly said, It's all right. It's all right. Elder Long didn't pay much attention to that and introduced them to the 3 of them. This is Jiang Fan, my new student. He will be working with you in our lab from now on to research the energy equipment of the mechs. The 3 looked at each other, a question forming in their minds. Didn't Elder Long never accept students? What was going on today? Hello, everyone. My name is Jiang Fan, and I'm a freshman this year. Please give me some pointers if I don't understand anything in the future. The girl then smiled at Jiang Fan and said, "Hello, my name is Xia Xiaoyu. I'm your senior sister." When Xia Xiaoyu spoke, she emphasized the word senior sister very much. She's Qiao Yifei's best friend. Yesterday, Qiao Yifei told her that she liked Jiang Fan and even asked her to find out where he lived. I didn't expect to run into him at the Research Institute today. If Qiao Yifei and Jiang Fan become boyfriend and girlfriend in the future, then Qiao Yifei will have to call her senior sister. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but giggle. "Hello, my name is Su Guangyuan. I am a senior majoring in materials science." "My name is Nyo Su. I'm a junior majoring in computer science." They introduced themselves to each other, which was considered a greeting. Then, Mr. Long introduced their laboratory to Jiang Fan. Their lab primarily studies the energy systems within mechs. Last night, Jiang Fan reviewed the combat mech blueprints that the system had rewarded him with, and now he has a general understanding of the mechs as a whole. The mech is divided into 10 systems, which are as follows: energy system, transmission system, skeleton system, armor system, weapon system, plug-in system, sensing system, central control system, life support system. Each system uses a different area of expertise, so the research on mechs is usually done by studying each system separately and then assembling them together to form a mech. Of course, these mech systems do not exist in isolation. They need to hold meetings from time to report on the development progress of each system, and then constantly adjust the development direction. Elder Long has made outstanding achievements in rocket fuel, so he is in charge of the energy system among the 10 major systems of the mecha. The system rewarded Jiang Fan with blueprints for combat mechs for the next 100 years, which utilize a small-scale controlled nuclear fusion device for their energy system. This is significantly different from the aluminum battery energy system that Elder Long is currently researching. However, China does not currently possess iter-magnet materials, so he is unable to develop a small-scale controlled nuclear fusion device for the time being. After giving Jiang Fan a fairly complete introduction, Elder Long left. He is currently the chief engineer for rocket fuel research and development in China. This project has reached a critical stage, so he has to be there to oversee it. He handed Jiang Fan over to Su Guangyuan, asking him to show Jiang Fan around the research lab environment first. But as soon as Elder Long left, Xia Xiaoyu enthusiastically came over and said to Jiang Fan, "Jiang Fan, let your senior sister show you around." After saying that, he introduced the current research progress to Jiang Fan. Seeing that someone was willing to show Jiang Fan around, Su Guangyuan didn't bother to introduce him. So he continued to study the materials used in the lithium batteries he had. Because Jiang Fan studied nanomaterials in his previous life and had some understanding of materials related to battery energy, he quickly became familiar with the research process. In the afternoon, I can cooperate with them to do some experiments and communicate. This surprised them all. They hadn't expected Jiang Fan to know so much. No wonder he was chosen by Elder Long to be his student. When it was time for lunch in the afternoon, Jiang Fan called Zhou Huai to ask about the iter-magnet materials. Zhou Huai told him that it wasn't sorted out yet. Given America's track record, it would probably be difficult and would take at least half a month. Hearing Zhou Huai say this, Jiang Fan had no choice but to calm down. It seemed that this matter could not be rushed. After hanging up the phone, he received a call from Dean Li of Lonka University. They said it was to fulfill the reward the principal had given him yesterday. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. He soon arrived at the laboratory that Dean Li had mentioned. This laboratory is in the building next to Professor Long's laboratory. Jiang Fan waited for Dean Li for a while, and soon he arrived with the keys. Upon opening the door, one finds a considerable amount of experimental equipment inside. Jiang Fan, this is a laboratory left behind by an old professor from Lonka Academy. If you need any more equipment or materials, just tell me, and I'll arrange for someone to buy them for you. Thank you, Dean Li. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he took out a pen and started writing something while leaning over a table. Dean Li was somewhat confused. After a while, Jiang Fan picked up the paper and handed it to him directly. Dean Li, could you please prepare these materials for me? Good. Dean Li agreed, but inwardly thought, you're really not being polite. He then glanced at the contents of the materials and equipment and was immediately shocked. These materials and equipment are quite expensive. He estimated they would cost at least 50 million. Chapter 60, Lead-Acid Batteries. The next day, after having breakfast, Jiang Fan went to Elder Long's laboratory. Soon after, Elder Long arrived. After a brief conversation with the group, he hurriedly left. After Elder Long left, Xia Xiaoyu said to Jiang Fan, "Jiang Fan, could you give Academician Long some advice and tell him to rest more and not overwork himself? After all, he's over 60 years old, and his health is the most important thing." "Okay, by the way, senior sister, why didn't you just tell the teacher directly?" Jiang Fan asked in confusion. "I wouldn't dare. Old Master Long has too fiery a temper." Previously, Xia Xiaoyu had said something to Elder Long that had nothing to do with the experiment, and Elder Long had given her a severe scolding. "The teacher seems quite kind," Jiang Fan said. "Hey, but different from us. You're Elder Long's student, so your status is different from ours. As the saying goes, even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs." "All right," Jiang Fan responded, looking at Xia Xiaoyu with lingering fear, and wondered to himself, is Elder Long really that scary? "You must take this matter seriously. Once I saw Academician Long doing an experiment, he was crouching on the ground, clutching his stomach for more than 10 minutes to recover." Xia Xiaoyu was actually most afraid that something might happen to Elder Long's health. If that happened, their research lab would probably have a hard time continuing. During her junior year, she worked as an assistant to an elderly professor at Long University of Science and Technology. It was because of the professor's health issues that the research in the laboratory was forced to stop. Fortunately, the old professor transferred her directly to Professor Long's class, but the other students were not so lucky. As a student, it's extremely difficult to find a research lab to do research. Although many teachers do some research projects and are willing to mentor their students, with more than 10,000 students in the whole school, where there's so many projects. Xia Xiaoyu was relieved after Jiang Fan agreed and gave her further instructions. Jiang Fan knew very well that behind every great achievement a researcher makes is the result of tireless, day and night research. Almost all researchers have some kind of health problem. The group then got to work. Their current research and development tasks are extremely heavy. The mech's energy system is the core system of the entire mech. All functions are driven by the energy system. The design of other mech systems must also be coordinated with the data of the energy system. Otherwise, even if you design a mech arm that can lift 1,000 kilograms, it may be useless if the power source cannot reach the required level. As the morning was drawing to a close, Jiang Fan called them over. "Junior, is there something you need?" Su Guangyuan asked. "Senior, I compiled a summary of battery energy yesterday. Let me take a look at the summary my junior made first." After Xia Xiaoyu finished speaking, she snatched the document from Jiang Fan's hand and started reading them. Jiang Fan didn't pay much attention to it. Based on his understanding of Blue Star's battery materials yesterday, he discovered that the technology on the parallel world Earth was much more advanced than that on Blue Star. Currently, the mainstream batteries on Earth are still lead-acid batteries. On Earth, lithium cobalt oxide 18,650 batteries, nickel metal hydride batteries, lithium iron phosphate batteries, ternary lithium batteries, etc. have been developed, with performance more than 3 times higher than lead-acid batteries. Seeing how ambitious Jiang Fan was, Su Guangyuan decided to listen to what Jiang Fan had to say and give him some guidance. "Junior Jiang Fan, could you tell me about what you've compiled?" Jiang Fan nodded and spoke to the 3 of them. Mech energy generally has the following requirements. First, endurance. Second, output power. And third, battery life. Currently, the main energy source for the mecha we are researching is lead-acid batteries. These batteries are stable and the technology is mature. But as a power source for mechs, I feel it's far from sufficient. Lead-acid batteries have a cycle life of around 300 times, with a maximum of 500 times. Moreover, they have poor endurance, insufficient power, and are also heavy. Su Guangyuan nodded, agreeing with Jiang Fan's summary. The analysis was spot on, and it pointed out the difficulties they needed to overcome. Their current main research focus is on how to improve the overall performance of lead-acid batteries. Jiang Fan continued, "Therefore, I feel that we need to change the direction of our research." "Change direction?" Xia Xiaoyu put down Jiang Fan's paper summary and said in surprise. "Yes." Jiang Fan glanced at her and said firmly, "Lead-acid batteries are mainly made of lead and its oxides, and the electrolyte is a sulfuric acid solution. His chemical reaction PbO2 plus 2H2, so 4 plus Pb. PbSO4 plus 2H2O plus PbSO4 discharge reaction, lead dioxide, sulfuric acid, sponge lead. The oxidation state of Pb and PbO2 decreases. With this battery structure, the performance ceiling is destined to be very low. There's no need to explore in depth. It's just a waste of time. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, the three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Su Guangyuan's impression of Jiang Fan immediately worsened. The research they are currently conducting is all based on the general direction given by Elder Long. Jiang Fan directly dismissed their research as a waste of time, which was tantamount to negating Elder Long. If Elder Long knew, I wonder what he would think of his disciple. Jiang Fan, you should know that lead-acid batteries are the best performing batteries on Blue Star, and the technology is very mature. I believe that it won't be long before our lab makes a breakthrough in lead-acid batteries. Xia Xiaoyu was the first to stand up and speak. Junior, we all support your diligence and eagerness to learn. But scientific research isn't what you think it is. Yes, it's fortunate that Elder Long isn't here. If he were to hear this, even if you were his student, you would still get a scolding. The three of them launched into a tirade against Jiang Fan. They all share the same opinion about Jiang Fan. He's young and arrogant. After they finished speaking, Jiang Fan continued slowly. For researchers, the research direction is very important. A wrong direction is destined to prevent any major breakthroughs. Su Guangyuan was displeased to see that Jiang Fan was stubborn and refused to see the truth. They were all juniors and seniors this year, and today they were being lectured by freshmen. So they said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, Jiang Fan, you say that our research on lead-acid batteries is a waste of time. Then tell us a correct research direction. Lithium iron phosphate power batteries. Lithium iron phosphate power batteries. The three were surprised. It was the first time they had ever heard of a battery made of this material. The performance of lithium iron phosphate power batteries is more than 3 times that of lead-acid batteries. Cycle life exceeds 2,000 cycles. Peak thermal temperature ranges from 350 degrees Celsius to 500 degrees Celsius. Wide operating temperature range, minus 20 degrees Celsius to plus 75 degrees Celsius. Jiang Fan began to explain the performance of lithium iron phosphate batteries to them. They listened in disbelief. It's worth noting that the performance of the lead-acid batteries they researched could only be improved by a maximum of 30%. Chapter 61, Adoration for My Girlfriend. Su Guangyuan and the other two paid no attention to what Jiang Fan said about lithium iron phosphate power batteries. Just take it as Jiang Fan bragging. For them, developing a battery made of a new type of material would be impossible without several years or even decades of effort. Besides, whether batteries made with this material could be successfully produced is another matter entirely. The fact that they listened patiently to Jiang Fan's introduction was already a sign of respect for him, considering he was Elder Long's student. Seeing Su Guangyuan's mocking expression, Jiang Fan knew that he did not believe what he said. Seeing that Xia Xiaoyu and Niu Su looked completely bewildered, they probably didn't understand the chemical reaction of lithium iron phosphate power batteries. It seems we'll have to wait until my teacher returns to discuss this plan. After lunch, Jiang Fan didn't go back to the lab, because researching lead-acid batteries would be a waste of time. He called Dean Li to inquire about his materials and equipment. Dean Li told him to prepare everything and send it over tomorrow. Jiang Fan called Zhou Huai again to inquire about the situation at the northern base. Research and development at the northern base is proceeding smoothly and everything is normal. Jiang Fan felt relieved and then inquired about the ITER magnet materials. Zhou Huai told him that the negotiations sent by the state were not going smoothly and that the U.S. was making things difficult for them at every turn. Zhou Huai said he would contact Jiang Fan as soon as there was any news about ITER magnet materials. Jiang Fan was also helpless. It was just a pity that the system did not tell him the research and development method of ITER magnet materials. Otherwise, there would be no need to go to the United States to beg them. The data on controlled nuclear fusion that Jiang Fan has compiled is enough for Zhou Huai and his team to work on for a month. Therefore, he is not in a hurry to organize the planned materials. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fan had nothing to do that afternoon. Just then, his WeChat notification rang. He saw that it was a message from his little wildcat. Little wildcat, Jiang Fan, what are you doing? He replied with a grin. Jiang Fan, Churuashi, I just finished eating. I'm free this afternoon, so I'll come find you. Little wildcat, I'm right here at the main gate of your school. Jiang Fan. Okay, wait for me. Jiang Fan put away his phone and walked toward the main gate. Thinking of Chu Ruashi's cute and lively appearance, Jiang Fan couldn't help but start running as he walked. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the main gate, panting heavily. They spotted the slender Chu Ruashi waiting expectantly at the main entrance. Upon spotting Jiang Fan, Chu Ruashi immediately flashed a lovely smile. Jiang Fan, Chu Ruashi called out, then skipped over to Jiang Fan's side. Chu Ruashi, why aren't you waiting for me in the shade? Jiang Fan said. Hee, I was afraid you wouldn't see me. Chu Ruashi said with a grin. By the way, why are you still calling me Chu Ruashi? I'm your girlfriend now. From now on, you can call me Ruashi or Xiaoxi. Jiang Fan thought for a while. Now that Chu Ruashi was his girlfriend, it seemed a bit too formal to call her classmate Chu Ruashi, so he tried to change his words. Ruashi. Although his voice was a little awkward, Chu Ruashi was still very satisfied with it. That's more like it. So he wrapped his arms around Jiang Fan's arm. It's late summer and early autumn now, and the weather is still quite hot, so their arms are all exposed. When Jiang Fan's arm touched Chu Ruashi's fair and soft arm, he immediately felt an electric shock. My heart started pounding wildly. His face flushed red. This was the first time he had ever had physical intimacy with a woman. Chu Ruashi noticed Jiang Fan's unusual behavior and asked, Jiang Fan, why is your face red? Jiang Fan's mouth was dry as he spoke. This isn't your first time being so close to a girl, is it? Chu Ruashi asked with a grin. Jiang Fan's mind went blank. He couldn't think of a good reason, so he could only nod honestly in the end. Chu Ruashi laughed even more happily and hugged Jiang Fan's arm even tighter. Jiang Fan, I haven't been to your school yet. Will you take me there? Yes, Ruashi. Jiang Fan still felt a little awkward when he called out to Ruashi, but it was much better than the first time he called her. Afterwards, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruashi entered the gate of Lonka University together. The campus environment of Long-Term University of Science and Technology cannot compare with that of Tsinghua University. Tsinghua University boasts the best campus environment of all universities in China. To be honest, Jiang Fan wasn't very familiar with the Lonka University campus, except for the first day when he wandered around by himself for a while. He spent the last 2 days in Professor Long's research room. The two of them wandered aimlessly around the campus. Along the way, Chu Ruashi excitedly told Jiang Fan about the things that had happened to her at Tsinghua University in the past 2 days. Jiang Fan also had a big smile on his face, responding from time to time. He really enjoyed Chu Ruashi's incessant chatter beside him. She seems to have boundless energy and never get tired. Jiang Fan, tell us about what happened at Lonka University these past 2 days. Jiang Fan thought for a moment and then said, exams, labs, and more. See you there. That's all. Chu Ruashi asked in confusion. She had been talking for almost 2 hours to finish recounting what had happened to her at Tsinghua University in the past 2 days, but Jiang Fan only said 9 words. Oh, Jiang Fan replied, but that's exactly what I did at Lonka University these past 3 days. Why are there exams when new students have just registered? It's a traditional challenge match from Lonka University. Jiang Fan explained. Oh, right. I heard from one of my roommates that she accompanied her friend to register that day and happened to watch the Long University of Science and Technology traditional challenge exam. They say a freshman achieved a perfect score, breaking the 30-year record of Longyuan University of Science and Technology. That's amazing. Jiang Fan echoed, feeling quite pleased with himself for seeing Chu Ruashi's admiring expression. Jiang Fan, how many challenge questions did you answer? I'd say there are 9. 9 paths, Chu Ruashi said in surprise. How many questions are there in your school's traditional challenge? 9 paths. That freshman, it wouldn't be you, would it? Chu Ruashi stared at Jiang Fan with her mouth agape in surprise. Jiang Fan nodded. It really is you. My boyfriend is amazing. Chu Ruashi was overjoyed. She had been envying others before, but it turned out that person was Jiang Fan. Chu Ruashi was as happy as a little white rabbit, and finally, she couldn't help but give Jiang Fan a light kiss on the cheek. This might seem like normal behavior between couples, but in Jiang Fan's heart, it was like a calm lake being disturbed by a small pebble, causing ripples that lingered for a long time. Meanwhile, Professor Long returned to the laboratory and discovered Jiang Fan's summary of battery materials, as well as the research plan for lithium iron phosphate power batteries. Chapter 62. Full Cooperation. Smack! When Elder Long finished reading, he slammed Jiang Fan's battery summary onto the lab table. The three of them, including Xia Xiaoyu, were so startled that their hearts skipped a beat at the same time. Xia Xiaoyu was immediately alarmed. Oh no, it's all my fault for being careless and forgetting to put away Jiang Fan's summary. Old Master Long is definitely going to be furious now. Su Guangyuan sneered inwardly. Let's see if you're still so smug. Just wait to be scolded by Elder Long. At this moment, Elder Long asked the three of them, "Where is Jiang Fan?" Xia Xiaoyu quickly explained, "He's a freshman. He has to start military training tomorrow. He probably has something to do. I'll call him right now." Then, Xia Xiaoyu quickly took out her phone and dialed Jiang Fan's number. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan and Chu Ruashi were sitting on the grass, drinking milk tea and chatting happily. Jiang Fan heard his phone ring and saw it was Xia Xiaoyu calling at this hour. It was probably about the research institute. As soon as he answered the call, Xia Xiaoyu's anxious voice came from the other end. "Jiang Fan, come to the research lab quickly. Academician Long is back looking for you." "Okay, I understand. I'll go back now." After 2 seconds, Xia Xiaoyu lowered her voice and said, "Academician Long's expression wasn't very good after reading your summary. When you come back, apologize sincerely." "Oh." After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He stood up and said to Chu Ruashi, "Oh, Ruashi, there are some things to do at the lab that I need to go to. Why don't you come to my place? I'll find you when I'm done." "All right, if you have something important to do, then go ahead and get on with it." Chu Ruashi replied that although she really hoped Jiang Fan could continue to stay with her, she also knew very well that it was not easy for a freshman to join a laboratory, so she could not hold her boyfriend back. Afterwards, Jiang Fan gave Chu Ruashi the key to his residence and left in a hurry. Chu Ruashi took the key and headed towards the teacher's apartment that Jiang Fan had mentioned. She didn't expect that Jiang Fan, a freshman, will be assigned a separate dormitory room. It seems that his previous invention of solar photovoltaic panel materials has made a significant contribution to the country. Chu Ruashi asked several classmates before she finally found the teacher's apartment. She opened the door to room 302 and went inside. The room in front of her immediately surprised her. The interior is decorated in a classic style, full of charm. The dining table, stools, sofa, and bookcase are all made of mahogany. This is definitely understated luxury. Chu Ruashi walked around the room and liked it very much. At the same time, she exclaimed in surprise, "This treatment is too good." Jiang Fan returned to Elder Long's laboratory. The atmosphere in the laboratory was very somber. Old Long was still looking at Jiang Fan's information, occasionally picking up a pen to write something. When Xia Xiaoyu saw Jiang Fan walk in, she quickly ran over and whispered the instructions. "Jiang Fan, be more polite when you apologize later. After all, Academician Long is your teacher, so he shouldn't get too angry." "Admit my mistake? Why should I admit my mistake?" Jiang Fan looked at Xia Xiaoyu with confusion. He didn't seem to have made any mistakes. Xia Xiaoyu was furious when she saw that Jiang Fan had no sense of understanding. "You're such a blockhead. You'd better watch yourself." Jiang Fan ignored Xia Xiaoyu and walked up to Elder Long. "Teacher, you wanted to see me." Only then did Elder Long put down his pen, raise his head, and ask, "Where did you go this afternoon?" "I'm with my girlfriend." As soon as Jiang Fan said those words, Xia Xiaoyu and the other two were petrified on the spot. He didn't come to the lab all afternoon. "You want to pick up girls?" And he said it with such confidence. They were truly terrified that Old Master Long would be so angry he'd suffer a serious illness, just as they were anticipating that Jiang Fan might have to pay the price for his actions. But Elder Long said with a kind expression, "You have a girlfriend now. That's great. When are you going to bring her over so I can meet her?" "She's at my place right now." Jiang Fan said. "Okay, take me meet him later." Old Master Long beamed with joy, leaving the three of them utterly bewildered. They all wondered if they were hallucinating. Was this really the same strict and hot-tempered Elder Long? Is there something you need from me, teacher?" Jiang Fan asked. Only then did Elder Long regain his composure and speak. "You wrote this." The idea of lithium iron phosphate power batteries is very novel. Could you explain to me how the positive and negative electrodes of lithium iron phosphate, LiFePO4, react? Negative electrode reaction. C6Li equals C6Li1 XXli plus, where C6Li represents lithium atoms intercalating into graphite to form a composite material. The positive electrode reaction is Li1X, MO2 plus Xli plus Xe equals LiMO2. Jiang Fan began to explain to Elder Long, who, like a student, would occasionally ask questions only to realize the meaning after Jiang Fan answered them. Su Guanyuan and the other two just stared at them blankly, their hearts filled with doubt. Jiang Fan criticized the lead-acid battery that Elder Long had researched as worthless, but Elder Long actually humbly asked Jiang Fan for advice. According to the plot, shouldn't Elder Long be furious and kick Jiang Fan out of the laboratory? Seeing Elder Long's expression, they also began to seriously consider whether the lithium iron phosphate power battery proposed by Jiang Fan was feasible. 2 hours later, Elder Long had learned almost everything. He believes that Jiang Fan's lithium iron phosphate power battery solution is very feasible. If the research is successful, Earth's battery energy will definitely reach a new level. Moreover, the problem of the mech's energy will also be solved. Jiang Fan, how long will it take you to develop a lithium iron phosphate power battery? Elder Long asked. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and said, conservatively speaking, it will take half a month. Half a month. Everyone in the lab was utterly shocked. A new type of battery material can be developed in just half a month. That's absolutely impossible. Just like when lead-acid batteries were first developed, it took Plant from Country F 5 years and countless failures to finally develop them. But Jiang Fan claimed that he could develop a lithium iron phosphate power battery in half a month. Even if Jiang Fan had the formula for lithium iron phosphate power batteries, it wouldn't be easy for him to successfully research them. A new type of battery material has been successfully developed, which normally takes at least 2 to 5 years. Jiang Fan, you really can figure out in half a month? Elder Long asked in astonishment. Yes. Jiang Fan nodded seriously. Old Master Long became somewhat excited. If someone else had said this, he certainly wouldn't have believed it. But Jiang Fan was the one who had researched controlled nuclear fusion. Such a genius. Even if Jiang Fan said he could research a spaceship, Elder Long would still believe it without a doubt. Then Elder Long addressed Su Guanyuan and the other two. The three of you, stop all your research and, for the next 2 weeks, fully cooperate with Jiang Fan. Chapter 63. Closed-door research. After Elder Long finished giving instructions, he asked Jiang Fan to list the materials needed for the experiment. Subsequently, Mr. Long sent the list to the relevant personnel. The materials must be delivered to the laboratory by 8 a.m. tomorrow. Then, Elder Long looked at Jiang Fan with obvious fondness. Jiang Fan, come on, take me to meet your girlfriend. Jiang Fan nodded, and he and Elder Long prepared to go out. At this moment, Su Guanyuan called out timidly. Academician Long, what should we do now? Because Elder Long had just told them to stop their current research and fully cooperate with Jiang Fan, they suddenly didn't know what to do next. Old Long said in an annoyed tone, go do what you're supposed to do. You don't need to work overtime tonight. After saying that, he went out with Jiang Fan. The three were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Su Guanyuan, has Academician Long been drugged by Jiang Fan? Our research was about to yield results. How can it be stopped so suddenly? Xiaoyu said. Sigh. The key point is that I feel that what Jiang Fan said about lithium iron phosphate power batteries is completely unreliable. Su Guanyuan said helplessly. We'll do whatever Elder Long tells us to do. Niosu said. All right. It's rare that I don't have to do research tonight. I'm going out to have some fun. Xiaoyu didn't care about anything else. Just like Niosu said, she would do whatever Elder Long told her to do. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly realized that Jiang Fan had said he had a girlfriend. Wow. Her best friend, Qiao Yifei, even asked her to inquire about Jiang Fan's situation. Then, she took out her phone and quickly called Qiao Yifei. On his way to Jiang Fan's residence, Elder Long also visited his own home. Afterwards, the two went to Jiang Fan's residence. Hearing the knock on the door, Chu Ruashi excitedly came out of the kitchen. She opened the door, and sure enough, Jiang Fan had returned, but an old man was standing next to him. She guessed that this must be the teacher Jiang Fan was talking about. Before Jiang Fan could introduce her, she smiled and said to Elder Long, "Hello, teacher. Please come in." Seeing that the little girl had such a cheerful personality and was also beautiful, Old Man Long said happily, "Okay." Afterwards, they went to the living room together, and Churuashi quickly washed some fruit for Old Master Long. "Teacher, have some fruit." "All right. By the way, little girl, what's your name?" Old Long asked. "My name is Churuashi, and I'm Jiang Fan's high school classmate." Churuashi introduced herself confidently. "Not bad. Jiang Fan, you're in for a treat." Old Long joked. Actually, the reason why Elder Long came over was to help Jiang Fan make a decision. He was really afraid that Jiang Fan would meet a girl with a bad personality, which would seriously affect his research in the future. However, it seems that Jiang Fan's girlfriend, Churuashi, is well-educated, polite, and has a cheerful personality, which is quite good. Now he could finally relax. After chatting with Elder Long for a while, Churuashi went to the kitchen to cook again. Looking at Jiang Fan and Churuashi, Elder Long felt that they were a couple living together. "Jiang Fan, I think Churuashi is a good girl. We can't let her down in the future. Do you understand?" "Yes, I know, teacher." Jiang Fan replied that ever since Churuashi got together with him, he had never thought about breaking up with her. During the meal, Churuashi looked apologetic. "Teacher, Jiang Fan, this is my first time cooking, and it might not taste very good." I'll try it." Old Master Long savored it carefully. "Not bad." Jiang Fan also took a bite. This was the first time he had eaten Churuashi's cooking, and to be honest, he was quite touched. "Ruashi, it's delicious." "Really?" Churuashi smiled broadly when she saw that Elder Long and Jiang Fan both said it was delicious. "So I tried it, and found that it really didn't taste very good." Seeing how much Elder Long and Jiang Fan enjoyed their meal, I was quite touched. The three of them had eaten. "I won't disturb your time together," as Elder Long jokingly remarked. Jiang Fan and Churuashi exchanged a glance, their faces involuntarily turning slightly red. "Jiang Fan, come with me for a moment." Jiang Fan and Elder Long went out of the room together and arrived at the classroom apartment building. After Elder Long looked around and saw that no one was around, he slowly said, "Jiang Fan, you must keep your previous research results a secret, even from your parents and girlfriend, understand?" "I know, teacher. This is all for your safety and theirs." Jiang Fan understood what Elder Long meant. As a researcher, especially when making significant breakthroughs, one's work would cause a sensation worldwide. This could easily attract the attention of hostile nations. Old Master Long gave a few more instructions and then took out a jade bracelet from his pocket. "Jiang Fan, as your teacher, this is the first time I've met Ruashi. This is a gift for her. Please give it to her." Jiang Fan glanced at the emerald green jade bracelet, which was obviously very valuable, and quickly refused. "Teacher, this is too precious." "Jiang Fan, this is a small token of my appreciation. To be honest, I'm here today to give you my opinion. Ruashi is a good girl. Cherish her in the future." Seeing that Elder Long was very serious, Jiang Fan did not refuse any longer and accepted it. "That's right, Old Long said with a smile. "You'll be in full charge of the research on lithium iron phosphate batteries for the time being. I'll be spending some time on another project, and I hope I can give my old man a pleasant surprise when I return." "Don't worry, teacher. I won't let you down." Jiang Fan watched Long Lao's departing figure, pondered for a while, and then returned to his residence. He handed the jade bracelet to Churuashi, who was overjoyed to see how beautiful it was. "Jiang Fan, this jade bracelet looks quite valuable. You should return it to your teacher." "I told the teacher, but he insisted on giving it to you. Just accept it." Churuashi looked at the emerald green jade bracelet, then put it away. Since military training starts tomorrow, Jiang Fan sent Churuashi back to Tsinghua University. The next morning, after having breakfast, the freshmen at Long University of Science and Technology put on camouflage uniforms and went to the playground to begin their first class of university military training. Jiang Fan arrived at the laboratory at 8 o'clock sharp. All the materials were ready. Soon after, Xia Xiaoyu, Su Guangyuan, and Niu Su arrived. Jiang Fan briefly explained their research division of labor. Then he addressed the three of them. "In the next 15 days, in order to develop lithium iron phosphate power batteries as soon as possible, we will enter a closed research mode." "Closed-door research?" the three exclaimed in surprise. Yes. What is closed-door research? Xiao Xiao, you asked. Eating, drinking, relieving oneself, and sleeping all take place in the laboratory. The three of them were stunned. Elder Long had already been harsh enough on them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fan turned out to be even more like a miser. Chapter 64, New Energy Vehicles. Just as Jiang Fan and Su Guangyuan were intensely researching lithium iron phosphate power batteries, Tesla, the world's #1 new energy vehicle manufacturer, held a press conference. The announcement claimed that they had successfully developed a Model 4 electric vehicle with a 30% improvement in battery performance. The Model 4 has a range of 425 kilometers and supports charging in as little as 3 hours. It accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 6 seconds, boasting powerful performance. Priced at 299,800 yuan, the news immediately attracted widespread attention from countries around the world. China is a major global market for new energy vehicles. After the press conference, Tesla, the American electric vehicle company, chose to hold a Model 4 auto show in Shanghai, China, as soon as possible. Many Chinese car owners who like new energy vehicles have been discussing the battery performance of the Tesla Model 4 online. Netizen 1. This Tesla Model 4 has a 30% improvement in battery performance, which is excellent. Plus, it looks incredibly cool. I love it, and am planning to buy one. Netizen 2. A new energy vehicle can go 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 6 seconds. That's incredibly powerful. I never imagined a new energy vehicle could deliver that feeling of being pushed back in your seat. Netizen 3. I feel that the most important thing about new energy vehicles is their range. The Tesla Model 4's range of 425 kilometers is quite attractive to me. Netizen 4. Electricity costs 20 cents per kilometer, and a single charge only costs 85 yuan. Compared to a gasoline car, it's much more economical. Worth buying. Netizen 5. Strongly boycott Tesla. Tesla is an American brand. I'll buy BYD instead. Support domestic brands. Netizen 6. Yes, we should support domestic products. Netizen 7. We also wanted to support domestic brands, but the key issue is that BYD's batteries aren't very powerful. Even though Tesla is a bit more expensive than BYD, I'll still choose Tesla. Netizen 8. Now that China has joined the WTO, what's the point of distinguishing between foreign and domestic brands? I'll just buy whoever's product is better. Netizen 9. Those who claim to support domestic products are just poor bastards. There are still people supporting this trashy BYD. They're brain dead. While netizens were hotly debating the issue, BYD headquarters also convened an emergency meeting of senior executives. In the conference room, Mr. Wang, the general manager of BYD, listened to the report from the head of the data analysis department with a worried look on his face. We analyzed data from 1 million car owners using automotive big data, and 67% said they liked the Tesla Model 4, with 31% saying they would buy it. Our BYD new energy vehicles account for 26.8% of the new energy vehicle market share in China. Tesla's Model 4 new energy vehicle has had a huge impact on our overall sales. We estimate that BYD's market share in the new energy vehicle market will drop too. The head of the analysis department glanced at General Manager Wang, whose face was grim and hesitated whether to continue. Mr. Wang glanced at him and said directly, "Explain." The head of the analysis department was also startled and said timidly, "Market share will drop to 9%. Smack. Mr. Wang slammed his fist on the table, pressing his hands firmly against it, his face flushed with anger. 9% market share? With a market share of 26.8%, they are barely able to survive. If their market share really drops to 9%, they will lose about 3 billion yuan every year and will definitely face bankruptcy." 2 minutes later, Mr. Wang calmed down, slowly sat down on a stool, and turned to ask the senior executive of the RD department, "Manager Gao, what progress has RD department made?" Now, he can only place his hopes on the research and development department. They can only solve the fundamental problem by developing batteries with superior performance. But Manager Gao from the RD department said, with a somewhat disappointed tone, "Not yet." Mr. Wang already knew the answer before he asked the question. Improving battery performance is not something that can be achieved overnight. Before Tesla improves its batteries, the battery technology levels of new energy vehicles are all about the same, so BYD still has the ability to compete with Tesla in the market. Now, Tesla has improved battery performance by a full 30%. Such a huge gap means they have absolutely no competitive advantage. Mr. Wang looked up at all the senior executives present and then said, "Let's discuss how our BYD group should face this competition." At this moment, the marketing manager pondered for a moment and said to General Manager Wang, "Mr. Wang, we feel that if we lower the market price by 10%, we should still be able to capture some market share." After hearing this, the budget department immediately stood up and said, "Lowering the market price by 10% would reduce our profits by 33%. Currently, we break even every year. If we adjust the price, we will go into a loss-making situation, which is tantamount to slow suicide. Slow suicide is better than losing market share. At least we can survive. As long as the R&D department develops a new type of battery, it will solve our group's problems." I disagree with lowering prices. It would make consumers think that BYD only manufactures inferior new energy vehicles, which would seriously damage our reputation. Mr. Wang frowned. Lowering prices could indeed give their group a chance to breathe, but it was not a long-term solution, just as everyone was debating whether to lower the price. At this moment, the R&D manager said weakly, "Mr. Wang, new energy vehicles are currently a project strongly supported by the government, and our BYD group is the largest new energy vehicle company in China. Could we request the government's assistance?" The moment these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone suddenly realized, yes, they have countries backing them. At this moment, Mr. Wang also thought of one of his high school classmates. He is currently conducting materials research at Longyang University of Technology, and he may know some professors and experts who are involved in battery research. After making up his mind, Mr. Wang addressed everyone. "External Relations Manager, could you contact the relevant national departments and report this issue to them? Market prices will remain unchanged for the time being. Research and Development Department, increase funding and develop a new type of battery in a short period of time. Other departments, proceed according to plan and perform your respective duties. I believe that our BYD group can overcome this crisis. Besides, we have our motherland behind us." Mr. Wang's words instantly ignited everyone's hope. After the meeting ended, Mr. Wang took out his phone and contacted his high school classmate from Lonka University. Professor Long's laboratory at Lonka University. Jiang Fan and his team carried out the experiment in an orderly manner. This is already the 8th day of their research. Xia Xiaoyu put the last portion of ferric phosphate material into the container. She stretched wearily. "Phew, it's almost done." Chapter 65. Ideals and Reality. Jiang Fanjian has finally finished studying the lithium iron phosphate power battery sample. They breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was experimentation. As long as the experiments went smoothly, their research would be considered a success. "Senior Nyo Su, is there a problem with the computer's calculation of the lithium iron phosphate data?" "No, everything is normal," Nyo Su replied. "Okay, let's begin the experiment with lithium iron phosphate batteries now." Xia Xiaoyu slumped on the stool, and, upon hearing Jiang Fan say that the experiment was to be conducted immediately, pretended to be angry and said, "Junior brother Jiang Fan, can't you show some chivalry to a woman like her? Scientific research knows no gender distinctions. You forgot, that's what you said." Jiang Fan replied, "When Academician Long returns, I'm going to sue you," Xia Xiaoyu said indignantly, but then stood up abruptly. She was also very curious about their research results. Su Guangyuan then brought over the power supply and completed the preparations. He firmly believed that the lithium iron phosphate power battery that Jiang Fan mentioned was simply impossible to develop. He was just waiting for Jiang Fan to make a mess of things for a couple of days, only to be slapped in the face by reality, so he could laugh at him. Over the past few days, he found that Jiang Fan's research spirit deeply moved him. During their research, they encountered countless failures, but Jiang Fan never gave up. After each failure, he immediately threw himself into the next experiment. Under Jiang Fan's guidance, they gradually overcame each obstacle. Today, they actually managed to develop a sample of lithium iron phosphate power battery, although it is unknown whether it will be successful. But only Jiang Fan could go from theory to implementation in just 8 days. After Jiang Fan checked the lithium iron phosphate power battery sample again and found no problems, He said to Su Guangyuan, "Senior, turn on the power." Upon hearing Jiang Fan's order, Su Guangyuan immediately switched on the 220V power supply. "Senior Nyo Su, please report on the data changes." Voltage 260 pietf. Current 0.5 C. Temperature 45 degrees. Energy storage speed 86 milliamperes per second. Nyosu reported the data of the lithium iron phosphate battery after power on, and Jiang Fan made notes. Half an hour later, Nyosu said, 100% battery stored. Okay, cut off the power. Su Guangyuan turned off the power and then took out his instruments to begin testing the lithium iron phosphate power battery samples. Everything is normal. Senior Xiaoyu, start connecting the discharge device. Pay attention to the changes in the device data. If any abnormality occurs, disconnect the device immediately. Good. Xiaoyu nodded with a serious expression. Although she was usually a bit of a joker, she wouldn't dare to joke about experiments when it mattered. As she turned on the discharge device, the values on it began to change, but they remained within the range, and there was nothing unusual. The discharge equipment stopped working 5 minutes later. Xiaoyu reported the data. Nyosu imported this data into the computer and then ran the comparison to check for any errors in the data. If no errors occur, it proves that their research on lithium iron phosphate power batteries has achieved initial success. This data result will take about half an hour to process. These days they've been researching day and night, with Su Guangyuan and the other two only sleeping an average of 4 hours a day. Jiang Fan went even further, sometimes going 2 days and 2 nights without sleeping. However, thanks to the supplements for staying up late, Jiang Fan, despite being very tired these days, is in the best condition among the 4 of them. Jiang Fan looked at the dark circles under the eyes and the tired bodies of the other 3. He then spoke to them. You guys go and rest for a bit. I'll keep an eye on things. They have been conducting closed-door research these days, and a few makeshift beds have been temporarily placed in a laboratory for them to rest whenever they need to. We'll know the results of our research soon. Who would want to sleep then? Xiaoyu said irritably. She now has a lot of complaints about Jiang Fan, this skinflint, because of his closed-off research. During those 8 days, she washed her face only a limited number of times, let alone took a bath. She feels like she's about to stink. That's not all. What's even more infuriating is that every time she felt she had just lain down, Jiang Fan would pull her up and continue doing research. Despite her anger, she was still very much looking forward to seeing their research results. Su Guangyuan and Nyo Su also said they would wait for the results together. During the half hour that everyone was waiting, the tension that had been building up over the past few days finally eased. They were all chatting and laughing, joking around. Junior Jiang Fan, do you think there will be a reward if we really develop a lithium iron phosphate power battery? Yes, I do, Jiang Fan replied. If they really develop lithium iron phosphate power batteries, it would be equivalent to upgrading the batteries on Earth by more than 1 level. The government will definitely give them a lot of rewards. When Jiang Fan achieved stable nuclear fusion in 118 seconds, the country awarded him 5 million yuan. Although the lithium iron phosphate power battery project is not as important as the controlled nuclear fusion project, its commercial value is enormous. This includes many fields such as energy storage equipment, power tools, electric vehicles, new energy vehicles, equipment, and mobile power supplies. All sectors combined are worth at least trillions. A bonus? That's great. I've been wanting to buy a computer for ages. How much does a computer cost? Can't we have some standards? Xiaoyu said. Not expensive. Just over 40,000, Nyo Su said. Wow, that's so expensive. Aren't computers usually around 2,000 yuan? Xiaoyu exclaimed. You girls don't understand, just like we don't understand your lipsticks. Su Guangyuan said. By the way, Su Guangyuan, what are you planning to do with your bonus? I want to buy an aircraft carrier model. That's boring. If I got a bonus, I'd buy everything from the first floor to the top floor of the mall. Clothes, shoes, cosmetics, lipsticks, perfumes, bags. Senior, may I ask a question? How much does all this stuff cost? Jiang Fan asked. How would I know? I've never tried it. Xiaoyu was just indulging in some casual banter when Jiang Fan ruthlessly dragged her back to reality. Then she smiled and said to Jiang Fan, Chief Engineer Jiang Fan, if our research is successful, how much bonus do you think we can get? Jiang Fan held up one finger before he could even speak. Beep beep. The computer beeped twice. That was the signal that the data results were coming out. He quickly turned around to check, and the other three also stopped smiling and surrounded him with tense expressions. Jiang Fan started reading seriously. There are no problems with the preceding data. He scrolled down with the mouse, and suddenly a string of red numbers caught his eye. His heart skipped a beat. He knew their research had failed. There's a problem with the data. The other three also saw the string of red data. Their faces immediately fell in disappointment. Although they understood that the chances of succeeding on the first try were very low, they still held on to hope that they could create a miracle. Unfortunately, ideals are often grand, but reality is often harsh. Chapter 66. I'm willing to offer 1 billion to persuade him to come out of retirement. Jiang Fan stared at the red numbers displayed on the computer screen, pondering them repeatedly and reviewing the formulas, principles, and data several times. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any problems, right? He then retrieved all the data. He then had Su Guangyuan disassemble the lithium iron phosphate power battery. Start checking each problem one by one to find the source of the issue. Lithium iron phosphate power batteries consist of 4 core materials: positive electrode material, negative electrode material, electrolyte, and separator. Senior Xiaoyu, you're in charge of testing the cathode material. Here's the data. Senior Guangyuan, you're in charge of testing the anode materials. Senior Niu Su, you'll be in charge of the entire lithium iron phosphate power battery data analysis. Jiang Fan is in charge of electrolyte testing. An hour later, Xia Xiaoyu was the first to finish the test. Junior Jiang Fan, there's no problem with the cathode material of the lithium iron phosphate power battery. It matches the data you provided before the experiment. Su Guangyuan then completed the testing with the instrument. Junior brother Jiang Fan, I'm fine too. After Jiang Fan finished testing the electrolyte of the lithium iron phosphate power battery, he found that the data was consistent with his previous expectations. The only thing that isn't being tested right now is the battery separator. If a problem is detected, they can address it and resolve it. I'm afraid we won't be able to find a problem. That would be a real problem. Then, Jiang Fan and the other two began to test the battery separator together. Jiang Fan designed a porous polymer membrane for the separator of lithium iron phosphate power batteries. It refers to a lithium iron phosphate battery separator with uniform pore distribution prepared by various methods, such as mechanical methods, thermally induced phase separation methods, and immersion precipitation methods. Another hour passed, and Jiang Fan and his team still hadn't detected anything unusual about the porous polymer membrane. As expected, the worst-case scenario has occurred. While the three of them were still confused, Niusu had already compared all the data and found the problem. Junior Jiang Fan, the data anomaly has been detected. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan was immediately excited and quickly said, Senior, what's the problem? Look, the abnormal data originates from the battery's separator. We've already tested the battery separator, and there are no problems, Su Guangyuan said. After thinking for a moment, Xia Xiaoyu said, Do you think it's possible that we made a mistake in using porous polymer membranes from the beginning? After hearing this, Jiang Fan fell into thought, realizing that such a possibility was indeed possible. After all, his understanding of lithium iron phosphate batteries was based solely on his technological understanding from his previous life on Earth. Moreover, his previous research focused on nanomaterials. Although he had some experience with batteries, they were not his main research area. Jiang Fan then remembered that there was another type of material for battery separators, an inorganic composite membrane. It is a lithium iron phosphate battery separator made by combining inorganic nanoparticles and high polymers. The technical challenge of this membrane lies in the nanoparticles, but for someone who previously focused on nanotechnology, this challenge was not an issue. Junior Jiang Fan, the data shows there's a problem with the battery separator, but we can't detect it. What should we do? Xia Xiaoyu asked. If we change the battery separator, that should solve the problem. Jiang Fan said, Change the battery separator? Su Guangyuan said in surprise. Every technology in the battery is extremely difficult to develop. Replacing the battery separator requires no technical understanding and relies entirely on trial and error. It would take at least 6 months. Junior brother Jiang Fan, changing the battery separator sounds easy, but it's not that simple in practice. Jiang Fan knew what difficulties Su Guangyuan was talking about. Give me 2 hours, and I'll produce the technical principles and data. Jiang Fan said calmly. Su Guangyuan burst out laughing. Jiang Fan said he could figure out a new technical principle in just 2 hours. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Even if Master Long were here, he wouldn't dare say he could make it in 2 hours when faced with a new technology. Junior brother Jiang Fan, I feel that we should conduct more in-depth research on porous polymer membranes. Perhaps that will reveal the root of the problem. Xia Xiaoyu said that, to be honest, she didn't quite believe that Jiang Fan could develop a new type of diaphragm in such a short period of time. If we can't figure out, it will waste a lot of time and energy. If that's the case, then they might as well just research existing membrane technology directly. The success rate would be much higher that way. Seeing that Su Guangyuan and Xia Xiaoyu lacked confidence in him, Jiang Fan said to them, Seniors, give me 2 hours. If I can't figure out the formula and principle for the new membrane material, we can work together to study the existing membrane technology. Since Jiang Fan had already said that, Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guangyuan couldn't say anything more. After all, when Elder Long left, he instructed that Jiang Fan was in charge of researching lithium iron phosphate power batteries. If they have any objections, they must obey Jiang Fan's opinion. After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he immersed himself in the formula and principle of inorganic composite membranes. Xia Xiaoyu looked at the serious Jiang Fan and was somewhat hopeful that he could figure it out. This way they can solve the diaphragm problem. What are you two spacing out for? While Junior Jiang Fan is working on the new material, let's take a break. Otherwise, once the formula and principle for the new material are figured out, we'll be busy again. Xiaoyu, you don't really think Jiang Fan can figure it out, do you? Why don't you believe it? He could develop a research plan for lithium iron phosphate power batteries. So what's a small battery separator material compared to that? Xia Xiaoyu spoke lightly, but she knew in her heart that truly figuring it out was no easy task. In any case, she had been working for 18 hours straight and was now extremely tired. While her junior, Jiang Fan, was busy with his miserly ways, the wisest choice for her was to get a good night's sleep. Su Guangyuan and Niu Su saw Xia Xiaoyu lying asleep on the makeshift bed. They looked at Jiang Fan again and decided to rest for a while as well. Inside a private room in the cafeteria of Longyan University of Science and Technology, 2 middle-aged men were chatting and laughing as they reminisced about their high school days. One of them is Professor Wan, who majors in material science at Longyan University. One is Wang Chuanfu, the boss of BYD. After a few drinks, Wang Chuanfu spoke in a meaningful tone. Old classmate, to be honest, I've come to you this time because I've encountered a problem I can't solve. Chuanfu, you're the boss of a big company. Is there anything you can't handle? This is no ordinary event. Tesla announced a 30% performance improvement in its batteries. Have you heard? I've heard about it. I came here specifically for this matter, our BYD new energy vehicle company. Wang Chuanfu explained the situation to Professor Wan and stated the purpose of his meeting with him. Professor Wan was surprised to hear that the matter was so serious. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Professor Long from Longyan University, who was researching mecha energy batteries. He wondered if he had made any breakthroughs. Chuanfu, our school actually has an academician researching batteries. Really, that's great. If he can solve the battery problem, I'm willing to offer 1 billion to bring him back. Chapter 67. Auto Show. Professor Wan immediately called Elder Long, but the other party did not answer. At that moment, Mr. Long was at the National Space Base conducting research on rocket fuel. I'm so busy every day that I often don't have my phone with me. Professor Wan made several more calls, but no one answered. He knew that Elder Long must be doing research. He called the principal again and finally learned that academician Long had gone out to work on a research project. Moreover, this project has reached a critical stage, and it will definitely take at least 10 days to half a month for me to return. Wang Chuanfu was immediately disappointed upon hearing the news. Tesla is now aggressively seizing market share in China, and they have no time to wait. Old classmate, does your Longtech University have any other experts and professors researching batteries? Professor Wan thought for a moment and said, there really isn't one at the moment. Battery technology is now relatively mature, making breakthroughs difficult. Therefore, many experts and professors are willing to research new scientific research projects, which are relatively easier to achieve results. In the end, Wang Chuanfu had no choice but to return to the BYD group headquarters. Upon returning, He consulted with the head of the External Relations Department to inquire about the communication and exchanges with relevant national departments. Mr. Wang, they said they would give us a reply in the next couple of days, and asked us to wait patiently. Okay, got it. What's the news from Tesla? They will hold the Model 4 New Energy Vehicle exhibition in Shanghai as scheduled tomorrow. This made Wang Chuanfu feel even more that the situation was urgent and pressing. Call manager Gao over. I need to speak with him. Wang Chuanfu instructed. Okowo. 5 minutes later, Gao Junliang, the manager of the RD department, arrived at the boss's office. Manager Gao, please arrange for 2 senior RD personnel to accompany me to Shanghai. After Wang Chuanfu finished explaining everything, Gao Junliang immediately went to take care of it. 9 o'clock the next day, Shanghai National Convention and Exhibition Center. The place was bustling with people, and colorful flags were fluttering in the breeze. All of these people are here to attend the Tesla Model 4 New Energy Vehicle exhibition. The entire venue is 100,000 square meters and contains 10 Tesla Model 4 electric vehicles in black, white, and blue. Under the dazzling lights, the Tesla Model 4 electric vehicle looked incredibly cool. Moreover, next to each Model 4 electric vehicle stands a top-notch car model. The first car model had bright white teeth, skin like porcelain, a curvaceous figure, a slender waist, and long legs. Her revealing attire stirred the imagination. The second car model had eyes as clear as crystals submerged in water, with slightly upturned corners that gave her a charming look. Her pure pupils and alluring eye shape blended together in a wonderful way to create an extremely beautiful style, while her full red lips exuded seductive desire. There were 10 car models in total, and they changed poses from time to time. They attracted many people attending the auto show to take photos. Among the crowd attending the auto show, there was a greasy middle-aged man with a pot belly, staring at a car model wearing hot pants and a vest, his mouth practically watering. After watching for a while, he didn't forget to whisper and discuss with his companion, and then let out a lewd laugh. At that moment, four people walked past them without even glancing at the sexy car model. They were Wang Chuanfu and his group. Mr. Wang, there aren't many people here. Gao Junyang from the RD department said. Okay, let's line up here. Tesla also arranged a hands-on experience session today, but registration and verification of funds were required. Only those with over 1 million in their bank account have the opportunity to experience 5 minutes. Tesla's arrangement is actually targeting these wealthy Chinese people. After Gao Juliang's funds were verified, he received a number. There were 6 people ahead of him, and he would have to wait for half an hour. However, they were not in a hurry. Then Wang Chuanfu said to the 2 technicians beside him, "Did you bring all your computer equipment?" The 2 senior RD personnel nodded. Whether they came to see the auto show or not, another mission they had was to see if they could obtain some information about the Tesla Model 4 battery. The queue for experiencing the Model 4 electric vehicle is incredibly long. However, the staff told them that only 2 people could enter at a time. Wang Chuanfu had no choice but to send Gao Junliang in with a senior RD staff member. Gao Junliang and his group arrived at the Model 4 electric vehicle, where staff began explaining its performance and advantages to them. Gao Junliang had the senior RD staff member sit in the driver's seat. Then he asked the staff about the trunk of the car, successfully diverting their attention. The senior RD staff member quickly fumbled for the main controller above the accelerator pedal. But after searching for a long time, I still couldn't find it. His plan was simple. Find the car's main controller, connect it to his computer, read the data from the car's battery, and then take it back to conduct research. A few minutes later, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead from his anxiety, but he still couldn't find the main controller. Then, he saw manager Gao and the staff member walking over through the rearview mirror, and he quickly sat up straight. Gao Junliang came forward and exchanged a glance with him. Seeing him shake his head slightly, he knew that the mission had failed. Seeing their expressions, Wang Chuanfu knew that they had not succeeded. The chances were already extremely slim. Let's go, Wang Chuanfu said. Since this method didn't work, he had to try another one. The 4 then walked out of the auto show venue. At the auto show, Tesla, the organizer, invited a number of media outlets to conduct publicity and reporting. They even invited Vaya, a top influencer in the live streaming industry, to do a live online pre-sale. Today, Vaya wore a purple deep V dress, which made her look particularly dignified and elegant. She was introducing the Model 4 electric vehicle in front of the camera. The number of viewers in the live stream has reached 5 million. Dear family members, let's take a look at the exterior of this Model 4 new energy vehicle. The lines are particularly smooth, just like a beautiful woman with an S-curve. Many men compare their cars to their wives, and this car's design is definitely that of a top-tier wife. Vaya continued her introduction in a very engaging manner. The live stream was incredibly lively with 5 million viewers. Audience 1. These lines would definitely feel amazing to touch, and driving them would be incredibly exciting. Huh. Audience member 2. Upstairs, are you sure you're talking about a car? Audience member 3. The exterior looks good. I'd give it an 80 out of 100, but I value the car's performance more. Viewer 4. Yes, host, please introduce the performance. When looking for a wife, inner qualities are more important. Seeing that the audience was quite satisfied with the car's appearance, Vaya then began to introduce its performance. Family members, the performance of this car absolutely crushes all other new energy vehicles on the market. A full charge provides a range of up to 425 kilometers, and it also supports fast charging, fully charging in 3 hours. It truly delivers on its promise of 140 kilometers of range with just 1 hour of charging. And family members, have you ever experienced the acceleration of a new energy vehicle? This Tesla Model 4 will definitely give you an unprecedented thrill. Chapter 68. Pre-sale. Tesla's pre-sales in China are incredibly popular. In just 3 days since Vaya officially launched the online pre-sale via livestream, pre-orders for Tesla Model 4 electric vehicles through the livestream and official website have reached 50,000 units. The original price was 299,800 yuan, but the pre-sale price was reduced to 289,800 yuan. With 50,000 units sold, the total sales revenue would be 14.49 billion yuan. Customers who pre-order a Tesla Model 4 are required to pay a deposit of 10,000 yuan. In just 3 days, Tesla collected 500 million yuan in deposits alone. Tesla headquarters is very satisfied with the pre-sales in China. In just 3 days, they believe that at least 150,000 Model 4s will be sold in China. In other words, the sales of the Model 4 alone in China can reach 43.47 billion yuan, with a profit of around 20 billion yuan. Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters is located in Shanghai. The Asia-Pacific Regional General Manager is a handsome Chinese man named Mark Albert, whom everyone habitually calls Mark. Mark was sitting in the Asia-Pacific General Manager's office. He had his feet propped up on the desk, leaned back in his executive chair, and held a brown cigar in his hand. With his eyes half closed, he slowly exhaled smoke from his mouth, clearly enjoying himself. In just 3 days, he earned 20 billion for the company, completing his annual performance target ahead of schedule. Moreover, the headquarters boss promised him an additional personal bonus of 50 million and a team bonus of 10 million. Moreover, a year later, he will be promoted to the position of Deputy General Manager of the headquarters, making him second only to the leader and above thousands of others. Mark couldn't be happier than he was with his promotion and raise. Bang bang. Just then, someone knocked on his office door. Mark remained in the same position and called out towards the door. Enter. Then, a female secretary dressed in a sexy business suit walked in. Boss, all the senior executives have arrived. Okay. Mark answered casually, but he didn't get up. Instead, he took a deep drag on a cigar. He then glanced at the beautiful female secretary, blew the cigarette from his mouth on her chest, and the smoke went into her clothes through her collar. Cough, cough. The female secretary choked and started coughing. Mark smiled knowingly. He then got up from his seat and, as he passed by the female secretary, grabbed her plump buttocks hard with his large hand. Woolen cloth. The female secretary let out a soft moan, biting her red lips tightly, lowered her head, and her face involuntarily turned red. Mark's primal instincts were instantly aroused as he looked at the stunning beauty. He wrapped his arms around the female secretary's waist and pressed himself against her, just as his large hand was about to stroke downwards. The female secretary said in a sweet voice, "Boss, no. Everyone's waiting for you to start the meeting." Seeing that his female secretary had broken free from him and regained some of her composure, Mark then said to her, "I'll deal with you when I get back. Little darling, hee hee." Mark grinned lewdly as he left the office. The female secretary behind her finally calmed down, straightened her clothes, sighed helplessly, and left. Meeting room. Mark sat in the general manager's seat, listening to the executives below discuss the matter. This time we have captured 85% of the new energy vehicle market in China. With such a market share, it can be said that Tesla is the only dominant player. Moreover, our main competitor, BYD, is probably in trouble this time. Once we take down the BYD group, the other smaller companies are simply not worth mentioning. When we dominate the new energy vehicle industry in China, we can set the prices however we want. These executives were all brought by Mark from the United States. They were his close associates. They were each responsible for important positions in the company. The Asia-Pacific headquarters has a total of 280 staff members, 92% of whom are from China. But they can only take on hard and tiring jobs. Mark waited until everyone had finished speaking before he slowly spoke. We've achieved such great results this time, and headquarters has given us a 10 million yuan bonus. We hope everyone will continue to work hard. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard about the 1,000 prize and gave Mark a warm round of applause. Mark thoroughly enjoyed the feeling, then waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. We currently have 50,000 orders on hand, and within the next month, those orders will increase to 150,000 vehicles. Expanding the production line is now an urgent matter. Jesse, you're in charge of production. Are there any problems? Jesse smiled and said, "No problem. It's just a matter of expanding the production line and adding equipment. One word from me, and the new energy vehicle manufacturers we cooperate with will happily take care of it. And with such a large quantity this time, we can squeeze them even more. As long as these lowly people don't starve, that's fine, huh?" Jesse is right. We're going to exploit the labor of the Chinese people and then make money off the rich in China. We could just lie there comfortably and talk about money. What pathetic people of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone burst into laughter. As soon as Mark stepped out of the meeting room after the meeting ended, the secretary came up to him and said, "Boss, someone claiming to be the owner of the BYD group wants to see you." "The BYD boss wants to see me? Interesting. Where is he?" Mark said jokingly. "Wait at the front desk," the secretary said. Let him come to the reception room." "Ugh." The female secretary then went to the front desk. At this moment, BYD's boss, Wang Chuanfu, was holding a briefcase, looking serious and somewhat anxious. He had been waiting here for almost half an hour. 2 days ago, the government gave a reply stating that no researchers at the National Research Institutes have developed a new type of battery. Moreover, although his high school classmates recommended 2 battery experts to him, it would take too long to conduct research again. I reckon their group will go bankrupt before they even figure it out. Regarding Tesla's pre-sales, 50,000 new energy vehicles were pre-sold in 3 days, totaling 14.49 billion yuan, which is equivalent to the group's annual sales revenue. If he doesn't take action soon, Tesla will probably dominate the entire market. "Hello. Our boss would like you to come to the reception room." A woman's voice interrupted Wang Chuanfu's thoughts. When he heard that the other person said the boss wanted to see him, his face finally relaxed a little. Led by his secretary, Wang Chuanfu arrived at the reception room. Mark was already inside waiting for him. After Wang Chuanfu entered the reception room, before his secretary could introduce him, he hurriedly went up to Mark and said, "Hello, Mr. Mark. It's an honor to meet you." After Wang Chuanfu finished speaking, he extended his right hand to shake hands with him. Mark remained seated on the stool, neither standing up nor offering to shake hands. Instead, he said with disdain, "Please sit down." Chapter 69, Arrogance. Tesla Asia Pacific Headquarters Reception Room. 2 men were sitting there at the moment. One had a Western face and a relaxed, nonchalant expression. Sitting opposite him was a Chinese man with a solemn expression, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. Neither of them spoke. 5 minutes later, the Western-looking man said with a smile, "How about it, Mr. Wang? The terms I offered are pretty good, right?" Wang Chuanfu clenched his fists in anger, glared at Mark, and said in a trembling voice, "Ew, you're taking advantage of our misfortune, trying to drive our BYD group to the brink of ruin." "You can't say that. At the very least, Mr. Wang can walk away unscathed and get 1 billion yuan in retirement funds." Mark said sarcastically, 1 billion? You think you can acquire our BYD group for 1 billion? Our market value is at least 40 billion. Wang Chuanfu shouted. That was before. Try dragging it out for another 6 months, and your company will probably be in debt. Wang Chuanfu fell into deep thought, given the current momentum. Indeed, their company has had no business for 6 months, and their debt will be at least 1 billion yuan. The longer it drags on, the higher the debt will go. He originally came today to negotiate with Mark, the head of Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters, hoping to purchase batteries from them. Although the chances of success were slim, he still wanted to give it a try. Only those batteries with the same performance as Tesla's will be able to gain a certain market share. Even though Wang Chuanfu offered a high price to buy the batteries, Mark still refused outright. Wang Chuanfu then came up with another model for cooperation with them. Tesla provides the batteries, BYD provides all the components for their new energy vehicles, and in the end, BYD gives Tesla 30% of the profits. However, Mark rejected his request. In the end, Wang Chuanfu increased the profit margin to 60%, but Mark remained unmoved. Moreover, he proposed to acquire their company. Wang Chuanfu knew very well that after Tesla acquired their brand, they would not vigorously expand BYD's business. They would only control the brand and let it die out. Once BYD disappears, no new energy vehicle company in China will be able to compete with Tesla. The consequence of a monopoly is that they can arbitrarily control prices to make more money from China. Seeing that Wang Chuanfu remained silent, Mark spoke lightly. Since Mr. Wang hasn't figured it out yet, let's leave it at that for today. I believe we'll meet again in less than a month. After Mark finished speaking, he got up and left. Only Wang Chuanfu remained. What? Wang Chuanfu sighed. Thinking of Mark's arrogant face, he really wanted to slap him twice. Damn it, you're standing on the land of the Dragon Kingdom now. You still want to ride on our heads and act like tyrants. Once I get past this hurdle, I'll beat you foreigners to a pulp and rub you into the ground. Ha! Although Wang Chuanfu was cursing inwardly, this hurdle was truly difficult to overcome, unless their company's R&D department can develop a battery with superior performance. However, despite having so many researchers in the country, no breakthrough has been made in battery technology. With more than a dozen researchers in their group, how easy is that? After leaving Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters office building, Wang Chuanfu walked helplessly toward the hotel. Long Kada Long's research lab. Jiang Fan and his team have been conducting closed-door research for 13 days. At this moment, there are 4 finished lithium iron phosphate power batteries on the experimental table. The 4 of them looked tense as they watched the data running on the computer. Jiang Fan felt someone pinching the flesh on his arm from behind. Then he turned around and saw that it was Xiaoyu. So he said, "Senior Xiaoyu, why are you pinching me? When I get nervous, I instinctively want to grab something." Xiaoyu's voice was so nervous that she stuttered a little when she spoke. Jiang Fan freed his arm from her grasp. Then I moved a little further away from her. "Niu Su, how much longer until the data processing is complete?" Su Guangyuan asked. "We're at 92% completion, with about 8 minutes left." Niu Su said, "Why does time seem to be passing so slowly?" Su Guangyuan said somewhat anxiously. 5 days ago, they conducted an experiment on the lithium iron phosphate power battery they had developed, and the battery separator had a problem. Jiang Fan actually spent 2 hours writing out a new formula for the principle of diaphragm. Computer data analysis revealed that this new type of diaphragm has a more perfect fit. So for the next 5 days, apart from eating and sleeping only 4 hours a day, they spent all their time developing lithium iron phosphate power batteries. As the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves, and today they have finally developed 4 lithium iron phosphate power batteries. Moreover, each one has been tested, and all the data is being processed on the computer. If the data runs correctly, it proves that their research on lithium iron phosphate power batteries has been successful. 3 minutes left. They became even more nervous after hearing Niu Su's suggestion. "Ah!" At this moment, Su Guangyuan shouted, "This!" Then he gasped and kept rubbing his arm, which had several nail marks, with one hand. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing? It hurts so much." Xiaoyu also looked apologetic. I'm sorry. I just heard Niu Su say there were only 3 minutes left, and I got nervous and couldn't help it." Seeing Xiaoyu's aggrieved look, Su Guangyuan didn't know what to say. "The only thing I can do is learn from Jiang Fan and stay away from her." Jiang Fan saw the fingernail marks on Su Guangyuan's arm, and was very glad that he had made the wise choice earlier. Seeing that Su Guangyuan and Jiang Fan were far away from her, Xia Xiaoyu moved closer and continued to stare at the running data on the computer. Seeing Xia Xiaoyu standing beside him, Niu Su for his own safety. He also moved closer to Jiang Fan and Su Guangyuan. Suddenly, Su Guangyuan felt a smell waft towards him. Niu Su, why do you smell so bad? He hasn't showered for 13 days. No wonder he smells. We're all the same. No one's criticizing anyone else. TCH, don't drag me into this. I'm not going to be like you 3 stinky men. Xia Xiaoyu objected, saying that if others found out that she, a girl, hadn't showered for more than 10 days and was covered in sweat, she would never be able to find a boyfriend. Just as the group was arguing, the computer beeped. This is a signal that the data processing has ended. The 4 of them quickly shut up and looked at the computer at the same time. There were 4 large characters written on it. The data is correct. When they saw those 4 words, their eyes widened. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. We succeeded? Xia Xiaoyu asked in a low voice, somewhat incredulous. Yes, it seems so. Su Guanguinang, Veep Leap. When they finally realized it was true, they immediately shouted. Oh, we did it. Huh. We really succeeded. It's a success. Chapter 70, Wilderness and Desolation. Located 100 kilometers northwest of Kyoto, the Rian Mountains are characterized by their continuous, towering peaks. Each mountain is planted with different kinds of trees, including fiery red maple forests, yellowing poplar forests, and lush conifer forests. Looking down from high above, the entire Lingen mountain range looks like it's made up of colorful blocks of color, which is especially beautiful. In a low-lying area where 2 mountains meet, a man and a woman dressed in hiking gear walk among tall pine trees. Seeing that no one was around, the man curled up the corners of his mouth into a wicked smile. Taking advantage of the woman's momentary lapse in attention, he pounced on her, grabbed her, and began to caress her up and down. The woman was startled and saw the man groping her body haphazardly, so she quickly spoke up. Honey, what are you doing? This is the wilderness. The man didn't stop. Instead, he leaned close to the woman's ear and said something lewd. Today we'll experience nature. Upon hearing her husband's words, the woman immediately understood what he meant and blushed shyly. This isn't a good idea. What if someone sees us? Don't worry, my little darling. There won't be anyone here in the middle of nowhere. Snort. After listening to her husband, the woman gave up resisting and began to cooperate. The 2 were entwined together, having just taken off one of their coats. A group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms rushed out from all directions. Their faces were painted with face paint, and they were holding submachine guns. They were well-trained and approached the men and women with only the slightest sound. The man seemed to hear a noise and, thinking it was a wild animal in the forest, quickly stopped what he was doing to check. As a result, he found himself surrounded by a circle of fully armed soldiers, with submachine guns pointed at them. The man had never seen anything like this before. He trembled with fear and immediately knelt down on the ground. The woman's eyes were still closed, her tongue lightly licking her red lips, immersed in pleasure. Seeing that the man didn't make any further move, she said in a sweet, coquettish voice, Honey, come quick. I want it. The man was startled and ashamed when he heard what his wife said. He quickly patted his wife on the shoulder. One of the recruits couldn't resist. He burst out laughing. The woman then realized what was happening and quickly opened her eyes, only to find that they were surrounded by people, and that they were pointing guns at them. He was so frightened that he stood frozen in place, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, the squad leader emerged from the woods, and a soldier quickly ran up to report the situation. The captain checked the couple's ID cards, questioned them, and gave them a warning before letting them leave. After the man and woman hurriedly ran away, the new recruit mimicked the woman's words. Honey, come quick. I want it. All the soldiers burst into laughter. The captain then said with a serious expression, What are you laughing at? Get hidden right now. Then a group of soldiers scattered and disappeared into the woods. The captain then walked deeper into the woods. After walking for about 20 minutes, he came to a mountain hollow where there was a large stone cave, so he went inside. After taking just a few steps, the space inside suddenly opened up. The enormous space felt like another small world. The mountain, which is 500 meters in diameter, was completely hollowed out, and the excavation went 30 meters deeper into the ground. Standing by the railing and looking down, you can see 3 huge cylindrical pieces of equipment. And there were also hundreds of researchers dressed in white, busily working. This place is the National Rocket Propulsion Research and Development Base. A rocket booster, simply put, is a device that propels a rocket into the air. It works on the same principle as fireworks, which use gunpowder to propel them into the sky and ignite them. Currently, the most advanced rocket boosters on Earth are from the United States and Russia, whose rocket boosters can achieve a power output of 500 tons. Currently, China's rocket boosters can only reach a capacity of 300 tons, which is still a significant gap. Rocket thrusters are extremely important in the aerospace field. Their thrust directly determines the level of aerospace technology, because currently, the only way to send satellites or probes to other planets in space is by using rockets. The greater the thrust of a rocket booster, the greater the weight of cargo it can transport. Meanwhile, at the Research and Development Base, next to the number 3 rocket booster, several researchers in white coats were surrounding an elderly man. Elder Long, during our booster ignition test, the new rocket fuel became unstable. The old man was none other than Elder Long. He looked at the experimental report in his hand, his brows furrowed, and then slowly said, "The ratio of C2H8 into dimethylhydrazine to N2O for dinitrogen tetroxide is still a problem. Although this attempt failed, the method of adding advanced borosilicates is still feasible, and we will continue our research." Elder Long explained to the group that this experiment could not actually be considered a failure. For them, it was a successful discovery of a new type of fuel that increases the energy of fuel. If the research is successful, China will be able to develop a 500-ton thruster, reaching the highest technical level of rocket thrusters on Earth. After explaining the situation, Elder Long bid farewell to the researchers, having already been there for more than 10 days. The stressful and busy work schedule has caused me a lot of physical discomfort. He had been experiencing severe abdominal pain since the 5th day he arrived here, but he took painkillers in order to complete the experiment on time, which is why he has been able to persevere for so many days. Until the experiment is completed, Old Master Long took the elevator down to the ground. The captain upstairs is waiting for him. Elder Long, the vehicles are ready and we can depart at any time. Okay, let's go, Elder Long replied. Then, Elder Long followed the soldier captain outside. The captain walked to a military off-road vehicle, opened the door, and Old Long got in. The captain followed along. His mission was to escort Elder Long back safely. Drive. Then, the driver started the car. There were no roads here, so the driver had to rely entirely on his driving skills to get through the bumpy mountain terrain. On the side of the road, there was a couple. The woman was sitting on the ground, exhausted and complaining angrily. "It's all your fault. You insisted on climbing this wild mountain. Not only did you almost get kidnapped, but now you're lost." The man looked dejected. He had wanted to experience the feeling of being in the wild, but who knew he would run into a group of soldiers? Just then, the man saw a military off-road vehicle approaching from not far away. The man quickly waved, hoping the other party would give him a ride. The car stopped, and when the man and woman looked out the rear window, they saw each other and immediately became extremely embarrassed. He was the captain. "What's wrong with you now?" the soldier captain asked. The man then awkwardly explained what had happened. "Just wait here. A vehicle will come to pick you up in 10 minutes. The reason he wouldn't let the two of them ride in their car was because he was concerned about Elder Long's safety. Don't go looking for thrills outside in the future. After the captain finished speaking, he told the driver to drive away. The couple was left staring at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 71. Everyone's Speculation. Old Long arrived in downtown Kyoto soon after, as the car drove toward the military hospital. His phone suddenly rang, and he saw it was his student Jiang Fan calling. So he answered it immediately. "Teacher, we've developed a new type of mecha battery." Real. When Elder Long heard the news about Jiang Fan, his heart skipped a beat. "Yes, we've done 4 tests already, and the data are very stable." "Where are you now?" Old Long asked excitedly. "In the lab." "Okay, I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Long spoke to the driver. "Go to Longyan University of Technology." The captain beside Elder Long said with some difficulty. "Old Long, the commander instructed me to take you to the military hospital." I'll go to the hospital by myself tomorrow. I'm perfectly healthy. But before the captain could say anything more, Elder Long angrily retorted. The Long University of Science and Technology Laboratory has achieved a major success. If it's delayed, can you afford the responsibility? The team leader knew that Mr. Long was in charge of several projects, so he didn't dare to delay his work. Therefore, he had no choice but to have the driver drive to Long University, Master Long's laboratory. At this moment, Jiang Fan and his companions were still immersed in the joy of their success. I never imagined that we would actually succeed in developing a new type of battery. Yes, this battery is 3 times more powerful than the old lead-acid batteries. It's amazing. This is a qualitative leap in the battery industry. This credit all goes to our chief engineer, Jiang Fan. Su Guangyuan and the other 2 praised Jiang Fan with great excitement. At the beginning of the research, Su Guangyuan did not believe in Jiang Fan's new battery solution, thinking that he was just a freshman at Lonka University and didn't know anything about battery research. At the beginning of the research, he was somewhat resistant, but to his surprise, Jiang Fan actually did it, and in just 13 days. That's amazing. Who can surpass this research speed and research results? He is now the one among the 3 who admires Jiang Fan the most. Just as they were joking around, the laboratory door opened. Old Master Long walked straight over. Xiao Xiaoyu excitedly walked over and said, "Academician Long, you're back. We've developed a new type of battery." Academician Long, look, this is the result of our experiment. Old Long took the experimental form and started reading it. The more he read, the brighter his smile became. Then, when I saw the battery performance data, I was shocked again. Is this real? Jiang Fan. Elder Long asked Jiang Fan in disbelief. It's true, teacher. Jiang Fan answered affirmatively. On the way back, Old Long was still thinking that if Jiang Fan could improve the performance of the existing battery by 60%, he would be satisfied. But Jiang Fan's performance improved by 300%, which is absolutely terrifying. This new type of battery is completely different from the old ones. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a groundbreaking invention in the field of batteries. Old Long was still somewhat sullen about the previous failure of the rocket booster fuel. This will make you as happy as a child. Mr. Long and Jiang Fan exchanged some technical knowledge about lithium iron phosphate power batteries, and Mr. Long was deeply impressed. At the same time, I'm also curious how Jiang Fan knows so much about batteries. Moreover, his knowledge and ideas are very advanced. An hour later, Elder Long remembered that he had to report this matter to the head of mecha research as soon as possible, because their research on mechs is divided into separate areas. Some research plug-in systems, some research materials, and some research controls. The mech's battery power is connected to every subsystem of the mech. This time, Jiang Fan directly tripled the battery power, and all the mecha subsystems had to be changed accordingly. Long Lao told the head of the mecha team the news, and the other party initially thought that Long Lao was joking with him. Only when he heard the seriousness in Elder Long's tone did he realize that it was true. He immediately understood the importance of this matter. He then notified the personnel of each subsystem of the mecha research to hold an emergency meeting. Elder Long, carrying Jiang Fan and samples of lithium iron phosphate power batteries, headed towards the National Mecha Research Institute. National Mecha Research Institute. Tang Gan, the person in charge, stood at the meeting door, pacing back and forth with great enthusiasm. Recalling what Elder Long had told him before, the mecha battery system had been improved by a full 3 times. Although he found it somewhat unbelievable, he knew very well that Elder Long would not joke about scientific research. If this is true, the overall performance of the mech will be significantly improved. He became more and more excited as he thought about it, and eventually he couldn't help but dance around with joy. The first person to arrive for the meeting was the person in charge of the skeletal system, followed by the person in charge of the control system. Dean Tang Gan summoned all the researchers from the institute. In no time, the conference room was filled with nearly 100 researchers specializing in mecha. After Dean Tang saw that most of the people had arrived, he went up on stage to give a speech. I've called everyone here today because we've made a new breakthrough in the energy source for our mech batteries. At this moment, a professor who is usually familiar with Dean Tang spoke up. Old Tang, there's no need to rush the mecha energy breakthrough. Just call all of us who have come all this way. As soon as the professor spoke, some of the researchers below started discussing it. Yes, a breakthrough of 5% or 10% in a mech's energy battery won't have much impact on our other mech subsystems. Unless it exceeds 20% or 30%, our subsystem will not be affected. Did you see the news a few days ago? Tesla's new energy vehicles in the United States have improved their batteries by 30%. Did Dean Tang mention a 30% improvement in battery performance? When everyone heard one of the researchers ask this question, their eyes immediately burned with fervor as they looked at Dean Tang. A 30% increase in mech battery energy is remarkable. It allows them to enhance other aspects of the mech's design. Dean Tang, has our battery energy also increased by 30%? Tang Gon smiled at everyone, then said in suspense, "Let's wait for Elder Long to arrive and let him tell everyone himself." Elder Long. Upon hearing the name Elder Long, everyone's anticipation immediately grew. Professor Long is a titan in the scientific research community. If it's Elder Long, I feel that improving battery performance by 30% should be no problem. Yes, I think so too. Do you have some misunderstanding about improving battery performance? I'm in charge of battery research, and improving it by 30% is extremely difficult. I believe it if you said it was only 20%. A 20% improvement in battery performance. That's pretty impressive. Just as everyone was discussing this, Elder Long walked in. Chapter 72. He's right. When Professor Long stood on the stage, the more than 100 researchers below immediately fell silent. Everyone knows this leading figure in the scientific community. He has an exceptionally fiery temper. I urgently summoned everyone here, mainly because my research lab has achieved a new breakthrough in mecha battery energy. When everyone heard Elder Long speak of a new level, they all began to ponder it. For Elder Long to reach such a new level, it must be no small breakthrough. Does this mean that battery performance has improved by more than 30%? Everyone looked at Elder Long with anticipation. But after talking for a long time, Mr. Long still couldn't explain what new heights the battery performance had reached. Seeing that everyone looked anxious, Elder Long then spoke. "All right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Jiang Fan will now share the specific data with you." At this moment, Jiang Fan walked to the front of the stage, carrying a lithium iron phosphate power battery that he was researching. He placed the battery directly on the podium. This black battery instantly caught everyone's attention. This must be the new battery that Elder Long has researched, right? It should be. But this thing doesn't look particularly special. The battery casings are all the same. The main difference lies in the internal materials. Everyone saw a young man walk onto the stage, while Elder Long went straight down. I suddenly felt a little lost. Wasn't Mr. Long going to talk about the performance of the new battery? Why'd you go down? Then, just when everyone was confused, Jiang Fan picked up the microphone and spoke to everyone. "Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Fan, and I am a student of Professor Long. I will now explain the performance of lithium iron phosphate power batteries to you." At this moment, the researchers in the audience realized that Professor Long wanted to train his students and gave them the opportunity to give the presentation. Something's not right. When did Master Long start accepting students? He didn't start 10 years ago because he took on a student who later became a citizen of the United States. Heartbroken, has Master Long decided to never take on any more students? There are significant differences between lithium iron phosphate power batteries and lead-acid batteries. The primary cathode material for lithium iron phosphate power batteries is lithium iron phosphate. This type of battery has the following advantages over lead-acid batteries. 1. Lifespan. Lead-acid batteries of the same weight last at most 1 to 1.5 years, while lithium iron phosphate batteries, under the same conditions, theoretically have a lifespan of 7 to 8 years. 2. High-temperature performance. Lithium iron phosphate has a peak thermal conductivity of 350 degrees Celsius to 500 degrees Celsius in a wide operating temperature range, minus 20 degrees Celsius to plus 75 degrees Celsius. 3. Large capacity. It is 3 to 5 times the capacity of ordinary lead-acid batteries. 5 AH, 1000 AH single cell. Jiang Fan explained the performance data of the lithium iron phosphate power battery, and everyone who listened was stunned. He looked completely incredulous. The battery data is terrifying. If what the young man on stage said is true, and Mr. Long has developed this new material battery. Its performance is at least twice that of lead-acid batteries. Battery technology is now so mature and sophisticated that it's simply impossible to improve performance by that much. They looked at Elder Long sitting below the stage and found that he did not intend to stop them, which meant that the young man on the stage was not lying. Are all these data true? If this is true, the performance of this new type of battery will absolutely lead the world, and by a huge margin. Half an hour later, Jiang Fan finished explaining the performance of the lithium iron phosphate power battery. No one in the audience spoke. They were all incredulous, staring at the young man on stage. It wasn't until Elder Long led the applause that they realized what was happening and joined in the clapping. However, they still had some doubts about what the young man said. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll answer them for you, Jiang Fan said. Although everyone had doubts about what Jiang Fan had just said, they still greatly admired his demeanor while speaking on stage. It seems that being able to become Elder Long's student is quite extraordinary. Young friend, regarding the new type of battery you just mentioned, I'd like to ask, how much does it improve overall performance compared to lead-acid batteries? Jiang Fan said calmly. 3 times. 3 times? Everyone in the conference room gasped when they heard the number. 3 times? In other words, the new battery developed by Elder Long is a 300% improvement over the original battery. In terms of technology, the United States, which has always been a world leader, has only improved the performance of its battery by 30% in this latest research. Then everyone looked at Elder Long again. We want confirmation from Elder Long. Professor Long, has your research on lithium iron phosphate batteries really improved performance by 300%? One of the experts asked Mr. Long a question. They all looked on expectantly, waiting for Mr. Long to answer. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Elder Long stood up and said, Jiang Fan is right. It has indeed increased by 3 times. Upon receiving Elder Long's affirmation, everyone was stunned into silence. Is this real? Has our Dragon Kingdom really improved battery performance by 300%? Doesn't this mean that our Dragon Country will really lead the world in batteries in the future? It took everyone a full 2 minutes to accept this fact. Thunderous applause erupted for Elder Long. Their excitement and pride were genuine. This major research and invention by Elder Long will likely change the world's landscape. This will also allow China to lead the world in many fields. Because batteries are used in a wide range of industries, including communications, transportation, medical, digital, and military industries. They can be used in almost every sector. The more people thought about it, the more excited they became. It's no exaggeration to say that such a small battery technology has boosted the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Just when everyone was excited and thrilled, Elder Long addressed everyone again. There may have been a misunderstanding. As soon as Elder Long uttered those words, everyone present held their breath. Misunderstand? Was Elder Long just joking with us? This is what everyone is thinking right now. The scene immediately became deathly quiet. You could hear a pin drop, and you could faintly hear everyone's heartbeats. They pricked up their ears to listen to what Elder Long would say next. The lithium iron phosphate power battery was not invented by me, but by my student Jiang Fan. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Elder Long had to say. I was relieved that Elder Long hadn't said his research findings were fake. Wrong. What did Elder Long just say? This new type of battery wasn't developed by him, but by his student Jiang Fan. Everyone turned their attention to the young man on the stage. How? How is this possible? He looks only 18 or 19 years old, doesn't he? Chapter 73, Acquisition. 9 a.m., BYD Group Conference Room. Tesla is absolutely awful. The production department executive yelled. Just 2 days ago, Tesla's Asia-Pacific headquarters forced all new energy material suppliers in China to stop supplying materials to BYD. Most material suppliers were forced to agree in order to survive. One of the manufacturers, Manhwa Materials, insisted on supplying BYD out of patriotism. After Tesla found out, all material suppliers joined forces to boycott him. And as a result, Manhwa Materials manufacturer had no choice but to declare bankruptcy in less than 2 days. BYD Group currently has no raw materials, and its factories are now operating at half capacity. If car owners who have reserve cars cannot deliver them on time, it will not only cause losses to their company, but also damage their reputation. Mr. Wang, is there really no other way? The marketing department leader said. Wang Chuanfu shook his head helplessly. I'm not willing to be bullied like this by a company from the United States on Chinese soil. Damn it. If things get too tough, we'll fight them to the death. We might as well all die together. Yes, Mr. Wang, just say the word and we'll all work for you. Wang Chuanfu glanced at them, a hint of desolation flashing in his eyes. Back then, he led these people through countless hardships and struggles to become the leader of Longwanu Energy. Just when they were full of vigor and want to make the company bigger and stronger, who would have thought that they would end up like this? But who could be blamed for this? They can only be blamed for not developing new battery technology. The backwardness invites aggression. This is a lesson our ancestors taught us 100 years ago. Now, Wang Chuanfu has experienced it firsthand. That feeling of having a heart full of passion, but being powerless to do anything is truly despairing. Manager Liu from the legal department, please come with me to Shanghai. Mr. Wang, are we really going to give up? Gao Junyang from the R&D department asked. Only in this way can we preserve everything that everyone is currently using. Otherwise, if BYD drags on for another month, we'll probably really be in dire straits. I disagree. Mr. Wang, we followed you for so many years to get BYD what it is today. We can't give up so easily. Then can you give me a good idea? The speaker immediately wilted. They all knew that BYD was probably more important to President Wang than any of them. But now that things have come to this, there's nothing he can do. All right, everyone, stop talking. I've officially decided to sell the company to Tesla. After saying that, Mr. Wang walked directly out of the conference room. He didn't go to his office, but went to the restroom instead. He sat on the toilet, his heart filled with mixed emotions, and tears welled up in his eyes. 4 p.m., Tesla Asia Pacific Headquarters Reception Room in Shanghai. Mr. Wang, I said we would definitely meet within a month. I didn't expect you to come looking for me in less than 3 days. Mark said smugly. Mr. Mark, I'm here to discuss the acquisition. Wang Chuanfu said. All right, how much are you prepared to sell it to our company for? Mark said with a wicked smile. Wang Chuanfu was taken aback by his words, and then said, Mr. Mark, didn't we agree on 1 billion before? 8 billion? Are you kidding me? What's the meaning? Mark leaned back, put his feet up on the table and said, that was the price 3 days ago. Now, your company is worth at most 300 million. What? 300 million? Are you kidding me? Wang Chuanfu shouted loudly. However, Mark didn't care. Instead, he took out a cigar and slowly lit it. BYD is now in dire straits, with no revenue and no suppliers. Apart from Tesla, it's unlikely that anyone would acquire such a company. Wang Chuanfu calmed down and slowly sat down on the stool. Now, BYD has no bargaining power left. But being tricked like a monkey by this cunning Mark filled him with rage. He really wanted to slam his fist on the table and yell at him. But now he was begging the other party to buy his company. Thinking back on all these years of ups and downs in the business world, I never imagined I would end up like this. Mark didn't speak until he finished a cigar, when the whole room was filled with the smell of smoke. So, Mr. Wang, have you made up your mind? I don't have time to waste on your nonsense. Wang Chuanfu simply couldn't bring himself to say it. After paying the employees' salaries, the remaining 300 million yuan was not enough to repay the bank's debts. Mr. Mark, I'll give you a discount of 200 million, making it 800 million in total. How about that? Wang Chuanfu's voice carried a hint of pleading. Mr. Wang, don't push your luck. I'll give you 1 more minute. 300 million, sell it or not. After this time, you'll be begging me, and I won't want it anymore. After Mark finished speaking, he walked straight out of the reception room. Wang Chuanfu was left alone. The clock on the wall ticked away nonstop. Looking back on the years he had spent with BYD, through thick and thin, and those brothers who stood by him, his nose tingled, and he felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite describe. Just then his phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Gao Junyang from the R&D department, I pressed the call button. Gao Junyang's anxious voice immediately came through the phone. Mr. Wang, our company hasn't sold it yet, has it? Manager Gao, please stop trying to persuade me. I've already made up my mind. No, Mr. Wang, our company is saved. Good news, absolutely fantastic news. Hearing Gao Junyang's somewhat incoherent voice, he quickly asked, what good news? Is our company saved? It was the government that called, saying they finally figured out the battery. They figured out the battery? Wang Chuanfu asked excitedly. Yes, just now. I received a call saying that Professor Long's lab at Lonka University has developed a new type of battery, with performance 300% higher than lead-acid batteries. Upon hearing Gao Junliang's words, Wang Chuanfu trembled with excitement. There's hope. His company is saved. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, he would still have to rely on his own country? As long as the country helps him through this difficult time, he will definitely not let the Dragon Kingdom down in the future. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chuanfu's heart was pounding like a wild horse, and he felt as if he had been reborn. At this moment, Mark opened the door, walked over slowly, and said in an arrogant manner, "Have you thought it through?" Wang Chuanfu walked up to Mark, stared into his eyes, and slowly spoke. "You big idiot." Chapter 74, Discussing Cooperation. Mark's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "You dare to insult me? Do you know who you're talking to?" Wang Chuanfu was staring into Mark's eyes, making Mark feel a little uneasy. He had never seen anyone with such fierce eyes before, like a ferocious beast about to devour him. Mark felt a chill run down his spine. He unconsciously took 2 steps back and said somewhat flusteredly, What are you going to do?" Wang Chuanfu saw Mark looking somewhat timid and couldn't help but snort coldly. "Oomph, you big idiot." After saying that, he opened the door to the reception room and left. Mark was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He never imagined that a human could have such a look in their eyes. He calmed down for a moment, then reverted to his usual arrogance. His expression twisted into a ferocious grimace as he spoke. "You charlatan Chinese. I'll make you pay." Mark then convened a high-level meeting. "Jesse, contact the material suppliers who previously provided supplies to the BYD group and find a way to get them to cause trouble for the BYD group. Vlad, you've been spreading rumors online that the BYD group is facing major problems and is about to go bankrupt. Ruth, find some media outlets and some owners who have pre-ordered BYD new energy vehicles to cause trouble at the BYD group headquarters." Wang Chuanfu flew back to Beijing and returned to his company. After inquiring about the specific situation, he then led several senior executives directly to Lonka University. Regarding the BYD issue, the government has already called Mr. Long to explain the situation, and they will negotiate the specific cooperation themselves. Mr. Long wasn't good at discussing cooperation, so he directly passed the question on to Principal Liu. Principal Liu was thrilled to hear this, as Zhang Fan had only been enrolled at Lonka University for less than half a month. They've even developed a new type of battery material. You probably can't find another person as talented as that in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The principal called Dean Li over and asked him to arrange the specific details. Soon, Wang Chuanfu and his company team arrived at Lonka University. Dean Li arranged for them to sit in the conference hall of the administration building. Then we notified Elder Long and Jiang Fan. On his way here, Jiang Fan learned about BYD situation in general. As soon as they entered the conference room, Wang Chuanfu jogged over and shook hands with Elder Long. "Academician Long, hello. I am Wang Chuanfu from BYD Group." "Hello. Congratulations on your breakthrough in battery technology." Wang Chuanfu's words were absolutely sincere, even more so than real gold and silver. Although he didn't invent the new battery, he was more excited than anyone else. If battery technology had been developed any later, BYD Group would probably have become Tesla by now. At this crucial moment, Elder Long's timely research must have excited him. "I didn't invent the battery. It was my student, Jiang Fan." Elder Long corrected him, but it was clear that he was even happier than if he had figured it out himself. "Your student Jiang Fan?" Wang Chuanfu was taken aback. When the research department received the call from the state, they only mentioned that it was a new type of battery developed by Long Lao's research lab. He had assumed that it was developed by Long Lao himself. It doesn't matter who developed it yet. The key is that China has developed the battery technology. Wang Chuanfu glanced at a young man next to Elder Long and then said, "You must be Jiang Fan, Elder Long's student?" Jiang Fan nodded, feeling a little awkward about being addressed as you by a middle-aged man. Hello. Wang Chuanfu grabbed Jiang Fan's hand. Jiang Fan could sense the gratitude and excitement emanating from his heart. At this moment, Dean Li saw a group of people chatting at the door and immediately spoke up. "Let's all sit down and talk." Then everyone sat down. Wang Chuanfu and his group were on the left side of the conference table, while Jiang Fan, Elder Long, Principal Liu, and Dean Li were on the right side of the conference table. Principal Liu spoke first. Jiang Fan is a student at Lonka University. As his teachers, we can handle the business negotiations on his behalf, but the crucial decisions are ultimately up to Jiang Fan. Principal Liu, let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Chuanfu, and I'm the ECO of BYD Group. Our group mainly deals in new energy vehicles. Wang Chuanfu introduced their group, which helped them understand BYD Group. At this moment, Jiang Fan interrupted Wang Chuanfu. Mr. Wang, let's get straight to the point. I still have one more experiment to do. Wang Chuanfu wasn't angry when Jiang Fan interrupted him. Instead, he felt that Jiang Fan was a straightforward person. Okay, our group will invest $1 billion to purchase the technology usage rights, and then give you 10% of the shares. Jiang Fan did not react to the conditions offered by Wang Chuanfu. Principal Liu said to Jiang Fan with satisfaction. Jiang Fan, the conditions offered by President Wang are quite sincere. Jiang Fan nodded and said, Mr. Wang, I have a few questions. Please speak. Wang Chuanfu said, with the addition of lithium iron phosphate batteries, how much do you plan to sell your new energy vehicles for? Wang Chuanfu hadn't thought about this problem carefully. He pondered for a moment. If the battery performance provided by Jiang Fan was accurate, the new energy vehicles they produced would be at least 3 times more powerful than Tesla's. Based on market conditions, their price is at least around 1 million. The basic cost of their company's new energy vehicles should be around 80,000 yuan, but will be much higher once the cost of battery technology is added. The technology usage fee of 1 billion yuan, the 10% equity stake, and the technology research and development costs are all included in the costs. The total cost should be around 300,000. The most important factor is the cost of battery technology. Wang Chuanfu did a quick calculation and then said to Jiang Fan, the pre-sale price should be around 600,000. Jiang Fan frowned slightly upon hearing the price. Your prices are too high. I hope the batteries I've developed can benefit the people of China, instead of being something only the rich can afford. After hearing Jiang Fan's words, Wang Chuanfu said with a hint of helplessness, our current new energy vehicles cost around 80,000 yuan. If we add the battery technology you're researching, the cost will more than double. Doesn't the government currently offer subsidies for new energy vehicles? Jiang Fan asked. Yes, the subsidy varies from vehicle to vehicle, ranging from approximately 20,000 to 60,000 yuan. Mr. Wang, I don't want a technology transfer fee or shares. How much would you like to lower the price? Jiang Fan said that when he came, he did a survey of BYD as a whole, and their group had a pretty good reputation in China. Over the years, whenever China has suffered natural disasters, BYD has always been the first to step forward and donate money and supplies. This is also an important reason why Jiang Fan made such a decision. Everyone was shocked when they heard Jiang Fan's words. Chapter 75, Trouble. Principal Liu whispered to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, 1 billion and 10% of the shares together are worth quite a lot of money, aren't they? In fact, Principal Liu's idea was that if all of this money were used for research, it might even lead to some achievements. However, Elder Long was still pleased with Jiang Fan's performance, at least proving that Jiang Fan would not betray his country for money in the future. Moreover, Jiang Fan was also thinking about the people's livelihood in the Dragon Kingdom. At such a young age, he was concerned about the world. The Dragon Elder believed that he could never have done such a thing when he was young. Wang Chuanfu thought for a moment and then said, if we remove the costs associated with battery technology, the price could be reduced to around 150,000. 150,000? Jiang Fan murmured. It's still a bit expensive. Mr. Wang, can the price be reduced to 100,000? 100,000? The senior executives around Wang Chuanfu were all astonished. Even their current new energy vehicles cost more than that. Not to mention the new material battery with Jiang Fan's technology, which would be snapped up even at 600,000 yuan based on market price. The young man who developed the new battery said it would cost 100,000. What's the difference between this and the price of cabbage? In fact, Jiang Fan's idea is very simple. To make it possible for most people to buy such new energy vehicles. Just when everyone thought that BYD CEO Wang would definitely refuse. Wang Chuanfu said, however, all right, Just for your courage, I agree. But Mr. Wang, Just as the marketing manager was about to say something, Wang Chuanfu waved his hand, interrupting him. Zhang Fan was satisfied when he saw that the other party agreed. Okay, you can tell Principal Lu the specifics. Then Zhang Fan and Elder Long went outside together. Once outside, Elder Long couldn't help but burst into laughter. You really got a great price. Such a high-performance battery in a new energy vehicle, and you got it for 100,000? You've got some nerve. But I like it, huh? I want to buy one of these new energy vehicles and drive it. Teacher, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Zhang Fan said. Okay, no backing out. Mr. Long gladly accepted, saying that driving a car given to him by a student would definitely make him look good. Besides, Zhang Fan developed this battery, and he's asking for one for free. The owner of BYD would be overjoyed. By the way, Zhang Fan, does adding a graphite coating to lithium iron phosphate power batteries really improve battery performance? Yes, I have studied nanomaterials before and discovered nanoconductive graphite-coated particles. It provides excellent static conductivity and acts as a protective energy absorption layer. Furthermore, it can reduce battery internal resistance and suppress the increase in dynamic internal resistance during charge-discharge cycles. Zhang Fan explained the properties and effects of graphite coating to Elder Long. Elder Long was very interested. For some reason, he had a strange feeling that he was Zhang Fan's student. After exchanging words with Zhang Fan for a while, Elder Long asked a question. Zhang Fan, how much performance improvement does adding a graphite coating to a lithium iron phosphate power battery achieve? Teacher, I haven't tested it specifically, but it should be able to improve performance by about 30% without any problem. 30%? That much? Old Master Long is starting to feel like he's going to shut himself off. Back when he was researching lead-acid batteries, he estimated that it could improve performance by up to 30%. But Zhang Fan casually added a graphite coating, and it had such a great effect. Zhang Fan, you're so young. Why are you walking so slowly? Elder Long couldn't help but urge him on. He was getting impatient and wanted to start researching the graphite coating immediately. Seeing his teacher walking briskly, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile and quicken his pace as well. The main entrance to BYD Group headquarters. A crowd of people are gathered here, making a lot of noise. There are also some media outlets carrying cameras, filming the scene. A marketing manager from BYD Group stood in front of the rioters. Dear car owners, our BYD Group has not gone bankrupt. Please rest assured that we will deliver your pre-order cars on time. If you wish to request a refund, please apply at any of our stores. I think you're just trying to renege on your promise and not give us our money back. One of the bald men shouted. Many other car owners then echoed this sentiment. Everyone, please trust BYD Group. We are a trustworthy company. Stop talking nonsense. Get your boss out here and give us an explanation. Get your boss out here. There are reports all over the internet about your group going bankrupt. I bet your boss has already run away. Faced with the clamor of more than 100 people, the female manager was somewhat overwhelmed, but she still stood firmly in front of the glass door. The security guard at the back had already locked the gate, fearing that these people would break in. Get out of my way, or don't blame me for being ruthless with my stick. The bald man brandished the baseball bat in his hand. The female supervisor looked at the thick stick and was filled with fear. If she were to be hit on the head, she would be sent flying. But now the company's top leaders and boss are all out. If she moves aside, these people will definitely smash up their company. If these news media outlets report on it, BYD Group's reputation will probably be completely ruined. Dear car owners, you can return your cars, but please follow the proper procedures. If you continue to cause trouble like this, I will call the police. After the female manager finished speaking, she took out her phone, threatening to call the police if they dared to take another step forward. The bald man darted forward and snatched the phone from the female manager's hand. Smack! He was slammed hard onto the ground. Damn it! Are you trying to get ahead of me? Brothers, don't listen to their nonsense. Smash it. The bald man pushed the female manager to the ground. He raised a baseball bat and smashed it against the glass door. Then, with a loud crash, the glass door shattered into pieces on the floor. The people behind him also started smashing things, and soon the entire glass door and window were smashed to pieces. The bald man revealed a satisfied smile. He had been hired by a foreigner, and he could get 10,000 yuan as long as he could get others to make a big fuss. The bigger the commotion, the more rewards you get. Just then, a dozen or so men in suits walked over. One of the ringleaders shouted at the troublemakers. "What do you want?" "I'm Wang Chuanfu, the person in charge at BYD. Tell me what's up." When a marketing manager behind Wang Chuanfu saw his subordinate lying on the ground, he quickly helped the female supervisor up. The bald man was identified as Wang Chuanfu, the owner of BYD. Without saying a word, he grabbed a baseball bat and charged over. The person who hired him said he would give him 100,000 yuan if he could beat Wang Chuanfu in a hospital. By the time Wang Chuanfu realized what was happening, the bald man's baseball bat was already in front of him. Chapter 76. Counterattack. The executives behind Wang Chuanfu were startled when they saw a bald man attacking him. They rushed over in a hurry, trying to stop them. But at that moment, the bald man's baseball bat was already in front of Wang Chuanfu. It happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Chuanfu dodged to the side and then punched the bald man in the face. The bald man's face was hit by a huge impact, and he staggered back a few steps before blood gushed from his nose. The executives behind Wang Chuanfu breathed a sigh of relief, only then remembering that Wang Chuanfu had served in the military. Several security guards from BYD rushed over and pinned the bald man down. Wang Chuanfu coldly glanced at the troublemakers in front of him. Immediately, none of those people dared to step forward. At this moment, the news media quickly came over and started taking pictures of Wang Chuanfu. This is exactly the effect they wanted. They even had the title ready. Car owners protest, BYD group boss gets enraged and assaults people. Such reports are guaranteed to ruin BYD group's reputation. Wang Chuanfu inquired about the situation from the female supervisor, and after looking at the troublemakers, he immediately understood something. Then he addressed everyone. "Our reputation in China is well known, so please give me 2 days and I will give you a satisfactory answer." Just then, several police cars arrived. A senior executive from BYD spoke with the officers, and then the troublemakers, including the bald man, were taken away. That day, news of BYD's boss beating someone spread all over the internet. The spreaders even deliberately deleted the part where the bald man took a stick and hit Wang Chuanfu, only showing the scene of Wang Chuanfu hitting the bald man. This news immediately sparked heated discussions online. Netizen 1. The BYD boss actually assaulted someone. I used to think he was a philanthropist, but I never imagined he was such a monster. Netizen 2. You can't judge a book by its cover. Wang Chuanfu is a real scoundrel. Netizen 3. From now on, we will boycott BYD new energy vehicles. They are a disgrace to the Chinese people. Netizen 4. I don't believe that BYD CEO Wang assaulted someone. There must be other hidden reasons. Netizen 5. Pictures don't lie. Hypocritical people like Wang Chuanfu should be arrested. Netizen 6. I don't think that bald guy is a good person. Maybe Mr. Wang was just acting in self-defense. Netizen 7. Wang Chuanfu is a disgrace to China. Online, the online trolls arranged by Mark are stirring up trouble. The entire crowd was condemning Wang Chuanfu, and even the information of Wang Chuanfu's family members was released. Mark couldn't help but smile when he saw the insults and slander against Wang Chuanfu online. So, this is all the Chinese are like. Huh. Wang Chuanfu did not respond to the online abuse. The next day, the Dragon Kingdom announced to the world that it had developed a lithium iron phosphate power battery, which was 3 times more powerful than a lead-acid battery. The news caused an uproar around the world. The first reaction from all countries was, "This is impossible?" Although China's technological level has improved in recent years, they absolutely do not believe that it has reached this level of technology. New material batteries have such a wide-ranging impact on the world that they can be applied to almost every industry. If what the Dragon Kingdom has announced is true, then the Dragon Kingdom will experience a qualitative leap in many fields in the coming period. This is something the Western powers do not want to see. Capitalist countries, led by the United States, hope that China will release its research findings to confirm the facts. China has not responded. On the 3rd day, BYD announced that it had reached a strategic cooperation agreement with the country. The batteries for new energy vehicles have been upgraded. Subsequently, BYD released a new car called Dragon Soaring on its official website. The car has a powerful and imposing design, but more importantly, it has impressive specifications. Launching new energy vehicles. Range, 1,200 kilometers. Fast charging, completed in 1 hour. Price, 100,000 yuan. BYD just officially announced the news about Longting new energy vehicles, and the whole of China is in an uproar. It has once again sparked a frenzy online. Longting new energy vehicles boasts a range of 1,200 kilometers. That's incredible. I am skeptical. Is this really true? The government has already made an announcement. How could it be fake? With a range of 1,200 kilometers and a fast charge of 1 hour, this completely blows Tesla's announcement of the Model 4 electric vehicle. The price is absolutely incredible. No wonder it's a company with a conscience in China. Don't be fooled by BYD Group. Just a few days ago, BYD Group's boss, Wang Chuanfu, assaulted someone. Bro, your information is way out of touch. The matter of President Wang assaulting someone has been clarified. That bald guy was bribed to deliberately cause trouble for BYD. I heard he confessed that it was Tesla's people who arranged it. Holy crap. I recently pre-ordered a Tesla Model 4 PHEV. I wonder if I can get a refund? I asked, and they said it's non-refundable. It's just a 10,000 yuan deposit, right? I can just forget about it. The key is that BYD Group's Longting new energy vehicle performs much better, and it only costs 100,000 yuan. That's right, it's just 10,000 yuan. I'll pre-order a BYD Longting new energy vehicle right now. Tesla Asia Pacific headquarters. Mark flew into a rage, so much so that no one dared to utter a word. Those dishonest Chinese people. They actually want to cancel a car they've already ordered? What pipe dream? Shortly after BYD Group launched its Longting new energy car wash service, their customer service received 20,000 calls requesting refunds of deposits. They have pre-sold more than 80,000 Model 4 electric vehicles in the past few days. Nearly 20% of subscribers wanted to cancel their orders. How could he accept that? But then, Jesse from the production department handed a cell phone to General Manager Mark. Mark opened his phone and saw a post. To all Tesla Model 4 owners who have ordered a new electric vehicle, please don't ask Tesla for a refund of your deposit. Wait until they produce the car. Then we'll cancel your order and make them furious. Likes, 2.98 million. Dude, that's awesome. Bro, you're so naughty, I love it. Huh. It's only 10,000 yuan anyway, forget it. These foreigners are scum. Charging 299,800 yuan for a range of only 400 kilometers. General Manager Mark grew increasingly angry as he looked at it. Smack! He slammed his phone to the ground. He said through gritted teeth, "Cunning Chinese. If all the owners who pre-ordered the Model 4 electric vehicles were to cancel their orders once the vehicles were produced, their losses would be far more than just a few hundred million." After he calmed down, he slowly made a decision. We've issued an announcement that customers who pre-ordered the Model 4 electric vehicle can get their deposits back. General Manager, this can't be. But if we don't do this, we'll lose at least 10 billion in the future. It must be said that Mark is a competent leader. His timely loss-cutting measures mean that their current losses are at most 300 million. However, he still underestimated the people of China. Chapter 77. Trying to run away? Tesla issued a refund notice on its official website. However, only a small number of people opted for a refund. Most did not. After all, people who can afford a 300,000 yuan new energy vehicle are not short of 10,000 yuan. This made Mark very upset. He didn't know if the car owners who hadn't received refunds actually bought their cars or wanted to give them a final, painful blow. But if they don't produce them, and those car owners really want the cars, they won't be able to provide them, which will greatly damage their reputation. Just when they were worrying about the deposit, another explosive post has surfaced online. Tesla's unknown crimes in the Dragon Kingdom. This post went viral instantly. It immediately made headlines on major websites across China. Tesla Asia Pacific headquarters conference room. Jesse looked down at the post, unsure whether he should show it to General Manager Mark. Last time, because he showed a message to General Manager Mark, his phone ended up being unusable. After much deliberation, he decided to give it to him anyway. Mark saw that Jesse had brought his phone again and knew it was no good news. However, he still took the phone, and when he saw the headline, his anger immediately flared up. Tesla's unknown crimes in the Dragon Kingdom. However, he suppressed his anger and clicked on it anyway. 1. Slandering competitor BYD Group. In year, Tesla's general manager Mark secretly colluded with a material supplier to frame BYD. In year, Tesla's production manager, Jesse, abused his power. Years. A total of 18 items were listed, along with photographic evidence. This constitutes using illegal means to attack competitor BYD. 2. Tesla Asia Pacific General Manager Mark sexually assaulted a female employee in China. In month, year, abused his position to sexually assault his secretary. Screenshot, chatlog. In month, year, while on a business trip to Kyoto, I solicited a prostitute. Screenshot. Years. The entire document, totaling over 1,000 words, details the crimes committed by Tesla executives in China. The comments below are all Chinese people cursing them. Netizen 1. Damn it, those American bastards come to our dragon country. Not only do they make money off us, but they also treat us like fools and bully our domestic industries. Netizen 2. These bastards made me misunderstand BYD Group back then. Netizen 3. I said it before, BYD CEO Wang Chuanfu is a philanthropist. He wouldn't hit people randomly. He was acting in self-defense. Netizen 3. Yeah, who knew this was all a scheme by those American bastards? They hired some media people and some thugs. Netizen 4. The key point is that we not only misunderstood Mr. Wang, but also insulted him and his family. Thinking about it now, we really regret it. No more words. We're ordering 2 Longting new energy vehicles. Netizen 5. Get rid of these American bastards. Netizen 6. Damn it. How dare they run wild in China? Let's get them. Netizen 7. I'm a lawyer, and this evidence is enough to convict them. OP, contact me. I'm willing to sue them free of charge and make them understand that the laws of China are inviolable. Netizen 8. I support the comment above. Count me in. I don't know anything about the law, but I have money. I'll pay for it, and they must be brought to justice. By the time Mark finished reading, the back of his shirt was soaked with sweat. His eyes were filled with terror because each of these crimes was true and there was plenty of evidence to back them up. The person who could expose so much dirt on him must be someone who knows him very well. He looked at the group of people in front of him, scanned them, and then realized it couldn't be them. After all, they were in the same boat. By betraying him, they were ruining their own future, and they were also guilty of some of the crimes involved. Seeing the comments from those Chinese netizens, he felt that the most important thing he should do now was to leave China. If he gets caught, he will definitely face imprisonment. Once he escapes the Dragon Kingdom, probably no one will treat him like this anymore. Thinking of this, he hurriedly left the meeting room and returned to his general manager's office. He opened the safe, started putting money into his bag, and then shouted outside, Xiaoli, book me the fastest flight to America. Hurry. Xiaoli is a secretary with a hot figure. However, he called out several times, but no one answered, and just as he was about to get angry, Xiaoli walked in wearing a business suit, her figure already so sexy with her curves in all the right places. But behind her were several police officers. Mark immediately understood. It turned out she was the one who posted that message. It was you? You bitch, you actually betrayed me. After saying that, he rushed towards Xiaoli, but was immediately pinned to the ground by 2 policemen. Xiaoli looked down at Mark and said, I'm not a whore. I'm a Chinese citizen. Just wait to be punished by Chinese law. That same day, another piece of news broke online. Tesla's Asia Pacific headquarters has been found guilty of violating Chinese laws, and several key suspects, including General Manager Mark, have been arrested and imprisoned. They face more than 10 years in prison. Immediately, everyone on the internet applauded. Thumbs up for the law enforcement officers of our dragon country. The Dragon Kingdom is mighty. Let's see who dares to run wild in my Dragon Kingdom. Those who dare to defy the laws of our Dragon Kingdom deserve their punishment. The applause was deafening. Tesla headquarters did not plead for Mark, but instead sincerely issued a letter of apology to China. It was deeply felt that Mark's behavior was his personal act and that Tesla had failed to manage him properly. That's why he was allowed to run rampant in the Dragon Kingdom. They sincerely apologized to everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. The reason Tesla issued this apology letter is that it doesn't want to lose the Chinese market. Tesla's market share is 75% from China. If they lose this market, their company will lose 3/4 of its revenue. After paying a fine of $100 million to China, Tesla continued to establish branches in China. But they were destined to fail this time, because BYD from China seized 90% of the Chinese market overnight through this crisis. BYD's boss, Wang Chuanfu, made a special trip to Longyan University of Science and Technology to thank Jiang Fan. If he hadn't developed the new material battery, he probably wouldn't have been able to overcome the crisis. Wang Chuanfu brought a share transfer agreement with him, directly giving Jiang Fan 20% of shares. Jiang Fan accepted it without any hesitation. His future research projects will definitely require a lot of funding. After Wang Chuanfu left, Jiang Fan received a call from Zhou Huaid, the commander-in-chief of the northern base. He asked excitedly, "Uncle Zhou, has the ITER magnet material been finalized?" "Hey, Xiao Fan, the ITER magnet materials that the U.S. sold us are fake. ITER magnet materials are fake." Chapter 78, Requesting Leave. Jiang Fan was incredulous when he heard that the ITER magnet material was fake. Subsequently, Zhou Huaid told him that the country had sent 2 professors specializing in magnetism to negotiate with the United States, along with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. At first, the United States took a very tough stance, resolutely refusing to sell magnetic materials to China and even humiliating the Chinese people who came to negotiate. On the 10th day of negotiations, the United States finally relented, but they demanded a staggering $10 billion for 2 tons of ITER magnet material. After discussions among top national leaders, in order to develop controlled nuclear fusion as soon as possible, it was finally decided to purchase it. The 2 professors specializing in magnetism who were dispatched tested the material and found no problems. However, after being transported back to China, during processing, it was discovered that only the outer layer of the material was ITER magnet material, while the inside was just ordinary magnet. The top leaders of China were furious and questioned the United States, but their explanation was that this was the nature of ITER magnet material technology, because China does not have ITER magnet material samples or standard. After several unsuccessful attempts to negotiate, they could only suffer in silence. The Dragon Kingdom brought together all the experts in magnetism to study a material coated with ITER magnets, hoping for a breakthrough. But after 2 days of research, it was discovered that this layer of ITER magnet material is no longer ITER magnet material. They deduced that the United States added some substances to this layer of ITER magnet material, which would slowly react with the ITER magnet material. The timing was perfect. The ITER magnet material was reacted precisely after it arrived in China. In the end, China spent 10 billion yuan, but only bought 2 tons of ordinary magnets. It's obvious that the U.S. is playing a trick on China, but they just won't admit it, and there's nothing the Dragon Kingdom can do. Upon hearing what Zhou Huaid had said, Jiang Fan felt a surge of anger. The United States, relying on its strength, is going too far in bullying others. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Fan's mind. System, sensing the host's anger, mission issued. The host has successfully published SCI papers in 7 major disciplines and will obtain ITER magnet material development blueprints. When Jiang Fan heard the task issued by the system, he was surprised to find that completing it would directly grant him the ITER magnet material research and development blueprints. I was instantly thrilled. He then opened the system task in his mind. Task. The host has successfully published SCI papers in 7 major disciplines. 1. Mathematics. SCI paper publication incomplete. 2. Physics. SCI paper publication incomplete. 3. Biochemistry. SCI paper publication incomplete. 4. Materials science. SCI paper publication incomplete. 5. Astronomy. SCI paper publication incomplete. 6. Energy science. SCI paper publication incomplete. 7. Informatics. SCI paper publication incomplete. As a researcher, Jiang Fan is quite familiar with SCI papers. SCI, Scientific Citation Index, refers to academic journal articles published in SCI journals that are indexed by the Science Citation Index. Simply put, it means publishing papers in world-renowned scientific journals. With economic globalization, scientific research is also becoming increasingly globalized. SCI papers are an important way to conduct international scientific exchanges and a major channel for international peers to understand China. Publishing SCI papers can demonstrate a country's strength in basic research to the world and enhance China's standing in the global scientific community. Publishing an important article in world-renowned journals, such as Nature and Science, is as significant to a particular discipline as winning a gold medal in an international sports competition. Of course, SCI journals are all sponsored by Western countries, and China doesn't have a single such journal. The main reason is that China's technological level is relatively backward. Seeing that Jiang Fan remained silent on the phone, Zhou Huai knew he must be very upset. He then offered words of comfort. Jiang Fan, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to get ITER magnet materials. Uncle Zhou, give me some time, I should be able to figure it out. You figured it out? Really? Zhou Huai said with delight. He now has absolute trust in Jiang Fan. As long as Jiang Fan says he can figure it out, he believes he definitely can. First, we'll develop other subsystems related to controlled nuclear fusion. Contact me anytime if you encounter any problems. After giving his instructions, Jiang Fan hung up the phone. His teacher, Master Long's Mecha Energy Laboratory, is currently in the performance enhancement phase. All he needs to do is follow the steps. As for the application areas of lithium iron phosphate power batteries that he researched, he left all of that to President Liu of Lonka University to negotiate. Currently, Jiang Fan's most important task is to complete the system's mission and obtain ITER magnet materials so that he can complete the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion within a year. Once controlled nuclear fusion is developed, China's technological level will soon be able to take the lead in the world. He believes that controlled nuclear fusion can definitely elevate humanity's technological level to a new era. For his thesis in the 7 major subjects, Jiang Fan plans to start with mathematics. After all, the system had rewarded him with a super mathematical theory, and he believed that no one could surpass him in terms of mathematical knowledge on Earth. After making up my mind, I started choosing a topic because SCI papers are quite difficult. If you were to write about general mathematical topics, it would be difficult for editors to take notice. Jiang Fan recalled that during the last Lonka University Traditional Challenge, he proved the Riemann hypothesis, which caused quite a stir. The principal also gave him a lot of rewards. After much deliberation, he decided to choose another Millennium 7 problem as his SCI-indexed mathematical paper submission, which should be easy to get approved. So he started searching online for the 7 major challenges of the millennium. Finally, he chose one of them, the P and MP problem. After choosing his topic, Jiang Fan called Professor Long to ask for leave. Elder Long readily agreed. After all, Jiang Fan had been working very hard on researching lithium iron phosphate power batteries these past few days. As for the graphite coating on the battery, he led Su Guangyuan and his team to study it, because there were no problems. Xia Xiaoyu in the lab looked helpless. They had just worked with Jiang Fan to develop the lithium iron phosphate power battery and achieve such a great success. She had originally planned to take a good rest, but Jiang Fan proposed a battery upgrade plan. So they had no choice but to continue their grueling experiments. At this moment, old Master Long walked in with a big smile on his face. Seeing that Elder Long was in such a good mood, Xia Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "Academician Long, I want to—" When Elder Long saw Xia Xiaoyu stammering, he knew she was trying to slack off again, so he put on a stern face and said, "Speak, what is it? I'd like to ask for half a day off." "No, young people are full of energy and creativity. They should focus their time on scientific research." Xia Xiaoyu was scolded by Professor Long and slunk away as she continued her scientific research. At this moment, she noticed that Jiang Fan hadn't arrived yet, so she asked, "Hey, why isn't Junior Jiang Fan here?" At this moment, old Long, holding a beaker, said without even looking up, "I just called to ask for leave." Chapter 79. Who is this? So rude. Xia Xiaoyu's face darkened when she heard what Elder Long said. She suddenly felt like a child who had no one to love her. The differences between people are just too great. He asked for half a day off and ended up being scolded by Elder Long for half a day, while Jiang Fan could ask for leave with just a simple phone call. When Mr. Long answered the phone just now, he seemed quite happy. Xia Xiaoyu really wanted to slam her fist on the table and argue with Old Man Long. But she didn't dare, unless she doesn't want to live in China anymore. Just as she was looking miserable, Su Guanyin walked over excitedly with his phone in hand. He whispered to her, Xiaoyu, look." Xia Xiaoyu looked at Su Guanyuan's phone. It was Jiang Fan who posted a message in their WeChat group. It says above, "In this closed-door research project, we successfully developed a new type of battery. Thank you all for your hard work. I'm transferring a 100,000 yuan bonus to each of you." Xia Xiaoyu jumped up excitedly when she saw the message. 100,000? So much. Great. At least this skinflint, Zhou, has some conscience after all. She then quickly grabbed her phone and, sure enough, saw Jiang Fan's 100,000 yuan transfer on WeChat. At this moment, Niusu also discovered Jiang Fan's information and happily wanted to remind Xia Xiaoyu and Su Guangyuan. They were grinning from ear to ear, their joy beyond words. He then came over and joined them in a quiet celebration. I really like Junior Jiang Fan. Didn't you always call him a shrew? Su Guanguinang Jiuke. Xia Xiaoyu quickly retorted. That was a compliment. How can we achieve results if he doesn't exploit our time and energy? We are young, energetic, and creative at this stage of our lives. We should be focusing our time on scientific research. Do you two understand? Su Guangyuan and Niu Su were speechless. These were exactly the words that Elder Long had just used to scold her. She really knew how to put them into practice. Women? However, the three of them were incredibly happy. They originally thought Jiang Fan would give them a bonus of 10,000 yuan at most. But Jiang Fan actually gave them a bonus of 100,000 yuan, which was completely unexpected. Although they were initially dissatisfied with Jiang Fan's closed-door research, now that they think about it, they would be willing to stay in isolation for another month if Jiang Fan kept them in isolation. Just as the three of them were laughing foolishly, Old Man Long walked over and said to them, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to do research?" Academician Long, rest assured, we guarantee that we will successfully develop the graphite coating within a week. After Su Guangyuan finished speaking, Xia Xiaoyu and Niu Su also echoed his assurances. Old Master Long was taken aback. How could these three little guys suddenly become so energetic? He then thought that they probably understood his good intentions after he had just taught Xia Xiaoyu. Good, not bad. That's how young people should be. Achoo! Jiang Fan was at his residence, organizing his thoughts and materials on the P and NP problems, one of the 7 unsolved problems of the millennium. I sneezed several times in a row. He then continued to organize his thoughts. The millennium problem was indeed difficult. Even though he had mastered all the mathematical knowledge of Earth, he still struggled a bit. And so, from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., when he looked up casually and saw the time, he realized that 13 hours had passed. He then stood up and stretched his somewhat stiff body. This is really difficult. I've already tried 20 different approaches. Just then, Jiang Fan's stomach rumbled loudly. Forget it. Let's go get something to eat first. Maybe they'll give us some ideas. Jiang Fan didn't even wash his face before opening the door and leaving. He arrived at the cafeteria, only to find that the food counter was closed. Just as Jiang Fan was about to go to the supermarket to buy some instant noodles, an auntie at the window called out to him, "Young man, are you here to buy food?" I have 2 steamed buns left. I haven't sold them all. Do you want them?" All the food purchase windows were closed, and Jiang Fan had no other choice, so he took the food. "Give me the card," the auntie said with a smile. 2 steamed buns, free of charge. If you wait until tomorrow, you can't sell them anymore." "Thank you, auntie." Afterwards, Jiang Fan took 2 steamed buns and went to the supermarket again, where he bought 2 packets of pickled vegetables and a large bottle of mineral water. At the supermarket entrance, Xia Xiaoyu and a few friends were buying milk tea. "Ladies, it's my treat today. Order whatever you like, don't be shy." Xia Xiaoyu looked very proud. Jiang Fan had transferred 100,000 yuan to her today. She had just come out of the lab and excitedly called her friends to tell them. Upon hearing that someone was offering milk tea, the group eagerly came over. "Boss, I'd like a small cup of cheese 4 Seasons Spring. I'd like a medium-sized Bull Demon King cake milk tea with ice." A chubby girl hesitated for a long time before speaking to the shop owner. "I want a giant milk tea." As soon as she finished ordering, all the girls looked at her at the same time. The giant milk tea is served in an extra-large cup, filled with 8 kinds of fruit pulp, and then milk tea is poured in. It weighs at least 2 jin, 1 caddies, and the price of 98 yuan is outrageously expensive. As students, very few of us would order such a large super cup. "Qiu, didn't you want to lose weight?" his companion asked. "Xiaoyu treated us to dinner today, so I've decided to put my diet on hold for now and wait until tomorrow." "Xiaoyu, can I order this?" the chubby girl then asked Xia Xiaoyu. "It's nothing." Xia Xiaoyu joked that she was now a little rich woman with a net worth of 100,000 yuan, so this amount of money was just a drop in the ocean for her husband. "Xiaoyu, you're so sweet. I love you so much." After the chubby girl finished speaking, she didn't forget to give Xia Xiaoyu a hug. She's been craving a Big Mac ever since she had one 3 months ago, but she's too fat and has to lose weight. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend. So she kept herself in check. Today she decided to let loose. After the owner made the milk tea, Xia Xiaoyu paid, and the group of friends happily started drinking their milk tea. Just then, a person with slightly disheveled hair, carrying 2 steamed buns and a bottle of mineral water, came out of the supermarket. Because he was preoccupied with something, he didn't notice and bumped into Xia Xiaoyu. Ouch! The milk tea fell right onto the floor. Before Xia Xiaoyu could react, one of her friends said fiercely to the boy, "Are you blind?" "Sorry, I didn't see it." "Sorry is all I have to say." The group glanced at the man, who was carrying steamed buns and water. They guessed he was just a poor student. At that moment, Xia Xiaoyu looked up. Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan then recognized Xia Xiaoyu and said, "Senior Xiaoyu, let me buy you a new cup." "No, no need. It was my mistake." "Oh." After Jiang Fan finished speaking, he lowered his head, thinking about the inspiration he had just had, and hurriedly disappeared into the crowd. "Xiaoyu, who is this? How rude of you." Chapter 80, 2 Steamed Buns. "Xiaoyu, who is this? How rude," one of the girls said. Xia Xiaoyu quickly told her friend to keep her voice down, afraid that Jiang Fan, who had walked away, would hear. The bonus she was holding was all given to her by him. Moreover, he is Elder Long's student, and I can't afford to offend him. You almost got into big trouble just now. Thankfully, he didn't hold it against you. You've caused a huge disaster. The sisters were all confused. Wasn't that kid just a poor student? What poor student? He's a legend in the Lonka University Traditional Challenge, and... Xia Xiaoyu hadn't finished speaking when she quickly shut her mouth. Elder Long had instructed them not to tell anyone about the lab. Wow, is he the legendary master? But he doesn't quite look like him. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. You just need to know that he's very capable. As Xia Xiaoyu spoke mysteriously, the group exchanged glances and nodded. I secretly rejoiced that I hadn't said anything too extreme. Jiang Fan returned to his residence, ate 2 steamed buns, and then continued to organize his thoughts on P and NP problems. A silent night, until the sunlight streamed in through the window the next day. Jiang Fan rubbed his tired eyes. He stood up, opened the window, and a blast of fresh air rushed in, instantly invigorating him. My groggy head suddenly cleared up considerably. He saw 2 little birds on a branch in front of the window, chirping incessantly. He felt much better, so he sat back down at the table and began to study the problem. He was certain that the current research approach was correct, but there was a part that he couldn't explain when he was halfway through the derivation. By 7 o'clock, we were completely clueless. Jiang Fan then decided to go eat first. The idea for this day came to him when he went out and bought 2 steamed buns. Who knows, I might get some inspiration while I'm out eating. Jiang Fan arrived at the nearest cafeteria, where many freshmen wearing military training uniforms were eating. They usually sit together in groups of 3 or 5, eating breakfast and talking about military training. They have been undergoing military training for half a month now, and there is about a week left before this grueling training ends. After finishing his meal quickly, Jiang Fan went straight back to his residence. Further research topics. Time flew by, and it was already evening. Jiang Fan didn't even have time to eat lunch. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening when he finally stopped his research. After a quick wash, he went to the cafeteria and found that the situation was the same as yesterday. The cafeteria windows were closed. At that moment, the Annie at window number 10 from yesterday called out to him again. "Young man, why are you eating so late today, too?" "I was so engrossed in my homework that I lost track of time." The aunt smiled and didn't say anything. She simply handed him 2 steamed buns and didn't take any money from Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan said thank you and left. The lady at window number 10 then closed her window as well. "Aunt Lee, you've waited so long just to bring this student 2 steamed buns. Only chocolate. I think this kid has had a tough time, so I'll help him if I can. Anyway, I don't have much time left." Judging from Jiang Fan's clothes and appearance, Aunt Lee guessed that his family was very poor and he didn't have much money for living expenses. Young people, they're all vain, so they can only buy some steamed buns to fill their stomachs when no students are eating. "Aunt Lee, you are so kind. Let's go. We should go to the hospital." "Good." Jiang Fan returned with 2 steamed buns, and a miraculous thing happened. The problem that had troubled him for a day and a night was miraculously solved. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the steamed bun had been quite effective. Jiang Fan has already solved this millennium problem on a draft paper. All that's left is to organize the solution process into a document. Jiang Fan stayed up all night again and compiled a 50-page document. Luckily, he had some overnight capsules. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to hold on. The next day, he went directly to Principal Liu and told him about his intention to submit an SCI paper. Principal Liu was very happy to hear this. It was excellent that Jiang Fan, at such a young age, had the idea of publishing an SCI paper. Because in the future, when evaluating professional titles, the number and achievements of published SCI papers will be considered. Jiang Fan, have you decided which field of study you want to publish in? Mathematics, Jiang Fan exclaimed. That's great. Your solution to the Riemann hypothesis last time helped our country secure a seat on the International Mathematical Organization. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for that. It was mainly because I was lucky at the time. Principal Liu greatly admires Jiang Fan's spirit of remaining humble and modest despite his achievements. Jiang Fan, which mathematical topic are you planning to study this time? P and NP problems. P versus NP problems? Principal Liu was astonished upon hearing Jiang Fan's words, for he knew that this was also one of the 7 major challenges of the millennium. Moreover, just 2 days ago, Professor Wu, a mathematician from Long University of Science and Technology, and his student Professor Xiao suggested to him that the final challenging problem of the next traditional challenge be changed to a P and NP problem. As luck would have it, Jiang Fan directly chose the P and NP problem as the topic of his SCI paper submission. Seeing Principal Liu's surprise, Jiang Fan asked, Principal, is there a problem with choosing this topic? No. It's just that Professor Wu and Professor Xiao suggested to me a couple of days ago that the last question of next year's traditional challenge be changed to this question. Oh, that's quite a coincidence, Jiang Fan said. However, this question is quite difficult. Principal Liu said with some concern, worried that Jiang Fan's inability to answer the question would damage his self-confidence. Jiang Fan, I think you should focus on some more common topics. With your mathematical knowledge, getting your manuscript approved shouldn't be a problem. Principal, I've solved the problem about P and NP. Jiang Fan said calmly. What? You figured it out? Principal Liu exclaimed in shock. These are the 7 millennium problems in mathematics. Many mathematicians have spent their entire lives trying to solve even one of them. Jiang Fan solved the Riemann hypothesis in less than 2 hours at the Long University of Science and Technology Traditional Challenge. This incredible talent left everyone speechless with shock, but they eventually accepted it. However, just half a month later, he solved another of the 7 millennium mathematical problems. Nobody would believe that. Jiang Fan, you're not joking with me, are you? Jiang Fan handed his 50-page printed document to Principal Liu. Principal Liu took a look and saw that the topic was indeed the P and NP problem. He glanced through it. Although Principal Liu hadn't studied mathematics before, he knew a little bit about it. But he couldn't understand anything Jiang Fan wrote. So he contacted Professor Wu, the most senior mathematician at Long University of Science and Technology.